Chapter 1. The Crown Prince Lin Changshu. In the capital of the great merchants' dynasty, 30 miles away, at this moment, the sky was blanketed in snowflakes that fell like goose feathers. The trees flanking the road were adorned with snow, draped in a silvery white, resembling bashful maidens standing gracefully, yearning to speak yet hesitating. "Uncle Leg, everyone at home says you run the fastest. Is that true?" A young boy dressed in luxurious white fur, standing by the fire and rubbing his hands, turned to the old man with a limp beside him and inquired, "Oh, my little prince, you shouldn't let your imagination run wild. Just the other day, you asked whether one should use a knife or a sword with a missing arm. Today you ask if this lame man runs fast. Do you think that's possible? If I could run quickly, would I still be here by the fire on this cold, snowy day? I would have long since dashed to the capital." The man called Uncle Leg, with his half-white hair and face marked by deep lines, looked every bit the old farmer. He limped over to the fire, and upon hearing the boy's words, shot him a disdainful glance and retorted, "Indeed, indeed. We're just two old cripples. How could you see us as legendary masters?" As soon as Uncle Leg finished speaking, a middle-aged man with one hand tossed a bundle of firewood to the ground and chimed in, "Hey, this young master is the Crown Prince Lin Changshu of the northern town. I am destined to be the one who lives a long life. How can my father possibly send just the two of you with me as hostages to the capital?" Upon hearing this, Lin Changshu slapped his forehead, staring at the two crippled guards, speechless. It had already been 9 years since he traveled to this world. Initially, he was quite content with his new identity as the sole son of the eccentric king of the great merchants, wielding military power in the north. People even referred to the north as northern merchants. It was a life destined for wealth and privilege, perfectly suited for galloping on horseback and embracing beautiful maidens. Yet the very reason he had crossed over was that his predecessor had been poisoned at the tender age of 10. Not only had his foundation been severely damaged, transforming him from a legendary genius into a mere waste, but it also left Lin Changshu in a constant state of anxiety, fearing for his life. Even the 9 provinces cauldron, which had arrived with him, healed his injuries, yet he dared not reveal even a hint of his true prowess. The Lord did not send just us two. It was a full 1,000 troops from the northern town escorting the young master out of the north. Uncle Leg shot Lin Changshu another disapproving look and, pulling a chicken leg he had somehow acquired, began roasting it over the fire, the aroma wafting through the air and making one salivate. "Indeed, indeed, although we have left the north, there are still 500 troops from the northern town accompanying us." "Who told you, young master, to go to those music halls 4 months ago? It was originally supposed to be 3 months ago. You insisted on lingering at those establishments, forcing the northern army to advance ahead. And now look where we are, just the 3 of us left." The one-handed guard, also looking exasperated, stared intently at the chicken leg and muttered, "Damn it, when this young master went to play, I brought you both along. Don't forget, you spent most of the money we had. Now you pull up your pants and curse the benefactor. Doesn't your conscience hurt?" At their remarks, Lin Changshu scooped up a handful of snow and hurled it at them with considerable force. But the 2 old men, who claimed to be mere cripples, hardly paid attention, effortlessly dodging with a slight shift of their bodies, their eyes never leaving the chicken leg. "Damn it, 2 old geezers." Seeing his plan thwarted, Lin Changshu couldn't help but curse under his breath. These 2 had watched him grow up in the royal palace. During his time in the palace, he never felt that they were so shameless, but since leaving the northern region, they seemed to have flipped a switch, becoming increasingly irreverent. "Wait, Uncle Knife, Uncle Leg, there's a murderous intent." Just then, Lin Changshu gripped the hilt of his sword, his eyes narrowing with a cold glint as he scanned his surroundings. "Don't look at us, we're just 2 old cripples. This time, it's up to you, young master, to unleash your might." Uncle Leg and Uncle Knife remained focused on the golden roasted chicken leg, their tone dismissive of Lin Changshu's warning of danger. Yes, yes, we are indeed just 2 old cripples. With your unparalleled skills, young master, you can surely slay them with a single strike." Uncle Knife wiped the drool from the corner of his mouth, eagerly agreeing. "How many times has this been? It's always me stepping in. Don't you know that I was injured at 10? I'm practically on par with ordinary people now. And for heaven's sake, leave that chicken leg for me. You 2 have been eating my food and drinking my supplies all the way here, even selling the carriage. Now I have to do the hard work? Damn it." Upon hearing this, Lin Changsho angrily unsheathed his snow-white long sword, his previously carefree demeanor instantly transforming into one of iron resolve. Actually, young master, if you sold that white bear coat, we could not only feast but also afford a decent carriage. Seeing Lin Changsho rise, the two old men showed no intention of standing up, their eyes glimmering as they gazed at his coat. Be a person. At this, Lin Changsho felt his fierce aura dissipate, nearly wanting to swing his sword at them, but he could only snort coldly, raising his aura to its peak. In a few leaps, he vanished from their sight, leaving only faint footprints in the snow. Did you handle those few? Don't let anything happen to the young master, or we're done for. Once Lin Changsho's aura diminished, Uncle Leg finally glanced at Uncle Knife and said, "Needless to say, if I hadn't dealt with them, would I have returned? But this time they really spent a lot, sending 3 masters and 5 minor masters. Damn it, otherwise I would have been back long ago." Uncle Knife scoffed, adding more wood to the fire. "I don't know what this young master is afraid of. He's already reached the threshold of a minor master and still hides his skills. Does he truly believe someone in our palace wants to harm him?" Uncle Leg stroked his chin, a look of intrigue on his face. "Who knows? But those guys from 9 years ago hid so deeply that we still haven't found them. We still haven't had a chance to offer a toast at the prince's grave." Uncle Knife clenched his remaining hand tightly, as if the air around him had exploded with a loud bang. "Damn it. If you go crazy elsewhere, I won't spare you if this place gets dirty. By the way, did that group of younglings under the young master notice you?" As the snowflakes whipped up by the explosion threatened to pierce the chicken leg, Uncle Leg cursed and waved his hand, restoring calm as if nothing had transpired. "Almost. Those little brats aren't human, they look like ghosts. The highest among them is only at the spirit gathering stage, yet they coordinate so well. I personally witnessed 10 of them take down a Unity Realm and a half-step minor master." Uncle Knife smirked, expressing amazement. 9 years ago, the young master changed. Although he lost his title as a genius, he seems to have undergone a rebirth, maintaining a constant vigilance against us. Even the marshal is the same. Who knows if that's good or bad? A glimmer of satisfaction appeared in Uncle Leg's aged eyes as he remarked with some sentiment. "Good or bad, I cannot say. However, the young master's encounter with that lady must certainly be quite entertaining." Seizing the moment, Uncle Knife suddenly vanished, reappearing directly above the chicken leg. In the next instant, the chicken leg was at his mouth, and he let out a triumphant cackle. Chapter 2: The Exiled Sword Immortal. If one were to inquire about Lin Changsho's current feelings, he could only express 2 words: damn bastard. If he had more to say, it would be a classic National Treasure output, relying solely on his mouth. Yet in reality, he could only stand proudly in the snow, wielding the northern town long sword, gazing coldly at the graceful figure atop the treetops. Though her face was veiled in white gauze, her chilling eyes were unmistakably visible. In the north, there is a beauty, unmatched and solitary. As he beheld the woman swaying gently in the wind atop the treetops, Lin Changsho couldn't help but murmur a line. Though he was captivated by her grace, beauty, and form, more than that, he felt a profound sense of helplessness. This woman was none other than Lu Qingran, the most likely candidate to become a Grand Master in the Great Zhou dynasty over the past 3 centuries, a transcendent sword immortal and the dream lover of countless men. Moreover, she had been relentlessly pursuing him since he left the northern Zhou, making her his fiancée, a situation that was quite the headache. No wonder you are the crown prince of the northern town. You have traversed the flower houses along the way, relying solely on your silver tongue, haven't you? Upon hearing Lin Changsho's words, Lu Qingran's cold eyes widened in surprise. Though her voice remained icy as she spoke, her resentment palpable even from a distance. "Not at all. The reason I can navigate the world of flowers with ease is due to my handsome face, exceptional talent, and this honeyed tongue. Would you care to taste it?" Seeing her reaction, Lin Changsho tossed his hair back arrogantly, inwardly scoffing. If he couldn't win her over with the knowledge he had acquired in his past life, he might as well throw himself to his demise. Such flattery. How could the valiant king of the northern town and his noble consort raise a scoundrel like you? You'd be better off dead. Perhaps provoked by Lin Changsho's words, or perhaps dismayed by the sight of her fiancé in a brothel, Lu Qingran's anger was palpable. With a gentle push off the treetop, she descended into the snow like a celestial being, effortlessly and without a trace of mortal filth, charging towards Lin Chang's Ho to By Heavens, the Wind and Snow 18 pavilions. You madwoman, resorting to lethal tactics right from the start, are you not afraid of ending up a widow? As soon as Lu Qingran made her move, Lin Changshu could no longer maintain his composure. He swiftly retreated several paces, and the spot he had just vacated appeared as if some force had smoothed it over, leaving not a trace of snow and rendering the ground pockmarked and battered. Rogue! Seeing Lin Changshu evade her strike, Lu Qingran was unfazed. With a cold exclamation, the aura of a minor master surged within her, and in the blink of an eye, she vanished from sight, reappearing with her long sword poised dangerously close to Lin Changshu's nose. Good heavens! It's an attempt on my husband's life. The celestial sword, Lu Qingran, is attempting to murder her own spouse. As the long sword, devoid of any warmth, yet radiating a chilling intent, approached, Lin Changshu did not even draw his blade. Instead, he executed a roll to evade the strike, and then frantically fled, shouting as he ran, resembling anything but the noble gentleman he had just been, now a common rogue. Lin Changshu, halt! Silence yourself. Upon hearing Lin Changshu's cries, Lu Qingran's sword trembled, causing her to stagger momentarily. She glared at his disheveled retreating figure, her voice laced with fury. She herself was at a loss, hailed as the only woman in 3 centuries capable of becoming a great master. She had always expected to achieve greatness in the snowy mountains, becoming that unparalleled jewel without a flicker of emotional turmoil. Even as the world distanced itself, awestruck by her prowess, she remained indifferent. However, upon learning of her betrothal, as thoughts of descending the mountain to annul the engagement took root, her tranquil heart was suddenly disturbed, rippling with turmoil like a stone cast into still waters. Her fury ignited upon first seeing Lin Changshu in the brothel. She had every intention of slaying him. With her skills, how could a half-witted man like him possibly escape? Yet, traversing 4,000 miles from the northern Zhou, her lethal longsword inexplicably spared him from harm. Not fleeing? Only a fool would remain. I tell you, we are nearing the capital. Should you attempt another assassination and be captured, this young master will not come to your aid. As Lin Changshu sprinted wildly, he paid little heed to such threats. To him, the figure behind was no celestial sword but a she-devil. Fearing for his life, he disregarded the snow and hastened towards the capital, his swift movements carving deep furrows into the snowy ground. TSK, TSK. Truly a match made in heaven. Our young master is in for a treat. Not long after the duo disappeared, the duo of the disabled appeared, watching the direction Lin Changshu had taken, with Dao Shu chuckling in amusement. This time, the young master is not merely here as a hostage. Rumor has it the emperor is preoccupied with the marriage of the 7th princess, and now the young master's arrival in the capital is a matter of great consequence. Most importantly, that celestial sword practices the unfeeling skill of the snowy mountains. Upon hearing this, Leg Shu's weathered face displayed a hint of concern, his ancient eyes revealing a trace of worry. And what of it? Our young master could marry both. What of it? The Northern Guard need not fear the princess or the celestial sword. Even if the gates of heaven reopened, we could handle celestial beings. Dao Shu declared with a commanding presence, as if even the falling snow dared not land within 3 feet of him. Fool, once in the capital, do not stir trouble. It's not just the eunuchs in the palace you must avoid, but also the headmaster of the academy. Noticing Dao Shu's bravado, Leg Shu scoffed, vanishing without a trace, leaving only a lingering shadow and voice behind. Ha! If I weren't injured, that eunuch wouldn't dare face me. But the Lord has warned against provoking those scholars. The headmaster is not to be trifled with. Dao Shu, unfazed by Leg Shu's disappearance, rubbed his chin in vexation, muttering to himself. Meanwhile, Lin Changshu was drenched in sweat. Even though he was on the brink of becoming a minor master, he had to conceal his true abilities, pretending to be half-witted while evading Lu Qingran's relentless pursuit, a torment in itself. Lu Qingran, do you truly intend to murder your own husband? I must inform you, just ahead lies the city gate of the capital. Having fled throughout the night, dawn began to break, revealing the imposing walls of the capital and the throngs of citizens waiting to enter. Lin Changshu, drenched in sweat, found his once white robe now half black, looking utterly disheveled. Chapter 3. Interception. Today, I shall slay you, scoundrel. At this moment, Lu Qingran was equally fatigued, having run throughout the night. Not only that, but each strike she delivered was tempered, her intent to avoid causing true harm to her opponent. Now, the white veil she wore was soaked with fragrant sweat, clinging to her cheeks. Help! Help! As Lu Qingran's fury intensified, Lin Changshu resolutely cast aside the dignity of a noble, employing his agility to dash towards the city gates. The heartrending cries drew the attention of all around. How audacious! Who dares to create a ruckus outside the city gates? Just as Lu Qingran's sword was about to reach him, a thunderous voice erupted from within the gates, followed by the appearance of a robust figure, swiftly materializing beside Lin Changshu. Upon seeing Lu Qingran's sword, he snorted coldly, his spear transforming into a striking serpent as it aimed directly at the sword's radiance. Time seemed to halt. The next moment, a wave of energy surged forth, resonating with a resounding boom. The shockwave expanded, sending nearby stones and well-meaning citizens tumbling. Chaos ensued as the figure from within the gates was forced back several paces by the force. How dare you? Who are you to engage in combat before the city gates? Did your masters not teach you any better? The imposing figure, clad in armor and gripping his spear firmly against the ground, revealed two deep furrows carved by his legs. Noticing that Lu Qingran's aura was not only undisturbed but even strengthened, the city guard general narrowed his eyes, suppressing the anger in his chest, and spoke in a grave tone. However, the wary glint in his eyes belied the strength of his words, rendering them hollow and ineffective. Why waste words with her, General? Do not be deceived by her beauty. She is but a lunatic. She has relentlessly pursued me from 30 miles away until now. She is no virtuous being. Lin Changshu, recognizing the general's hesitation, understood his thoughts, apprehensive of Lu Qingran's formidable skills and youth. Fearing she might have powerful allies, it was clear that he wished to downplay the situation. But how could that be? After being hunted for so long, it was only fitting that Lu Qingran faced some repercussions. My lord, we, the city guards, are tasked with maintaining order. This does not permit outsiders to meddle. Upon hearing Lin Changshu's remarks, the leader of the guards glared fiercely, his tone stern. Had it not been for Lin Changshu's opulent attire and noble demeanor, he might have already taken action against him. Shan, Lu Qingran. Lu Qingran merely shot a fierce glare at Lin Changshu, retracting her sword with a cold voice. Ah, it is the celestial sword of Shan. I, Li Sanxiao, the city gate guard, have the honor of meeting the esteemed fairy. Li Sanxiao's countenance shifted drastically upon hearing her name, his square face contorting into a forced smile as he clasped his hands in reverence. Is everything resolved? If so, I shall take my leave. Realizing his scheme had crumbled, and seeing Lu Qingran sheathing her sword, Lin Changshu felt a wave of boredom wash over him and waved his hand. Intending to enter the city, wait. As he was about to step into the grandiose capital, Lin Changshu even spotted forlorn maidens waving at him from within, only to be interrupted by Li Sanxiao's serious voice. Lin Changshu turned in bewilderment to see Li Sanxiao had somehow appeared behind him, his face marred by a trickle of blood from the corner of his mouth, a stark contrast to his earlier wounded appearance. His eyes wide and fixed upon Lin Changshu. Dummy? Why not investigate that female assassin instead? Why target me, the one being pursued? Is that reasonable? Gazing at Li Sanxiao's dramatic expression, Lin Changshu nearly exploded with frustration, pointing towards the direction Lu Qingran had vanished. She is a female master who appears only once every 300 years from Shan. You are merely a dandy. Enough with the nonsense. Quickly present your identification. Li Sanxiao scoffed, his admiration for Lu Qingran evident in his tone as he spoke. Do not forget, she is not even the master yet. Even if she were, what of it? I am still the son of the Duke of Beibei. Lin Changshu was left speechless, realizing it was the first time he had encountered someone who could so casually dismiss an opponent they could not best. After uttering that, he flicked his robe, dust motes dancing in the sunlight. Yet Lin Changshu maintained an air of arrogance. Get lost, do not obstruct my path. Before Li Sanxiao could respond, Lin Changshu was met with a cacophony of galloping hooves and arrogant shouts, accompanied by the sharp crack of whips in the air. Following the sounds, he beheld several swift steeds barreling out from the city gates, the crowd hastily parting to avoid being struck by whips or trampled by horses. Are you not going to intervene? Observing the scene, Lin Changshu couldn't help but think he had never witnessed such brazen behavior in the north. This was the true essence of audacity in the capital. He patted Li Sanxiao, whose face was grim, and pointed towards the approaching group of well-dressed men, questioning, "What the hell? Can't you hear them? Why are you silent?" Before Li Sanxiao could reply, Lin Changshu felt a sharp gust of wind rush past, followed by more arrogant exclamations. "He is the son of the deputy commander of the Imperial Guard. Do you think I can intervene?" Li Sanxiao's face contorted in despair as he muttered to Lin Changshu. In the capital, the Imperial Guard and the city guards are of entirely different ranks. Chapter 4. Where is the Northern Army? How noisy. As the long whip lashed towards him from behind, Lin Changshu's expression darkened. With a cold command, he made no other movement. His hand reached back and seized the whip with tremendous force, grasping it effortlessly with hands softer than a woman's. Astonishingly, the whip posed no harm to his tender hands. Instead, it became a plaything, manipulated as if it were a mere toy. This left Li Sanxiao, who had been momentarily stunned, wide-eyed once more. After all, even he would need to exhibit some skill to catch a whip unscathed. Yet Lin Changshu appeared utterly ordinary, revealing no sign of any prowess. "How dare you retaliate? Release me at once." The youthful rider, after several futile attempts to pull back his whip, relinquished his efforts, signaling his lackeys to encircle Lin Changshu. Li Sanxiao's face darkened further. The assailants did not even spare him a glance, merely sneering as they brandished their weapons, fixated on Lin Changshu, and galloping aloud before the city gates. As the situation escalated, Li Sanxiao's expression grew increasingly grave as he spoke in a low voice. "Li Sanxiao, do not overstep your bounds. If you do not wish to do your duty as a guard, I would advise against provoking my father into removing you." To his surprise, the nobleman merely scoffed, unperturbed, and cast a disdainful glance at Li Sanxiao, retorting coldly, "Is your father so formidable?" This remark sent a ripple of disbelief through the gathered crowd, who recoiled several paces. While Lin Changshu curiously inquired, "You must realize that a guard stationed at the city gates holds significant power. Not even a noble like you would dare act disrespectfully." The deputy commander of the Imperial Guard. Li Sanxiao's face turned increasingly sour, nearly grinding his teeth as he spoke. "Yes, and you best depart quickly." The nobleman grinned triumphantly, addressing Li Sanxiao with a sharp command. "What are you blabbering about?" But before he could bask in his triumph for long, Lin Changshu yanked forcefully, sending the nobleman flying and crashing heavily at Lin Changshu's feet. "You dare! Kill him!" In that instant, all fell silent. The henchmen surrounding Lin Changshu froze, momentarily at a loss, clutching their weapons and preparing to charge forward. "Do not move!" Lin Changshu paid no heed to the sycophants surrounding him, seizing the neck of the young nobleman and lifting him effortlessly. The nobleman, having just recovered from a heavy fall, soon felt a constricting sensation around his throat, his arms and legs flailing helplessly in the air. Attempting to summon his powers, he discovered an inexplicable force sealing away all his abilities, plunging him into a state of panic. What audacity for the son of a deputy commander of the Imperial Guard to behave in such a manner! Why not ascend to the heavens? Seeing that his bluster had intimidated the sycophants, Lin Changshu delivered a resounding slap to the nobleman's face, instantly transforming his delicate visage into a swollen crimson mask, blood seeping from the corner of his mouth. "My father is the deputy commander of the Imperial Guard. How dare you strike me?" After regaining a breath, the nobleman glared at Lin Changshu, his face flushed with indignation. "Let your father come. I shall strike him as well." Lin Changshu retorted with a chuckle, delivering another slap that resonated in the air. "Release young Master Zhang." "How dare you?" The sycophants, caught in the cacophony, failed to comprehend Lin Changshu's words, and upon witnessing another slap, they began to shout in outrage. "Shut your mouths! Who gave you the audacity to lay hands on young master? Speak, and you may leave today." With a thunderous roar, Lin Changshu unleashed a wave of energy that erupted from him, sending the sycophants flying, while he regarded young Master Zhang with an expression of indifference. From the moment this young nobleman had appeared, Lin Changshu sensed something amiss. The commotion caused by Lu Qingran had been considerable, and the timing of this Zhang's appearance was too convenient, for he had not even wielded his whip against the commoners obstructing his path. Initially, Lin Changshu had merely harbored suspicions, but the first strike confirmed his fears. This brat was indeed targeting him. Despite Lin Changsho's white outer robe appearing somewhat disheveled, it was crafted from the finest white bear fur, a luxury beyond the reach of ordinary folk. Being a scion of an influential family, how could this young man lack any discernment, making no inquiries and resorting to violence? This was the capital. Had he truly acted in such a reckless manner, he would have long since brought ruin upon his father. The deputy commander, without even a chance to confront Lin Changsho. What did you say? I know nothing. Under Lin Changsho's piercing gaze, young Master Zhang swallowed hard, unable to maintain eye contact, and lowered his head. You are indeed a loyal dog. Return and inform your master that I, the heir of the Duke of the North, shall remain in the capital for the next 3 years, awaiting your arrival. Clean yourself up for my visit. Seeing young Master Zhang's capitulation, Lin Changsho snorted coldly, opting not to press further. After all, he had already claimed dominion over this capital, and sooner or later, he would uncover who was orchestrating events behind the scenes. As the murderous aura emanating from Lin Changsho enveloped him, young Master Zhang attempted to speak, yet Lin Changsho disregarded him entirely. With a single flick of his hand, young Master Zhang was sent soaring through the air, akin to a discarded sack, his body cracking audibly as he flew in midair. As the sound of bones fracturing echoed, a scream escaped young Master Zhang's lips, blood gushing forth before he even touched the ground. Oh, why must it come to this? At that moment, Li Sanxiao approached with a sigh, speaking softly to Lin Changsho. Who am I? Lin Changsho glanced at Li Sanxiao, responding cryptically, the heir of the Duke of the North. Li Sanxiao paused, then replied earnestly, indeed. Upon hearing this satisfactory response, Lin Changsho raised his head proudly and strode confidently toward the city gate. Stop! Someone apprehend him! Yet before Lin Changsho could enter the city, a booming voice halted him, followed by a group of armored soldiers wielding weapons, encircling him. Are you finished yet? Observing the soldiers closing in, Lin Changsho's anger flared as he regarded the commanding officer. Ever since Lu Qingran had pursued him, he had not caught a moment's respite, and now, even entering the city gate was met with this incessant annoyance. In an instant, his internal energy surged forth. Where is the Duke of the North's army? A wave of energy unique to the spirit refinement realm erupted from Lin Changsho, accompanying his thunderous call. A squad of the Duke of the North's army. Paying respects to His Highness, as Lin Changsho's voice echoed, a group of soldiers clad in black leather armor, wielding Duke of the North's blades, knelt before him. Chapter 5. Stay a moment, Your Excellency, seize him. With a cold demeanor, Lin Changsho paid no mind to the armored soldiers, waving his hand as the 50 soldiers of the Duke of the North's army sprang into action. Who are the Duke of the North's soldiers? They are the guardians of the northern frontier, engaging in daily battles against the Xiongnu. Those accompanying Lin Changsho are the elite among elites, each having endured the trials of numerous battlefields. Before the opposing soldiers could react or draw their weapons, the Duke of the North's blades were already poised against their throats. This was merely a display of restraint on the part of the squad. Otherwise, these soldiers would undoubtedly have met their demise at the city gate today. Lin Changsho, how dare you? As Lin Changsho advanced toward him, the commanding officer lost his composure, his aura intensifying, stirring the dust around him. I dare, you fool. You, a mere squad leader, what gives you the audacity to strike me? Lin Changsho, unperturbed, swung the Duke of the North's blade, striking the officer's helmet with a resounding clang. With a loud thud, Lin Changsho's powerful blow sent the officer's helmet flying, leaving his hair in disarray and rendering him utterly disheveled. His aura growing ever more volatile. What the hell? Still not convinced? Look, stare all you wish. Dare you stare again? Initially, Lin Changsho had intended to end the encounter with that strike. After all, this was not his territory. Having already struck one officer, he could not justify further assaulting a squad leader. However, the officer's venomous glare and the palpable hostility emanating from him posed a threat that stirred the murderous intent within Lin Changsho. The Duke of the North's blade came crashing down upon the officer repeatedly, blood streaming down from his forehead. From the moment Lin Changsho had launched his assault on the squad leader, the common folk and soldiers alike stood in stunned silence. For nearly a millennium, since the founding of the Great Shang, when had anyone dared to act so brazenly, striking the leader of the Imperial Guard squad? Young Master Zhang's actions might have been dismissed as youthful folly, a mere brawl devoid of rank, But these soldiers belonged to the Imperial Guard, their ranks now under the control of the Duke of the North's elite. "Boss, should we intervene?" a city guard whispered to Li Sanxiao, glancing apprehensively at the furious Lin Changshu before inquiring softly, "To hell with your interference. Who is that young lord?" "He is the heir of the Duke of the North. And these are the Imperial Guard. Whom do you propose we assist?" Li Sanxiao, upon hearing this, delivered a kick to his subordinate, who, watching the scene unfold, appeared pained. "But if this continues, he might kill him. They are all soldiers. Isn't it unbecoming for us to just stand by?" The soldier, undeterred by the kick, persisted, "Damn it. How can I be so clever yet be surrounded by fools? We are the city guards, and they are the Imperial Guard. There's a vast difference in rank. Furthermore, they provoke that esteemed lord first. We are but humble city guards. What business do we have in this matter? Do you wish to court death? Oh, my chest aches. It must be from battling that sword saint earlier. Quickly, take me to the city wall so I can rest." Upon hearing this, Li Sanxiao struck his subordinate on the head, his complexion turning a ghastly shade as he spat blood, prompting his men to assist him to the wall's base to recuperate. "Ah, yes, yes, yes. The boss is injured. Quickly, someone help." His subordinate, quick to grasp Li Sanxiao's intent, signaled to his companions to gather and watch the spectacle. The heir of the Duke of the North has received an edict. Just as the crowd believed the squad leader was on the verge of being beaten to death, several swift horses galloped in, a sharp voice cutting through the air, "Long live our emperor." At this, the crowd instantly fell to their knees, and even Li Sanxiao's group abandoned their pretense of injury, prostrating themselves while casting furtive glances forward. Only Lin Changshu remained unfazed, continuing to rain blows upon the squad leader. While the Duke of the North's soldiers seemed oblivious to the unfolding chaos, their blades steadfastly poised against the throats of the Imperial Guard. "Boss, the heir of the Duke of the North is truly impressive. And so are the Duke of the North's soldiers. They remain unfazed at this moment," a city guard remarked, unable to contain his astonishment, speaking softly to Li Sanxiao. "Damn it, be quiet. Who is that figure emerging from the palace?" Li Sanxiao, without lifting his head, struck his subordinate again, his eyes filled with trepidation upon seeing the slender, pale-faced eunuch approach. "Your Highness, please pause for a moment. His Majesty has a decree." The eunuch reached Lin Changshu's side. Halting the hands of his subordinates poised to act, and after a brief pause, he smiled and said, "Your Majesty's uncle, my dear nephew, is in dire straits." Who could have anticipated that upon hearing these words, Lin Changshu would collapse onto the ground, weeping inconsolably, his cries echoing with the weight of profound grievance. "Your Highness, please accept the decree." Even one who had long been in the emperor's presence, accustomed to the audacity of others, found himself startled by Lin Changshu's lamentations, as well as the sight of the small squad leader's arm beneath his leg, causing a twitch at the corner of his eye. "You must be Eunuch Wang, right? My unfortunate father often speaks of you, insisting that upon arriving in the capital, I must seek you out. Alas, my fate is truly cruel." Upon hearing this, Lin Changshu cleared his throat and turned to Eunuch Wang. Portraying a picture of misery that, of course, the prince of Northern Town had not instructed him to seek out this Eunuch Wang. Yet this very eunuch had indeed spoken to Lin Changshu before. According to him, the great merchant palace publicly boasted 3 supreme masters, all of whom were at the grandmaster level, and this eunuch was one among them. And no need for such modesty, I am humbled. Lin Changshu, the heir of the prince of Northern Town, accepts the decree. The corner of Eunuch Wang's eye twitched once more, but this time, he did not hesitate. He was ready to unveil the imperial edict. "Wait, I have yet to pay my respects," Lin Changshu interjected hastily, acting as if his courtesy was of utmost importance. "His Majesty has decreed that the heir need not bow, but you may read it yourself. The emperor commanded you to prepare yourself and be presented before him by noon tomorrow. Now, I must take my leave." As a grandmaster, Eunuch Wang felt quite uncomfortable under Lin Changshu's gaze, and turned to depart immediately. "Eunuch Wang, please hold on. I have an unrefined request." Seeing Eunuch Wang about to leave, Lin Changshu dropped the pretense and rushed in front of him, feigning embarrassment. "Your Highness, that is not permissible. What is it you desire?" Eunuch Wang instantly felt as though he were being hunted by a beast, taking a cautious step back while regarding Lin Changshu warily. "Could you lend me some gold leaves?" as you can see. I am in quite a disheveled state and must clean up before meeting the emperor. I have exhausted my funds for the journey, and you cannot possibly look down upon me in such dire straits. My father has often said that although you lack the form of a man, you are indeed a remarkable hero. Lin Changshuo's eyes darted, fixating on Eunuch Wang's attire. You, the old servant, did not bring much when he hurried out. This is all the gold leaves we could muster. If it is insufficient, His Majesty will surely reward you tomorrow. Upon hearing this, Eunuch Wang felt a wave of dread wash over him. He was accustomed to receiving money. Yet here he was, being asked to part with his own. However, that mention of being a remarkable hero, spoken by the illustrious prince of Northern Town, coupled with Lin Changshuo's status, compelled him to gather enough gold from his subordinates and hastily place it into Lin Changshuo's hands before making his swift exit. Eunuch Wang, do you know which establishment in the capital offers the finest pleasures? This heir wishes to indulge and refresh himself. As Eunuch Wang and his entourage fled in haste, Lin Changshuo, unsatisfied, called out loudly, "If you truly wish to go, Qinghua Pavilion is quite an excellent place." As Lin Changshuo's words hung in the air, it was evident that Eunuch Wang staggered slightly, and a voice filled with exasperation followed. Is this truly the work of a human? Not only asking a eunuch for money but also requesting recommendations for brothels, and for pleasure establishments at that. How outrageous! Li Sanxiao, who had been kneeling in the background, was utterly astonished. After silently commending Lin Changshuo's audacity, he murmured in admiration, Chapter 6. A gift for Mainyang, boss. The heir of the Prince of Northern Town is truly impressive. Indeed, indeed. The faces of those imperial guards turned pale. They dared not utter a word. Boss, what did the heir say to you? Why does your countenance appear so grim? Were you truly wounded? Although Lin Changshuo's figure seemed somewhat disheveled, surrounded by the 50 soldiers of the Northern Town military, any signs of disarray were easily overlooked. Meanwhile, the soldiers guarding the city, with mirthful expressions, gathered around Li Sanxiao, incessantly discussing the events. Yet as the chatter grew louder, Li Sanxiao's expression darkened further. Your performance today, while not flawless, has left me reasonably satisfied. Henceforth, you shall belong to me. Thank you, Your Highness. Your Highness is truly a dragon among men. My admiration for you flows like an unending river. You are commendable, and I find you quite likable. Since you hold me in such high regard, ought you not to express your appreciation as a subordinate? Li Sanxiao's mind echoed with the earlier exchange with Lin Changshuo, his heart aching as he touched the now empty pouch at his waist. In an instant, whether due to his injuries or in a fit of anger, his face flushed crimson, and he spat forth a mouthful of blood. Quickly assist him. Take him to the medical hall. The boss is about to perish. With Li Sanxiao's blood spilling forth, the soldiers guarding the city were thrown into chaos. Since Li Sanxiao had been appointed leader, he had always faced every situation with a smile, and such an occurrence had never transpired. Qinghua Pavilion, this location, this prestige, it evokes a yearning within. Although Eunuch Wang is a eunuch, I appreciate his taste. Gazing at the opulent yet unpretentious entrance, Lin Changshuo inhaled the subtle fragrance wafting through the air, a smile breaking across his face as he approached the door. Young master, please slow down. However, before Lin Changshuo could grasp the door handle, a young servant, bowing and scraping, blocked his way. Are you from here? Seeing this, Lin Changshuo furrowed his brow, pondering why individuals in the capital seemed so fond of obstructing his path. Young master, please do not be angry. Our Qinghua Pavilion has yet to open. The ladies have been resting after a long night. If you wish to visit, noon is the best time. The servant, noticing Lin Changshuo's displeasure, quickly donned a smiling face. Bowing in apology, step aside. This is the first time I've heard of a business that does not operate. Having run all night, drenched in sweat and discomfort, coupled with the frustration of dealing with two fools at the city gate, Lin Changshuo's patience wore thin. He pushed the servant aside and swung open the door, an overwhelming scent of cosmetics and intoxicating spirits assaulting his senses. Do they not air out this place? What a foul stench! If it were merely the scent of cosmetics or the fragrance of liquor, Lin Changshuo could have relished it. However, the combination of both, mixed with an unidentifiable odor of vomit, surged into his nostrils, prompting him to cover his nose and mutter, young master, we truly are not open right now. Perhaps you should return, and we can welcome you once we are prepared? At that moment, the young servant rushed back inside, genuinely lacking any temper with Lin Changshu. If it were an ordinary person, you would see how he reacts. The patrons of Qinghua Pavilion are never ordinary. In fact, those frequenting were often scholars, dignitaries, and merchants, none of whom were to be trifled with. He had long since developed a discerning eye. While Lin Changshu appeared somewhat disheveled, his demeanor and attire suggested he was no ordinary individual. Enough of this chatter. Quickly find me a beautiful companion and a room. I am weary from this journey and famished. And do not forget to bring me food and drink. Lin Changshu cared little for the circumstances. He was not only exhausted but also hungry, even catching a whiff of his own sweat. Young master. The servant, hearing this, wore an expression of difficulty, uncertain of how to respond. When does a brothel open so early? There was no precedent for such a thing in the entire Great Zhou. Withdraw. This young master appears quite handsome. Do you have any familiar ladies to awaken for me? Just then, a woman in her 30s, still possessing a captivating charm, sauntered over, first waving her hand at the young servant before approaching Lin Changshu with a coy smile that, "Oh dear, you are not lacking in looks yourself, as this young master is new to this realm of pleasures. Do you have any recommendations? If not, you could suffice." Seeing this, Lin Changshu's lips curled into a smile as he embraced her, whispering playfully, "Oh, my dear, how could such a faded flower as yourself tarnish the eyes of this young master? Allow me to secure a room, and I shall summon a couple of maidens to attend you. As for the ladies, this establishment is not merely a den, to be a guest of honor. It depends on your skill and sincerity." Flattered by Lin Changshu's compliment, the matron's eyes sparkled with delight as she playfully swatted at him and gracefully turned away, her form reminiscent of a ripe peach, revealing her ample yet not excessive figure with every movement. Such allure, such charm. As the saying goes, the lotus cannot match the beauty of a lady's makeup. The breeze in the water palace brings the scent of pearls and jade. You are not old. You are simply radiant. Regarding the matron's departure, Lin Changshu took a moment to savor the lingering scent in the air, casting a meaningful glance toward her and remarking, "Young master, your words?" The matron, who had once beamed with a radiant smile, now appeared astonished and delighted, gazing at Lin Changshu. "Isn't that meant for you? I specifically gifted it to you. Do you like it?" Lin Changshu smiled gently, his figure shifting closer to her as he lifted her delicate chin, saying, "What merit do I possess to receive such a gift? Naturally, I am filled with joy." The old courtesan did not evade this time. Her pair of brows and eyes, resembling drawn silk, gazed at Lin Changshu as she spoke. Over the years, she had encountered numerous individuals, be they high-ranking officials, scholars from esteemed academies, or wealthy merchants, each seeking her for carnal desires. Yet today, Lin Changshu was the first to compose poetry for her. "Sister, do hasten to prepare a room for this young master. I am nearly suffocating." Upon hearing this, Lin Changshu broke into a satisfied smile, discreetly brushing against the other's ear pendant, causing the old courtesan to shudder. "You rogue! Show this young master to the Listening Rain Pavilion." Feeling Lin Changshu's fingers retreat, the old courtesan experienced a pang of emptiness and cast a lingering, resentful glance at him before instructing her subordinates. "Then I thank you, sister." Upon hearing this, Lin Changshu, disregarding the astonished gazes of the attendants, bowed in gratitude to the old courtesan. "Young master, may I inquire, what is the title of this poem?" As Lin Changshu's figure began to fade from sight, the old courtesan could no longer restrain herself and asked, "What is your name, sister?" Lin Changshu did not respond but instead smiled and inquired, "I am called Mainyang." The old courtesan was momentarily taken aback before finally replying, "Then it shall be titled to Mainyang." Lin Changshu laughed heartily and turned to leave, while the old courtesan remained rooted in place, motionless for a long while. Chapter 7. What are you worth? Though its name includes pavilion. The Listening Rain Pavilion was, in fact, a tranquil little courtyard nestled behind the Qinghua Pavilion. Within the courtyard, artificial mountains and flowing water transformed the modest space into a serene and elegant haven. "Young master, Mainyang has already ordered hot water to be prepared. Please wait a moment inside the Listening Rain Pavilion." "Ah, the Listening Rain girl is our top performer. She sells art, not herself." The young servant guided Lin Changshu inside but remained at a distance, his demeanor increasingly respectful. In his final words, He not only issued a warning but also offered a subtle reminder. I appreciate your efforts. Though you obstructed me at the door, I am not the unreasonable sort. Here's a token for you. Lin Changshu nodded in acknowledgement without further comment, retrieving a piece of silver from the pouch he had received from Li Sanxiao and tossing it to the young servant. After the servant expressed his gratitude, Lin Changshu held his head high and walked directly into the Listening Rain Pavilion. Only after Lin Changshu's figure vanished did the servant slowly straighten up, his eyes darting between the Listening Rain Pavilion and the main building of Qingyue Pavilion, before he finally walked away into the distance. Lin Changshu, oblivious to all this, wore a curious expression as he examined the room's decor. The room was divided into an inner and outer space, and a unique fragrance wafted in from the inner chamber. The overall arrangement of the room struck Lin Changshu as neither particularly lavish nor ostentatious, but rather imbued with a warmth that made one instinctively desire to linger in such an environment. Now that this young master has arrived, do you not wish to come out and meet me? After some time, seeing that the occupant inside had no intention of emerging, Lin Changshu seated himself at a round table, pouring himself tea while gazing with interest into the room. Everyone spoke of the Crown Prince of Jiannan as a debauched troublemaker, the greatest scourge of the Jiannan Wangfu, yet who could fathom that within these short 9 years he had accomplished so much? As Lin Changshu's words faded, a gentle voice, accompanied by a figure clad in a simple long dress, gracefully approached him, a layer of sheer fabric draped over her, creating a soft rustle against her fair skin as she moved. With her alluring figure, enhanced by the delicate fabric, the contours of her body seemed to beckon exploration. You understand the significance of the 1,000-mile talisman, yet there is something you may not know. All of your allure is taught by me. This fabric, and the contents within your bodice, were all conceived by me when I was 11. If you merely wish for me to admire these, then you shall perish. Lin Changshu set down his teacup and regarded the approaching figure, his voice calm yet devoid of the bravado he had displayed at the city gate or the playful banter he had shared with Mainyang. Instead, he exuded an air of icy indifference, as though the famed courtesan of the capital were but a lifeless shell. You? Hearing this, the Listening Rain girl was momentarily stunned. Her enchanting form froze in disbelief as she stared at Lin Changshu. Unable to utter a coherent word in her 2 years of investigating Lin Changshu, she discerned that while he might not be entirely inept, his reputation in the northern regions was far from favorable. In fact, over the past 6 months, having traveled thousands of kilometers from the north to the capital, he had become infatuated with the pleasure-seeking world, often resorting to the abduction of common women. Moreover, in recent years, half of the renowned courtesans had fallen victim to him. How could such a person possibly resist the temptation of beauty? Yet now, the man of legend sat before her. His indifferent gaze and the palpable aura of menace made it clear to the Listening Rain girl that he spoke the truth. She was indeed in peril, her life hanging by a thread at the hands of this notorious young master. The hot water for your bath is nearly ready, if you cannot provide me with sufficient reasons before the water enters this room. I would not hesitate to eliminate a courtesan on my very first day in the capital. As Lin Changshu sipped his tea, the calm demeanor of a nobleman belied the chilling words that sent shivers down the Listening Rain girl's spine. I merely wish to see what lies behind the scenes. She steadied her heart, donning a pitiful expression, her eyes brimming with sorrow. Theo, you know what Mainyang means to me. Upon seeing Lin Changshu's lack of aggression, the Listening Rain girl felt a surge of self-satisfaction, bolstered by her beauty and seductive skills. When I was 10, I was ambushed. Though I escaped with my life, thanks to my father and mother's efforts, I was able to continue my training. Lin Changshu regarded the Listening Rain girl's innocent face, his eyes reflecting only indifference. The young master was attacked. The world knows of it, and I too worry for him. The Listening Rain girl, unable to comprehend Lin Changshu's tone, averted her gaze, hastily pouring tea and speaking softly. Worry? Ha! After that incident, the foundation for proving oneself as a grandmaster has dwindled to less than 3 layers. In the 3rd year, while my mother sought medicine, we fell into an ambush. The entire Jinbei army was annihilated, and my mother perished alongside her troops. Yet Mainyang, despite her grievous injuries, carried me for 300 miles. I still vividly remember how her blood stained me crimson, and her unwavering gaze. Ultimately, Mainyang brought me to the Great Snow Mountain, sacrificing her own progress as a half-step Grand Master, succumbing to her injuries. From then on, she could only maintain a peak of the Unity realm, unable to act for long periods. She is my savior, my kin, and because of you, wretched one. She nearly revealed herself. Dio, you know how many lives were extinguished by the ghost shadows to sever the clues? And you merely wish to see me. Tell me, what are you worth? You are but a pitiful soul we saved, willingly entering here, and yet you selfishly risked Mainyang's life. Dio, you not deserve to die? Lin Changxiu's cold laughter echoed, and in the next instant, he seized the listening rain girl's neck. As he tightened his grip, her once piteous eyes transformed into a mirror of terror. Lin Changxiu's fury intensified. He had yet to articulate one crucial point. Since the day he traversed into this world, aside from his deceased mother, the only companion during his days of anxiety had been Mainyang. Even his initial support had been provided by her. Without Mainyang's presence, Lin Changxiu would have long been consumed by this terrifying world. What remained of the young master now had been built upon her sacrifices. The listening rain girl realized that her prideful beauty and form held no significance in Lin Changxiu's eyes, and even her concealed prowess at the peak of the Unity realm meant nothing before him, as if she could not muster even the faintest breath of power. Chapter 8. Intriguing Spare. Spare me, gripped by Lin Changxiu's single hand. The listening rain girl's alabaster face turned crimson before swiftly shifting to a deep purple. After futile struggles, she could only beg for mercy. Spare you? From the day this young master rescued you? I offered you choices. One was to return home or live in obscurity, and the other was to cooperate. These were voluntary decisions, I warned you then. Those who disrupt the rules shall perish. Lin Changxiu found it amusing and absurd that a person whose petty actions nearly endangered the entire team would now plead for her life. What right did she have? Was it merely because she was a courtesan? Or because of her looks? Such factors held no relevance to him, for she was nothing but a liability, deserving of death. Stop, Changxiu. Just as Lin Changxiu contemplated ending her life, a figure suddenly floated into the room, swiftly grasping his hand. Mainyang, why have you come at this moment? Upon encountering this figure, Lin Changxiu furrowed his brow, the indifference in his gaze evaporating, leaving only concern behind. Changxiu, listen to you. This is no jest. Please, do not act impulsively. Set her aside for now. Mainyang's face was awash with panic. She understood Lin Changxiu's character too well. After all these years, she could discern his intentions with just a glance. Although Lin Changxiu appeared carefree and even whimsical in front of others, only she knew that since the day the princess was murdered, he had adopted a demeanor of cold detachment toward the world, allowing few to truly penetrate his heart. Sister, her recklessness has led to the demise of Ghost Shadow's Shaoqi. Someone noticed yesterday, and you nearly exposed yourself. Do you understand? Lin Changxiu gazed at the woman who meant the most to him, his eyes filled with tenderness. She truly has something to tell you. Changxiu, please, set her down. Let us sit and discuss this slowly. Mainyang swiftly pushed Lin Changxiu's hand away, signaling to the crumpled hearing rain on the floor while soothing Lin Changxiu to take a seat. Thank you, young master, for your mercy. The recovering hearing rain knelt before him, bowing her head in gratitude. Humph, is thanking me of any use? You owe your survival today to Mainyang, Lin Changxiu scoffed, causing the already skittish hearing rain to tremble. All right, we are all allies here. Changxiu, do not frighten hearing rain. Hearing rain, rise. Speak of all that you know, be good. Sensing the awkward tension in the atmosphere, Mainyang shot a resentful glance at Lin Changxiu, then gently helped hearing rain to her feet. Thank you, Sister Mainyang, for saving my life. Hearing rain expressed her gratitude, glancing appreciatively at Mainyang but remaining seated until Lin Changxiu's cold snort prompted her to rise with Mainyang's assistance. There is still some time left. I hope your information proves valuable. Lin Changxiu cast a cold glance at the timid hearing rain, disregarding Mainyang's eye roll as he huffed. Yes, I have heard some news over the past 2 years regarding the attack on the princess. Hearing rain had long since lost her previous confidence. Without Mainyang's encouragement, she doubted her ability to stand beside Lin Changxiu. Continue. At this, Mainyang was momentarily taken aback, her eyes misting over as waves of murderous intent emanated from her. While Lin Changxiu clenched his fists, speaking in a low voice, I do not have the specifics, but I overheard the son of the right minister, Luo Fei, inebriated, claiming that the northern town's princess could be killed. and that there were others who were untouchable. Fearing Lin Changshuo's wrath, Hearing Rain hastily divulged everything she had heard. That old scoundrel from Luo country? Upon hearing this, Lin Changshuo fell silent, stroking his chin while murmuring to himself. The general had investigated this matter before, but at that time, Luo country was not the right minister. He was merely a fourth-rank official, so the general did not take it seriously. By the way, today at the city gate, the son of the vice commander of the Imperial Guards whom you dealt with, and the subsequent leader, are all from Luo country. Mainyang discreetly shared what she knew while pouring tea. Recognizing the vast responsibilities Lin Changshuo bore, the web has spread throughout the great merchant empire over the years, and the capital is Mainyang's domain. Intriguing indeed. I have heard that the individual in question is not in good health. Is there any news? Lin Changshuo toyed with the teacup, a mysterious smile curling at the corners of his mouth, his indifferent gaze causing Hearing Rain to momentarily lose her train of thought. The news is tightly controlled. Although officials from our side have come, they are merely young lords. The real high-ranking officials are still observing and probing the identities of those behind the scenes. Mainyang did not provide precise information, expressing a hint of self-reproach. Do not fret. Everything will gradually improve. Since they wish to know the identities of those behind the scenes, I shall reveal a layer and observe their reactions. Lin Changshuo reassured, patting Mainyang's hand with a gentle smile. That individual? Mainyang was momentarily taken aback, even losing her response to Lin Changshuo's grasp. Indeed, do they not wish to know who stands behind Qingyue Pavilion? Let us show them, though I wonder if they will be left astounded when the 15th prince emerges. Lin Changshuo set down the teacup, recalling the individual 2 years his junior, yet with a languid approach to life. A wicked smile dancing on his lips. That scene should be quite amusing. Mainyang, recognizing Lin Changshuo's thoughts, envisioned the youthful visage of the 15th prince and smiled. Tomorrow, we shall announce that in 7 days, we will select the courtesan. Hearing Rain should finally acquire a true title. Lin Changshuo stood, patting Hearing Rain on the shoulder as he spoke. Though Hearing Rain is known as the head courtesan of Qingyue Pavilion, some call her the courtesan, yet she has not been officially elected. Thus, her position lacks legitimacy. After this selection, it is certain her worth will soar exponentially. Thank you, young master. Hearing Rain's face paled at his words. Today had been nothing short of a roller coaster, fraught with peril. By the way, I shall compose a poem shortly. Hearing Rain, practice diligently in the next couple of days, but remember this. I do not wish for today's events to repeat. Seeing the anxious look on Hearing Rain's face, Lin Changshuo nodded in satisfaction, recognizing the need for a balance of discipline and reward, an endeavor quite simple for him. Thank you, young master. I shall not disappoint your and Sister Mainyang's guidance. Hearing Rain knelt, her face alight with excitement at the prospect of Lin Changshuo composing a poem for her. Chapter 9. Luo Fei, revised. I know not the heavenly palaces. What year is it tonight? When Lin Changshuo presented this rendition of the water melody, the eyes of the two women sparkled with admiration, an unspoken reverence palpable in the air. Young master, is this truly for me? Hearing Rain clutched the paper adorned with Lin Changshuo's script, handling it with utmost care. Practice diligently over the next few days. To secure your position as courtesan, you must cultivate a persona of knowledge, a facade of grace concealing the depths of your heart. From now on, temper your seductive skills. You were once of an official lineage, a true lady. Surely, you have not forgotten the talents your parents bestowed upon you. Lin Changshuo waved his hand dismissively, for the likes of Li Bai. The immortal poet would find capturing this mere courtesan an effortless task. But what if someone inquires? Hearing Rain's heart eased slightly at Lin Changshuo's words, but hesitation crept into her voice. Though she had once been a distinguished lady, not claiming to possess boundless knowledge, she had indeed excelled in various arts, music, chess, literature, and painting. Yet, the grandeur and grace of the water melody seemed beyond her capabilities to conjure. Keep it hidden for now. If it cannot be concealed, simply state the truth, that I am a debauched young master. Is it not delightful to have a reputation for erudition? Now, be off with you. Do you truly intend to serve me while I bathe? Mainyang, you too should leave. Too many tongues will only complicate matters. Lin Changshuo smirked. Poetry held little significance. Even if one acknowledged his literary talent, what would it matter? In this world, ultimately, it was cultivation that determined everything. and he was merely a half-baked prince of the southern town. Cut it out, hearing rain. Let us go, as if anyone truly wishes to see. At this, Mainyang rolled her eyes at Lin Changshu, and in the next moment, she vanished like smoke, swept away by a gust of wind. Young master, take your time bathing. I shall take my leave. Hearing Rain's cheeks flushed, she dared not look at Lin Changshu, gradually retreating. Come back after I am finished. I hear your guzheng is the finest in the capital. It will surely lull me to sleep. As Hearing Rain began to disappear from view, Lin Changshu's wicked humor prompted him to call out. Causing her to stumble slightly in her step, nodding meekly, time sped by. After years of traversing this new life, Lin Changshu had long grown accustomed to being attended to. It was not the romanticized notion of maidens frolicking in the water that one might envision. Though the two maidservants blushed and gazed dreamily, Lin Changshu, however, dared not indulge. Even when faced with their advances, he found a rare sense of ease, ultimately sending them away. Who would have guessed that a young master known for his scandalous reputation, often found in brothels, was still a novice? That day, Lin Changshu had no desire to move from the bed in Hearing Rain Pavilion, succumbing to slumber as the fragrance of her essence wafted past his nostrils. The melodious sounds of her guzheng filled his ears, intermingling with the weariness of his travels, swiftly lulling him into a deep sleep. Unbeknownst to Lin Changshu, while he slumbered, the young servant had quietly vanished from Qingyue Pavilion. Qingfeng Street, named for the refreshing breezes that swept through, was a gathering place for officials of the great merchant empire, where establishments were filled with those of at least fourth-rank status, with the right minister's residence nestled among the most prestigious. Please inform young Master Luo that a servant from Qingyue Pavilion has urgent matters to report. At this moment, the young servant wore a smile, bowing to the menial workers at the right minister's gate. Qingyue Pavilion? You better have something of import. Otherwise, if I suffer for your folly, you won't escape unscathed. In the presence of the chancellor, even the third-ranking officials would tread carefully, let alone within the resplendent halls of the right chancellor's residence. They had long cultivated discerning eyes and harbored an air of superiority. After casting a few disdainful glances at the servant, one of them snorted coldly and turned to stride into the manor. Rest assured, do not worry. The servant felt the scrutinizing gaze of two lowly attendants upon him, making him exceedingly uncomfortable. Yet, accustomed to his subordinate position, he felt no anger. Instead, he wore a facade of ingratiating smiles. Get out of the way and wait aside. You are truly an eyesore. Another attendant, looking at the servant's pitiful demeanor, spat derisively and pointed towards the entrance with a harsh reprimand. Yes, I'll move over right away. The servant, upon hearing this, bowed and nodded repeatedly, his face still adorned with a sycophantic grin. He then tucked his hands into his sleeves and squatted by the thick snow, which soon blanketed him in a thin layer. Yet he showed no intention of moving, his eyes occasionally darting towards the grand doors of the right chancellor's residence. Meanwhile, the attendant disdainfully spat once more before shutting the heavy door with a thud. Time passed, and the servant remained immobile, having transformed into a diminutive snowman, while the grand door appeared as though it would never open. Just as the servant was about to succumb to the biting cold, the door creaked open with a heavy groan. He attempted to rise but merely turned his eyes, continuing to squat with half-closed lids. Where is he? As the door swung wide, a youth clad in fine silks and draped in furs emerged. Accompanied by the attendants, after surveying the vicinity and finding it devoid of people, his expression soured, and he viciously kicked one of the attendants, barking, "Do not be angry, young master. He was just here. I assure you I'm not deceiving you." The gatekeeper, now flustered, dashed outside to investigate, only to discover the servant, now resembling a snowman. "Young master, this is him. He fell asleep here." Upon seeing the snowman, the attendant's anxiety dissipated, and he kicked the servant over. Apologetically addressing the young master in silks, I'm sorry, young master, he must have frozen stiff." The toppled servant scrambled to his feet, only to stumble back to the ground, panic evident on his face as he gazed up at the young master in silks. "Less chatter. What news do you bring me?" The young master, none other than Luo Fei, the second son of the right chancellor and notoriously known as a wastrel in the capital, had been raised within the right chancellor's residence. So his intelligence was far from dull. A mere glance at the attendant's flustered demeanor, and the servant's furtive glances was enough for him to piece together the situation. He snorted disdainfully and inquired of the servant, "Is it true that Tingyu is entertaining guests? I witnessed a man enter the Tingyu pavilion, and he has yet to emerge." Startled by Luo Fei's piercing gaze, the servant suppressed his inner turmoil and replied in a flurry, "Indeed, I saw it with my own eyes, fool. Have someone fetch me. I wish to see which blind fool dares to take what is mine." At his words, a powerful aura erupted from Luo Fei, revealing his formidable strength at the late stage of the Foundation establishment realm. With a wave of his hand, several bodyguards materialized behind him, and the group set off towards the Qingyue Pavilion in grand procession. Chapter 10. Are you certain? Lin Changshuo enjoyed a deep slumber, perhaps due to the exhausting journey marked by poverty, forced to endure the elements, and meals pilfered by those shameless rogues. Accustomed to a life of luxury, he found this abrupt encounter with a warm, fragrant bed to be a delightful surprise, allowing him to sleep until dusk. Naturally, he did not awaken naturally. Rather, he was roused by a cacophony of noise, including the unmistakable sounds of curses nearby. "Who dares disturb me? Come forth. Who is it that has the audacity to compete with me for Tingyu? They must be courting death." Amidst the clamor, chaos ensued, followed by the unmistakable sound of a scuffle and a voice laced with fury. It was evident that the intruders had breached the back courtyard, and the guards of the Qingyue Pavilion either failed to intervene or were too intimidated to do so. "Oh, young Master Luo, do calm your temper. The lady within is still resting. If you could wait a moment, Tingyu will soon emerge to entertain everyone." At this juncture, Lin Changshuo had awakened, his eyes ablaze with indignation from being disturbed, his demeanor as frigid as ice. Beside him, Tingyu sprang to her feet, appearing as if she had committed a grave transgression, akin to being caught in the act. "What are you so flustered about? What is that barking outside?" Lin Changshuo cast a glance at the agitated Tingyu before rising to tidy himself. "It must be Luo Fei, the son of the Right Chancellor. Let me assist you in dressing." Hearing this, Tingyu's cheeks flushed crimson. Though nothing improper had occurred, they were still under the same roof. Most notably, she had been infatuated, gazing at him for quite some time, even dozing off with her head resting on his arm. "Luo Fei? The one who made that fateful declaration while inebriated?" Lin Changshuo, stretching his arms for Tingyu to help him dress, furrowed his brow as he contemplated the scene outside, though he could not see anything clearly. "Yes, indeed. Young master, would you not prefer to hide?" Tingyu nodded vigorously, her hands deftly assisting Lin Changshuo with his garments and accessories, before hesitantly adding, "Hide? There are indeed those in this world whom I should evade. But certainly not Luo Fei. Not even his father could intimidate me." Lin Changshuo settled himself casually, fiddling with a teacup. As for what would transpire when Luo Fei and his entourage entered, he said nothing, merely letting out a cold snort. Observing this, Tingyu's eyes shimmered with admiration. She sensed an overwhelming confidence and commanding presence emanating from Lin Changshuo. "Hey, what is the meaning of this, you old madam? Do you not recognize who stands before you? He is Luo Fei, the son of the Right Chancellor. In this capital, no establishment dares to impede young Master Luo. Do you truly believe your Qingyue Pavilion can shut its doors to him?" As Lin Changshuo finished preparing the tea, a brash voice interrupted. "Oh dear, gentlemen, I assure you it is not my intention. However, Miss Tingyu already has esteemed guests, and it would be improper to allow more in." Just as Lin Changshuo sat down, he heard the slightly apologetic voice of a courtesan, prompting a slight tremor in his hand holding the teacup, though he quickly regained his composure. "Not your intention? Then what do you mean? Who in the capital does not know that Tingyu from the Qingyue Pavilion belongs to me? You have been oppressed several times, and it was I who intervened. Otherwise, would you still have food to eat? And now, you dare permit a man to enter Tingyu's chamber, let alone a distinguished guest. I must see who this guest is that surpasses me." With a disdainful snort, Luo Fei pointed at the onlookers who had gathered to witness the spectacle, and after shoving the courtesan aside, he advanced towards the small courtyard. "Young Master Luo, wait. There truly is someone inside. Tingyu is not entertaining guests, but merely playing the qin for a distinguished individual who composed a poem." As Luo Fei hastened forward, his aura intensifying, the courtesan quickly stepped in front of him, imploring, "What? Are you afraid of angering me? Or perhaps are you envious? I must say, I had never noticed before. But you, old madam, possess a certain allure, your figure even surpassing that of other courtesans. Bring her to me. And keep a close watch. Once I deal with that wretched Tingyu, I shall attend to her. If she performs well, perhaps I will grant you a taste of my generosity. Luo Fei suddenly lunged forward, seizing the courtesan's chin and scrutinizing her before tossing her aside, striding confidently into the Tingyu pavilion. Ah! The courtesan gasped in shock. Though she had the ability to evade, her past injuries rendered her hesitant to utilize her internal energy, leading to her being flung aside by Luo Fei, nearly toppling over. Thank you, young master. Your generosity knows no bounds. The guards, their eyes glinting with excitement, surveyed the courtesan with ravenous gazes, their laughter echoing ominously. The Qingyue Pavilion was in dire straits. After all, it had been a rare find in a city filled with monotony. Who could have thought Luo Fei, the most favored son of the Right Chancellor, would face such a lack of respect here? Guests who had gathered around observed the unfolding scene, their expressions tinged with regret. The emergence of the Qingyue Pavilion had significantly altered the landscape of the capital's entertainment scene. From the dances to the attire, I asked that person not coming out. Shall I force my way in and drag you out? Upon reaching the entrance, Luo Fei finally halted his steps, his eyes glinting coldly as he spoke in a chilling tone. He is arrogant and overbearing, notorious as a dandy in the capital. Yet having grown up in the residence of the Right Chancellor, how could he possibly be a mere wastrel? The fact that Qingyue Pavilion could summon him to Tingyu Pavilion is unprecedented in the entire capital. To his knowledge, even though he has discreetly handled numerous matters for Qingyue Pavilion, he has merely listened to a few melodies through a gauzy curtain. Most concerning is the fact that he has yet to uncover the true master behind Qingyue Pavilion, which instills in him a sense of trepidation. Are you certain? Lin Changshu, exuding an icy murderous intent, smirked coldly upon hearing Luo Fei's words. Everything happening outside was within Lin Changshu's perception. The moment Luo Fei insulted Mei Yang, he had already secured his place on the blacklist. How dare he put on airs before young Master Luo? Before Luo Fei could respond, one of his guards, unable to contain himself, let out a series of furious roars and charged in. Chapter 11. The Clash of Dandies, revised. Bang! Ah! Just as the guards were about to rush in, an overwhelming wave of murderous intent emanated from within. Before they could react, they were hurled back by an invisible force, their anguished cries echoing through the air. Who exactly are you? Luo Fei, fully exerting his cultivation at the condensation stage to resist the terrifying force, found blood continuously trickling from his mouth as he gazed, pale-faced, at Lin Changshu, who appeared before him clad in white. I've heard you are a well-known dandy in the capital. How amusing, for I too am quite renowned in my own circle. Shall we see who is the more formidable? Lin Changshu did not reply, but instead regarded Luo Fei with keen interest. My good brother, according to the rules of the Jianghu, since you know who I am, you ought to at least reveal your name. As Lin Changshu's demeanor grew increasingly dangerous, Luo Fei's mind raced through various profiles of individuals, yet none matched Lin Changshu's. For a moment, he felt a flicker of panic. He feared that Lin Changshu was an impulsive brute, which would spell danger for him today. Even more so, he was apprehensive that Lin Changshu's background surpassed his own, rendering him vulnerable to a severe beating. What are you, that you would presume to know my name? Without warning, Lin Changshu struck, sending Luo Fei flying as he desperately struggled to stabilize his internal energy, blood spurting from his mouth mid-air. Pooh! How dare you hit me? Do you know who my father is? Luo Fei crashed heavily to the ground, suppressing the blood rising in his throat, incredulity etched on his face as he stared at Lin Changshu. What? Your father is Wang Gang? Ridiculous. You don't even know who your father is? Why ask me? I have no son as unfortunate as you. Lin Changshu chuckled, disdainfully digging at his ears, casting a look at Luo Fei as if he were forcing him to acknowledge a father he had no desire to claim. Ha ha ha, forcibly claiming a father, this kid is amusing. Luo Fei is in for a rough time? Humph, having been so arrogant for so long, it is about time he faced the consequences. Does he truly believe the capital belongs to the Luo family? The onlookers erupted into laughter, some laughing mockingly, pointing at the ashen-faced Luo Fei. Who? Laugh? I dare anyone to laugh. Already wounded, Luo Fei found it increasingly difficult to contain the blood surging in his chest. After spitting out a mouthful of blood, He glared fiercely at the crowd, his eyes filled with malice. Those of lesser standing quickly averted their gazes, retreating, lacking the courage to even meet his eyes. However, those who had laughed the loudest showed no signs of restraint, becoming even more audacious. Our O Lao heir, if that were something your elder brother, the vice minister, said, it might carry some weight. But you? We simply laugh. What can you do about it? Indeed, not only do I laugh, but I also intend to promote your misfortune. What can you do? We, the offspring of military generals, fear you not. Care to compete? A few even stepped forward, exuding their formidable presence as they sneered at Luo Fei mockingly. The Right Chancellor's son had already incurred public ire by inserting himself into the Imperial Guards, and while his merits were undeniable, he dared not speak out in the court. Yet now, these were merely the unentitled sons of nobility, brazenly bold within the capital, unafraid even of Luo Fei. You? Luo Fei's face turned a deep shade of anger as he regarded their audacity, itching for a confrontation. Yet even in good condition, he would struggle. How much more so now, with the unknown Lin Changshu present? He could only grit his teeth and endure. Now, tell me, what do you intend to do about me? I didn't quite catch what you said inside. Please elaborate, and I shall consider it seriously. At that moment, Lin Changshu adjusted his robe, squatting before Luo Fei, grasping his hair and smiling amiably. Young man, I care not who you are. Today, if you provoke me in this capital, I shall make it impossible for you to take a single step. When had Luo Fei ever faced such humiliation? His eyes glinted with malice as he locked onto Lin Changshu, as if vowing to remember this moment. Very well, you might as well summon your father. I wish to see how you will hinder my every move. However, before that, we must settle our accounts. Lin Changshu effortlessly lifted him, maintaining a nonchalant demeanor, completely unfazed, almost inviting him to summon help. You? What do you mean by that? In that instant, Luo Fei felt a twinge of fear. Although the mysterious man before him exuded no murderous intent, an inexplicable sensation of being preyed upon by a beast washed over him. What will you do? By your standards as a dandy, if I were an ordinary person, how would you proceed? Would you first break my legs or my arms? Lin Changshu hoisted Luo Fei effortlessly, observing the panic in his eyes, and chuckled. You? Let me tell you, don't act recklessly. My father is the Right Chancellor, and my brother is a fourth-rank vice minister. If you dare touch me, regardless of who you are, your entire family will meet a terrible fate. Release me now, and I shall pretend nothing has occurred. You are not from the capital, are you? If you wish to establish yourself here, provoking me is not a wise choice. As Lin Changshu's aura grew increasingly perilous, Luo Fei quickly capitulated, laying out the stakes. Hey, that brother, don't believe him. This slippery individual is the least trustworthy. If you let him go today, he will undoubtedly come back for you. Trust me, do as you see fit. If he dares to trouble you afterward, I will protect you. My father is a grand general of the expedition, not afraid of the Luo family. As Luo Fei finished speaking, one of the burly young men, fearing Lin Changshu might let Luo Fei off, shouted, Han Huang, damn you. If I suffer today, you won't escape unscathed either, brother. Don't listen to him, I swear. If you release me, I will bear no grudges. Do not heed his talk of grand generals. He is merely a second son, and the grand general has long ceased to appear in the capital. Minor scuffles can be overlooked, but if you truly harm me, our family will act for the sake of our honor, and they certainly will not intervene on your behalf. Luo Fei, terrified that Lin Changshu would heed the words of the other, disregarded any sense of dignity and pleaded anxiously, desperate not to end up crippled. What if we join forces? My father is the commander of the Imperial Guards, and with us, no one among us is inferior to him. Brother, just act decisively. We will certainly safeguard you. The remaining individuals exchanged glances, a cold snicker escaping their lips. 4 or 5 young masters stepped forward, gazing at Luo Fei with disdain. Previously, they had disdained Luo Fei, but for various reasons had been unable to act. Today, with someone stepping forward, they were more than pleased to witness his downfall. As for protecting him, that would depend on whether he was worth their while. If not, they would merely feign concern. Chapter 12. Do you even deserve it? Revised. You all are quite amusing. Upon hearing the words of the young masters, Lin Changshu suddenly flashed a devilish smile. casting a glance at them that caused their brows to furrow. For within that gaze, Han Huayuan and his companions found not a hint of gratitude or excitement, but rather an endless mockery. As if their petty schemes had been laid bare before him. What do you mean? Han Huayuan and the others exchanged glances, their expressions turning cold in the capital, even if they were not at the pinnacle. They certainly occupied the second tier. The first tier consisted of the legitimate heirs. No matter how exalted an outsider's status, they would be treated with utmost respect. How could they be compared to Lin Changshu? What do I mean? Lin Changshu coldly regarded them, and with a mere flick of his hand, Luo Fei let out a pain scream as one of his arms twisted grotesquely. Damn! Lin Changshu's action not only elicited Luo Fei's cries but left the onlookers, including Han Huayuan and his companions, utterly dumbfounded. While they were not virtuous individuals, they could not bring themselves to smile while breaking someone's arm with such nonchalance. My meaning is simple. When watching a show, keep your mouth shut. When this young master acts, it is not your place to meddle. Lin Changshu's icy gaze fell upon Han Huayuan and his companions, and with another gesture, a surge of energy struck Luo Fei's leg, amplifying his cries of agony. Who the hell are you? I will make sure you suffer a fate worse than death. In this moment of excruciating pain, Luo Fei cast aside all pretenses, his face contorted in a grotesque expression as he bellowed at Lin Changshu. It was you who informed him, wasn't it? However, Lin Changshu paid him no heed. Instead, he callously discarded Luo Fei to the ground as if he were mere refuse. In the next instant, he appeared beside the terrified young servant and coolly inquired, What do you intend to do? The young servant could hardly fathom that his attempt to take a shortcut to alter his fate would lead to such dire consequences. He had even believed that those he considered his future benefactors were now reduced to groveling on the ground. Writhing in agony, I intend nothing but to convey a rule to you all. Engage not in petty misdeeds, for such actions may lead to your demise. Lin Changshu replied with a shake of his head, refraining from inflicting harm upon him. Instead, he sealed the young servant's blood vessels and tossed him near the fallen guards. Even if he chose to refrain from violence today, this young servant was doomed to a most horrific fate, especially considering Luo Fei's volatile temperament. Who are you? The surrounding crowd fell into silence, recognizing the young servant's grim destiny. Only Han Huayuan and a few others gazed at Lin Changshu with ashen faces. Questioning him. It was no longer merely a conflict between them and Luo Fei. It had escalated into a matter of collective pride. Should they fail to act today and allow this incident to spread, their reputation would be irrevocably tarnished. An outsider, within the capital, had not only crippled Luo Fei but had also shown them utter disrespect. Such a situation was intolerable. Mind your own business. If you object, then speak up. Whether it is one or many, I will not shy away. If you are dissatisfied, come forth. Lin Changshu scoffed dismissively at the few, recognizing their attempts to use him as a pawn were utterly foolish. If any of you can bring this fellow down, I shall reward you with 10,000 taels of silver. Upon hearing this, Han Huayuan and his companions exchanged glances at the moaning Luo Fei. Taking a step back, they were indeed rascals, but they were not fools. Engaging Lin Changshu could not only cost them their pride but could also inflict considerable pain. Luo Fei was a testament to that. After a brief deliberation, one of them shouted to the crowd, "The capital is teeming with all sorts, especially in the finest establishments, where one can encounter various influential figures and many with profound skills. We cannot believe that 10,000 taels would not suffice to subdue this stranger." As anticipated, this proclamation stirred a commotion among the crowd. The adage "money can move mountains" rang true, although Lin Changshu appeared formidable. His aura suggested he was no stronger than the first realm. Many in the vicinity were lesser masters, even those of master-level prowess, and capturing Lin Changshu would not only secure wealth but also garner the favor of numerous young nobles. A dual victory in terms of connections and riches. Li, your cultivation is enigmatic. Do not miss this opportunity to make a name for yourself. A few robust men urged a rather peculiar-looking individual amidst the throng. What do you mean? The man was momentarily taken aback, staring blankly at his companions. What else could it mean? Did you not hear? If you bring down that brat, it's 10,000 taels. He is merely at the first realm. Are you not already a lesser master? Indeed, Li, do not hesitate. Not only will you earn money, but you will also leave a lasting impression before these young lords. Your rise to prominence will be just around the corner." Seeing the fervor of his companions, the man felt pressured. They had fought hard for their current status, and while they had garnered military merit and skill, they were still in search of benefactors. As the strongest among them, it was only natural for them to urge him onward. "Hold on, do not speak recklessly. I do not wish to die. Retreat." The man's face paled as he glanced toward the center of the crowd, where Lin Changshu observed him with a sardonic smile, causing cold sweat to pour down his brow. Without uttering another word, he grabbed his companions and retreated, as if fleeing from a ferocious beast. "Li Sanshao, what on earth is wrong with you? This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. So many distinguished young masters are present. Even if that brat possesses a remarkable background, he can be subdued." Now it was his companions who were bewildered, and only upon being pulled to the outskirts did they come to their senses, their expressions darkening. "Indeed, Li Sanshao, you are usually fearless. Why this sudden trepidation? You invited us here, and now you cower." In an instant, his companions began to voice their grievances. They were individuals of standing, having been lured here under false pretenses, only to find themselves in such a predicament. "Oh dear, my esteemed friends, please lower your voices. Just watch quietly, and do not let that young lord overhear." The speaker was none other than Li Sanshao, who had feigned illness earlier. He had been inexplicably drawn to the Qinghua Pavilion upon learning of Lin Changshu's arrival, sensing that a spectacle was imminent. Yet, he had never anticipated the magnitude of the event, which nearly swept him into its chaos. "What do you mean? Is that individual truly formidable? There are no such figures in the capital." His companions, now wary, whispered amongst themselves, eyeing Li Sanshao with suspicion. "Just observe. Even if that young lord were to cripple them, he would face no repercussions. He is the true elite." Li Sanshao recalled the imposing aura at the city gates, exuding confidence. "I'll add another 10,000 taels. Whoever brings him down and breaks his limbs, I shall personally introduce him to my father." Just as the crowd weighed their options, Luo Fei, writhing on the ground in agony, suddenly shouted, plunging the courtyard into silence. "As long as you can bring him down, we too can make introductions." Upon hearing Luo Fei's words, Han Huayuan and his companions straightened, unwilling to concede defeat. They then boldly declared, "As for whom to introduce, that is up to those present to speculate. Ultimately, those of worth shall not suffer, while the useless can be dismissed with any excuse. Haha, esteemed lords, allow me to engage him." Previously, those skilled individuals had hesitated at the prospect of confronting Lin Changshu, for no one wished to provoke such a mysterious figure. Furthermore, skilled individuals rarely found themselves in need of money. However, the stakes had changed. An introduction could connect them to influential figures, including the right chancellor and military leaders. In the Deshang dynasty, no matter how formidable a rogue might be, they paled in comparison to those with official backing. Decades earlier, the Northern Guardian had dealt so ruthlessly with rogues that their resolve had been shattered. "Forgive me, young lord." The man bowed slightly to Luo Fei and Han Huayuan before turning a sinister grin toward Lin Changshu and charging at him without affording him a moment to speak. They were seasoned veterans. In the face of Lin Changshu's ambiguous identity, they could claim ignorance. Yet, should Lin Changshu reveal a shocking identity, they would be courting death by attacking him. An enigmatic wave of energy coalesced in the man's hands, his overwhelming presence forcing the onlookers to retreat. "Oh, a lesser master." Faced with this overwhelming assault, Lin Changshu showed no sign of alarm. Rather, a hint of disdain curled at the corners of his mouth as he remained steadfast. Watching his opponent coldly, "Be careful." As the fierce strike was poised to land on Lin Changshu, Mainyang could no longer contain herself and prepared to intervene. "Where is Li Sanshao?" Simultaneously, Lin Changshu snorted, his voice echoing throughout the Qinghua Pavilion. At that moment, the assailant's attack was barely a meter away, and it seemed Lin Changshu was destined to be struck down. "Let us see if you can escape this time." Luo Fei and Han Huayuan's faces were twisted into mocking smiles. This opponent was a lesser master, a figure who could easily be revered anywhere. They could not fathom how Lin Changshu, who had barely reached the first realm, could possibly evade such an attack. "Why must I owe this debt?" Meanwhile, Li Sanshao, lurking at a distance, wore a grim expression, his emotions fluctuating in a moment of resolve. He vanished from sight. Stop! In the next instant, Li Sanxiao reappeared before Lin Changshu, blocking the incoming strike with a single hand, rendering the attacker immobile. Li Sanxiao. Are you out of your mind? Li Sanxiao, think carefully. As the two attacks collided, a powerful gust swept through the air. Lin Changshu remained unfazed, but the expressions of those around him shifted dramatically. Li Sanxiao was a city commander, albeit in a rather precarious position. Although his cultivation and abilities were exceptional, he lacked the backing to elevate his status. This left him to serve as a mere gatekeeper. They could surmise that Lin Changshu had connections, but they never imagined that this connection would be Li Sanxiao himself. Esteemed lords, I am the city commander and possess the authority to halt any brawls. Li Sanxiao glanced back at the composed Lin Changshu, a sigh escaping him. He recognized this as his moment of opportunity and a chance to pledge his allegiance. With a slight smile, he addressed Luo Fei and Han Huayuan. I hope you will not regret this. Han Huayuan and his companions exchanged glances before coldly retorting, proceed. I am eager to see what you are truly capable of. Speak. Several young masters appear cold and aloof. Today, they are determined to take down Lin Changshu. This matter transcends personal pride. It pertains to the honor of their families. An outsider, regardless of their prowess, must abide by the rules of the capital. My lord, I can only stop one. More than that is truly unfeasible. Upon hearing this, Li Sanxiao's expression turned bitter. His curiosity had led him into this predicament. Previously, he had confidence in dealing with one or two minor masters. But today, he had already clashed with Lu Qingran. Although he sustained no severe injury, a dull ache lingered in his chest. Fear not, continue with your endeavors. Do not concern yourself with anything else. Lin Changshu replied dismissively, gesturing with his hand, before pointing towards Tingyu. Please take a seat, and Tingyu shall now play the zither. Upon seeing this, Tingyu's heart raced with excitement. She promptly placed a chair behind Lin Changshu and, with great self-awareness, set out her guzheng, awaiting his command. With the snow falling so beautifully, let us have something more passionate. A reward awaits for a splendid performance. Lin Changshu nodded in satisfaction, tossing a pouch of coins up and down, completely disregarding the dangerous glares from the crowd. That belongs to me. Meanwhile, Li Sanxiao, who was already engaged with his adversary, felt a twitch at the corner of his eye, as the pouch had belonged to him earlier that morning. What a flamboyant youth! I shall have a go at you. It was his first time encountering someone so ostentatious. Tingyu's music filled the air. 4 or 5 skilled fighters emerged from the crowd, the weakest among them being half a step into the realm of minor masters, while the strongest exuded the aura of a mid-level minor master. A suffocating pressure akin to a violent storm surged towards Lin Changshu. Luo Fei and his companions, who had been assisted to sit up, wore expressions of cold amusement. They were eager to witness what this fellow was truly capable of. If he proved inadequate, they would not hesitate to eliminate him. This is unacceptable. Do you require more time? Rest assured, I can wait for you. In the face of the intense pressure, Lin Changshu casually sipped from a teapot he had procured from somewhere, while behind him, Mainyang gently massaged his shoulders. Tio, deal with you. This is sufficient. It all hinges on whether you can leave here alive today. Han Huayuan and his companions wore grim expressions, once brimming with confidence. They now felt a sense of unease. After all, Lin Changshu remained remarkably composed. They could summon skilled fighters, even a couple of masters, but that was the foundation of their respective families, a responsibility they could not afford. And what of you? Have you made up your minds? Reaching this level of cultivation is no small feat. It is not worth sacrificing a life for an ethereal promise. Lin Changshu nodded nonchalantly. Today was about establishing his authority. Although he lacked the support of those of noble birth, these top-tier scions were still manageable, and no need for idle chatter. If you are afraid, kneel and apologize. The young masters might show mercy. The young men scoffed, doubting Lin Changshu's capabilities. Even with the support of these young masters, they felt unperturbed. Good. The Northern Expedition Army shall step forward. First, incapacitate them and extract the names of their family sects. Then systematically eliminate them. Lin Changshu clapped his hands, his expression suddenly becoming icy as he barked a command. Instantly, a murderous aura enveloped the courtyard, causing everyone to feel as though their blood had congealed. Chapter 14. If you do not submit, you may contest your parentage. The Northern Expedition Army is at your command. As Lin Changshu's words resonated, a deep, synchronized voice filled with murderous intent rang out. The sound of blades unsheathing echoed throughout the courtyard, and in an instant, chaos erupted. The Northern Expedition Army. Who is he? At that moment, the once arrogant young masters turned pale, unable to fathom the presence of the Northern Expedition Army in the capital. They were aristocrats of the capital, capable of making most bow their heads, yet there existed a small faction they could not provoke, chief among them being the Northern King's Manor. No one could respond to their inquiries. As the air was thick with a chilling aura that left everyone dumbstruck, they could barely move, let alone speak. The most terrified were the wanderers of the martial world. The Northern Expedition Army had once been the executioners that swept through the entire realm decades ago. Now, after such a short time, they had re-emerged in the capital, and the martial wanderers yearned to flee and notify their sects, fearing the Northern King would once again trample the martial world. The individuals who had previously intended to assault Lin Changshu were now half-kneeling in place, devoid of the will to fight. Those who still resisted did so out of fear for their lives. But it was utterly futile. Although the highest cultivation level within the Northern Expedition Army was only at the Unity Realm, they operated in unison, especially adept against those from the martial world. Lin Changshu had even equipped them with small hand crossbows during their journey, and in mere moments, those once arrogant martial wanderers lay bloodied on the ground, while the few who surrendered found their hands and feet severed. The gruesome scene left the pampered young masters pale and nauseated, some even beginning to vomit. Report to His Highness the young master. The criminals have been subdued. With a synchronized salute, the Northern Expedition Army looked solemnly at Lin Changshu, their blades dripping with blood, resembling beasts poised to devour their prey. Sheathe your blades. Lin Changshu rose from his seat, his gaze icy and devoid of his usual playful demeanor. Yes, upon his command, the Northern Expedition Army neatly sheathed their blades. Standing resolutely at his sides, you may still seek assistance, but this is your final opportunity. If no one comes forward, the life of this young master is forfeit. However, leave behind something of value, and I shall grant you 10 breaths to decide. He scanned the room, ultimately fixing his cold gaze on Luo Fei and his companions. We submit. The young masters' faces turned ashen. After exchanging glances, they knelt on the ground. What else could they do? When children engage in a fight, they might call upon their parents, but Lin Changshu had summoned the army instead. The Northern Expedition Army, the most elite force of the entire Dezhou, had fought on the front lines for years. Even if they called upon their backing, while they could eliminate these soldiers, the outcome would be a relentless pursuit by the Northern King. Not only would they be powerless, but even the legitimate heirs would be bound and sent to the Northern King's Manor to be dealt with. Are you truly so cowardly? How utterly dull. Observing the young master surrendering, Lin Changshu felt a wave of boredom wash over him. His gaze shifted to the retreating Luo Fei. Luo Fei, is it? Do you harbor resentment towards me? I could allow your attendant to leave. Summon your brother or your father. Bring as many as you can for a chance at revenge. What do you say? Lin Changshu approached Luo Fei, who was visibly distressed, having lost a hand and a leg. Why not take your revenge on me? Luo Fei felt like crying. After all these years, he had risen to become a top-tier scion in the capital, thanks to his keen eyes and silver tongue, which had helped him evade many formidable foes. Yet today, Lin Changshu was relentless, pressing him even now, threatening not only him but also his family in that moment. Luo Fei resigned himself to his fate. Do you think I am that kind of person? You truly won't call anyone? What about you? Anyone who finds me unsatisfactory should hurry and summon help. This is your chance. Lin Changshu could not tolerate such behavior and shook his head repeatedly, finally turning his hopeful gaze towards Han Huayuan and the others. When he saw them all avoiding his gaze, he surveyed the crowd. However, everyone inwardly cursed, thinking, who in their right mind would dare to provoke you after you summoned the Northern Expedition Army? As Lin Changshu's gaze swept across the room, people instinctively retreated. It seems you have all submitted. That is well. Remember my name. Lin Changshu, the young master of the Northern King's Manor. I have officially entered the capital. From this moment on, I do not care what your identities are. Just remember this, do not provoke me. Anyone who dares to challenge me will face the consequences. If you remain unconvinced, feel free to bring your fathers. Let us see whose parentage holds more weight, my father's or yours. My words are now spoken. Who dares to defy? As Lin Changshu stood, his expression chilling. His icy gaze swept over the crowd. The atmosphere grew tense as his words settled in point. One by one, they lowered their heads, realizing that today, the most formidable among them were indeed Luo Fei and his associates. The only ones who could rival them were the legitimate heirs, who, even if present, would likely refrain from openly antagonizing Lin Changshu. The imperial edict has arrived. The young master of the Northern King's manor, Lin Changshu, is to receive the decree. As the crowd fell into silence, Lin Changshu let out a cold snort in his heart. Today, he was determined to establish his authority, ensuring that everyone recognized his presence. He also intended to convey to those lurking in the shadows that the grievances from 9 years ago, along with the vendetta stemming from the 2 years spent with his mother, were about to be settled. He was unafraid of this group taking action. What he feared was their reluctance to act, and now he was intent on stirring the waters. At that moment, a shrill voice pierced through the air, causing the group of young masters to collectively exhale in relief. There stood Wang Gonggong, flanked by several guards, slowly making his way over. He glanced indifferently at those crouching on the ground and those lying in pools of blood. And without a second thought, he picked up the imperial edict and began to read. Due to the heir, Lin Changshu, indulging in pleasure and neglecting the decree, arriving in the capital over 3 months late. He is hereby confined to the academy for 1 month. The troops of the Northern Defense are to retain only 50 men before nightfall, with the remainder returning to the northern border. This decree is effective immediately. Any delays will be met with severe punishment. Chapter 15. The eccentric old man, is this the renowned academy of the Great Shang? Lin Changshu mused as he observed the grand yet somewhat antiquated gate before him, stroking his chin in contemplation. He was already familiar with the academy, having heard that even his father and mother, not to mention the emperor himself, had studied here in the span of a few decades. The Great Shang had transformed from a nation beleaguered by enemies into an undeniably great power. It was not merely due to the tireless efforts of generations of emperors, nor solely because of the bold reforms of his father and the emperor. Much more significantly, it was thanks to the emergence of the venerable Ding Chen, a figure who suppressed an entire era and deterred the great nations from recklessly attacking, thus granting the Great Shang the opportunity to rise as one of the 3 major dynasties. It was rumored that Ding Chen had reached the pinnacle of human achievement. Although he was a grandmaster, he had transcended to another realm, the nature of which remained uncertain. "Hey, young man, what troubles you?" Just as Lin Changshu was lost in thoughts about the legendary life of Ding Chen, an unabashed voice interrupted him. He looked up to find a burly figure clad in a long robe, which, under normal circumstances, would evoke the image of a scholar. Yet on this individual, it appeared utterly out of place, and Lin Changshu couldn't help but wonder if the man's bulging muscles might tear the delicate fabric at any moment. What was most striking was the man's shock of white hair and goat-like beard. While he could be perceived as old, he possessed a robust vitality that surpassed that of most young men. Even generals, however, the white hair and beard, combined with a weathered countenance, clearly marked him as an elder. This peculiar figure stood at the entrance of the academy, one hand pinching his nose, his eyes provocatively fixed on Lin Changshu. "I must say, brother, your imposing stature is quite admirable." Despite being unable to discern the man's cultivation level, Lin Changshu decided to yield, for his life principle dictated that if he could overpower someone, he would assert his dominance. If not, he would graciously concede. Unfamiliar with the man's true capabilities, he resolved not to provoke him. Pathetic, pathetic. They say the heir of the Northern Defense King is arrogant and overbearing. But it seems that's not the case. Damn. You're even more shameless than your old man. Upon hearing Lin Changshu's words, the burly elder froze. His hand that had been digging for treasure momentarily halted. After a prolonged gaze at Lin Changshu, he turned away with a displeased expression, intending to leave. At this, Lin Changshu felt a slight relief. Thankfully, he had refrained from retorting with a snide remark. Had he done so, he would surely have faced the consequences, for this elder did not seem like a good-natured individual, and a beating was hardly worth the trouble. Hey, brother, lead the way, since you know me and my father. We share a connection. You must look out for me. Seeing the eccentric elder about to depart, Lin Changshu hurried after him. Being new to this place, he had no one to guide him and dared not wander aimlessly. After all, this was a prestigious academy renowned across the land. Who knew what kind of creatures lurked within? He had no desire to inadvertently expose his strength or suffer an unwarranted beating. Go away, go away. Don't bother me. You're just as shameless as that old man of yours. To Lin Changsho's surprise, before he could reach the peculiar elder, a wave of energy emanated from the man, pushing him back. Although he was uninjured, he found it difficult to advance. Hey, elder brother. My father is my father, but I am me. Don't abandon me. After all, I am your nephew. Observing the situation, Lin Changsho's eyes flickered with realization. This eccentric elder was undoubtedly a formidable master. Go away, go away. Someone sent you here. Don't annoy me, damn it. Every time I encounter members of the Lin family, it's nothing but trouble. Upon hearing Lin Changsho's remarks, the eccentric elder was momentarily taken aback. Then, as if repulsed by something, he stomped his foot, shattering a nearby stone, and vanished from Lin Changsho's sight. Good grief, is he a practitioner of body cultivation? Witnessing the elder's display, Lin Changsho was left stunned, involuntarily exclaiming, "It was well known that body cultivation was indeed formidable. Yet it came with high demands. In the early stages, one would have to endure excruciating pain to enhance their physique, resulting in nearly unbeatable close-quarters combat capabilities among peers. However, the drawbacks were glaringly obvious. First, it was costly. The medicinal herbs required for maintaining one's body were astronomically priced. More importantly, body cultivation had its limits, ceasing at the pinnacle of Grandmaster level, with no practitioners having transcended to the Grandmaster realm for centuries. This led to the rarity of body cultivators, as only those with extraordinary willpower would undertake to fortify their bodies during the early stages. Lin Changsho, the unruly heir of the Northern Defense King, is commanded by the Emperor of the Great Zhou to reflect on his actions through a month of confinement at the academy, followed by 3 years of study. No idlers are permitted to disturb him. At that moment, a series of urgent voices echoed, followed by a group of imperial guards led by Wang Gonggong, who stood at the entrance of the academy. They first offered Lin Changsho a slight smile before proclaiming loudly, "Minister Lin Changsho acknowledges the decree. Thank you, Your Majesty." Seeing this, Lin Changsho respectfully accepted the decree with both hands, his heart already understanding that this was the first protective talisman bestowed upon him by the Emperor of the Great Shang. Although there was no one around, he trusted that the announcement of the decree would swiftly spread throughout the capital. Those who contemplated taking action against him would have to weigh their own lives against the risks. The downside was that he had become bait to lure out the hidden big fish, but as long as he remained within the academy, danger would dissipate. Even when he left, this decree would prevent true masters from brazenly attacking him. Your Highness, the Emperor has instructed that you diligently study at the academy. He will conduct periodic assessments of your progress. Upon seeing this, Wang Gonggong offered a slight smile, bending slightly to whisper, "Thank you." Wang Gonggong. In response, Lin Changsho raised an eyebrow, a sense of foreboding creeping in as he realized that his relationship with Qingyue Pavilion was likely known to the Emperor, who was as inscrutable as the depths of the ocean. Your Highness is too courteous. I shall return to the palace to report back. Wishing you success in your studies. Wang Gonggong smiled in satisfaction, then waved his hand, leading the group of imperial guards away with great pomp. "TSK, TSK, TSK. It seems someone is in for some misfortune. The old emperor is quite fond of you, kid." Just as Lin Changsho pondered over the decree, a series of clicking sounds suddenly emerged beside him, causing him to vanish from his spot. When he looked again, the eccentric old man in the green robe had mysteriously reappeared before him. People can scare others to death. Do you not know how to walk without making a sound? Patting his chest, Lin Changsho was nearly exposed due to the old man's silent approach. It's your own incompetence. Hurry up and follow me, or you won't be able to enter this gate. The eccentric old man cast a disdainful glance at Lin Changsho before turning to stride towards the grand entrance. Chapter 16. The big black dog. As Lin Changsho followed the eccentric elder through the grand entrance, he felt a sudden dizziness. Before he could fully comprehend what was happening, the scenery around him opened up, revealing a vast expanse filled with majestic mountains and flowing waters, interspersed with towering buildings. Numerous young men clad in long robes moved leisurely through this idyllic setting, while others wielding long swords and short blades trained vigorously, occasionally interrupted by the calls of white cranes soaring overhead. "What's the matter, kid? Are you shocked? And you call yourself an heir, yet you possess no knowledge." Noticing Lin Changsho's astonishment, the The eccentric elder smirked, his lips curling with self-satisfaction as he mocked him. Relishing the opportunity to retaliate for the earlier humiliation inflicted by Lin Changshu at the gate. Pfft. Is this merely a celestial paradise? I've seen plenty of such sights in my youth. We have abundance of them in the northern border. In response to the elder's taunts, Lin Changshu quickly suppressed his awe, adopting a disdainful expression. Humph, stubborn as a dead duck. Just wait and see. You'll get what's coming to you. Now, hurry up and close the gate tight. Upon witnessing Lin Changshu's boastful demeanor, the eccentric elder instantly appeared at his side, snorting coldly before waving his hand. A fierce gust of wind swept through, and Lin Changshu felt as if the world was spinning, rendering him utterly defenseless. When he finally regained his bearings, he found himself soaring through the air, unsure of how far he had been thrown. Below him lay a humble thatched cottage surrounded by a small courtyard, and Lin Changshu was at least 10 meters above the ground. Just as he prepared to channel his energy to cushion his fall, he quickly abandoned the thought, as an inexplicably overpowering force restrained all his abilities. You old bastard. Upon realizing that resistance was futile, Lin Changshu found himself outmaneuvered by the peculiar old man in frustration. He executed a mid-air somersault and defiantly raised his middle finger towards the distant eccentric figure, bellowing, "It appears that this is still insufficient. Triple the gravity." Little did Lin Changshu know, as his words faded into the air. The old man let out a cold chuckle and waved his hand, unleashing a silent shockwave in his direction. Ah, damn it, bang! In an instant, Lin Changshu felt as if a colossal mountain had descended upon him. Causing his descent to accelerate dramatically, he could only manage a furious expletive before crashing violently to the ground. Who is this person to dare provoke him? Oh my, it has been ages since this individual last graced us with his presence. Who would have thought his return would involve dealing with a mere junior disciple? This figure was no ordinary person. He was the son of the Prince of Northern Defense, who had, upon entering the capital, reduced the son of the deputy commander of the Imperial Guard to a state of disability, and later that afternoon, had vanquished Luo Fei at Qinghua Pavilion. The academy was abuzz with excitement. Not only had the saintess from the Great Snow Mountain arrived, but so had this young prince, two prominent figures emerging from a 6-year hiatus. Upon witnessing Lin Changshu's dismal plight, the scholarly students, whether engrossed in their studies or practicing their swordplay, all halted their activities. They cast wary glances at the self-satisfied departing old man before shifting their attention back to the fallen Lin Changshu. Engaging in animated discussions, woof, woof, woof. Meanwhile, Lin Changshu felt as though his entire body had disassembled. He attempted to harness his inner energy to recover, but the oppressive force relentlessly suppressed it. Yet, what irked him most was the immense pressure, akin to a mountain, bearing down upon him, making the mere act of standing up an arduous task. Just as Lin Changshu contemplated surrendering to the ground, a series of dog barks interrupted him, followed by a wet tongue licking his head. Damn. Is there no sense of decency? This is campus bullying. Is there no one to intervene? The old man may be tormenting me, but now even a dog has joined in. With great difficulty, Lin Changshu pushed the dog's head away and struggled to his feet, roaring towards the heavens, "Enough! Double the gravity." Yet, to his dismay, his furious declaration yielded no relief. Instead, he heard the infuriating voice of that old man once more, as an unseen force bore down upon him again. Curse it! This new wave of pressure forced Lin Changshu's already upright posture to bend once more, while the black dog, seemingly affected as well, found its legs buckling. However, it quickly shook off the effects and began to whirl around Lin Changshu at an astonishing speed. Is this gravity contained within this courtyard? Lin Changshu stood dumbfounded, disbelief etched upon his face, even as the black dog approached him, seemingly unfazed. Having a hard time, are we? Just then, a cold voice echoed, and turning his head with great effort, Lin Changshu beheld Lu Qingran, clad in white, standing at the entrance of the courtyard, arms crossed with a bemused expression. Having a hard time? How could that be? I am the illustrious son of the Prince of Northern Defense. I would never find myself in such a predicament. Why don't you come inside for tea, and we can discuss this at leisure? Upon seeing Lu Qingran, a cold sweat trickled down Lin Changshu's back, yet he quickly composed himself, forcing a nonchalant smile. Ah, quintuple the gravity. Are you suggesting I should experience the same hardships? You should first contend with that large black dog. In response to Lin Changshuo's demeanor, Lu Qingran's eyes glimmered mischievously, and without another word, she turned to leave. Hey, don't go. Aren't you going to clarify your words? As Lu Qingran walked away, panic surged within Lin Changshuo. He glanced at the circling black dog, then back at Lu Qingran's retreating figure, calling out urgently. Yet, Lu Qingran did not look back, vanishing from his sight, and even the onlookers turned away, refusing to meet his gaze. Are you truly a dog? No, wait, are you a demon? No, that can't be right. Didn't they say that demons vanished with the closing of the heavenly gate? So what exactly are you? Sighing deeply, Lin Changshuo abandoned his pretense, sitting down on the ground and gazing at the black dog that was playfully sticking out its tongue in confusion. Woof, woof, woof. But to his astonishment, the once ordinary black dog suddenly transformed into a streak of black light. Before Lin Changshuo could react, he felt a sharp pain in his arm. Damn. You beast. How dare you bite me? I swear I'll roast you for dinner. Already burdened by the oppressive gravity and lacking any internal strength, Lin Changshuo was caught off guard by the dog's sudden assault, akin to a bolt from the blue. By the time he regained his composure, the black dog had darted away, looking back at him with a tilted head, as if mocking. Why aren't you chasing me? Lin Changshuo, feeling humiliated, summoned all his strength and began to pursue the black dog. Step by step, he could not discern the breed of this black dog, for even under quintuple gravity, it moved with astonishing agility. Moreover, as Lin Changshuo chased it, the dog displayed a distinctly human-like derision, sitting and waiting until Lin Changshuo reached its side, at which point it barked and vanished into thin air. Chapter 17. A twist of fate. Old Chun, do you truly believe this little brat has no idea who I am? In mid-air, the peculiar old man gazed down at Lin Changshuo, who was relentlessly pursuing the black dog, and queried with curiosity, accompanied by the gray-robed Chun, who possessed long white hair and a beard. If you were Lin Zhan, would you inform your son about your past grievances with someone while training him? Chun, stroking his long white beard, observed Lin Changshuo below with keen interest. Is he treating me as his son's sparring partner? The odd old man, upon hearing this, trembled with indignation, his expression one of fury. Are you not? You are Shang Kuang, a master who once instilled fear in your enemies. Not only are you Lin Zhan's sparring partner, but also his son's. This is quite a tale, is it not? Unfazed, Chen replied, maintaining an air of calmness while casually waving his hand, causing the peculiar energy in the air to dissipate. This little brat is certainly peculiar. Observing his own energy dissipating effortlessly at Chen's hand, Shang Kuang's expression turned curious as he continued to watch Lin Changshuo. That poison could kill a master. The fact that he survived and even cultivated to the brink of a minor master is nothing short of astonishing. Lin Zhan's willingness to send his son here is also a form of training and testing. Over the years, he has only slain a handful of scapegoats. How could he quell the fury within? Moreover, our esteemed emperor's attitude towards your nephew has been rather peculiar. Beneath the calm facade of the great Shang, turmoil is brewing. As he gazed at Lin Changshuo, Qian seemed to peer through the sands of time, recalling a resilient young man who never backed down. All these years, and you still haven't investigated him. At this, Shang Kuang's expression grew serious. His nephew was a fine emperor, yet his health was steadily declining. The palace is not easily infiltrated. Observing the little one's talent is promising. Coupled with the added gravity, we must ensure that little He can keep him entertained. Chen's calm gaze flickered momentarily as he glanced towards the palace with an inscrutable intent. Besides, I fear this young lad may struggle to endure. Little He can navigate this gravity easily due to the 3 layers of comprehension he has gained from my techniques. Adding more, initially indifferent. Shang Kuang paused, contemplating Chen's words before hesitantly responding. Do as you please. Believe it or not, the next time he finds himself in this confinement, it will pose little threat to him. As he observed Lin Changshuo's seemingly unsteady steps. Each muscle was rhythmically contracting, a detail that did not escape Chen's keen eyes despite the fabric of his clothing. What do you mean? This little brat might even surpass his father, if that is the case. I should just pass my techniques on to him. Shang Kuang, provoked by Chen's remark, scrutinized Lin Changshuo more closely. Apart from his apparent disarray, there was no additional sign of prowess, prompting him to scoff. Although Shang Kuang is one of the top masters among these nations, he primarily practices external martial arts. While his physical strength is formidable, his vision pales in comparison to other cultivators. Then allow me to thank you on behalf of Lin Zhan. I shall take my leave. With a smile gracing his lips, Chen slowly faded from Shang Kuang's view. What a peculiar old man, Shang Kuang mused, shaking his head. Regardless, if this kid truly manages to succeed, what would it matter if I pass my techniques to him? After all, he is indeed a variable. As Chen vanished, Shang Zhan furrowed his brow, glancing once more at the stumbling Lin Changshu before muttering under his breath. In an instant, he shot through the air like a meteor, causing the atmosphere to ripple and explode into silence. Curse that strange old man. How dare he hide and watch this prince make a fool of himself? The explosive sound reverberated through the air, causing Lin Changshu to topple to the ground. After taking a moment to gather his thoughts, he burst forth with indignation. How disrespectful! Increased the gravity once more. Unbeknownst to Lin Changshu, as soon as his words left his lips, Shang Kuang's voice echoed once more from the heavens. In the next moment, just as Lin Changshu managed to rise, he was once again pinned to the ground by an invisible weight, rendered immobile. Woof, woof, woof. Even the agile little black dog, who had been so confident just moments ago, now stood with its muscles tensed, nearly collapsing to the ground as it continuously howled into the distance. Ha ha. Today is your day. Witnessing the little black dog's demeanor, Lin Changshu burst into laughter, for this very black dog had previously caused him immense trouble, making him, a genius, feel profoundly insecure. Woof, yet, little did he know. As Lin Changshu's words fell, the black dog's muscles bulged, and in the next instant, the air trembled before it transformed into a shadow that pinned Lin Changshu down. Damn. Just wait, I will surely feast on your dog meat. With the black dog pressing down on him, Lin Changshu instantly felt the suffocating pressure, and the muscle regulation he had learned from the black dog became sluggish. Woof, woof, woof. But the only response to Lin Changshu was the mocking barks of the black dog, which became the norm in this place. Even as night fell, Lin Changshu's furious roars and the black dog's triumphant barks echoed through the air. Meanwhile, in the emperor's study late at night, Shang Zhan set down the memorial he had been reading, leaning wearily against the dragon chair. Your Majesty, you should take a rest, said the concerned eunuch Wang, bending slightly as he gazed at the emperor. He understood this sovereign all too well, though his ascension had been somewhat radical. The entire Deshang had become unprecedentedly powerful under his leadership. Yet over the years, the emperor's health had declined, no longer resembling a master cultivator. In a rush, what is fourth sister doing now? Shang Zhan rubbed his brow, suppressing his discomfort before slowly inquiring. Fourth sister was the mother of the seventh princess and also his sworn sister during their time in the martial world. Other concubines merely referred to her by name, but she was always called fourth sister, fourth sister. Lady Hua Fei has remained in the Taoist temple and has not stepped outside, replied eunuch Wang, lowering his head and speaking in a solemn tone. Has she not reacted even to Lin Changshu's arrival? Hearing this, Shang Zhan sat up, surprised as he looked at eunuch Wang. Years ago, Lin Changshu had been poisoned in the Wang residence, nearly losing his life. And then there was Lin Zhan's wife, the one known as third sister during their vows, who had been ambushed and met a tragic end. From that moment on, Hua Fei, his most cherished consort, moved out of the palace and took residence in the Taoist temple. She has not reacted, as if she knows nothing. Eunuch Wang hesitated for a moment before choosing to speak the truth. Cough, cough, cough. It seems fourth sister still has not forgiven me. What news from the empress? At these words, Shang Zhan's blood surged, and he began to cough incessantly, a splash of blood appearing on the golden handkerchief. The right chancellor was summoned once, but the maidservants could not discern what they discussed. Seeing this, eunuch Wang's face filled with concern and fear as he hurriedly knelt, shamefaced. Chapter 18. She cannot move anyone. 3 days later, in the secluded courtyard where Lin Changshu was confined, a large, pitch-black dog continuously provoked with its barking. Behind it, Lin Changshu pursued swiftly, wielding a long wooden stick. Yet, every time he was about to strike the black dog, it would suddenly accelerate, forcing Lin Changshu to constantly adjust his strength and muscles, for he knew that if he fell, he would be subjected to the suffocating weight of the black dog. And more importantly, This black dog had a penchant for biting. If you have the guts, don't run. Witness my stick techniques. Under 6 times the normal gravity, Lin Changsho's ability to walk briskly or even jog within 3 days was astonishing. Yet he remained unsatisfied, consumed by the desire to bring the large black dog to its knees. Woof, woof, woof. But the only response he received was the unrelenting mockery of the black dog, which even urinated in Lin Changsho's direction, taunting him, "I witness my celestial prowess." Lin Changsho had never endured such humiliation. In the next instant, his muscles tensed, and a faint sound of shattering filled the air as the long stick shot toward the black dog like a bolt from a crossbow. Though it was swift, outside of this courtyard, even a child could evade it. However, this was a confined space with 6 times the gravity, the very setting Lin Changsho had devised in his mind. For the first time, he noticed a glimmer of surprise in the black dog's eyes amidst its usual derision. Woof! Just as the wooden stick was about to strike the black dog, a furious bark erupted. And in the next heartbeat, Lin Changsho felt a shadow flash by, followed by the black dog clamping down on one end of the stick. "What do you think you're doing?" "Let me tell you. Don't mess with me. I am quite formidable." Observing the black dog biting the stick, its eyes gleaming with danger as it circled around him, Lin Changsho swallowed nervously. This stick was one he had found the previous morning. Not only perfectly straight but also incredibly resilient. Even the stones in the courtyard could be shattered with a single strike from it, thanks to Lin Changsho's strength. This stick had saved him from being bitten and pinned down by the black dog. Woof! Upon noticing Lin Changsho's anxiety, the black dog's eyes gleamed with triumph. In the next moment, a low growl emanated from its throat, and it transformed into a streak of black light rushing toward Lin Changsho. "Damn it, just wait. One day, I will slay you." As the black dog vanished, Lin Changsho sensed impending danger, but alas, his speed was no match for the black dog. In almost an instant, he was struck several times. The black dog seemed to understand where to hit, and each blow sent piercing pain through Lin Changsho. Unbeknownst to him, he had begun to realize that with each strike, the movement of his muscles became increasingly sophisticated. And he was even able to jog, though he still could not escape the black dog's relentless assault, which grew more vicious with each passing moment. Is the old Lin family truly filled with prodigies? Is this all they can do? Nearby, Shang Kuang observed the scene in the courtyard, and at that moment, he could hardly believe that Lin Changsho had already begun to enter the ranks of practitioners. He felt a mix of shock and envy. The courtyard, though termed a confinement, was, in essence, a form of inheritance from the academy, a legacy of his teachings. Although only those with extraordinary talent could enter the academy for cultivation. The fastest among them took a month to begin their journey, and the gravity then was merely 3 times normal. Lin Changsho, however, was different. His gravity was 6 times, and he had made progress within 3 days, which left Shang Kuang in a quandary. On one hand, he desired to find a successor to inherit his teachings, considering that he was over 100 years old, and given his focus on external martial arts. If he did not break through the elusive realm, his lifespan would soon come to an end. On the other hand, Lin Changsho was the son of Lin Zhan, bearing the legacy of the Holy Maiden on the Great Snow Mountain, along with Lin Zhan's fortuitous war god manual. These 2 factors prevented Lin Changsho from concentrating on his own cultivation, leaving the man once known as a madman trapped in a dilemma, unable to act. Meanwhile, in the innermost part of the courtyard, a different scene unfolded. Here, an ancient tree continued to thrive with lush foliage even in the dead of winter. In one corner of the courtyard, a group of chickens and ducks chased one another, while in the center, a thatched pavilion housed Dean Chen, who calmly brewed tea as he observed the young woman seated opposite him. At his feet lay a languid large yellow dog in deep slumber. "My master instructed me to seek your permission before I could enter the academy." The young woman, renowned as the only one capable of becoming a grandmaster in the past few centuries, was Lu Qingran, who had removed her veil and looked respectfully at the elder before her. "The Great Snow Mountain has existed in this world for millennia. Even I am deeply moved by their legacy. The assistance I can provide you in your cultivation pales in comparison to what your master, the Snow Mountain Venerable, can offer." In response, Dean Shan gently pushed the teacup forward, maintaining a demeanor of calm indifference. As Dean Shan extended the teacup, an invisible force enveloped the entire courtyard. In that instant, a chill swept over Lu Qingran, and with a soft sound, an ethereal figure materialized beside her. They say the current academy head suppresses an era. At first, I, this old man, did not believe it, but now I do. The apparition, appearing worn and weathered, gazed at the composed Dean Shin with a sense of awe. Who are you? The sudden appearance of this figure caused Lu Qingran's previously calm demeanor to shift dramatically. With a sound akin to a sword song, a snow-white longsword materialized in her hand, and her aura began to intensify. Little girl, stay calm. You may return. I mean you no harm, but she cannot be touched. Dean Shin merely waved his hand lightly, and Lu Qingran's tense expression gradually softened, obediently sitting aside. So, you intend to meddle in our affairs? The apparition's expression darkened, its eyes glinting with a chilling gaze directed at Dean Shin. She is my disciple's wife. If you dare to act, I advise against visiting your realm. Do not think that I cannot find you. Depart. In response to the apparition, Dean Shin adopted a more assertive tone. His previous calm demeanor vanishing. With a cold expression, he merely glanced at the apparition, and in an instant, it appeared as though it had been struck by an invisible force, becoming even more ethereal. Very well. I shall await your arrival. As the ethereal figure beheld the scene, the coldness in its eyes transformed into a blend of apprehension and malice. It uttered a few cordial remarks, only to dissipate into a wisp of azure smoke and flee the academy. Where did this wild dog come from? Die, you cur. However, before he could exit the courtyard, a guttural roar echoed, followed by a barrage of fists that struck down upon him, causing the apparition to vanish into the heavens like a cannonball. Chapter 19. A deal with the dog brother? What are you staring at? Never seen roasted meat before. This was Lin Changshuo's fourth day in the small courtyard, and the second day since being struck by the large black dog. At this moment, he sat by the fire, roasting a mouse. Considered the heir to the North Town King, he was a prominent figure in the vast realm of merchants, spanning over 1,000,000 kilometers and encompassing 3 great nations alongside countless smaller ones. Yet now, he found himself leading a life of roasting rodents, igniting a blaze of frustration within him. Initially, he had hoped that the academy would provide him sustenance, or that his betrothed could offer him some assistance. Yet now, on the 4th day, even his half-step to a minor master's cultivation could not withstand the pressure. Not to mention the constant weight pressing down on him and the sinister black dog lurking nearby. Watching with predatory intent, the large black dog sat beside him, fixated on Lin Changshuo, a straight rod emitting a dark sheen beside it. Woof, woof, woof. The dog's eyes displayed a distinctly human disdain, and it prepared to grasp the rod. Hey, 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 ceasefire. Do you understand? Let me tell you, it's not that this heir cannot defeat you. It's simply that I need to eat. Aren't you hungry? Upon hearing this, Lin Changshuo's anger evaporated instantly. He waved his hands in desperation as the black dog's speed was too formidable, and the pain from the rod was unbearable. Most crucially, this large black dog was undoubtedly trained. Its techniques were both audacious and treacherous. Targeting the lower regions, even with all his might, Lin Changshuo found himself at a disadvantage. Perhaps Lin Changshuo's words struck a chord, or perhaps the black dog was in a good mood, as it proudly set down the rod and tilted its head to regard Lin Changshuo for a moment. The next instant, it sniffed the air, and its eyes gleamed with excitement as it vanished from sight. Damn it, that's mine. By the time Lin Changshuo regained his composure, the mouse on the fire had already disappeared, and he turned to see the black dog ravenously devouring the golden-brown rodent. Woo-woo. Just as Lin Changshuo was about to rise, the dog's fur bristled, emitting a series of warning growls. Fine, fine. You're impressive. Faced with this, Lin Changshuo felt compelled to yield. Unable to retaliate, he sulked on the ground, beginning to meditate. The black dog, observing this, displayed a smug expression, unfazed by the heat, and devoured the roasted mouse, bones and all, in a few voracious bites. After finishing, it licked its lips and glanced in Lin Changshuo's direction, as if still unsated. What are you looking at? I've only had one unfortunate mouse in these 4 days, Lin Changshuo huffed in irritation, his stomach betraying him with a loud growl. Woof woof. The black dog, upon hearing this, exhibited a contemplative look, barking twice at Lin Changshuo as if issuing a warning. In the next moment, it transformed into a streak of black light, vanishing from the courtyard. Don't get too cocky. Once I adapt, I'll stew you for dinner." Watching the black dog disappear, Lin Changshu let out a resentful huff, though he kept his voice low, fearing the dog might overhear. Afterward, he rose from the ground, his previous struggles now seemingly trivial. While he might not yet match his former self, he had certainly regained a level of normalcy. Beneath his clothing, his muscles moved rapidly with every motion, so subtle that one would hardly notice. Woof, woof, woof. Just as Lin Changshu was striving to control his muscles for better adaptation, he suddenly heard a series of barks, followed by a shadow darting into the courtyard. Upon closer inspection, he saw the large black dog carrying a massive wild wolf in its mouth. After casting a glance at Lin Changshu, it unceremoniously dropped the wolf's carcass beside the fire. "Did you kill this?" Lin Changshu was momentarily taken aback. The beasts in this world were far from ordinary. Their resilience and ferocity were unparalleled. This wolf was at least 2 meters long, making the black dog appear as a mere toy in comparison. Woof, woof, woof. Sensing Lin Changshu's astonishment, the black dog disdainfully lifted its head, then began nudging the wolf's body with its paws. "We'll split this down the middle. Otherwise, I'm done." Lin Changshu quickly grasped the black dog's intent. Snorting in response, "Woof!" The black dog, upon hearing this, nodded in an almost human-like manner and urgently pushed the wolf's body again. Thus, while Lin Changshu was relentlessly pursued around the courtyard by the black dog, it would vanish at mealtime, returning with the carcasses of various animals, including a gigantic tiger. Most importantly, Lin Changshu could feel that each creature the black dog brought back nourished his body with a warm flow of energy upon consumption. In this way, Lin Changshu's movements within the courtyard became increasingly fluid and adept. Soon, 7 days passed in the blink of an eye, and he had adapted well to the gravitational force in the courtyard. He was roasting fragrant meat by the fire while the black dog watched intently, occasionally swallowing in anticipation. "How about we discuss a little business?" While roasting the meat, Lin Changshu's gaze shifted, and he suddenly spoke to the black dog. "Woof?" The black dog cocked its head, regarding Lin Changshu with curiosity. Through their interactions over time, Lin Changshu had come to believe that the black dog understood human speech, and their communication was a result of their shared experiences through conflict. "You see, I've been in this courtyard for 7 days now, and I have an appointment with a friend today. Could you assist me in getting out?" Lin Changshu cautiously surveyed his surroundings, wary of the peculiar old man lurking in the shadows. Before speaking softly to the black dog, "Woof, woof, woof," to his surprise, the black dog shook its head vigorously, looking at Lin Changshu as if he were a fool. "Don't be hasty, black brother. I've been here long enough, and the academy has been indifferent to my existence. Rest assured, I will only be gone for a few hours. Besides, my supply of seasoning for roasting meat is nearly depleted. I need to venture out to replenish it. I swear I will return tonight and will prepare delicious meals for you every day." "Do you not trust me?" Lin Changshu remained calm, knowing that the black dog's appetite had been well cultivated by his efforts over the past days, and he was determined to seize this opportunity. "Woof." After Lin Changshu spoke, the black dog's face displayed an expression of human-like conflict as it glanced between Lin Changshu and the roasted meat, then looked up at the dimming sky. Lin Changshu remained patient, and after what felt like an eternity, the black dog let out a resigned sigh and barked at Lin Changshu. "Agreed." Upon hearing this, Lin Changshu's face broke into a victorious smile as he scooped up the unresponsive black dog in his arms. Chapter 20. The trouble at Qingyue Pavilion that night, 2 streets away from the academy. The Qingyue Pavilion was bustling with activity. Today, the place is packed. Indeed, today is the day the Qingyue Pavilion selects its courtesan. It would be strange if it were not lively. Moreover, it is rumored that the mysterious owner of the Qingyue Pavilion will make an appearance today. 7 days ago, Luo Fei suffered a great loss here. The reason for his silence these past days is merely to wait for today. The Qingyue Pavilion may very well vanish after this. Inside the Qingyue Pavilion, the lights were bright, and the hall was filled to capacity. Women clad in revealing garments sat beside guests, laughing charmingly, while the young masters exchanged cups, sharing secrets in anticipation of the courtesan competition to commence. All of this was observed by Mei Yang, seated in a private box on the 2nd floor. Yet, far from being flustered, a peculiar smile graced her lips. "Mei Yang, when will that fellow Changshu arrive?" At that moment, a youth clad in a python robe, around 18 or 19 years of age, suddenly inquired. "Changshu is confined in the academy by the emperor. I am uncertain when he will emerge." Upon hearing this, Mainyang sighed, her expression one of helplessness as she turned her head away. As it because of that Luo Fei? Humph. He should take a look at his own worth. Shang Nin frowned upon hearing this, anger flashing in his eyes as he slammed his teacup down with a cold snort. Though the noise below was raucous, as a cultivator, he could discern every secret with ease, especially since those down there had no intention of concealing anything. "Do not act recklessly. Changshu only requested that you use your identity to keep a few lowly figures in check. You, the virtuous king, must not let anger cloud your judgment over such trivial matters." As the situation remains unclear, upon hearing this, Mainyang grew anxious. The individual before her was none other than the virtuous king of the great merchant, the youngest brother of the current emperor. The others had either been slain by the emperor or exiled to distant territories. Now that the emperor's frail health was common knowledge, if Shangjin acted too overtly, it would be easy for him to attract unwanted attention. "Rest assured, I am well aware of the circumstances. This Qinghua Pavilion is also considered my territory. Previously, it was Changshu who advised me to remain in the shadows. Now, I shall see who dares to touch what belongs to this king." Upon witnessing the scene, Mainyang could not help but smile gently, as she noted that Shang Nan was of a similar age to Lin Changshu. The reason for his survival was largely attributed to Lin Changshu's parents, which in turn accounted for Lin Changshu's own survival after being poisoned. He had personally ventured to the Northern Territory, sacrificing 3 or 4 years of his life in the process. The bond between them was significantly stronger than that of the brothers and nephews within the palace. Observing this, Mainyang's expression became conflicted as she contemplated offering further counsel, for this individual had once been under her care. Wasn't tonight the night to select the courtesan? Why had she not yet made her appearance? Did the Qinghua Pavilion no longer wish to operate? Just then, a coarse voice erupted from below, and as Mainyang and her companions glanced down, chaos had already ensued. A burly man with a face full of excess flesh stood at the center, surrounded by 2 or 3 fallen attendants. Go down and take a look." Before Mainyang could utter a word, Shang Nan furrowed his brow and softly remarked, "Your Highness, please take your time." However, before he could finish, Mainyang interjected, her lips curling into a smile as if she had not noticed the turmoil below. "Mainyang?" Shang Nan looked at her in confusion. The man below was clearly there to cause trouble, and he could not fathom why they did not swiftly teach him a lesson. Otherwise, the selection of the courtesan would surely be jeopardized. This is merely a minor character. Those of the Jianghu should be dealt with using Jianghu methods. Changshu has instructed that you are the protagonist in this scenario and must not act rashly." Mainyang replied with a gentle smile, gazing at the raucous brute below. "Oh, then I shall eagerly anticipate what unfolds." As the crowd below swelled, the burly man's arrogance grew, and he began to reach for the young women. "Ha ha! I see you have many women in this Qinghua Pavilion, since you won't select a courtesan. Why not entertain me instead?" With that, he seized a girl who had failed to evade his grasp, his hands shamelessly attempting to invade her clothing. "If you are in a hurry, dear guest, we can find you a girl." But this is rather unfair. Just as the girl screamed and the spectators leaned in, relishing the spectacle, several figures appeared beside the brute. One of them seized the man's hand, coldly declaring, "Oh, I have my eye on this one, and I fancy these as well. Does it concern you?" The brute, caught off guard, momentarily froze before attempting to withdraw his hand, only to realize that his opponent was unyielding. Aware that he was outmatched, he remained defiant, letting out a cold snort. His other hand reached for the girl's backside, displaying unabashed arrogance. "Please escort this gentleman out." Upon hearing this, the attendant no longer held back, swiftly moving to grasp the brute's neck. "Do you dare lay a hand on me? Is this how the Qinghua Pavilion treats its patrons?" The brute attempted to resist, but it felt as though all his strength had vanished, leaving him to seethe with fury. Guba Dao, from Luzhou, wanted for the crime of violating women 3 years ago, at the peak of the condensation realm. Am I correct? The attendant, indifferent to Guba Dao's outburst, proceeded to toss him out. Escorted by his companions, the spectators, now enlightened, regarded Guba Dao with disdain. This was the capital. The brothels here were not frequented by just anyone, but rather by merchants and noble sons. Such a person was an affront to their status. "Wait, as I understand it, Guba Dao's case has been resolved. I asked the Qinghua Pavilion now meddling in matters of the court." At that moment, A scornful voice interrupted, revealing a young master clad in a fur vest, flanked by a group of companions who gazed coldly at the attendant. This is interesting. This is the son of the capital's governor. Zhang Kunit is said that his uncle is the deputy commander of the Imperial Guards. TSK, I see now, Gu Badao's audacity stems from backing by this individual. Regardless of whether there is a courtesan today, this spectacle is worth witnessing. I wonder if the Qinghua Pavilion can withstand it. I have yet to enjoy the company of the ladies here. With Zhang Kuin's appearance, the onlookers expressed surprise and excitement, eager to see how the Qinghua Pavilion would respond. Chapter 21. You speak of the law? Young Master Zhang, save me. Gu Badao, who had previously appeared as if he were lifeless, now seemed to find a lifeline in Zhang Kuin's words, calling out urgently. The son of the governor has arrived. It seems Changshu is truly not favored in the capital. Within the private room on the second floor, Shang Nan, upon seeing Zhang Kun, wore a faintly malicious smile, remarking, they are unaware of Changshu's connections here. It is merely due to his altercation with Luo Fei. Mei Yang leaned against a pillar, observing the unfolding drama with a shrug, expressing her mild exasperation. Let me see what other tricks they have up their sleeves. If even the governor's son has intervened, I shall ensure they learn who the true rascals of the capital are. Shang Nan toyed with his teacup, casting a disdainful glance at Zhang Kun below. Previously, these individuals were emboldened only because those of royal blood were unable to intervene. However, when it comes to rascals, who in the entire Great Shang could rival those of the Shang family? Do not act recklessly. Changshu wishes for you to step forward. Doing so would ease matters for the Qinghua Pavilion in the capital. Upon hearing this, Mei Yang's brow furrowed in discontent. Though Shang Nan was a prince, he had grown up under her care, and she regarded him as a younger brother. Do not worry, Mei Yang, that I have it all under control. When fourth brother is in good health, I, the virtuous king, will indulge quietly and discreetly. But now, it is different. If I remain too low-key, they may suspect I am up to something. Instead, I shall transform the name of this virtuous king into the most notorious rascal in the capital. Thus putting their minds at ease, in response, Shang Nan smiled faintly, a smile that appeared nonchalant but masked a trace of helplessness. Being born into royalty bestows an innate nobility, yet the bitterness of such a life is understood only by those who live it. Kinship, friendship, love. These were all luxuries denied to them. Above all, be cautious. If Changshu's mind is truly active, if need be, wait for him to arrive and then deliberate. Upon hearing Shang Nan's words, a flicker of concern flashed in Mei Yang's eyes as she expressed her apprehension. Of course, I am here to make things difficult for that young man. How could he arrive in the capital without seeking me out first? Upon seeing him, I shall ensure he is properly reprimanded. Shang Nan laughed heartily at this, the trace of sorrow in his eyes vanishing, leaving only the image of the graceful prince, Shang Nan. Meanwhile, the atmosphere below had grown increasingly tense. The governor's position held significance in the capital, and there were many who surpassed him in authority. Yet, few dared disrespect this role, for the governor oversaw all matters within the capital, commonly referred to as the parental figure of the city. The intricate web of relationships meant that every official in the capital had likely sought his favor at some point, resulting in a position of minor rank wielding substantial power. Does young Master Zhang imply that we should release Gu Badao? The attendant slowly turned to face the arrogant Zhang Kun. Of course, the Qinghua Pavilion operates in the flesh trade. How can you justify expelling a patron? Before Zhang Kun could respond, one of his sycophants stepped forward, rudely pointing at the attendant's nose and berating him. Though they were not the elite of the elite in the capital, each hailed from families with political connections, rendering the attendant beneath their notice. While they were not as powerful as Gu Badao, their status alone commanded respect, illustrating the weight of privileged. Oh, are we not to adhere to the law? Facing Zhang Kun and his companions, the attendant remained unfazed, tilting his head to survey the onlookers before addressing Zhang Kun. How laughable, you, a mere brothel lackey, dare to speak of the law. Do you think even your employer would befit such a discussion? Release him at once, or I shall summon the constables. Zhang Kun and his companions erupted into laughter. Who were they? They were representatives of the capital's elite, well above the first tier of society, their standing unmatched throughout the capital and the Great Shang. Let us not trouble you, gentlemen. I shall simply hand this ruffian over to General Li, for I believe he understands the law. Unbeknownst to them, The attendant merely glanced at Zhang Kuan and his entourage before tightening his grip on Gu Ba Dao's neck and marching towards the exit. Just then, Li Sanxiao entered, a jovial expression on his face. But upon hearing General Li's name, his brow creased with concern. Li, what troubles you? You seemed fine just a moment ago. I don't know. I just have a feeling something is amiss. Should we perhaps withdraw? Li Sanxiao could hardly admit to feeling somewhat timid. Instead, he furrowed his brow and declared, do not jest. Today marks the day of selecting the courtesan at Qingyue Pavilion. Besides, there is much revelry to behold. If we leave now, where shall we find such entertainment again? Indeed. If we depart now, who knows when we might return to Qingyue Pavilion? Upon hearing Li Sanxiao's sentiments, his companions voiced their objections in unison. Not only were there beautiful women to admire today, but also the rare excitement of the occasion, which they did not wish to miss. General Li, this rogue is a wanted criminal. He has been wreaking havoc in our Qingyue Pavilion. I beseech you to take action. Just as Li Sanxiao was about to respond, a servant seized a burly man by the neck, bowing respectfully as he addressed him. Before Li Sanxiao and his companions could comprehend the situation, the incapacitated Gu Ba Dao was thrust into Li Sanxiao's hands. Li Sanxiao was momentarily taken aback, his clear eyes darting between the servant and the diverse expressions of the onlookers. Oh? Since when do the city guards intervene in matters within the capital? And Li Sanxiao, when did you become a general? I am quite curious. Before Li Sanxiao could gather his thoughts, he noticed Zhang Kuan approaching, flanked by a group of sycophants, who coldly remarked, what is the meaning of this? Young Master Zhang? Li Sanxiao shot a fierce glare at the seemingly unfazed servant, furrowing his brow as he responded to Zhang Kuan with a scoff. Though he held no significant position, he was a figure of considerable influence in the capital. Commanding nearly 100 soldiers, in contrast, Zhang Kuan and his cohorts were merely privileged scions basking in their parents' protection. If he retreated today, Li Sanxiao would become a laughingstock in the capital. What do you mean? It is rumored that 7 days ago, when young Master Luo Fei was assaulted, you not only refrained from intervening but also aided the others. Li Sanxiao, I must inquire as to your intentions. Upon hearing this, Zhang Kuan's expression darkened, and he glared at Li Sanxiao with disdain. Are you implying that you wish to kill this young master? This seems unrelated to young Master Zhang, and even less so to your esteemed father. At this moment, Li Sanxiao understood that it was merely a matter of loyalty. 7 days prior, he had allied himself with the heir of the Northern Guardian, and today, this servant thrusting the captured man upon him served to solidify that allegiance. Ah, what a splendid city guard captain. I, Luo Feng, am quite fond of this. Since you claim this has nothing to do with young Master Zhang, what about me? That happens to be my dear brother. Upon hearing Li Sanxiao's words, Zhang Kuan and his companions erupted in fury, eager to advance, only to be halted by a commanding voice, a young man dressed in white, exuding an air of nobility. Approached from behind, his expression inscrutable, yet his gaze fixated intently on Li Sanxiao. I wonder on what grounds young Master Luo makes such assertions, whether as a commoner or an official. If you speak as an official, the Ministry of Rights holds no sway over me. If as a commoner, then kindly submit your case to the city guard general. Li Sanxiao remained impassive, though he could not conceal a flicker of apprehension in his eyes when faced with Luo Feng. A genuine official of the Ministry of Rights. Such eloquence. Today, this young master has come to enjoy wine and blossoms. As for the man in your grip, he is merely my bodyguard, not a wanted criminal. Upon hearing this, Luo Feng snapped his fan shut with a flourish, revealing no trace of anger on his face. He merely pointed his fan at the seemingly lifeless Gu Sandao and spoke in a calm voice. As Luo Feng's words echoed, the entire hall fell silent. All eyes turned toward Li Sanxiao, awaiting his response. Meanwhile, Lin Changshu had finally escaped the confines of the academy, the sky now completely dark. Dog brother, you need not follow me. I promise to return after selling my wares. Surely you trust my integrity? Lin Changshu brushed off the dust from his clothes, turning to the large black dog with a hint of exasperation. Wang, to his surprise, the black dog regarded him with palpable skepticism, refusing to leave his side regardless of Lin Changshu's assurances. Alas, if you insist on following, do refrain from biting anyone. For a moment, Lin Changshu felt powerless against the black dog. Earlier, he had attempted to harness his internal energy, and through careful observation, he realized that not only had his energy returned, but it had also grown significantly purer. His physical prowess had also markedly improved, granting him an overwhelming sense of strength, as though he could shatter the heavens with a single punch. Yet, he understood this was merely an illusion stemming from his unaccustomed surge in power. Conversely, the black dog appeared unaffected, behaving as it usually did, casting doubt on Lin Changsho's own abilities. Let us go. There is much excitement to witness today. I do wonder if Mainyang Jie and Shangnan can maintain order in my absence. As Lin Changsho acclimated to his newfound strength, he made his way toward Qinghua Pavilion, each step leaving deep impressions on the hard stone surface. However, as time passed, the marks gradually faded from sight. Due to the closed gates of the academy, Lin Changsho was compelled to take a longer route, requiring another half-hour to reach Qinghua Pavilion. Along the otherwise silent path between the academy and the pavilion, only the moonlight and the wind stirred the remaining snow, creating an air of desolation. Two frail little beggars huddled together, barefoot in the snow, leaving faint trails of crimson in their wake. Sister, do not worry about me. You must go quickly, or you too shall freeze to death. Gradually, the two weakened forms struggled to move, one slightly taller boy weakly uttering, "No, I must carry my brother back. I have already lost our parents. I cannot lose my brother too." The little beggar girl's nose was frostbitten, and her snot had formed into icy crystals, yet she paid no mind, resolutely shaking her head as she took a deep breath. Supporting the boy as they pressed forward, "Sister, please let me rest for a moment. I see a light ahead. Could you fetch me something to eat?" Seeing the girl's determined expression, the boy sighed in resignation, pointing to the distant glow. "Very well, brother. You wait here, and I shall return promptly, though not fall asleep." The girl glanced at her brother and then at the light not far off, gritting her teeth as she set him down against the wall and dashed towards it. The boy managed a weak smile as he leaned against the wall, snowflakes soon covering him with a thin layer. Where did these little beggars come from? What are you doing here? At that moment, several masked figures suddenly appeared around them, and upon spotting the boy, the leader scoffed derisively. "He wasn't here before. He won't last much longer in this state." Another figure, scrutinizing the boy's condition, spoke in a detached tone. "Do you wish to die? Kill him. Lin Changsho must die tonight. No unforeseen occurrences are permitted." The leader merely snorted, his eyes coldly fixed on the speaker. "Understood." The man responded with a defiant huff, then raised his hand to strike the boy's head. As a practitioner of the Unity Realm, he was confident in his abilities. A mere head was no match for him, and even steel would crumble under his strike. "Lin Changsho, someone wants to kill you." Yet, to everyone's astonishment, the seemingly dying boy, in his final moments, let out a furious shout. The sound carried far into the silent night, reaching even Lin Changsho, who was half a street away. Not to mention the little girl, who had stepped out to fetch water, froze in place, the precious water she had acquired dropping into the snow. "Curse it, die!" The assailant in black furiously unleashed his power, amplifying it several-fold as his hand descended, leaving only a mass of flesh where the boy had been moments before. "Brother!" The little girl, witnessing the horrific scene from the street, appeared oblivious to the threatening figures around her, rushing forward in desperation. "Kill him!" The leader, seeing her actions, scoffed coldly, and in the next moment, several dark figures surged forward, blades glinting in the night. How shameful to attack a child with so many! At that critical moment, an old beggar clad in tattered robes suddenly appeared, swiftly scooping up the little girl and vanishing from sight. "Are you the ones who wish to kill this young master?" At the same time, Lin Changsho, gripping the Northern Guardian's blade, stepped into the street, glancing at the pile of flesh and then at the black-clad figures with indifference. "Kill!" The instant Lin Changsho appeared, the atmosphere shifted. The assassins exchanged glances, and with a roar, they lunged toward him with lethal intent. "Kill!" Upon witnessing the relentless advance of the assassin, Lin Changsho inhaled deeply, a silent breath that steeled his resolve. In the next moment, the Northern Suppression Blade was raised single-handedly, transforming him into a singular force akin to an army of thousands. Charging forward instead of retreating, directly towards the assassin. Almost instantaneously, Lin Changsho's Northern Suppression Blade collided with the adversary's longsword. The blade in Lin Changsho's grasp surged forward unwaveringly, wielded with both hands as if to cleave the very fabric of space itself. With each movement, an icy blade aura erupted from the Northern Suppression Blade, hurtling towards the foe, He was not merely at the spirit concentration level. He had ascended to the Unity realm, the encircling assassins. Upon witnessing this, felt their pupils constrict involuntarily. The leading figure bellowed, his power surging in response. Bang! Ah! As the clash of blade met blade reverberated, the explosive force of their inner strength dispersed violently, and in an instant, the long sword was shattered into fragments. The wielder of the sword let out a horrific scream. His body cleaved in twain like a piece of meat, scattering in halves. Third brother, die! Upon witnessing such gruesome carnage, one of the assassins succumbed to madness, his attack speed doubling in an instant. The others, too, unleashed their full potential, aware that any display of restraint would seal their fates, transforming the hunt for Lin Changshu into their own demise. Too slow, Lin Changshu's eyes betrayed a hint of regret. He had intended to swiftly dispatch another foe, but the onslaught of others forced him to evade, redirecting his focus towards a vulnerability in their formation. In an instant, his form accelerated, the tribulations endured in the sequestered courtyard now morphing into his sweet fruit of labor. Under sixfold gravity, he had daily chased the large black dog, culminating in it wielding a stick to mercilessly pursue him. Now, those trials had become his advantage, allowing him to evade the assassin strikes while inflicting wounds upon them in return. In a fleeting moment, the air was filled with the sparks of clashing weapons and the explosive sounds of attacks against walls and trees. Following a rapid exchange, both sides momentarily halted, with Lin Changshu standing resolutely in the center. The northern suppression blade held firmly, his countenance cold, while the surrounding assassins fixed their icy gazes upon him. To their astonishment, the young master of the northern suppression king, whom the world deemed weakened and frivolous, had secretly ascended to the Unity realm. The mingled scent of blood and the chilling winds filled the air as the lead assassin broke the silence. His eyes filled with a complex mix of emotions as he regarded Lin Changshu. The bunch of cowardly curs dares to judge this young master? I would like to know how you, the remnants of a broken sect, dare to appear before me again. Has my father's obliteration of your sect rendered you accustomed to playing the role of a hound? Lin Changshu flicked the blood from the northern suppression blade, casting a disdainful glance at the assassins encircling him. The northern suppression manor is not adorned with gold and splendor, nor does it boast numerous maids and servants. However, throughout the vast realm of the Great Shang and the kingdoms it has vanquished, the martial arts manuals are countless. It is rumored that the secrets of the northern suppression manor could encompass a significant portion of the martial world, and acquiring even a fragment would elevate one to the status of a new giant in the realm. Since his arrival, the library within the manor had become a frequent refuge for Lin Changshu. While he may not have mastered every tome, in these 9 years, he had perused the vast majority. Initially, the assassins had exercised caution, but ultimately, they unleashed their full strength. How could Lin Changshu not recognize the techniques concealed within those manuals? It is your northern suppression manor that has sown the seeds of your own demise. It is a pity that the poison did not claim your life back then, allowing you to survive to this day. But fret not. From the moment the northern suppression princess perished, you and the northern suppression king shall meet your end. You will not endure. Lin Changshu's words pierced the hearts of the assassins like a sharp blade, causing their energies to spiral into chaos. Why waste time with him? Let us slay this worthless fool first. And afterward, we shall deal with the northern suppression king. Their hatred for the northern suppression manor had reached a boiling point. Once they had been the hope of their sect, the pride of the martial world. Following the destruction of their sect, they had become mere embers, remnants of what once was. These years had transformed them into pariahs, hunted like rats in the street. The overwhelming power of the northern suppression manor and the rapid rise of the Great Shang had deprived them of even the basic resources needed for cultivation. Forcing them to serve the whims of the powerful today, they would collect their debts, ensuring Lin Changshu's demise within the capital of the Great Shang, igniting the destruction of the northern suppression manor and the Great Shang itself. The words of their leaders served as a signal, and in an instant, the assassins lunged forward, their blades aimed at Lin Changshu's vitals. The heavy aura of malice pressed down upon him. Even the chill of the winds hesitated to intrude. Alas, Lin Changshu's eyes flickered with a trace of regret. These assassins were not like those he had encountered thousands of miles away. Against the former, he could conceal his strength, but in the face of these foes, He dared not. He understood that a single misstep could lead to his body being torn apart by these once proud paragons. Die. The first black-clad figure surged forward, eyes gleaming with murderous intent, his long knife aimed directly at Lin Changshuo's neck. Too slow. Lin Changshuo furrowed his brow slightly, and in the next instant, he crouched down, channeling his inner strength into his legs, launching himself forward with a powerful descent, almost vanishing from sight. Ground shrinking technique. Lin Changshuo, you are no longer a worthy son. After his attack missed, one of the assassins, eyes bloodshot, fixated on Lin Changshuo's agile footwork, bellowing enraged. At that moment, the secret arts of their sect, which had never been passed down, were now wielded by their sworn enemy, though not Rush. This young master possesses many skills. As long as you have the capability, I shall slowly teach you. Lin Changshuo swung his long knife, repelling the foe before him. Deftly dodging another round of attacks, a cold smirk gracing his lips, due to the presence of the bronze cauldron within him. Despite his weakened foundation, he had been gradually recovering, his comprehension surpassing that of 1,000 in strength. He could not claim complete mastery over every manual he had studied, but he could easily practice them to a remarkable degree. Die. The assassins, upon hearing this, were consumed by rage, their attacks intensifying, with some even igniting their own essence. Determined to ensure Lin Changshuo's death that very day. Slicing sounds filled the air, with the first of them burning their essence. Others soon followed suit, madness taking hold of the assassins, their effectiveness unmistakable. Amidst the dense and fierce barrage of attacks, Lin Changshuo finally sustained an injury. Despite the enhancements from the small courtyard and the constant movement of his muscles, even as his inner strength fervently supplied energy, he was still struck by a blade across his back, blood gushing forth and staining the pristine white snow beneath him. Not enough. He is wounded. Let him die. The sight of Lin Changshuo's injury drove the assassins into a frenzy. Except for their leader, all began to burn their essence. Let this young master perish. You are still unworthy? Lin Changshuo struck down the assassin who had inflicted harm upon him, his expression unwavering, the blade feeling as though it had struck another instead of himself. In fact, his eyes sparkled with excitement. Had this injury occurred before he entered the small courtyard, it would have severely wounded him, possibly even fractured his bones. Yet now, the wound appeared grievous, but he knew it was merely superficial. The muscle movements within the courtyard were effective, akin to a form of ironclad defense. From this moment onward, Lin Changshuo ceased to evade. He would take the offensive. Ever since he crossed over, he had frequently entered military camps and battlefields, transforming from initial discomfort and nausea into a final indifference, even a detachment towards the lives of his enemies. At the Northern Suppression Army, he had not acquired any profound martial skills. Rather, he had learned one crucial lesson: to fight with desperation. In the battlefield, those who fear death often perish first, while he had never feared death. Thus it was always his foes who met their end. As blades and swords grazed his body, each injury he sustained resulted in the severing of an assassin's arm or thigh, or even their head. Thus, a seemingly flawless assassination spiraled into a brutal clash of flesh and blood due to the grave miscalculation of Lin Changshuo's prowess. What a pity, had you not been poisoned. You would undoubtedly not be weaker than those 5. The edge of Lin Changshuo's northern suppression blade had transformed into a serrated instrument, the once white fur coat now drenched in crimson. At this moment, he stood against the wall, the long knife firmly planted, coldly regarding the only surviving assassin leader before him. Though the leader had concealed himself from the outset, his injuries remained horrific. His left arm was gone, his body marred by gruesome wounds, and even his face bore the marks of a brutal gash, revealing gruesome flesh beneath. Yet, at that moment, he felt no pain. His remaining eye glimmered with a wild excitement as he slowly approached Lin Changshuo, coldly stating, "Do you know a particular saying?" Lin Changshuo exhaled deeply, the metallic tang of blood filling his mouth, yet he remained unfazed, merely casting a scornful glance at the assassin leader, retorting, "What saying?" The leader halted, bewildered, gazing at Lin Changshuo with curiosity. Having once been among the most brilliant talents, he had been cautious over the years, believing Lin Changshuo to be a spent force. Villains perish due to their verbosity. Lin Changshuo let out a cold laugh, and in the next moment, he spat a mouthful of fresh blood towards the leader of the assassins, his entire being transformed into a streak of white light, swiftly maneuvering around the assassin's front and slipping into the blind spot of his opponent. What a surprise! He can still fight. The assassin, taken aback, revealed an expression of astonishment in his single eye. And in an instant, his figure vanished, swinging a blade towards his side. It had been a long time since he had experienced such a brutal battle, but having lived daily in darkness and conflict, he was all too familiar with the quickest ways to kill. His body had long since turned instinctual. To him, it was merely a matter of dodging, casually striking away Lin Changshuo's weapon and delivering a fatal blow. Death, however, as the assassin swung his knife, there was no sound of clashing weapons. Instead, the blade slid effortlessly into flesh, accompanied by Lin Changshuo's deep voice that resonated like the Grim Reaper himself. In the next moment, his singular eye beheld his own body twisting, witnessing his blood-spewing form. Yet there was no head atop that body. Cough, cough, cough. Can you evade this prince's blade? A long knife was deeply embedded in Lin Changshuo's shoulder, and despite the pain, he discarded the weapon. Then, seated in the snow, he coldly regarded the corpses strewn about and spat out a mouthful of blood, saying in a chilling tone, "Aren't you coming out yet? This is your final chance." At that moment, Lin Changshuo did not relax. Rather, his seemingly slack body was taut with tension. After glancing at the silent street, he disdainfully snorted. If the world were to learn of this slaughter, it would surely slap their faces in disbelief. The legendary waste of a son of nobility can actually kill 8 assassins, each at the lowest level of concentration, and the highest being half a step away from the minor master. As Lin Changshuo's words fell, an old man clad in tattered robes, resembling a beggar, appeared on the street, cradling the previously seen beggar girl in his arms. Hee, my uncle truly lacks any intimidating presence. To the point where even an invincible beggar Taoist has emerged. Upon seeing the old Taoist, Lin Changshuo's tense body instantly relaxed. He knew he could not win. If no one came today, death would be inevitable. There was no resentment in his heart regarding the shattered mountain gate. After all, we made mistakes back then. However, the old Taoist had owed many debts over the years, and by making a move today, he could repay those debts. A very profitable transaction. The tattered Taoist, hearing this, displayed no signs of embarrassment. Instead, he gazed at the blood-soaked Lin Changshuo with a sense of nostalgia and said, "Dog brother." Regarding this existence known as invincible below the Grandmaster level, Lin Changshuo regarded him with a serious glance before shouting hoarsely, "Woof, woof, woof." As Lin Changshuo's voice echoed, the large black dog appeared instantly before him. Upon seeing Lin Changshuo's injuries, it expressed a surprisingly human concern. "Cough, cough, cough. I'm fine now. But if that old man intervenes, I will surely perish." In recent days, Lin Changshuo might have struggled with some other matters, but he understood the black dog's intentions quite well. Wanting to smile only caused him to pull at his wounds. So he could only helplessly point at the tattered Taoist on the street and say, "The dog of the merchant madman," while capable of defeating most minor masters and even fighting with grandmasters, still cannot ensure your survival. Upon seeing the large black dog, the tattered Taoist's gaze remained unchanged. He looked at Lin Changshuo and then the black dog, shaking his head, step, step, step. As the tattered Taoist's words faded, a synchronized sound of footsteps accompanied by a heavy scent of blood approached, revealing a group of blood-soaked troops from the northern town. The lowly commander arrives late. "Please forgive me, Your Highness the son of nobility." As this seemingly emerged from hell, the northern town troops approached Lin Changshuo and bowed in unison, speaking in somber tones, "Cough, cough, it's not late. It has merely been a hardship for all of you." Upon closer inspection, Lin Changshuo realized that among the 50 northern town soldiers, 10 were missing, and the remaining ones bore injuries in an instant. Lin Changshuo's grip tightened. The large black dog had not appeared earlier to find the northern town soldiers for Lin Changshuo. But it seemed they too had faced a brutal battle, with even casualties. The northern town army was merely 1,000 strong. Beyond that, they would be invincible. They were formidable, but their strength lay in numbers and armor. Now, clad in worn clothing, the 40 remaining soldiers, each wounded and wielding northern town blades, were still insufficient. Upon seeing the northern town soldiers, the tattered Taoist merely shook his head indifferently, his gaze unchanged as he spoke. Chapter 25. This prince is the soul of the army. Furthermore, what of the sword in the hands of the younger generation? Just as the atmosphere grew tense, a striking figure stepped into the moonlight. Although her sword was sheathed, it exuded a potent sword aura that deterred anyone from looking directly at it. "What brings you here?" Upon seeing the concerned gaze of the newcomer, Lin Changshu curled his lip in a somewhat helpless manner. "If I hadn't come, how could I witness the esteemed son of the Northern Town King in such a wretched state? Most importantly, your life belongs solely to me." The newcomer, draped in white, revealed a hint of pain in her beautiful eyes upon seeing Lin Changshu's wounds. However, upon hearing Lin Changshu's infuriating words, she coldly snorted and proudly declared, "The visitor is none other than the rare future female grandmaster, Lin Changshu's fiancée, the exiled sword fairy, Lu Qingran. My dear girl, your exceptional talent, not only possessing the forgetting emotion technique of the Great Snow Mountain, but also the sword concealment technique of Din Chun. If we were to wait several decades, this humble Taoist would not be your match. Yet now, your forgetting emotion technique remains unrefined, and your sword concealment technique barely scratches the surface. Even if you draw your sword, it would merely sever your dream of becoming a sword fairy and fail to stop this humble Taoist." The tattered Taoist, upon seeing Lu Qingran, gazed at her with deep admiration, especially upon noticing her long sword, which elicited an astonished expression in his eyes. Yet, he continued to hold the little beggar's hand with a nonchalant demeanor. "Speaking lightly, can we not first engage in battle to see?" Lu Qingran was not intimidated by the long-renowned tattered Taoist. Instead, her eyes gleamed with fierce battle intent as she gently gripped the hilt of her sword and coldly declared, "Kill." As Lu Qingran's words fell, the 40 northern town soldiers raised their blades in unison, stepping forward with a heavy air of murderous intent, akin to a ferocious tiger barring Lin Changshu's path. Woof, woof, woof. Even the large black dog transformed in appearance, its muscles bulging as its size doubled in an instant. With the collective momentum, the air became thick with killing intent, contrasting sharply with the earlier playful vibe. The Northern Town Army, though numerous, lacked a soul, leading to needless casualties. The Northern Town armies might have been witnessed by this humble Taoist decades ago, yet disappointment loomed this time. "Large black dog, while your bones are strong and you have learned some true teachings from the merchant madman, you will still meet your end. As for you, my dear girl, cultivation is arduous, and I too wish to see your ultimate achievements. How about retreating now?" The oppressive killing intent weighed down the very snowflakes, rendering them unable to rise. Yet before the tattered Taoist, it seemed to vanish entirely. He cast a light glance at the others, finally expressing regretful words to Lu Qingran, "His life is mine to take. Whoever dares to kill him, I shall kill them." Lu Qingran offered the tattered Taoist the best response. Her long sword slowly emerged from its sheath, and a fierce, chilling sword intent extinguished the falling snowflakes. "Exercise caution when drawing your sword, dear girl. If you unsheath it, you may find it a long time before you can reach the Grandmaster level." Witnessing Lu Qingran's resolute gaze and the slowly unsheathed long sword, the tattered Taoist sighed in regret, saying, "Hee. What use are these words? Old Taoist, are you not saying that this prince's Northern Town army lacks a soul? Today, I shall show you what the soul of the Northern Town army truly is. You, a woman, should simply stay put and refrain from meddling with swords and spears." As Lu Qingran's long sword continued to emerge from its sheath, Lin Changshu suddenly stood up and slowly walked to her side. Ignoring the intense and sharp sword intent, disregarding the wounds inflicted upon his palm, he forcefully returned the long sword to its sheath. "You?" Lu Qingran's beautiful eyes widened in disbelief as she stared at Lin Changshu, taken aback not only by the injury she had inflicted upon him, but also by his reference to her as merely a woman. "What do you mean by you? Just stay put, and watch how your husband deals with this old Taoist today." Lin Changshu's brows furrowed fiercely as he glared at Lu Qingran, then forcefully pushed her aside. "Old Taoist, you need not feel regret. Decades ago, my Northern Town army, under my father's leadership, trampled through the rivers and lakes. Today, this prince shall show you the might of the Northern Town army once more. Is it not merely the soul of the army? Northern Town army, kill." Lin Changshu, disregarding Lu Qingran's astonished gaze, slowly walked to the forefront of the Northern Town army. his blood-stained attire marked by weakness. Yet strangely, as he stood at the forefront, the frailty of his body seemed to dissipate. With Lin Changshuo's words, the momentum of the Northern Town Army grew even stronger. If moments ago they resembled a languid old tiger, now, with Lin Changshuo's emergence, the tiger had bared its fangs, exposing the brilliance of a king. Charging towards the tattered Taoist. Northern Town Army, kill, with Lin Changshuo's roar. The Northern Town Army's steps surged forward once more, the fierce and valiant aura reaching its zenith. Though merely a handful of men, their presence felt akin to a 1,000-strong army, ready to charge forth and eliminate any foes in their path. Woof, woof, woof. Meanwhile, the large black dog, its entire body bristling with sable fur, arched its back, ready to charge forward at the mere command of Lin Changshuo. The Northern Guard had someone to carry on their legacy, and one could not help but envy that reckless warrior, Lin Zhan. As the Northern Guard seemed to undergo a remarkable transformation, the tattered Taoist's gaze reflected genuine astonishment for the first time. His pale eyes scrutinized Lin Changshuo, and he could not suppress his admiration. With a gentle lift of his hand, he lightly clapped in tandem with Lin Changshuo and his companions. Alas, you are still not enough. As that aged hand rose, the sound of wind seemed to dissipate, leaving only the Taoist's indifferent voice in its wake. Following the palm strike, a mysterious force manifested, outlining a colossal transparent hand that filled the entire street. Wherever the giant hand traversed, trees and stone pillars were effortlessly obliterated, leaving not even a speck of dust behind. Kill. Even from a distance, Lin Changshuo's hair and garments were swept up by the energy of the giant hand, causing even the binding ribbon to snap. Lin Changshuo took a deep breath, his muscles rippling as the power within him surged vigorously. The Northern Guard behind him moved as one with Lin Changshuo. Their breaths synchronized, and at the sound of his furious shout, "Kill!" they all raised their northern blades in unison, a massive northern blade materializing around Lin Changshuo. Lin Changshuo became the very essence of the blade. The northern blade emanating a fierce and relentless aura as it struck down upon the giant hand. Chapter 26. The consequences of 10 years. I have spoken. It is not enough. Upon witnessing the enormous northern blade, the tattered Taoist's eyes glimmered with reminiscence. It was a blade of immense power, one that had once cleaved through his sect and its exalted leaders. Though decades had passed, and its strength had undoubtedly waned, it still instilled a sense of trepidation within him. Yet, he remained unfazed, asserting that even the presence of a half-step master would meet their demise beneath his palm. Indeed, as the blade met the hand, the northern blade shattered, while the giant hand only trembled slightly, continuing its relentless advance towards Lin Changshuo and his companions. The backlash from the shattered blade sent Lin Changshuo, who stood at the forefront, hurtling backward, a spurt of blood erupting from his mouth mid-air. With Lin Changshuo's defeat, the entire Northern Guard was sent flying, many of them losing their grip on their blades, which vanished into a mist of blood. At this critical moment, the large black dog bravely intervened, intercepting the giant hand at the cost of its own bones cracking, collapsing beside Lin Changshuo, staining the pristine white snow with its blood. Yet the giant hand remained steadfast. Though diminished, it still bore down upon them, and Lin Changshuo realized they could not withstand it. Death was inevitable. I have declared. No one shall harm him, just as despair loomed. A resounding sword cry echoed through the street, a sharp sword intent saturating the air. Trees and walls disintegrated into dust as the sword light flashed, dispelling the giant hand momentarily. With the release of that sword, Lu Qingran collapsed to the ground, unable to maintain her grip on the sword, a spray of blood staining her white garments. Taoist, I, Lin Changshuo, vow today, if I survive, regardless of your whereabouts or any forces behind you, they shall be obliterated. As Lu Qingran fell, Lin Changshuo's heart wrenched painfully, his eyes burning with rage as he held the pallid Lu Qingran, his gaze coldly fixed on the tattered Taoist. His voice, though subdued and devoid of emotion, unnerved the Taoist, who was accustomed to life and death, causing an uncharacteristic unease to wash over him. What a pity! You should have been a breathtaking sight in the martial world. But now your sword lies broken. Had you been able to recuperate, you might have achieved the title of Grandmaster through your forgetting heart technique. Alas, the world shall never witness another female sword immortal. The Taoist quickly regained his composure, his gaze laden with regret as he addressed Lu Qingran. "Elder, if you do not depart now, you may never have the chance again." Yet Lu Qingran seemed unfazed by the loss of her swordsmanship. Lying in Lin Changshuo's embrace, a hint of color returning to her pale face as she calmly replied to the Taoist, "If I could leave, I would have merely struck once today to repay a debt of gratitude. Yet now, I must strike again, regardless of whether my sect is right or wrong. These blood debts shall ultimately rest upon Lin Changshuo's shoulders. After this strike, whether he lives or dies, it shall no longer concern me. Even if he seeks to attack me." Upon hearing this, the Taoist slowly shook his head, sensing powerful auras converging upon them. Yet he raised his hand, and the oppressive aura intensified. "What a shame! You were meant to be an exceptional prodigy. But you fell victim to poison in your youth, crippling your foundation. Despite your efforts over the years to defy expectations, reaching the half-step lesser master realm, fate is indeed cruel. Fairness is but a legend. You, Lin Changshuo, are destined to fade into the annals of history, just like your mother." Gazing into Lin Changshuo's crimson eyes, the Taoist expressed his sorrow once more, though his actions remained unwavering, and the aura around him grew even more potent. The transparent giant hand reappeared, filling the street once more, a hand devoid of malice yet capable of extinguishing the majority of the world's strong. This time, neither the large black dog, nor Lu Qingran, nor Lin Changshuo, nor the Northern Guard could muster the strength to resist. They could only watch helplessly as the hand approached. "What audacity! Have you become so arrogant in these decades, you old Taoist? Let me see how you intend to kill my lord." Just as despair threatened to engulf them, a figure soared in from the distance, appearing almost instantaneously beside Lin Changzai in the next moment. Uncle Dao, whose physique was far from robust, stood defiantly before the giant hand, his aura surging. Though it was chaotic and riddled with wounds, it was as if he could shatter the very air itself. With a single hand gesture, a long spear materialized in his grasp. "I will slay you with this spear." Once the spear was in hand, Uncle Dao's demeanor transformed, radiating the fierce spirit of the Northern Guard. With a single motion, the spear lunged toward the giant hand like a dragon in flight. A faint sound echoed through the air as the giant hand halted under the spear's force. Engaging in a struggle, Lin Changshuo observed as Uncle Dao's legs trembled with exertion, the spear gradually bending under the strain. "You remnants! It seems those fellows did not manage to stop you. Had it been a decade ago, at your peak, you could have withstood this blow, but now, with your damaged body and foundation, it is insufficient." The Taoist displayed no surprise at Uncle Dao's arrival. He remained composed, shaking his head as he regarded Uncle Dao's fierce visage. "Enough of your nonsense. The general should have listened to me back then and eliminated you outright. You should never have been allowed to live." Uncle Dao's face flushed, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. With a cold huff, he unleashed a torrent of curses. "Today, the debt owed by the Northern King has been repaid." The Taoist's eyes widened, revealing the first flicker of emotion as he earnestly addressed Uncle Dao. "Then let me add my own debt to yours." Simultaneously, Uncle Dao's spear bent to an alarming degree, producing sounds of impending collapse. Just as the spear seemed on the verge of breaking, the figure of Uncle Leg flickered past, wielding a northern blade that cleaved through the air, forcing the giant hand to retreat. "Lin Changshuo, today I shall sever our karmic ties, and in turn, forge new ones with you. I will wait a decade. If you cannot end my life within that time, I shall take yours instead. This child is left to you. May you heed her brother's warning and lend her your aid." As Uncle Leg appeared, the Taoist abruptly waved his hand, causing the giant hand to vanish instantaneously, along with his own figure, leaving only his calm voice echoing in the ears of those present. Chapter 27. Then you shall go. 10 years? You foul Taoist, I will not need 10 years. Within 5, I shall claim your head. As Lin Changshuo gazed at the vanishing figure of the tattered Taoist, his eyes blazed a fiery red, and he let out a thunderous roar towards the heavens. This time, confronted with the Taoist's earth-shattering assault, he was truly engulfed by fear, a profound despair that enveloped him, knowing full well that death awaited yet being compelled to await his fate. The last time such a calamity had struck was during his second year after transmigrating. When his mother had led him into an ambush on that occasion, she had perished, leaving his sister Mainyang's cultivation foundation irrevocably damaged. Now, facing the lone tattered Taoist, despite the absence of as many formidable opponents as before, the despair was no less palpable, intensifying Lin Changshou's trepidation. Behind him, the Northern Guard lay in death and disarray. Lu Qingran's swordsmanship lay shattered, and even the once mysterious and powerful Black Dog lay incapacitated. Had it not been for the timely arrival of Uncle Dao and the others, Lin Changshou dared not contemplate the dire consequences that would have ensued. He had no intention of resorting to lethal force. At that moment, Uncle Leg, limping and battered, approached him. Covered in wounds, he managed to utter a few words before he succumbed to a fit of coughing. Blood spilling forth, and no matter the circumstances, today, he had struck, and such an act was unforgivable. Lin Changshou, upon hearing this, was acutely aware that the other party had not intended to kill. Even those seemingly light blows had left his companions wounded on the ground. Yet, what did it matter? The deed had been done. Regardless of whether it was a half-hearted effort, the vendetta had been established. Furthermore, the earlier mention of his mother's fate provided Lin Changshou with ample justification to retaliate. Alas! What shall be done next? At this juncture, Uncle Dao leaned against his spear, surveying the tragic state of the Northern Guard, and let out a sigh. Those from the Northern Guard who are able to fight. Stand up. Do not force yourselves beyond your limits. Upon hearing this, Lin Changshou, gritting his teeth against the excruciating pain, lifted Lu Qingran, casting a cold glance back at the Northern Guard. Be why the order of the young master. As Lin Changshou's words echoed, a dozen or so members of the Northern Guard struggled to rise, while others, despite their efforts, succumbed to the ground in resignation. Uncle Dao, Uncle Leg, there is something I have long been curious about, Lin Changshou said, a satisfied nod gracing his features. The reputation of the Northern Guard was forged through blood and sacrifice. Those who feared death or suffering had no place among them. He turned his gaze to the two men, their faces adorned with a peculiar expression, and inquired, Young master, we certainly did not intend to keep this from you, but it is the general who forbade us from revealing it. The two exchanged knowing glances before decisively shifting the blame, their expressions reflecting an exaggerated sense of grievance. That is not what I meant. I have always known you were formidable. I merely find it curious, Uncle Dao, that you wield a spear, and Uncle Leg, a knife? Lin Changshou rolled his eyes at the duo, having long since recognized their roguelike countenances during their extensive travels. He was simply intrigued. They say there are no misnamed nicknames, yet in your cases, it seems entirely reversed. It's strange for me to use a spear, or for me to wield a knife. In response to Lin Changshou's inquiry, the two regarded him as if he were a fool. Retorting, fine, you are impressive. Then please assist in transporting the injured. Lu Qingran and the Black Dog should be taken to the academy, while the brothers of the Northern Guard need to be brought to the finest medical facility. Lin Changshou shot them a dismissive look before issuing commands. And you still intend to visit that brothel? Before Uncle Dao and Uncle Leg could respond, Lu Qingran, nestled in Lin Changshou's embrace, shot him a fierce glare, her eyes gleaming with fury. As for the nickname Qingran, the two men chose to feign ignorance, and with Lu Qingran's words, a palpable tension filled the air, halting everyone's breath as they turned to Lin Changshou. They felt as if a colossal beast of despair was slowly lifting its head, the pressure far more intense than facing the tattered Taoist. Gulp. I assure you, I am not going there for frivolity. I truly have business to attend to. Even Lin Changshou, who feared neither heaven nor earth, felt a tremor of dread as he struggled to swallow and murmured, Oh, then you may go. Just as everyone anticipated an outburst from Lu Qingran, she unexpectedly leaped from Lin Changshou's arms, a triumphant smile gracing her lips. Very well, I shall take my leave, and this little beggar shall accompany me. This declaration left Lin Changshou momentarily speechless, a smile creeping onto his face as he realized that his relationship with Lu Qingran had progressed significantly today. Should I discover anything else, I will have no choice but to eliminate you. Lu Qingran, observing Lin Changshou's playful expression and the amused faces of the others, felt her cheeks flush with embarrassment as she shot him a sharp glare. Rest assured, this young master will remain virtuous and uphold my integrity for you. With a flick of his disheveled hair and a mischievous grin, Lin Changshou seized the small beggar's hand and led the injured members of the Northern Guard away. Disappearing around the corner, humph! Lu Qingran could not help but smile. Her spirits lifted. Even amidst the confusion of her swordsmanship, it was the most joyous moment she had experienced in over a decade. Meanwhile, Lin Changshuo's expression darkened as he departed from the blood-soaked streets. He was acutely aware that he would be targeted in the capital, and even during the lengthy journey, assaults had been relentless. Yet, he had never anticipated the rapidity and ferocity of the current attack. It felt as if his life hung by a thread. Most critically, some had yet to arrive. The ghostly figures he had discreetly assembled had already scattered throughout the capital prior to his entrance into the academy. Some had infiltrated Qinghua Pavilion, while others had dispersed into the city's daily life. Even so, the ghostly figures would undoubtedly remain vigilant. The absence of the Northern Guard and Uncle Dao, despite their injuries, struck Lin Changshuo as profoundly abnormal. Clenching his fists, he prayed that his ghostly figures would not meet with total annihilation. "Young master, we were intercepted by the court's forces. Many of our brothers are injured, and several have already been captured." As Lin Changshuo pondered the fate of the ghostly figures, a soft voice reached his ears, prompting him to raise an eyebrow and nod slightly. He discreetly gestured with his hand. The capture of the ghostly figures by the court meant that those referred to as the court could not be mere trifles. Lin Changshuo's gaze shifted toward the palace, his eyes glinting with cold determination. Did that individual intend to take action against the northern borders? Yet, he could not delve deeper into these matters at this moment. He could only maintain a grim demeanor, gripping the little beggar's hand as he led the bloodied remnants of the Northern Guard toward Qinghua Pavilion. The attack he had faced today bore not an ounce of unpredictability. All signs pointed toward Qinghua Pavilion as the source of the turmoil. He would approach it, both to establish his authority and to discern whether those within would inadvertently reveal their true intentions. Chapter 28. Stand firm and do not move. This young master will tell you what it means. Upon Lin Changshuo's arrival at Qinghua Pavilion, he had not yet entered when he overheard Luo Feng's brazen remarks, prompting him to rest the northern blade upon his shoulder and stride inside. Damn, what is happening? How dare this person wield a weapon at night within the capital? Shu, lower your voice. Be cautious lest your head end up rolling. This individual is none other than the young master of the Northern Guard. Today, we are in for a spectacle. Wasn't the young master of the Northern Guard confined within the academy? How is he now wounded and roaming free? Did you not notice the group of reapers behind him? They too are battered. With an injured young master in the capital, this will certainly stir up quite a commotion. As Lin Changshuo, clad in blood-soaked garments, stepped into the hall of Qinghua Pavilion, the atmosphere erupted into chaos, with every gaze fixed upon him in disbelief, their expressions a kaleidoscope of emotions. I in a private room on the second floor. Mainyang nearly bolted down the stairs but was restrained by Shang Nan, whose eyes blazed with fury yet remained firmly in check. Mainyang, you cannot appear too close to Changshuo in public just yet. I understand, Mainyang replied, though her eyes remained glued to Lin Changshuo, misty with concern. When had her little young master ever endured such injuries? A bold thought began to take root within her mind, to take him back to the northern borders, regardless of the tempestuous waters that lay ahead. Once there, she would not believe that anyone would dare to harm her little young master. Your Highness, upon witnessing Lin Changshuo's arrival, Li San let out a long sigh of relief. To be frank, he felt a twinge of fear when faced with the capital's elite, Luo Feng. This was not just any son of the Luo family. He was the legitimate heir to the right minister, destined to inherit the legacy of the Luo clan. All right. What is going on with this fellow? Lin Changshuo waved dismissively, having already been informed of the situation by the disguised ghostly servant as soon as he entered. He casually took a seat. Bring food for me and my brothers in the back. Without so much as a glance at Luo Feng, Lin Changshuo pointed at the sullen-faced Zhang Kuan standing behind Luo Feng and declared, I am the legitimate heir of the capital's magistrate. Why should I serve you as a servant? As soon as Lin Changshuo's words left his mouth, silence fell over the room. Luo Feng regarded him with an impassive expression, while Zhang Kuan's fury ignited as he pointed at Lin Changshuo, bellowing, if it were merely food for Lin Changshuo alone, I might have tolerated it, as he is indeed the young master of the Northern Guard. A prominent figure in the grand scheme of things, but why should I be reduced to serving that band of soldiers? This is nothing short of an insult. If I comply, how would I ever hold my head high in the capital again? Come here. This young master will tell you why. Upon hearing this, Li Changshu broke into a smile, gesturing warmly towards Zhang Kuan and saying, "Your Highness, please feel free to speak your mind. This is hardly appropriate." Zhang Kuan, upon witnessing this, felt intimidated. The sight of Lin Changshu, drenched in blood, radiated a chilling and formidable aura, making him reluctant to approach. Instead, he sought assistance from Luo Feng, who, after a brief smirk, fixed his gaze on Lin Changshu and commanded, "Hand over that wine flask." Lin Changshu remained silent, instead beckoning a nearby servant. The servant, grinning, promptly passed the flask to him, well aware of their master's temperament. Lin Changshu, the son of the Right Chancellor, represented the illustrious Right Chancellor's residence. When had Luo Feng ever been so disregarded, especially in such a public setting? Clenching his fists, he shot a frosty glare at Lin Changshu, attempting to leverage the Right Chancellor's prestige to compel Lin to yield. At the very least to acknowledge him. "Who do you think you are? Have you lost your mind?" To his astonishment, Lin Changshu drained the flask in one go, tossing it towards Luo Feng's head with a flick of his wrist. Should it connect, Luo Feng would surely sustain grievous injuries, if not be rendered unconscious, given his mere cultivation at the spirit concentration realm. "You dare!" At that moment, a figure swiftly intervened, seizing the flask from midair, revealing an unmistakable mastery at the Unity realm. All eyes were now fixed on the unfolding drama, curious whether Luo Feng or the newly arrived noble would emerge victorious. The onlookers exchanged glances. Noting Luo Feng's sullen demeanor and Lin Changshu, who had once again grasped the flask, whispering among themselves, "Cut him down." Just as they anticipated a retort from Lin Changshu, he merely waved his hand dismissively. His voice devoid of emotion. "You dare, Lin Changshu?" Luo Feng's eyes widened in disbelief, glaring fiercely at his adversary. Yet Lin Changshu did not even spare him a glance, commanding the 10-odd soldiers of the Northern Guard to transform into crimson shadows. Charging forth. "Kill!" With a low command, blades flashed, and the burly man standing before Luo Feng attempted to resist but fell within moments, slain by the Northern Guard's blade. "Lin Changshu, are you declaring war against the Right Chancellor's residence?" Oddly enough, despite the close proximity of the combatants, the conflict did not involve Luo Feng at all. Only the blood from the fallen man splattered onto him, rendering him a picture of utter disarray. "Stand firm, do not move." Remarkably, Lin Changshu maintained an indifferent expression, seemingly unperturbed by Luo Feng's threats, pointing at him with a cold tone. "You? What do you intend to do? This is the capital, not the northern frontier." Upon meeting Lin Changshu's apathetic gaze, Luo Feng grew alarmed. He recognized that look from his father, a chilling indifference to life that made him fear for his own. He had yet to exact his revenge. Nor had he ascended to become the second Luo Gua of Dashang. Recently married to a concubine, the weight of his fears was palpable. "Stand firm, do not move." Lin Changshu remained silent, his expression still blank. Once he noticed Luo Feng obediently frozen in place, he raised the flask and struck it against Luo Feng's head with a resounding crack. "Lin Changshu!" Blood immediately streamed from Luo Feng's wound, and no one dared to intervene. The soldiers of the Northern Guard stood with their bloodied blades, while the floor became littered with pieces of flesh, leaving only the echoes of Luo Feng's anguished cries in the hall. "Remember, if you lack the ability, do not stick your neck out. You come here to serve my brothers, fetch the wine, and have that little girl cleaned up. Find a doctor to attend to her." Lin Changshu cast not a single glance at Luo Feng, pointing at Zhang Kuan with a frosty tone, then pushing the little beggar towards the servant. Slap, 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 truly, as the son of the Northern King. His actions were drenched in blood, yet in the capital, striking a fourth-rank official seemed to disregard the laws of Dashang. Just as Zhang Kuan trembled while fetching provisions, a round of applause erupted from a distance. A calm voice seemingly placing Lin Changshu under scrutiny. Chapter 29. "I shall strike you too. What concern is it of yours?" The crowd had expected Lin Changshu to say something, perhaps to clarify that he did not oppose the laws of Dashang. After all, such accusations would lend credence to the rumors of the northern frontier's military arrogance. However, Lin Changshu merely spat blood disdainfully, behaving like a ruffian. "How dare you speak to the third prince in such a manner?" A person, fanning himself in the winter chill, initially stunned by Lin Changshu's words, soon broke into laughter. Yet his companions were incensed, stepping forward to point an accusing finger at Lin Changshu, shouting angrily, The third prince? Has he arrived? Isn't he the one who has always maintained a low profile, regarded as the most leisurely royal alongside the wise king of Dashang? Upon hearing the mention of the third prince, the crowd's chatter intensified, their gazes fixated on the youth holding a folding fan, whose demeanor was remarkably gentle. The third prince was born of a concubine, who tragically perished during childbirth. Furthermore, her family held no power, placing the third prince in a precarious position within the royal family. In a bid for survival, he had learned to remain inconspicuous. His days were spent indulging in wine and revelry or enjoying leisurely boat rides among the flowers, cultivating a reputation that was neither good nor bad, and he was among those least threatening to his position. In fact, very few officials and aristocrats in the capital had even glimpsed his visage over the years. Do you see that pile of flesh? If you do not control your hound, that will be his fate. Lin Changshu, taking a bite out of a chicken leg, pointed languidly at the remnants before Luo Feng. Oh, I am rather curious to know who has incited such fury in you, disregarding even the royal family's prestige. Just as tension thickened in the air, the third prince, disregarding the guard's attempts to stop him, sauntered past the northern guard, plopping down beside Lin Changshu. After sipping a cup of wine, he chuckled. Are you standing up for him, or against him? Lin Changshu shot a surprised glance at the third prince, then pointed at the quaking Zhang Kuan and then at the cowering Luo Feng. If I were to plead for mercy, would you abstain? The third prince paused momentarily, taken aback by Lin Changshu's unconventional approach, then curiously inquired, I would? Lin Changshu swallowed a morsel of chicken, took a hearty swig of wine, and replied, then? This statement left the crowd momentarily stunned, though they soon recognized the logic in it. Just as the third prince prepared to speak again, Lin Changshu coldly interjected, I will strike you too. How dare you? The guards, incensed, drew their blades, pointing them threateningly at Lin Changshu. Execute him. To their surprise, Lin Changshu glanced at the third prince, then laughed disdainfully, saying, You dare? I am in league with the third prince. Following Lin Changshu's declaration, the soldiers of the Northern Guard immediately stood at attention, their blades humming ominously, leaving the guards utterly dumbfounded as they stammered. Take him out and execute him. We are dining here. Just as the Northern Guard's blade was poised to dismember the guard, Lin Changshu abruptly raised his hand, halting the onslaught. Before the guard could breathe a sigh of relief, Lin Changshu impatiently waved his hand. Lin Changshu, you are most audacious. How dare you? The guard attempted to resist, but was swiftly overpowered by the numerous soldiers of the Northern Guard, who expelled him from the hall, leaving only his anguished screams echoing. Your actions could easily lead to repercussions. At the very least, you shall face extended confinement at the academy. Remarkably, the third prince displayed no signs of fear or sorrow over his guard's fate. Instead, he regarded Lin Changshu with a gentle smile, saying, Damn it, had you not been a prince, I would have given you a beating. You used me as a pawn. Remember, you owe me a favor, and should you fail to repay it, be prepared. Hearing this, Lin Changshu took a vicious bite of chicken, as if it were the third prince himself. It seems the rumors are misleading. They claim you have become a debauched wastrel after losing your foundation. But it appears those tales do harm. The third prince, his eyes crinkling with mirth, responded, They all say you, the third prince, have it worse than the wise king of Shangnan. But it seems the rumors have understated your plight. Even your guards belong to others, and your life must indeed be quite miserable. Lin Changshu scoffed lightly, casting a weary glance at the third prince. In any case, I thank you for today. I have enjoyed the spectacle sufficiently. Now, I shall take my leave. By the way, I have wagered quite a sum on Miss Tingyu. As the proprietor, should you not express your gratitude? The third prince smiled faintly, seemingly unfazed by Lin Changshu's demeanor. Instead replying earnestly, Do not seek me. Go to Shangnan. This brothel belongs to him. Lin Changshu spat out a mouthful of blood, cursing as he spoke. His voice, far from hushed, echoed throughout the otherwise silent hall. Shangnan, one of the two leisurely princes of the Great Shang, could be described as the most inconspicuous of them all. The third prince at least possessed some talent, indulging in romantic pursuits, whereas this individual hardly ever made his presence known. Despite being a prince in the capital and the beloved younger brother of the current emperor, he was nothing short of an oddity, desiring nothing more than to frolic about aimlessly. The 15th uncle? Is this his territory? The third prince, who had just begun to stand, stumbled back in shock upon hearing this news, his expression one of utter disbelief. At that moment, not only the third prince was astounded, even Luo Feng and Zhang Kuan were taken aback, feeling a sense of dread wash over them. They had assumed that Lin Changshuo's presence here signified that this was indeed his domain. Having come specifically to stir trouble, some even had family members who had made other arrangements, yet to discover that this place belonged to the 15th Sage King sent a chill of cold sweat down the spines of those with ulterior motives. Do you believe me or not? Your 15th uncle is watching from above. Damn it, Shangnan. If you keep watching the show, I swear I will kill your nephew. Lin Changshuo shot a glare at the third prince, finally unable to contain his anger, and hurled a wine jug towards the private room where Shangnan was. What a reckless man Lin Changshuo is. The wine jug was abruptly halted by an unseen force, and a voice from within came, filled with a mixture of laughter and scolding. Soon after, the door swung open, and Shangnan emerged slowly, accompanied by Mei Yang and his guards. See? I told you it was his. You too, if you dare to leave, I swear I will chop you into pieces today. Go ahead. Test me. Lin Changshuo shot a disdainful glance at the astonished third prince and suddenly pointed a finger at the fleeing Luo Feng and others. His voice cold as ice. What do you want from me? Luo Feng, upon hearing Lin Changshuo's words, turned around, his eyes blazing with fury. He could hardly fathom that Lin Changshuo had the audacity to strike him, let alone threaten him in front of so many witnesses. He would never have believed it, and had anyone else dared to say such a thing, he would have slapped them twice. After all, he was the legitimate son of the Right Chancellor. Yet, facing Lin Changshuo, he found himself unable to dismiss his words, not daring to take any unnecessary actions, unwilling to wager his life against Lin Changshuo's boldness. What will happen if you take a step? You would know, wouldn't you? Why even ask me? Lin Changshuo chuckled, a playful gleam in his eyes as he regarded Luo Feng and his companions. Are you really going to kill me? Luo Feng, meeting Lin Changshuo's gaze, swallowed hard and asked, a hint of terror creeping into his voice. Damn it, you dare to slack off while serving us? Lin Changshuo, however, had no interest in even glancing at Luo Feng, and instead, he tossed an entire platter directly onto Zhang Kuan's head, the sound of impact followed by blood streaming down his forehead. Yet in that moment, Zhang Kuan dared not utter a sound, nor did he dare to wipe the blood away, quickly weaving through the ranks of the Northern Town Army to serve at the banquet. 15th uncle, I truly did not expect this to be your domain. Meanwhile, the third prince approached Shangnan with a wry smile, expressing his helplessness. Alas, the funds provided by the imperial household are simply insufficient for my needs. Otherwise, I would not have resorted to this. I had hoped to operate in secrecy, but some individuals simply would not allow me to be at peace, forcing me to step forward. Upon hearing this, Shangnan could only spread his hands in a gesture of resigned amusement, his expression one of deep-seated grievance. However, this conversation struck the ears of Luo Feng and his cohorts like thunder, for regardless of their capabilities, they found themselves reduced to mere jesters in the presence of royalty. Having foolishly provoked someone of such stature, they felt an urgent need to hurry back home and inform their elders that this Qingyue Pavilion was not a lawless territory nor Lin Changshuo's domain, but rather the realm of the royal 15th Sage King, Shangnan. Luo Feng, do you see my injuries? Lin Changshuo, undeterred by the thoughts of those around him, pointed at Luo Feng, whose expression was a storm of fluctuating emotions. I see them. Luo Feng was neither a fool nor blind. From the moment Lin Changshuo entered, everyone had been astonished, pondering who had the audacity to harm another in the capital. Luo Feng knew more than most. Understanding that this assassination had ties to his own family, he had initially thought they had been discreet enough, yet it appeared their tracks had been uncovered. Excellent. Stand still that I care not whether you have any part in this. But since you dare to show your face, be prepared. Lin Changshuo nodded, seemingly satisfied with the response, as he approached with the battered northern town blade in hand. Lin Changshuo, do not overstep. He is the legitimate son of the Right Chancellor. Consider the consequences. At the sight of Lin Changshuo rising with his blade, terror washed over everyone. Several middle-aged men stepped in front of Luo Feng, their expressions grave as they addressed Lin Changshuo. I had come to Qingyue Pavilion to enjoy the music, yet instead of beauties, I encountered a band of armed assassins. Today, I declare this. Do not even dare mention people to me. My temper is quite volatile. If you do not leave in 3 seconds, you need not bother leaving at all. Lin Changshu tilted his head, casting an eye towards the few middle-aged men who had rushed out, though dressed in ordinary attire. Their long-standing experience in high positions was unmistakable. 3. Lin Changshu, disregarding the wary gazes of others, continued to sip his drink while advancing toward Luo Feng. As he began to count, the faces of the middle-aged men grew increasingly grim. It was evident from their expressions that they were in a state of panic, hardly daring to meet Lin Changshu's gaze, merely exchanging glances amongst themselves in a hurried attempt to communicate. But Lin Changshu showed no mercy, and before they could even gather their wits, the northern town blade, steeped in the scent of blood, surged toward their heads. Yu Haven T even counted to 2. The officials, witnessing this, felt their spirits plummet, half of their souls fleeing from their bodies. They were merely bureaucrats, accustomed to a life of ease, and had never faced the sharp edge of a blade. Before the northern town blade could reach them, they were already scrambling away, their panicked cries echoing throughout the hall. Amitba. Yet, Lin Changshu paid no heed to their protests. The northern town blade aimed straight at Luo Feng's head. As the blade descended, Luo Feng panicked, his pupils dilating, memories flooding back uncontrollably. The crowd collectively shut their eyes, unwilling to witness the impending doom, except for a few, who watched with a sense of grim satisfaction. Just as the northern town blade was about to sever Luo Feng's head, a shining bald figure appeared beneath the blade's edge. Unyielding, the northern town blade halted against the man's forehead, not due to Lin Changshu's reluctance to strike, but because an unseen force had effectively stopped the blade, regardless of how much strength Lin Changshu exerted. A monk? Where did he come from? Lin Changshu chuckled, tilting his head to regard the elderly monk with white eyebrows. In response to the young master's inquiry, this humble monk has accompanied the envoy from the Xiongnu nation to pay respects to His Majesty of the Great Shang. The monk clasped his hands together and slightly bowed his head, his eyes betraying no emotion whatsoever. Oh, you have ties to the Right Chancellor's residence? Lin Changshu continued his questioning, and as he did so, the soldiers of the northern town stood up collectively, their auras fluctuating, ready to draw their blades at the slightest provocation. Amitba, the Right Chancellor is well versed in Buddhist teachings, and this humble monk is fortunate enough to seek enlightenment alongside him. The old monk, his eyes twitching slightly, maintained his calm demeanor. So, the Right Chancellor is colluding with you traitorous monks. Is he planning a rebellion as well? Lin Changshu nodded slightly, his smile reminiscent of a friendly neighbor. Yet the words that followed sent shivers down the spines of all present. The very reason the northern town king had once trampled the rivers and lakes was due to the monks seizing land, with certain temples instilling ideologies that incited disobedience among the common folk. Ultimately, when the conflict with Buddhism began, it was the innocent civilians who suffered the most, leading to the chaos. Now, as the monks found themselves unable to survive in the Great Shang, they had returned in a desperate scramble, aligning with the Xiongnu. "Do not slander me." At Lin Changshu's words, Luo Feng was instantly agitated. Emboldened by the monk's presence, he felt a surge of confidence and dared to point an accusatory finger at Lin Changshu, shouting furiously, "Shang Nan, lend me a hand." Lin Changshu shot a cold smile at Luo Feng, causing him to flinch and hastily retreat behind the old monk. Yet Lin Changshu ignored Luo Feng entirely, turning to the spectator Shang Nan and casually uttering, "Do as you please." Shang Nan merely shrugged, showing no concern, and in the next moment, a figure appeared at Lin Changshu's side. "What is your command?" "Young master?" The newcomer was none other than Ada, who had previously attempted to leave the second floor. He appeared unfazed in Lin Changshu's presence, wearing a stiff smile as he spoke. "Can this monk be dealt with?" Lin Changshu inquired, setting down the northern town blade and tilting his head. "I cannot kill him, but with the brothers of the northern town army, we can certainly incapacitate him." Ada scrutinized the old monk with a gaze akin to that of a butcher assessing a slab of meat, ultimately shaking his head and declaring, "No need to kill him, merely restrain him. The northern town army will assist you." Lin Changshu cast a disapproving glance at Ada. He had no desire to resort to lethal measures at this juncture, as it would complicate matters unnecessarily. That is simple enough. He is merely at the peak of a minor master. Upon hearing this, Ada let out a sigh of relief, his entire demeanor shifting as he lunged towards the old monk. Why must you do this, benefactor? The old monk's white brows twitched in agitation, and with a resigned sigh, he prepared to engage. As he began to take action, the northern town army's collective aura surged. Though they refrained from striking, merely exerting pressure upon the old monk. Is there anyone else? If not, this young master will take action. Amidst the chaos around him, Lin Changshu appeared oblivious, slowly approaching Luo Feng. His indifferent eyes scanning the surroundings as he spoke. Dare you lay a finger on me? No one will be able to protect you. Remember, you are merely a hostage here. Realizing that his greatest ally had vanished, Luo Feng seethed internally at the untrustworthy characters of the martial world. They had initially agreed to confront Lin Changshu together, yet now, not a single one was in sight. He resorted to threats, hoping to instill fear in Lin Changshu, who he genuinely feared would cleave him in two without hesitation. Will you not intervene at all? On the other side, two members of the royal family leaned against one another, sipping wine as they observed the unfolding scene. As Lin Changshu seemed poised to strike, the third prince could not contain his curiosity. If you have the courage, then stop him. Do you not see his smiling face? Do you believe that if anyone dares to step forward, the northern blade will not cleave them in two? Shangnan shot a disapproving glance at his nephew, fully aware of Lin Changshu's reputation. I remember when he was just a teenager, he slaughtered a band of Xiongnu in vengeance for a village's destruction, all while wearing that same expression. He led a group into the heart of Xiongnu territory and annihilated their entire clan. I will not go. I am not familiar with them. Besides, if they dare to use a monk as a shield, they deserve the consequences. Upon hearing this, the third prince glanced at the composed Lin Changshu. Swallowing hard and quickly shook his head, he recalled Lin Changshu's earlier threat to involve him, and as a prince, he could not afford to lose face. Your Highness, the capital abides by the law. Are you not afraid of incurring the emperor's wrath? In the end, it was Zhang Kuan, who appeared more bluster than substance, who spoke up, only to tremble uncontrollably afterward. When this young master was ambushed and attacked, who spoke of the law, if I recall correctly? Your father is the governor of the capital, is he not? Fear not. Once I am done here, you shall be summoned to him. Lin Changshu cast a cold glance at his interlocutor, and in the next moment, the back of his blade came crashing down, eliciting a sudden scream. May you suffer a fate worse than death. Why do you not perish today? How could I allow you to live? Luo Feng's leg was cleaved cleanly through, the bone protruding grotesquely from his flesh. Never had he endured such torment, and the pain drove him to a frenzy, his bloodshot eyes glaring at Lin Changshu as he roared, Do not rush. Remember your words from earlier. At this, a smile crept across Lin Changshu's lips, and without hesitation, he delivered another blow, shattering Luo Feng's other leg, screams echoing throughout the hall. You? How dare you? Zhang Kuan was left dumbfounded, collapsing to the ground in horror as he stared at Lin Changshu. How dare you? You audacious wretches, to conspire against this young master. Before Zhang Kuan could finish his sentence, Lin Changshu interjected, appearing at his side in an instant. With a powerful kick, the sound of bones cracking mingled with Zhang Kuan's anguished cries as his legs were rendered useless. Have you vented your anger, Your Highness? Once you have, I shall step in. As onlookers expected Lin Changshu to finish off one of his targets, he too had anticipated this outcome, raising the northern blade. Yet, at that moment, the unmistakable voice of Gong Wang echoed in his ears. Compelling Lin Changshu to halt, he understood that he had reached the limits of what he could do. Any further actions were simply unattainable at that moment, and it was clear that Gong Wang and his entourage had been waiting outside for quite some time. Imperial decree. As Lin Changshu ceased his assault, a piercing voice rang out from outside, followed by Gong Wang and a cadre of guards entering slowly. Long live the emperor. As Gong Wang and his entourage entered, the crowd bowed in reverence, chanting praises, save for the pitiful cries of Luo Feng and Zhang Kuan. Your Highness, His Majesty commands you to return to the palace at once. You must attend the morning court tomorrow. Just when the crowd anticipated a lengthy oration from Gong Wang, he approached Lin Changshu with a congenial demeanor and stated, I must lodge a complaint. The heir of the Northern King has disregarded human life and slain officials of the court. Before Lin Changshu could respond, a discordant voice emerged as Luo Feng, with a twisted expression, pointed an accusing finger at Lin Changshu and exclaimed, The words of Assistant Minister Luo will be duly noted. I shall take my leave now. By the way, these guards were entrusted to you by His Majesty, who instructed you to return immediately. Upon hearing this, Gong Wang nodded toward Lin Changshu, seemingly ignoring Luo Feng's injuries, and with a faint smile, turned to depart. The remaining guests, including the third prince and Shang Nan, merely offered respectful bows, while the monk did not even spare a glance in their direction. You are fortunate to be alive. Today, I intended to eliminate you, along with those lurking in the shadows of the martial world. Remember my face. From this day forth, anyone who dares to provoke me shall serve as your example. After Gong Wang's departure, Lin Changshu cast a cold glance at Luo Feng and Zhang Kuan, then surveyed the varied expressions of the remaining guests. Having declared his intent, he turned and strode away. Is he truly leaving just like that? 15th uncle, what now? As Lin Changshu vanished through the doorway, the third prince was left in disbelief. Today, they had confronted the legitimate heirs of both the right prime minister and the governor of the capital. And he simply walked away? What else could be done? If you wish to witness the aftermath, join me at the morning court tomorrow. I suspect it will be quite entertaining. Shang Nan, unfazed, stretched lazily before abruptly turning to ask. Chapter 32. Songshu, the Northern King's mansion, served as the residence of the Northern King in the capital, yet ironically, apart from the King's initial year of occupancy, it had languished in neglect for decades. Had it not been for the guards guiding him, Lin Changshu would scarcely have been able to locate his own front door. Oh my, Your Highness, how did you come to be in such a state? Who did this to you? Upon entering the gates of the Northern King's mansion, Lin Changshu was suddenly enveloped in the embrace of a frail, white-haired elder, whose cloudy eyes overflowed with tears. Songshu, what brings you here? Initially, Lin Changshu mistook the elder for an audacious assailant, but upon closer inspection, he was filled with surprise and joy, grasping the elder's arms. This elderly man was among the few individuals Lin Changshu trusted in the royal residence. Second only to Mei Yang, years prior, when he ventured into the heart of Xiongnu territory, it was this very Songshu who had fought valiantly alongside him, ensuring his survival amidst the treacherous cold. However, after that fateful year, Songshu had seemingly vanished, claiming to be on a mission. Who could have anticipated his return? Come, let us enter. What of those two crippled fools? How could they fail to protect you? That wretched scoundrel shall pay for this. Songshu sighed heavily, scrutinizing the wounds adorning Lin Changshu's body. Upon spotting the exposed bone, a fierce killing intent radiated from his frail form, compelling even the royal guards to instinctively grip their weapons. Ah, it's nothing. Let us go inside. I had sent Uncle Leg and the others on errands. Lin Changshu firmly grasped the elder, dragging him inside. Songshu may not have been a formidable master, merely a seasoned veteran whose foundation had been compromised in his youth. Yet his loyalty was unwavering. Lin Changshu trusted that if Songshu vowed revenge, he would wield the northern blade against any adversary, including the emperor himself. Have someone investigate that little beggar's identity. Just before entering the master bedroom, Lin Changshu whispered, Songshu, it has been years since we last met. Why did my father assign you here? You would be better off accompanying me in the north. I searched for you for ages, Lin Changshu exclaimed as he ushered Songshu into the bedroom, where a servant had already prepared wine. Let us not dwell on that. We must tend to your wounds first. I was puzzled when I noticed the imperial physicians arriving, never imagining it was you who had been injured. However, Songshu disregarded him, stepping outside to instruct the maid to summon the imperial physician. Once everything was taken care of, he finally settled beside Lin Changshu. Is everything all right now? Songshu, pray tell, how did you come to be in the capital? Lin Changshu inquired, refraining from interruption, his face alight with mirth as he poured wine. How else? The young lady wished to pursue her studies, and the general insisted that a house without familiar faces was no place for her, so he brought me along. Upon arrival, he spoke of the dangers lurking in the capital. It is unacceptable to claim that there are no trustworthy individuals. However, it was only upon my arrival that I realized I had been deceived. Was this a ruse to lure me here for a life of complacency? Had I known it would turn out this way, I would have preferred to slay more Xiongnu in the north rather than perish here. Uncle Tsong, with no pretense, downed his drink and, in a fit of anger, remarked that to him, as an old soldier, dying while vanquishing the Xiongnu in the north was a matter of pride, yet he could not fathom the notion of coming here to idle away his days. Has my elder sister ever visited? Where is she now? Once cheerful, Lin Changsho, upon hearing about the young lady, spat out his drink in shock and asked, "You are unaware." When we departed, it was the general himself who saw us off. As for the whereabouts of the young lady now, I truly do not know. After spending 3 years in the academy, she suddenly expressed a desire to pursue her training elsewhere. You know her temperament. I could not stop her. I wrote to the general, who replied that there was no need to concern myself with it, and from then on, I have merely been passing the days. Uncle Tsang was already accustomed to Lin Changsho's nonchalance. Back in the north, Lin Changsho was a rogue, beyond anyone's control, but when the young lady took action, she was as obedient as a lamb. How intriguing, old man. What are you up to? At these words, Lin Changsho furrowed his brow. That elder sister was like a celestial being. If Lu Qingran was a rare female grandmaster, then Lin Changsho firmly believed his sister surpassed her several-fold, albeit with a cold demeanor known to very few. Thus, while Lin Changsho reminisced with Uncle Tsang and enjoyed his drink, they awaited the imperial physician's arrival to tend to his injuries, which concluded their gathering. Perhaps due to the day's exhaustion and peril, Lin Changsho dozed off after his wounds were treated, only to be awakened by Uncle Tsang at dawn for the morning court session. Young master, you ought to dress more appropriately for your first court appearance. Shall I fetch the general's official robes for you? Uncle Tsang, observing Lin Changsho being attended to by maidservants, suddenly exclaimed, You mustn't. I've already caused enough trouble as it is. I hold no official position now. If you dare send my father's attire, do you believe those fellows wouldn't devour me alive? Lin Changsho shook his head resolutely. Though I am a young master, that title does not equate to an official position. What shall you wear, then? Let me see if there are other garments available and why young master must dazzle everyone at his first court session. Uncle Tsang was momentarily taken aback, but quickly regained his composure and set out to find suitable attire. For all of Lin Changsho's belongings remained at the academy, though not search further. I shall wear that. Today, I am not here to be reported on. I am here to voice my grievances and lodge a complaint. Lin Changsho pointed to the blood-stained garments draped over a chair and, with a haughty snort, declared so. Once Lin Changsho had gathered himself, he flatly declined to be carried in a palanquin, opting instead to ride a chestnut stallion. Accompanied by a contingent of guards, towards the imperial palace. By the way, royal uncle, must we leave so early? It is still dark, and in this chilly weather, wouldn't it be better to sit in the palanquin? Surely it beats being gawked at by these fellows. Meanwhile, the palace gates were already thronged with people. The third prince, appearing rather drowsy, leaned against the wall and, with a hint of dissatisfaction, addressed Shang Nan beside him. What's there to fear? Do you not find them amusing? They dare greet me, yet with you, they tread cautiously, as if we might concoct 1,000 reasons for our presence here. Shang Nan, hands tucked within his sleeves, scoffed dismissively. Let them think as they will, I am merely here to accompany the royal uncle for entertainment. Whatever else happens is of no concern to me. The third prince shook his head in resignation. Aware he had no control even over his own guards, being a prince devoid of authority. Chapter 33. He intends to harm me. Here he comes. Why is he riding a horse with a blade? Just an uncouth ruffian, akin to that brute. As the sound of galloping hooves echoed, Lin Changsho, clad in blood-soaked attire, appeared before the assembled crowd on his chestnut steed. The star of the show has arrived. I must say, he looks rather dashing. Shang Nan, shivering in the corner, wiped his nose and, with a smirk reminiscent of a street rogue, remarked, If only I could be as carefree as him. Observing Lin Changsho galloping amongst his guards, the third prince expressed his envy. You too could be like him. After all, being a wastrel is not a burden if only you were willing. Shang Nan glanced at his nephew, who was rumored to be as aimless as himself. If not worse, The third prince paused, momentarily taken aback, a flicker of shock crossing his eyes, which he swiftly concealed. Do not look at me with such eyes. There are many fools in this world. Yet there are equally clever individuals. Let us not forget we are in the capital, and you are of royal blood. Come, let us move closer to witness the grand spectacle. Shang Nan cast a knowing glance at the third prince before striding towards Lin Changsho without awaiting a response. 15th royal uncle, you do not seem as the rumors portray. The third prince observed Shang Nan's retreating figure, his eyes gleaming with intrigue, silently pondering. Such a sacred place as the imperial palace should not see horses galloping about. Did your elders not instill in you the proper decorum? Meanwhile, Lin Changshu, seated atop his steed, had merely shut his eyes in slumber when he felt the horse come to an abrupt halt. Upon opening his eyes, he found a stern middle-aged man glaring at him, indignant. His expression was one of someone who had caught Lin Changshu in the act of some heinous crime, and as the man's voice echoed, nearly all officials turned to look, their expressions varied. "Who are you?" Lin Changshu scrutinized the man before him, glancing at his official robes, but soon gave up, unable to comprehend them. He merely frowned and inquired. "I am an official of the Great Shang." The middle-aged man, noticing Lin Changshu's demeanor, straightened his posture. He did not genuinely wish to provoke Lin Changshu. Rather, he sought to gain recognition for himself, as Lin Changshu's rising fame had drawn ire from the Right Chancellor's residence and the capital's magistrate. He aimed to cultivate a favorable impression for those two individuals. Even if Lin Changshu were to retaliate, the middle-aged man would not suffer loss. At least he could earn a reputation for being upright and not yielding to power. Alas! This young master has been startled by this man. I can scarcely breathe. But before the middle-aged man could finish envisioning his grand aspirations, he witnessed the once nonchalant Lin Changshu turn pale, exclaiming in anguish, "Your Highness, are you unwell?" Before the official could react, Lin Changshu's guards rushed to his side, their faces laden with concern. He seeks to harm this young master. Lin Changshu's face had turned the color of parchment, his breath shallow, as he pointed at the bewildered official, declaring, "Seize him and await the emperor's judgment." The lead guard's expression hardened, his eyes narrowing with deadly intent as he glared at the middle-aged official. Bellowing, "Now!" In an instant, a throng of imperial guards descended upon the unprepared official, subduing him as if he were prey to a pack of ravenous wolves. They cared not for whether the official truly harbored ill intentions. Their mandate was to protect the son of the Prince of the North. Since Lin Changshu claimed the man posed a threat, they could not let him escape, especially as they had been idling in the capital, devoid of any military achievements. Now that an opportunity presented itself, they would not let it slip by. "Wait, what are you doing?" "I am a Great Shang official." "I am." The middle-aged official, thoroughly intimidated, shouted frantically, but alas, he never revealed his position before being whisked away by the eager guards, his mouth sealed shut. Goodness! Is it permissible to act in such a manner? I have learned something new. Meanwhile, Shang Nan, who had witnessed the entire spectacle, stood agape. It was clear to all that the official had sought trouble. Even he might have resorted to drastic actions to establish his point. However, to directly harm Lin Changshu was utterly impossible. To be sure, Lin Changshu's methods were perhaps a tad too underhanded. Even as a friend, Shang Nan found it difficult to bear witness to such conduct. Is there no one to intervene? At that moment, Lin Changshu, casting a playful wink at the flabbergasted Shang Nan, turned his gaze towards the surrounding officials, donning an expression of feigned vulnerability, as if to say, "Do not frighten me." Such unfilial behavior. How vile. The remaining officials could hardly muster a response. After all, not everyone in the court was aligned with the Right Chancellor. There were factions opposed to him, neutral parties, and even military representatives present. Yet, upon meeting Lin Changshu's gaze, they all averted their eyes, fearful of drawing the ire of this seemingly shameless individual. "Esteemed officials, please step aside." At that moment, the heavy palace gates creaked open, revealing 2 rows of armored soldiers standing at attention, while several eunuchs beamed at the crowd, announcing, "Let us proceed. We are all here to witness the spectacle. Do not let this prince be embarrassed." At this moment, Lin Changshu dismounted and, swept along by the current, entered the imperial palace. Before he could fully grasp the surroundings, the voice of Shang Nan reached his ears. "You truly have too much leisure." Upon turning around, Lin Changshu beheld Shang Nan and the third prince standing not far away, both gazing at him with encouraging expressions. This sight caused Lin Changshu to clench his teeth in frustration. After casting a fierce glare at the two, he hastily advanced. Alas! Is Lin Changshu truly fighting a lone battle? Observing Lin Changshu's retreating figure, the third prince sighed in admiration. What a solitary struggle. The court is not solely composed of those aligned with the Right Chancellor. There are many who oppose him. Moreover, do you think the king of the north lacks subordinates here? Shang Nan retorted dismissively, glancing at a few animated officials, and those generals? They hold no real power now. The third prince paused, recalling the few notable generals who had remained in the capital after following the King of the North in his campaigns. But soon shook his head in disappointment. Indeed, without support, one is at a disadvantage. Who told you that former subordinates would truly assist you? Who claimed that allies must come from within the military? Observing the frown on the third prince's face, Xiang Nan sighed and shook his head. Although he was clever, his shortcomings were glaring. He lacked a foundation and reliable allies, rendering him, as a prince, less informed than his own uncle. Chapter 34. Uncle, someone wants to kill me. The imperial palace resembled what Lin Changshu had seen in television dramas of his previous life. Resplendent with golden splendor, exuding grandeur, adorned with various mythical beast carvings. The only notable difference was that Lin Changshu sensed a formidable pressure emanating from the pool, not of human origin, but rather akin to a water-based creature, prompting him to recall the legendary dragon. Upon entering the court assembly, he observed a throng of civil and military officials finding their positions, standing as still as wooden figures, their eyes half-closed. Do you see? The third one on the left is Right Chancellor Luogua. Those 2 incapacitated are his sons. Just as Lin Changshu contemplated where to stand, Xiang Nan mischievously approached, whispering while pointing at a white-haired elder. Aren't you 2 going to step forward? Lin Changshu scrutinized the elder, who appeared near death. Had it not been for his official attire and distinguished demeanor, one would hardly guess he was the renowned Right Chancellor. As Lin Changshu assessed him, the elder seemed to sense his gaze, turning his head while remaining motionless, and nodded amiably. Why step forward? Did you run to the front in your teacher's class? Are you out of your mind? In response, Xiang Nan regarded Lin Changshu as if he were a fool and then dragged him and the third prince to stand beside a pillar. Leaning lazily against it, looking drowsy, eagle-eyed and wolf-faced, this Luogua is no simple character. At the very least, he surpasses his 2 inept sons. Lin Changshu leaned against the pillar, hands tucked in his sleeves, quietly observing the crowd while murmuring. The third prince, noticing their incongruous demeanor, found himself in a predicament, unable to decide whether to stand or lean, visibly distressed. In a wonder, during the turmoil, this fellow was merely a minor official. In just over 20 years, he's transformed into the Right Chancellor, wielding near absolute authority over the Ministry of Rights. It would be remarkable indeed. Be cautious. This man is ruthless. Xiang Nan glanced at the anxious third prince, remaining silent but curling his lip in disdain. This son of a noble needn't worry. The real caution lies with him. Don't forget, I was nearly killed in the capital. This mess is not my concern. Anyone who dares provoke me will bear the consequences. Lin Changshu, hearing this, spat dismissively, feigning indifference as he shook the blood-stained garments. You truly are a scoundrel. However, those assassins might have truly been sent by that individual. Teske, it seems you are a harbinger of trouble wherever you go. Xiang Nan's eyes brightened at this remark, then he distanced himself from Lin Changshu with a look of disdain. This son of a noble is a wastrel, utterly unlearned. Today, I shall see who dares to court death. Lin Changshu seized Xiang Nan back, beaming with pride and speaking without lowering his voice. This prompted the surrounding officials to twitch their lips, turning to gaze at the infamous wastrel before quickly averting their eyes, too fearful to look at Lin Changshu further. His Majesty has arrived. Long live our emperor. Soon, with the sharp call of the royal steward, the crowd stood and bowed in reverence. The legendary Emperor Shangzhen, clad in a black dragon robe, slowly approached the dragon throne, his deep-set eyes scanning the assembly of ministers. Rise, upon noticing Lin Changshu and the 2 others. The emperor's gaze flickered, particularly drawn to Lin Changshu's blood-soaked attire. He then cast a meaningful glance at the bowing Luogua before raising his hand, and as his black robe settled, he seated himself firmly on the throne. Surveying the assembly, "Thank you, Your Majesty." The ministers responded in unison, bowing in gratitude before returning to their positions. "Your Majesty, I accuse the heir of the King of the North of indulging in frivolities and neglecting his duties. Your Majesty, I accuse the heir of the King of the North of defying the imperial decree and leaving the academy without permission. Your Majesty, I accuse the heir of the King of the North of leveraging the Northern Army to injure Lord Luofeng of the Ministry of Rights last night." As the ministers resumed their places, one by one, they stood up, saluted Emperor Shangzhen, and raised their memorials high above their heads, their voices resonating. Meanwhile, the principal figure, Luo Guo, appeared unfazed, half closing his eyes, standing motionless. Hey, we're accusing you. On Lin Changshuo's side, Shang Nan, resembling a scoundrel, nudged Lin Changshuo's shoulder and mockingly declared, "Fool." The nudge struck Lin Changshuo's injury, causing him to furrow his brow and mutter a curse under his breath, uncertain whether to blame Shang Nan or the accusers. "Your Majesty, I accuse the 15th Prince, a member of the royal family, of engaging in scandalous activities, operating the Qingyue Pavilion as if it were his royal authority. Your Majesty, I accuse the 15th Prince, a member of the royal family, of indulging in leisure, squandering wealth, causing immense suffering to the common folk along the way. Your Majesty, I accuse." Just then, as Shang Nan was about to retaliate, he heard the chorus of accusations from the court, which suddenly targeted him. "Well deserved," Lin Changshuo remarked, observing Shang Nan's ghostly expression, relishing in the moment. "Damn it, this is all you're doing, you calamity." Observing the reactions of those around them, Shang Nan was initially taken aback. His reputation as the Wandering Prince stemmed from his penchant for travel since childhood, a title recommended by those very officials. How had it suddenly become a fault? Soon, comprehension dawned upon Shang Nan as he glanced at the blood-stained Lin Changshuo and then at Luo Guo, realizing that everything stemmed from his association with Lin Changshuo. "What? If you moved elsewhere, perhaps they would let you off," Lin Changshuo shrugged indifferently, gesturing towards a spot not far away. "Pa, this prince fears nothing. However, let me tell you, you owe me compensation, or I'll hold you accountable." Upon hearing Lin Changshuo's words, Shang Nan reacted as if insulted, spitting in disdain, yet remaining rooted in place, his eyes glinting coldly at the officials accusing him. Did they truly believe this prince was to be trifled with? "Lin Changshuo, Shang Nan, come forth and explain this matter." Once silence descended, Shang Zhen's expression remained unchanged, his demeanor as calm as still water. He snorted coldly, "Uncle, your nephew is in dire straits. They wish to kill me." As soon as Shang Zhen's words fell, the previously proud Lin Changshuo dove dramatically to the center of the hall, blood seeping from the corner of his mouth as he gazed at Shang Zhen in despair. Chapter 35. Has he always been so shameless? Has he always been so shameless? While Shang Nan pondered how to deal with the group, he felt a gust of wind pass by and turned to see Lin Changshuo weakly sprawled on the ground, weeping. The third prince stood nearby, dumbfounded, asking, "Wrong. Not just always, but at every moment." Hearing this, Shang Nan gritted his teeth in frustration. He could have anticipated Lin Changshuo's reckless behavior, his willingness to confront challenges head-on, even resorting to violence, but he never expected him to be this utterly shameless. "Shang Nan, you stay right there. I will deal with you shortly." As Shang Nan steeled himself emotionally, intending to follow in Lin Changshuo's footsteps, he was abruptly interrupted by the authoritative voice of Shang Zhen, shattering the carefully cultivated sentiment he had managed to conjure. With a reluctant bow, he placed one foot back down. "Come, enlighten me. Who wishes to take your life, my dear nephew?" After addressing Shang Nan, Shang Zhen's gaze shifted to the feeble Lin Changshuo, who lay prostrate on the ground. Yet, it was the final phrase, "my dear nephew," that sent a shiver of trepidation through Lin Changshuo, while others sensed an unsettling shift. Upon hearing Lin Changshuo address Shang Zhen as uncle, the crowd felt an air of impropriety. This was clearly blurring the lines between official and personal matters. Most significantly, with the emperor reciprocating the term "my dear nephew," the situation had taken on a definitive tone, and many turned their attention to Luo Guo, who appeared as serene as a monk deep in meditation. However, Luo Guo merely furrowed his brow slightly at Shang Zhen's words before swiftly restoring his expression to one of unyielding calm, leaving others unable to decipher any emotion from him. "Uncle, I admit it was wrong for me to flee the academy, but I am still a young man, yearning for a life of merriment and harmony. Moreover, during my confinement at the academy, I had no provisions. I relied on Dehei Go to help me hunt beasts from the back mountain for sustenance. Yet, as time passed, my spices ran low, and I had no choice but to venture out." Lin Changshuo hastily tucked away his ginger-soaked handkerchief and looked at Shang Zhen with reddened eyes, his voice laden with sorrow. The lamentation in his tone was so profound that even seasoned warriors furrowed their brows. and some began to feel sympathy for this youth who was barely 20 and had been deprived of food. Strange, why is there such a strong scent of ginger? At that moment, a low murmur arose as several officials began sniffing the air. And upon noticing Lin Changsho's bloodshot eyes, they muttered a curse under their breath, their fleeting sympathy evaporating instantly. Oh, it seems my considerations were lacking, and you have suffered, Shang Zhan remarked, raising an eyebrow and regarding Lin Changsho with a mocking glint in his eyes. No, it is only right that my nephew faces punishment for his transgressions, Lin Changsho exclaimed, hastily waving his hands, fully aware that these matters could not be concealed from the gathered officials or from Shang Zhan himself. Yet, the performance of his plight was merely a means of providing Shang Zhan with an easy way out, a justification to temper his anger, though it appeared he had overplayed his hand and was reminded of it by the emperor. Continue, Shang Zhan commanded, finally satisfied with Lin Changsho's demeanor. Why, dear uncle, I merely sought to purchase some spices, but before I could locate a vendor, I was obstructed by a group of black-clad assailants. Without uttering a word, they launched their attacks, each blow a lethal strike. Just look at this bloodied attire and the wounds upon my person. After I finally eliminated those attackers, it was then that the ragged Taoist appeared. Had it not been for the arrival of the Northern Guardian Army and the timely intervention of Lu Qingran and my two uncles, I would have perished last night, Lin Changsho recounted without hesitation, detailing the ambush he had endured the previous night. Zhang Heng, I demand to know what you were doing amidst such turmoil. As Lin Changsho's words concluded, Shang Zhan slammed his palm onto the armrest of the dragon throne, his furious voice reverberating throughout the hall, instilling fear in all present. Your Majesty, I am guilty. The personnel assigned to patrol that area yesterday have all met with misfortune. By the time I received word, the young master had already returned to the manor. Please, Your Majesty, impose your judgment upon me. Zhang Heng, the capital's magistrate, boldly knelt and bowed repeatedly. Met with misfortune? I ask you, how are you fulfilling your duties as magistrate? When we established the patrols, who assured us that there would be no issues? Shang Zhan thundered. Now you tell me that the esteemed heir has been ambushed in the capital, nearly losing his life, and that we have jeopardized the foundation laid by our ancestors for centuries? How many heads will suffice for this blunder? With a resounding crack, a memorial was hurled at Zhang Heng's head, blood instantly streaming from the wound, while Shang Zhan's roar compelled everyone to avert their gazes. Zhang Heng lay motionless on the ground, his eyes cast towards Luo Guo, who remained as unresponsive as ever. Noticing the indifference of the latter, Zhang Heng's complexion turned ashen. Take him away and confine him to the Ministry of Justice's prison. I wish to uncover what he has accomplished over these years. Before Zhang Heng could protest, he was seized by a cadre of guards and dragged away. A few spectators wished to voice their opinions, yet upon seeing Luo Guo's impassive demeanor, they fell silent, their expressions shifting as they lowered their heads. Everyone understood that this was but a farce, a snare set by the emperor to eliminate Luo Guo's supporters. However, none could predict just how far this fire would spread. Continue. I demand to know why, after being injured, you did not seek out a physician, nor return to the academy, but instead went to that den of iniquity. Once Zhang Heng had been removed, Shang Zhan's cold gaze once again fell upon Lin Changsho. Uncle, this is not my fault. I recognized a monk among those assassins, and naturally, I sought to investigate. Coincidentally, I glimpsed the silhouette of a bald head and followed it all the way to Qingyue Pavilion. Upon hearing this, Lin Changsho's eyes darted as he raised his voice in protest. Your Majesty, that Master Shizhen accompanied the Xiongnu envoy and has been engaged in discussions on Buddhist philosophy with Old Chun these past few days. At that moment, Luo Guo, who had maintained a stoic expression, unexpectedly stepped forward, bowing to Shang Zhan before continuing, Uncle, see, even the right chancellor acknowledges this. I must tell you, that monk is quite arrogant, were it not for. Not wishing to let the opportunity slip, Lin Changsho pointed an accusing finger at Luo Guo. Enough. This matter ends here. Lin Changsho, you will remain under confinement at the academy, and I permit your release in half a month's time. Everyone withdraw. Before Lin Changsho could utter another word, he was interrupted by Shang Zhan's dismissive wave. After casting a final glance at Lin Changsho, Shang Zhan turned to leave, while Luo Guo's face remained devoid of any emotion. As if he had anticipated the outcome in half a month's time, All envoys shall be gathered, and it is rumored that my seventh niece will be courted by these suitors." As the crowd began to disperse, Shang Nan edged closer to Lin Changshu and whispered, Chapter 36. If you have the ability, go seek the emperor yourself. That day, Lin Changshu had expected the emperor to summon him for a private conversation, or perhaps to engage with other officials. Yet, as he exited the palace, not a word was uttered by the emperor, nor by Luo Guo or the other officials, leaving Lin Changshu with the sensation of striking a fist into cotton. After all, he was a top-tier official's son in the Great Shang dynasty, with his father serving as the ambassador guarding the northern borders. He thought it implausible that no one, not even those who feared to offend or former subordinates of his father, would approach him. Alas, everyone seemed to ignore his presence, keeping their distance as though he bore some unspeakable taint, except for Shang Nan and the peculiar third prince. Lin Changshu, I am speaking to you. My seventh niece is said to be as beautiful as a celestial being, with a cultivation foundation that is rare to find in a century, though she falls slightly short of Lu Qingran. Nevertheless, she is highly sought after by the powerful. Most importantly, the empress is her biological mother, holding an irreplaceable position in the emperor's heart. Are you truly unmoved? Observing Lin Changshu's eyes wandering towards the palace behind him, Shang Nan grew increasingly agitated and seized Lin Changshu's arm, as if he were a puppeteer manipulating a marionette. Fine. I will relay your words verbatim to Qingran. Lin Changshu glanced at Shang Nan, then at the gossiping third prince, rolling his eyes in response. Hey, Lin Changshu, you ungrateful wretch. I am merely looking out for your best interests. Why must you repay kindness with enmity? Upon hearing this, Shang Nan's face paled instantly, recalling how he had been thoroughly chastised by Lu Qingran during his own escapade to the Great Snow Mountain. Even after all these years, the shadow of that incident still loomed large over him. And where do you intend to go now? The third prince, previously a silent observer, finally spoke up, sensing Shang Nan's burgeoning self-doubt. Where else could I go? My father has confined me, so I must return to the academy. It is the perfect opportunity to see Qingran and to Hego. I also wonder how Uncle Dao and Uncle Tue are faring. Speaking of which, the academy is quite formidable. Surely my brothers of the Northern Guardian Army can remedy my predicament? By this time, the steeds had been led away by royal guards, leaving Lin Changshu to rely solely on his own legs as he confirmed his direction, muttering irritably, You may go on your own. I cannot fathom how my brother intends to deal with me. Farewell. Upon hearing Lin Changshu's intention to visit the academy and meet Lu Qingran, Shang Nan clasped his fists and turned aboard his lavish carriage. I too must return to prepare for the guards. I shall take my leave. The third prince, witnessing this, reciprocated with a bow, fully aware that his presence here was entirely dependent on Shang Nan. With Shang Nan's departure, he too had no reason to linger. Do not fret about the guards just yet. Focus on yourself. Should you decide to join me in play, return with Shang Nan next time, and I shall find you a reliable escort. Lin Changshu squinted his eyes slightly, surveying the third prince from head to toe. After a moment, noticing the discomfort on the latter's face, he slowly uttered, Very well, I shall take my leave. The third prince was momentarily stunned by these words, and then he scrutinized Lin Changshu with newfound seriousness, pondering the intelligence of those who labeled Lin as a wastrel. His visit to Qingyue Pavilion was precisely to engage with Lin Changshu, and it seemed that the latter had discerned his intentions almost immediately. Indeed, as his 15 royal uncle had remarked, there were many clever individuals in this world. Once the two had departed, Lin Changshu realized that he was the only one left standing alone in the snow, while everyone else had luxurious carriages. He felt like a fool. You two ungrateful scoundrels. Can't you spare me a ride? Don't you know that this young master is a wounded soul? Observing the crowd of officials around him, some on horseback, others in sedan chairs, and a few in splendid carriages, anger surged within Lin Changshu. He shouted curses at the direction the two had gone, but alas, all he received in return were the howling winds and the curious glances of the crowd, leaving him with no choice but to trudge on foot toward the academy. How dare you come back? As Lin Changshu re-entered the academy gates, he was immediately interrupted by a booming voice. Looking up, he saw that Shang Kuang was still clad in his taut long robe, with eyes ablaze as if they could shoot fire at him. Why should this young master not return? I am here under confinement, so if you have the audacity, go find the emperor. Lin Changshu silently cursed his bad luck. Facing this eccentric old man, he felt utterly powerless. He could neither retaliate nor escape, as it seemed Shang Kuang was intent on targeting him at every turn. While he had indeed gained some benefits from Shang Kuang's torment, Lin Changshu remained thoroughly displeased. "You little brat, do you dare speak back? Get out of here. You are not welcome. Is it not you who seeks the emperor? I shall go right now, and how dare you threaten me?" Upon hearing Lin Changshu's words, Shang Kuang was instantly enraged, the air around him rippling with tension. Strangely, however, he did not retaliate. Instead, he vanished into thin air. "Wait, you can't leave yet. I still want to see how my friends and Dahego are doing." Lin Changshu was taken aback, unable to fathom that this old man, with such a fierce temper, would truly dare to seek out the emperor. "It's none of your concern. Get lost, damn it. How many spirit stones have been wasted in just 1 week?" But before he could finish his thoughts, he felt an overwhelming force surge towards him, and in an instant, he found himself at the academy's entrance, the sounds of that vexing roar still echoing in his ears. "You shall not enter. This young master has no intention of entering. But what do you mean by spirit stones? You speak as if I owe you something." Lin Changshu brushed off the dust from his clothes. Indifferent to the gazes of those around him, and with a disdainful curl of his lip, he made his way toward the royal residence. Lin Changshu's absence lasted a full week, during which 2 significant events unfolded in the capital, much to the delight of its citizens. The first was the shocking assassination attempt on Lin Changshu, the heir of the Prince of Northern Defense, which resulted in numerous casualties within the Northern Defense Army. Furthermore, it was revealed that Lin Changshu's cultivation was not merely at the Unity Realm, but rather at the threshold of a minor grandmaster, leaving many in disbelief and prompting those lurking in the shadows to hasten their plans to eliminate him. The second event was the selection of the courtesan at Qingyue Pavilion, where Miss Ting used poetic line, "In the Celestial Palace, who knows which year it is?" earned her the title of a talented woman, causing her worth to multiply several times. Ordinarily, such a formidable courtesan would attract envy and strife, but ever since the 15th virtuous prince publicly endorsed her, the atmosphere had become remarkably tranquil. Moreover, many esteemed officials flocked to Qingyue Pavilion, elevating it to one of the most prestigious establishments in the capital. Chapter 37. The young master's wounds may never heal, alas. How is it that after all these days, the emperor has yet to address my situation? In the courtyard of the Prince of Northern Defense, Li Changshu, Shang Nan, and the third prince sat, sipping tea while gazing at the snowy landscape. Shang Nan's face was etched with melancholy as he spoke. "Most importantly, Father has not acted on my behalf," as if that day's impeachment had simply vanished. Upon hearing this, the third prince, equally despondent, sipped his tea, revealing that his sadness was tinged with fear. "How could I possibly know? Can you not see that I am but a wounded soul? Look at these bandages, observe this state of mine. The dashing figure I once possessed is entirely gone." Lin Changshu was clad in an oversized fur coat. Yet beneath it, he was wrapped like a mummy. At this point, he could hardly bear the discomfort even while attempting to move. "You brought this upon yourself. Did you not say the injury was not serious and that you would recuperate at the royal residence? Otherwise, the emperor would not have allowed the imperial physicians to reside here. Such treatment is reserved for only a few esteemed elders in the court." Noting Lin Changshu's unwillingness, Shang Nan retorted without hesitation. Even he, the 15th virtuous prince, did not enjoy the privilege of having imperial physicians constantly at his service, while Lin Changshu had received this favor with ease. "Damn it, were it not for the fact that I couldn't defeat that eccentric old man, how could I possibly be stuck here in the royal residence?" Lin Changshu seethed with frustration, recalling how after that day, he had been unable to enter the academy. It was as if an invisible barrier had prevented him from doing so. And no matter his efforts, he had ultimately achieved nothing in the end. He not only failed to see Qingran and the others, but had also received an inexplicable edict from the emperor, expressing concern for the injured heir of the Prince of Northern Defense, commanding that he return to the royal residence to recuperate, and even dispatching 3 imperial physicians to accompany him. This arrangement meant that every day he was not only monitored during meals and sleep, but also subjected to strict oversight regarding when he could drink water, use the restroom, or even walked. As soon as Lin Changshu displayed the slightest sign of impatience, the physicians would immediately kneel and wail, lamenting how they would never return home if he continued to behave poorly. 300 years ago, There was a prince whose talent was abysmally poor, and whose background was tragic. In his youth, he suffered a calamity that left him without foundation, and not only was his cultivation path severed, but even Confucianism and Buddhism eluded him, as did the sword path. Yet, he never gave up, and instead, he worked even harder. Upon hearing Lin Changshuo's words, Shang Nan's lips twitched slightly before he slowly replied. Do you know of the war god of Dashi? It is said that without his intervention, Dashi would have long been annihilated, and there would be no emperor or my father today. But why do you bring this up? Lin Changshuo sensed something amiss in Shang Nan's tone, but could not quite pinpoint it. He simply waved his hand, saying, that extraordinary individual is greatly admired by my father. When the most formidable figures of the world were mentioned, he was acknowledged as one who could guard the threshold of the top 5 that, however, given another 100 years, he would undoubtedly be a divine being among mortals. Allow me to finish. That remarkable figure vanished for 100 years. And when Dashi was on the brink of annihilation, he suddenly reappeared. This ancestor, devoid of any internal cultivation, possessed an incredibly resilient body. He fought through severe injuries and managed to defeat 2 grandmasters with sheer physical strength. Since that incident, his body suffered significant damage, and his lifespan was curtailed. Coincidentally, at that time, Director Chen returned from his travels and took charge of the academy, thus he became a teacher there. Perhaps influenced by the academy, he consistently donned a long robe. His name is Shang Kuang. Shang Nan regarded Lin Changshuo with a peculiar expression, his eyes a mixture of envy and sympathy. As a member of the royal family, he held deep admiration for this ancestor, yet he had never even caught a glimpse of him. The royal family yearned for his physical prowess, yet ultimately, no one obtained it. Those who returned from their attempts were left as if they had lost their souls. The most severe case involved someone who once had excellent talent but suddenly found their foundation crumbling, now hiding away in seclusion for the remainder of their days. So, Lin Changshuo gulped, gazing at Shang Nan with anticipation, still clinging to a flicker of hope. Although the signs all pointed to the same conclusion, he still wondered, if what you say is correct, then that eccentric old man is indeed the ancestor of both me and the 15th virtuous prince, Shang Kuang. The 3rd prince regarded Lin Changshuo with sympathy, commenting, it was well known that he and the prince of northern defense were at odds. The entire Dashi was aware of this. It is evident that you have fallen into his hands. And given the rumors circulating, one can only imagine how difficult your future days will be. Ha ha ha. This young master fears nothing, Lin Changshuo retorted, extinguishing the fantasies in his mind. After speaking, he exerted himself, and in the next moment, his wounds suddenly burst open, blood instantly saturating the bandages. Imperial physicians, I fear my body shall not heal in the short term. Having uttered this, Lin Changshuo did not even spare a glance at the two, instead shouting into the air. Although his father admired that individual, he had also forged enmity with him. The principle of repaying a father's debt, while inherently unreasonable, had no basis for doubt in this case. On the other side, in the right prime minister's residence, Luo Guo stood frowning at the bedside where his eldest son, Luo Feng, lay. Father, you must avenge your son. Feeling a sharp pain in his legs, Luo Feng's eyes were bloodshot as he implored Luo Jiyuo, be quiet. How dare you cry here? Did you not consider the consequences when you acted? Upon hearing this, Luo Guo's eyes widened, and he sternly admonished his son. Ba, it is entirely the fault of this humble monk. I never anticipated that in such a filthy place, there would be 2 members of the royal family present. Otherwise, I would never have allowed young Master Luo to be harmed. Shizhen slowly lowered his hand, having expended much of his true qi while healing Luo Feng, struggling to speak as he gasped for breath. Master, this matter has nothing to do with you. It is solely the fault of these 2 useless individuals. You have learned nothing of the patience that your father has tried to instill in you. Were it not for Lin Changshuo's recent arrival in the capital, do you think you and that lad from the Zhang family would still be alive? Luo Guo politely nodded to Shizhen, though a seething rage within him almost compelled him to reduce this bald monk to fragments to feed the dogs. Alas, for the sake of that plan, he could only endure. What? Does he dare to take my son's life? Does he truly believe that anyone can bully the right minister's residence? Before anyone else could speak, a woman of noble bearing, clad in satin and fur, voiced her indignation. Humph! The right minister's residence. Even if he were to kill Fenger, so what? He is merely the heir of the Prince of the North, not worth more than your son. Get out, you woman! Luo Gua, with a countenance of deep discontent, glared fiercely at his wife, reprimanding her. Chapter 38. Reactions from all parties. Master Luo, Lin Changsho's talent and cunning are far beyond what our information suggests. I humbly advise that we increase our manpower. In the study of the right minister's residence, Shizhen looked at Luo Gua with a face filled with compassion. I will report this to the higher authorities. But equally, we cannot afford to lose lives on our side. I hope the Xiongnu will also take action. Luo Gua slowly sipped his tea, his aged eyes deep and murky, resembling an abyss as he gazed at Shizhen, saying, "Time. The princes have already briefed the Khan on the situation. It will take at least half a month for the experts to arrive." Upon hearing this, Shizhen's brow furrowed slightly. The Buddhist sect had been nearly decimated decades ago. And now, experts were scarce. Although there were still some masters among the Xiongnu, as the national religion of the Xiongnu, such matters could not be entrusted to outsiders. Otherwise, the hard-won trust of the Khan towards Buddhism could easily be lost. Half a month. Do you not realize that the entire Great Shang is currently searching for those assassins? In half a month, the most crucial ceremony of marrying the 7th princess will take place. By then, the defensive forces of the Great Shang will be even stronger. Believe me, if Lin Changsho encounters trouble then, neither you nor I, nor even the one above, will have any chance of escape. Hearing this, Luo Gua slammed his teacup down heavily, looking at Shizhen with a dark expression. When we were driven out of the Great Shang, all our strength went to the Xiongnu. I have been working tirelessly these past few weeks. Shizhen, his white brows trembling, was exceedingly displeased with Luo Gua's attitude. It was they who sought cooperation, not the other way around. I have heard that there are ascetic monks in Jingzhou, whose cultivation is quite high. I believe, as fellow Buddhists, you should be able to assist one another. Yes? Luo Gua, his eyes resembling a bottomless pit, stared expressionlessly at Shizhen. You? Shizhen was taken aback, losing his composure, his eyes filled with astonishment as he looked at Luo Gua. I care not what your relationship is, but I have already lost too many capable hands. You cannot afford to remain idle, and remember, this is not solely a matter for the one above. It concerns you as well, whether it be your Buddhist sect or the Xiongnu. I need true masters, and when the time comes, I shall dispatch people to send them away. Luo Gua would not grant Shizhen a chance to respond. Dismissively waving his hand, his tone leaving no room for doubt, Umitba. This humble monk shall go now. After casting a few glances at Luo Gua, he could only grit his teeth and utter a Buddhist chant before turning to leave. Is Dahe all right? In the serene courtyard of the academy, the once tranquil space was now filled with the scent of medicinal herbs. Shang Kuang anxiously looked at Din Shen, asking, "Is that ragged monk truly afraid you would confront him? How could he possibly use lethal force? It was merely a light punishment." Din Shen, glancing at Shang Kuang's robust frame, couldn't help but smile as he said, "I recall the last time you were this anxious was nearly a century ago when the Great Shang was on the brink of annihilation. I'm not saying that the ragged monk or that assassination attempt were not discovered. Why did you stop me from taking action? Now, not only has my Dahe been injured, but that girl Lu Qingran has also suffered a setback in her swordsmanship. And so many valiant soldiers are left with nothing but that damned Lin Changsho unscathed." Looking at Din Shen, who remained unfazed, Shang Kuang could no longer contain his frustration and seized the teacup. Beginning to complain, how can the academy be situated so close? The intensity of the battle back then was palpable. Not only could these masters feel it, but even the students of the academy could sense it. Yet, Din Shen, you have sealed the entire academy, making it nearly impossible for me to leave. I did not intervene for the sake of the ragged monk. Do you truly believe that he would kill Lin Changsho? Din Shen regarded the furious Shang Kuang with a calm smile, then posed a rhetorical question. For him? In the past, this individual indeed had some chivalry, but now, aiding the wicked should earn him a punch from me. Upon hearing this, Shang Kuang's anger intensified, and the air around him began to ripple, a manifestation of his inability to control his physicality, resulting in a release of power. He owes a debt of gratitude. The path of cultivation emphasizes cause and effect. By taking action this time, he has repaid his debt, and will not pursue Lin Changsho in the future. If I am not mistaken, soon a new grandmaster will emerge in this world. Ding Shun had long since grown accustomed to such occurrences. Over the years, whenever Shang Kuang lost control of his emotions, such phenomena would arise. This was also a result of Shang Kuang's deepening cultivation. Unlike ordinary cultivators, who could afford to retreat for decades to enhance their power, Shang Kuang had little time left and was anxious about the Great Shang, fearing that if he closed himself off, he might die without resolving its troubles, leading to his current predicament. Are you saying that the ragged monk is about to become a grandmaster? Upon hearing this, Shang Kuang furrowed his brow. A grandmaster represents top-tier combat strength. Yet regrettably, the individual was not genuinely aligned with the Great Shang. Fear not. He has his own mission, which is our agreement. As long as he becomes a grandmaster, he must sit in the City of the Horizon for 10 years. After those 10 years, if the Great Shang still cannot resolve its troubles, it would be better to let it fall apart. Noticing Shang Kuang's thoughts, Ding Shun spoke with a tone of indifference. Alas, if it comes to that, it may not be impossible. I only hope the Great Shang can endure. Otherwise, at the moment of my demise, I will act to dismantle it. Hearing this, Shang Kuang slumped onto the stone bench. As if all strength had left him, feeling despondent, unsure whether he was speaking to Ding Shun or merely voicing his own thoughts, Eti, the Prince of the North's residence, after receiving warnings and treatment from the imperial physician. A brand new mummy had emerged, young Master Lin. About that matter you mentioned. As soon as Lin Changshu sat down, the third prince's face displayed a hint of urgency, his situation growing increasingly pressing. Do not rush. This person can handle most situations and can even assist you in fully staffing your guards, but it depends on whether you can rescue him. Upon hearing this, Lin Changshu revealed a slight smile. Having expected the other party to wait a bit longer. Damn. You are not referring to the city guard Captain Li Sanxiao, are you? Seeing Lin Changshu's mischievous expression, coupled with what Lin Changshu had said, Shang Nan suddenly looked shocked and pointed at Lin Changshu, asking, indeed, if you can act now, then he will be your strongest shield. Lin Changshu grinned with pride, then looked at the third prince with a knowing expression, saying, Chapter 39. The nature of humanity, what are you all doing? Do not think for a moment that my brothers and I have erred. Even if we had, it is not for you from the Ministry of Rights to interfere. Today happened to be Li Sanxiao's watch. As soon as the city gates opened, a group of constables rushed in and, without a word, surrounded Li Sanxiao and his Li Sanxiao and his companions certainly did not fear this. In fact, Li Sanxiao thought handling this group would be a trivial matter. However, before they could act, they saw the constables brandishing crossbows. At such close range, with so many people gathered, even a small master like Li Sanxiao would meet his demise. And even if he managed to escape, his brothers would have no chance of survival. Left with no choice, he could only surrender. Indeed, but you should be under our jurisdiction in the Ministry of Rights. If you do not believe me, ask your superiors if they will manage you, or ask the rest if they will manage you, or perhaps inquire with that young master to see if he cares. As Li Sanxiao and his companions surrendered, a middle-aged man in official robes approached with a mocking smile. You? What do you mean by this? Li Sanxiao, upon hearing this, glanced at his colleagues standing atop the city wall, searching for his superior, yet the individual who should have been present was conspicuously absent. In fact, aside from those subordinates with whom he shared a close rapport, all of his former friends and colleagues had averted their gazes, choosing not to regard him any longer. What does this signify? It serves as a stark reminder that in the capital, one should remain humble. Even a mere minor master like yourself must tread carefully. You have overstepped your bounds, reduced to nothing more than a minuscule shrimp, yet you dare to associate with that individual. If you do not perish, who will? Seize him. The man regarded Li Sanxiao with a cold sneer, mockingly patting his cheek before gesturing for his men to escort him into the city. This act did not go unnoticed by the citizens. Even the soldiers stationed at the city walls bore witness. Among the populace, bewilderment and terror were evident, while some soldiers displayed expressions of sympathy and fury, yet found themselves unable to act, gripping their weapons tightly, while others wore smug expressions. After all, Li Sanxiao's cultivation and qualifications were more than sufficient for the role of a commander, and his integrity had long been a point of pride, especially as he had recently cultivated a close rapport with the Rising Star, the heir to the Prince of Northern Defense, inciting even greater jealousy among the ranks. Bah! He deserves it. Observing the disheveled figure of Li Sanxiao, a few among them spat disdainfully, their voices dripping with malice. So, Li Sanxiao, you think that after achieving merit as a border soldier, you could simply remain in peace? Over the years, how many pathways to wealth have you obstructed? If it weren't for the protection of your old general, you would have met your demise long ago. Now you believe that aligning yourself with the heir of the Prince of Northern Defense elevates your status? You should reflect on the fact that he is merely a hostage. Just days ago, he nearly faced death himself. What assistance do you think he can provide you? By the way, your esteemed old general has instructed me to convey a message. That matter is best kept buried within your heart, lest you draw the ire of those bereaved mothers and orphans, for their survival this winter cannot be guaranteed. As he observed the defiance in Li Sanxiao's expression, the leading official stepped closer, whispering in a low tone, "You wretched scoundrels! They are heroes." Li Sanxiao may have remained unfazed by earlier remarks, but regret brewed within, lamenting his misjudgment of Lin Changshou, which had led his brothers to suffer alongside him. When the general was mentioned, disdain and mockery danced across his features, yet upon hearing the plight of the orphans and widows, an intense aura radiated from him, the chains binding him clanking ominously as if they might snap at any moment. "Do not move, Li Sanxiao, consider this. Should any link in your chains break, I shall treat you as a fugitive. True, your skills are formidable, and we cannot restrain you, but your brothers and those orphans and widows cannot escape." Initially taken aback by the murderous glint in Li Sanxiao's eyes, the official soon noticed the turmoil on his face and began to laugh derisively. "Release my brothers. They are not involved in this." Li Sanxiao's eyes blazed with fury as he fixed a chilling gaze upon the official. "Ha, Li Sanxiao, how can you still not comprehend? Even if I were to set them free now, would they truly be safe? Those who recognize the times are the wise, yet you remain oblivious, more suited to the battlefield than returning here." The official regarded Li Sanxiao as if he were a fool, then signaled for the guards to continue pushing him and his companions further away. Li Sanxiao's eyes, now devoid of light, cast a remorseful glance at the dozen or so brothers by his side, silently conveying his apologies. Initially filled with rage, their expressions shifted to fear and eventually acceptance. Yet upon hearing the official's words, resentment brewed in the eyes of some as they gazed at Li Sanxiao. They were individuals of the lower echelons of the capital, possessing seemingly respectable positions that had been secured through generations of effort and wealth. Now, all of it would dissolve into nothingness, and due to Li Sanxiao, they might even face death. I accuse Li Sanxiao of oppressing the common people and embezzling funds for entering the city. I too report, accusing Li Sanxiao of forcibly seizing maidens and committing all manner of atrocities. As time progressed, the crowd of onlookers swelled, their murmurs growing louder. Those who harbored grievances exchanged glances and began to shout in unison. "Have you come to your senses?" The official raised his hand, commanding silence before slowly turning to Li Sanxiao, a mocking glint in his eyes. "You wretches, had it not been for Brother Li, you would have perished long ago. And now you dare act thus." The few who remained silent glared at their comrades, their expressions reflecting disappointment and a palpable thirst for vengeance. "We have made up our minds. We will report him. We are not in league with him. Yes, indeed, my lord. We are truly wronged. We will report him." Yet, the few who glared at their former companions paid them no heed. Instead, they strained to bow and curry favor with the official. "Li Sanxiao, oh Li Sanxiao. See, this is the wisdom of recognizing the times, yet you have failed to grasp it all these years." With only a handful remaining, the official dismissed them with a wave of his hand, casting a glance at Li Sanxiao before stating, and Li Sanxiao appeared as though rendered mute and blind. Save for the rising and falling of his chest, he resembled a corpse. "Oh, you see? The hearts of men are so fragile. Let us proceed. Your Highness the Third Prince. It is now your turn to shine." Meanwhile, from a tavern by the street, Lin Changshou and his companions observed the unfolding events. As the situation reached a critical point, Lin Changshou finally rose, casting a meaningful glance at the Third Prince and Shang Nan. Chapter 40. The Prince's Contest. "I find myself curious," Shang Nan remarked, his brow furrowed in perplexity as he followed closely behind the Third Prince. "Curious about what?" Lin Changshou inquired, having just shifted his gaze from a swaying beauty to glance at Shang Nan. "Li Sanxiao was your first contact and has done much for you. Furthermore, my investigation reveals that not only is Li Sanxiao skilled, but his character is also commendable. He has even been obstructed from achieving a higher position, all for the sake of those wronged souls, yet you recommended him to my nephew, who possesses no foundation whatsoever. Shang Nan observed Li Sanxiao being roughly pushed forward by two guards, a frown creasing his brow. Do you think I have a prominent standing in the capital? To put it nicely, I am here to study. To put it bluntly, I am merely a hostage. If I were in the northern frontier or the bordering states, I could facilitate his vindication, but here in the capital, how many officials would assist me? Even among you, the third prince and my father's old subordinates, who would dare speak up that day in the court? Did you witness anyone voicing their support? This matter is substantial, and the third prince has grand ambitions. The two of you together would certainly fare better than with me. Lin Changshu stretched lazily, surveying the masses below and the majestic palace in the distance, a self-deprecating smile gracing his lips. You are the heir to the Prince of Northern Defense, Lin Changshu. If anyone else had said such things, I might believe it, but coming from you, I am skeptical. Never mind. I shall not inquire into your motives. I only request one thing. Should he fail, can you ensure his safety? Shang Nan's gaze turned serious, fixating intently on Lin Changshu. If that day arrives, as long as he does not seek his own demise, I can lead him to safety. Lin Changshu regarded Shang Nan with intrigue, pondering the depth of his childhood friend's character. Realizing he was no tender-hearted individual, though appearing carefree, he bore the weight of many lives on his hands. At times, Lin Changshu felt that Shang Nan was far more cold-blooded than himself. Despite his royal lineage, he felt no kinship with other royals. What could possibly ignite such concern for this third prince? Thank you, then. Let us proceed. A splendid performance awaits, and this will be the debut of that lad Shang Jia. Whatever it takes, I must be present. Before Lin Changshu could voice his queries, Shang Nan cheerfully made his way outside. How intriguing! As Shang Nan strode away with an air of nonchalance, Lin Changshu smiled subtly, murmuring to himself. Meanwhile, the third prince had already arrived below, intercepting the official, his demeanor unruffled even in the face of the fierce gazes from the guards. Though he was an unappreciated prince, he nonetheless possessed the inherent sense of superiority that comes with royal blood, an understanding forged through upbringing and experience. Your subordinate pays his respects to the third prince. May I inquire what brings you here? The official, taken aback by the audacity of someone standing in their path, initially reacted with anger but quickly composed himself, bowing with a hint of confusion. Release them. Shang Jia did not even cast a glance at the other party, merely a lowly official who could not even attend the morning court. He hardly warranted any special regard from a prince of noble stature. I respectfully report to the third prince that I have been ordered by the Ministry of Rights to escort Li Sanxiao and others. Unless there is a decree from the Ministry of Rights, I cannot. The official's eyes briefly flashed with helplessness. As a commoner who had managed to secure a position of substantial authority in the capital, he was undoubtedly clever, fully aware that once he received his orders from the Ministry of Rights, there was no turning back. He had even thought ahead about what to say if Lin Changshu were to obstruct him. At worst, he would only face a beating. However, he never expected that the person who arrived would be the third prince. I have stated that you must release them. What? Does your Ministry of Rights now have jurisdiction over the Ministry of Justice? Or do you require me to attend tomorrow's court session to inquire with your Minister of Rights about what constitutes overstepping? Upon hearing this, Shang Jia's expression darkened. He knew that this prince was problematic. Yet he never imagined that even someone who could not attend morning court would dare to refuse him. Your Highness, the third prince, this matter is of great importance. Li Sanxiao is suspected of harboring a fugitive, and we must take him away. This is also the command of the Right Chancellor. As Shang Jia's countenance grew grim, the official's face reflected panic, yet he stubbornly pressed on. He could distinguish between a powerless third prince and the formidable Right Chancellor. Very well. To think you would use the Right Chancellor to intimidate me. Such audacity? Excellent. Make your move. I shall see if I can still take this person away today. Shang Jia's fury turned to laughter. In the past, he might not have been so enraged, but now, having finally garnered a sliver of recognition, this official stood as an obstacle in his path. Moreover, Lin Changshu and Shang Nan were watching from nearby. I advise His Highness the third prince to reconsider. As a group of guards appeared around them, the official's clothes were already soaked with sweat, yet he could not retreat. Failure in his task would spell the end of his career. Make your move. Shang Jia, without so much as a glance at the other party, waved his hand, and a group of guards drew their swords and charged forward. The constables, having never encountered such an intimidating display, merely placed their weapons down, too fearful to resist. Third brother, how imposing you are. Previously, I had only heard tales of your carefree demeanor, yet it seems you too possess the ferocity of a tiger. Just as the guards began to unlock the chains binding Li Sanxiao and the others, a voice filled with laughter accompanied by applause emerged. Shang Jia turned to see a noble youth approaching with a beaming smile. Accompanied by the deputy commander of the Imperial Guard. Fifth brother, I did not expect you to come as well. Shang Jia's expression soured even further upon seeing the newcomer. Currently, the most promising contenders for the throne in the Great Shang dynasty were merely 3 individuals. The eldest son born to the empress, the first prince, who enjoyed her support and was well regarded by both civil and military officials. The 6th prince, whose mother was the daughter of the commander who resisted the southern barbarians, wielding considerable influence in the military. And lastly, this 4th prince before him, whose maternal uncle was the ruler of Luo Nation, having been sent to the palace by them. If I had not come, how could I witness my elder brother's imposing presence? Yet I wonder, does my elder brother know that Li Sanxiao is suspected of harboring a serious criminal and is to be interrogated? The 5th prince merely smiled slightly, his eyes brimming with mockery. Does the 3rd prince intend to harbor a fugitive? I wonder how father would react upon learning this. Seeing Shang Jia's face darken, the 5th prince's lips curled into a smirk, filled with disdain. In his eyes, Shang Jia was merely a prince born of a concubine, whose very existence depended on the whims of others. Previously, he had remained somewhat compliant, but with Lin Changshuo's arrival, it seemed he harbored unfulfilled ambitions, which would not go unpunished, as the 5th prince intended to show Shang Jia what it truly meant to be a prince. 5th brother, is it not a bit hasty to label a city guard as a suspect without any formal documentation? I believe even if this matter reached father, he would not want to dishearten the soldiers. Shang Jia narrowed his eyes, coldly regarding the 5th prince. This expression was one he had encountered almost daily since childhood. Though he had previously lacked the power to make choices, he was now far different, bolstered by the support of an unapologetic ally. It seems my elder brother's audacity has grown considerably in just a few days. However, I must insist on taking this person away today. Do you have any objections? Upon hearing Shang Jia's words, the smile on the 5th prince's face vanished, replaced by a cold glare directed at Shang Jia. Seeing this, the official, without needing to be instructed, gestured for the constables to apprehend the individuals. Halt! How dare you move while I speak? Shang Jia's anger surged, and he bellowed. He understood he could no longer hesitate. Today was not merely about finding guards, but about establishing his footing in the capital. If the 5th prince were to take them away, he was certain that his father would send him to a fief. Elder brother, remember your station. Some matters are beyond your purview. Do you comprehend? The 5th prince snorted derisively and waved his hand, causing a group of guards to emerge from the shadows. Meanwhile, aside from a couple of Shang Nan's guards remaining by his side, the others had retreated to a distance, leaving the onlookers in disbelief. Elder brother, remember, the game we play has its stakes. It would be wise for you to remain as the idle prince. Is that not preferable? We shall take our leave, the 5th prince remarked mockingly at the visibly angered Shang Jia, gesturing for his companions to depart. What a brazen disregard for authority and a complete reversal of truth. 5th prince, I have only heard of such arrogance, yet today I have witnessed it firsthand. Just as Shang Jia clenched his fists, ready to erupt, mocking applause and derisive laughter filled the air. Turning to see Lin Changshuo clapping his hands while sauntering over with Shang Nan, Shang Jia declared, Lin Changshuo, what I choose to do is of no concern to you, is it not? Do you truly believe that your position as a noble scion could rival that of a prince? This time, it was the 5th prince whose expression darkened. Lin Changshuo's words were undoubtedly correct, as they publicly humiliated his elder brother. Oh, how imposing you are, 5th prince. Will you not pay your respects to your 15th uncle? Are we now to invert right and wrong? Lin Changshuo draped an arm around Shang Nan's shoulders, feigning astonishment at the situation. Lin Changshuo, I bow to my 15th uncle. The 5th prince glared fiercely at Lin Changshuo. Wanting to unleash his fury, yet in the public eye, he had no choice but to bow in deference to Shang Nan. There is no need for such formalities. Shang Nin replied with a cheerful demeanor while patting Shang Jia's shoulder, further darkening the fifth prince's expression. Now that pleasantries are concluded, shall we engage in something more substantial? I intend to take these individuals. Do you have any objections? Or perhaps you have something to say? Lin Changshu ignored the murderous glare from the fifth prince, stretching lazily before pointing at the official, who bowed his head in silence. Seeing the official's reticence to speak, Lin Changshu then turned his attention to the fifth prince's guards, who glared angrily but dared not utter a word, for the fifth prince had yet to voice his thoughts. Lin Changshu, have you considered the repercussions? Do not forget, we are in the capital. The fifth prince, suppressing his murderous intent, fixed an icy gaze upon Lin Changshu. After all, most officials had already covertly taken sides, with the remaining few either neutral royalists or holding significant power, individuals whom even the princes dared not offend. And the Northern Guardian was precisely among them. Among the three princes, whoever could gain the support of the Northern Guardian would have their chances of ascending the throne significantly increased. Coupled with the power they wielded, that position would almost be within reach, making it prudent to avoid antagonizing Lin Changzhou. Li Sanshao is a friend of mine, and so is your third prince, Shang Jia, Lin Changshu declared. What you choose to do is of no concern to me. But my friend must not be wronged. If you dare to take Li Sanshao today, I shall seek out the first prince or the other. At that point, you may test whether Luo Nation can protect your position. Now, will you release him or continue? Lin Changshu first kicked aside the guards who were restraining Li Sanshao, then leisurely strolled to the fifth prince's side, whispering, "Fifth prince, do you think I should flatter you while opposing the right chancellor?" As Lin Changshu's actions and words unfolded, the fifth prince's expression grew increasingly grim, his gaze locked onto Lin Changshu as he hissed, "I do not need your flattery, but I wonder if my alliances with the other two princes will bolster my strength? Rest assured, I have no interest in your conflicts. However, should anyone provoke me, they shall face the consequences." Upon hearing this, Lin Changshu revealed a trace of inexplicable amusement at the corners of his mouth. The fifth prince before him was undoubtedly a fade of strength, likely to have been devoured to the bone if not for the support of those from the Luo kingdom. Shang Jia, the fifth prince conceded inwardly, yet upon seeing Shang Jia's calm smile, he could not help but mutter, "What is his background, and what is yours? He merely wishes to survive." Lin Changshu patted the shoulder of the fifth prince and whispered, "Release him. We shall take our leave. 15th uncle, third brother, I bid you farewell. Lin Changshu hopes you will keep your word. I shall await you at the Wangfu." Upon hearing this, the fifth prince let out a cold snort, then clasped his hands towards Shang Nan and the others. After giving Lin Changshu a serious look, he replied, "This heir has not agreed to go to the Wangfu, for I am still under house arrest. Once my injuries have healed, I must return to the academy." Lin Changshu narrowed his eyes, realizing that the other party had cleverly left himself a loophole. But who was he? No matter the schemes and plots, he would crush them with a single punch. "You shall pay for this. Our esteemed ancestor is not one to be trifled with." After the fifth prince stormed off with his entourage, Shang Nin stepped forward and said with a hint of schadenfreude, "Get lost, Shang Jia. Not only have I helped you find a protector, but I have also avenged you. You must repay this debt." Lin Changshu spat in disdain, then turned to the excited Shang Jia and said, "Just as well he is confined to the academy. Let Shang Jia handle the matter of that little beggar." Chapter 42. Will you still save people? That Guba Dao is to be kept. I shall send someone to find you, and you need only hand the person over to him. As for your requests, I currently cannot assist you. However, one of these two is a royal brother, and the other is the son of an emperor. Though they may have their flaws, with my involvement it should suffice. For now, do not rush. In about half a month, I shall provide you with an explanation. Li Sanshao seamlessly became the leader of Shang Jia's protectors, and both parties were in good spirits. As for the few traitors, Lin Changshu had inquired with Li Sanshao, who merely shook his head in melancholy. After Lin Changshu nodded in understanding, he posed a question, "Are you heading to the academy now?" Seeing that everything was settled, Shang Nan looked at Lin Changshu with curiosity. "No, I have matters to attend to. That little beggar is quite remarkable. Once I enter the academy, I will need your assistance regarding the little beggar's affairs." Lin Changshu stretched lazily, recalling the doubts he had when he first encountered Li Sanshao. Though he was the heir of the Northern King, upon entering the capital, he found himself befriending someone of a rather high caliber, IT was not a dream, and he had no princely air about him. So he naturally began to investigate. This led to Lin Changshou's continuous probing, testing the other party's resolve and character, which now seemed quite promising. Oh, it appears that the matter of that little beggar is not trivial. You seem quite invested before departing? Upon hearing this, Shang Nan raised an eyebrow. Being an exceptionally astute individual, he grasped Lin Changshou's meaning instantly. Based on his understanding, Lin Changshou was usually straightforward, tackling minor issues with brute force. Yet now he was employing a more intricate approach. This is a significant matter, entangled with numerous elements. I shall return to the Wangfu, and after some time, I will send someone to deliver the items to you so that you may assist in the investigation. Lin Changshou waved his hand in resignation, and after speaking, he departed with his entourage. 15th uncle, let us also take our leave. The capital shall soon be in turmoil. Watching Lin Changshou's receding figure, Shang Jia remarked to Shang Nan, Indeed, it shall not be peaceful. Everyone must prepare themselves, including you. Shang Nan observed the excitement in Shang Jia's eyes and cryptically commented, The capital's northern king's residence. What is your name? Lin Changshou gazed at the delicate little beggar before him, who, after being well cared for in recent days, had lost her previous waxy complexion. Coupled with her lovely attire and rosy cheeks, she inexplicably endeared herself to him. The vivacity in her eyes was unlike anything a beggar could possess. I am Linger, Zhao Linger. Zhao Linger shyly cast a glance at Lin Changshou before lowering her head and continuing. I witnessed your fierce battles firsthand. Though I did not approach, the cries of anguish and the sight of blood left an indelible mark on my tender heart. There is no need to fear me. This world is as such. If you do not prey upon others, they shall prey upon you, and even seek to devour you. I am no different. Nor are your parents and brother. Lin Changshou gently took the little girl's hand and drew her closer, speaking softly. But Linger's parents did not wish to harm anyone. They merely sought to help. The fear in Zhao Linger's eyes dissipated, replaced by tears of grievance as she looked up at him with her large, glistening eyes. If your brother had seen someone trying to kill me and had raised a warning, would he not have wished to save me? Lin Changshou's words caused a flicker of confusion in his gaze. How difficult it is for good people to save others, just like when he first crossed over. His mother wished to save him, and Sister Mainyang sought to save her. In the end, only he survived, while the rest were either gravely injured or perished. But my brother is dead, Zhao Linger cried, her eyes brimming with tears like plump grapes. Indeed, he died for this heir, and your parents are missing because of the plight of the townsfolk in Taohua Town. So, does Linger still wish to save others in the future? Lin Changshou gently stroked Zhao Linger's head, smiling as he asked, Yes, Linger wishes to save others in the future. Zhao Linger paused, a conflicted expression crossing her cherubic face. However, after recalling something, she resolutely nodded her small head. But it will be very difficult and tiring. Is Linger afraid? Lin Changshou was taken aback. He could feel Zhao Linger's earnestness. Initially, he thought she might waver, but it appeared that her path would require a new plan. I am not afraid. Father told us to be upright and to care for the weak. Linger is not afraid of hardship or fatigue. Zhao Linger's sadness resurfaced as she remembered her parents and brother. Yet she firmly nodded her head. All right, then Linger shall follow me from now on. Let us go. At this, Lin Changshou felt a warmth in his heart. In this world, there are always so many ordinary individuals who aspire to uphold a so-called justice with their fragile bodies. It is foolish, yet Lin Changshou finds it admirable. He could not see it before, but now that he has, he would not turn a blind eye. Young master, where are you headed? As Lin Changshou grasped Zhao Linger's little hand and prepared to leave, Uncle Tsang hurried over and inquired, Where else would we go? Naturally, to the academy. Today I left the Wangfu unscathed. If I do not go to the academy now, the emperor's punishment shall soon follow. Lin Changshou turned back helplessly. In the past, he could claim his injuries had not yet healed and hide in the Wangfu, but now that he was out, it would seem rather ungrateful to avoid the academy. Even Shang Kuang, who had previously barred him from entering the academy, would not let him off easily and might even come personally to capture him. It would be better to go there on his own accord. Young master, study well. The young lady mentioned that the academy is quite formidable. It is a place that nurtures one's abilities. Uncle Tsang did not concern himself with such matters. He only cared for the safety of his young master. A smile crept across his weathered face. They say our young master is a frivolous, spoiled brat, Yet only we old ones know how exceptional he truly is now. He has even gained entry into the most difficult academy. Let us see who would dare to speak ill of him again. Indeed, yet I wonder how that individual will torment this young master this time. Upon hearing this, Lin Changshuo's expression bore no hint of joy, resembling one on the way to the gallows. What about Linger? Uncle Song assumed the young master was unable to endure the academy's monotony and did not pay heed to his words. Instead, he gestured towards the bewildered Zhao Linger. Her? Linger shall be the youngest student in the academy from now on, Lin Changshuo chuckled, ruffling Zhao Linger's hair. Chapter 43. The soft, sweet voice humph. At least you have some self-awareness. But what are you bringing a little girl to the academy for? As Lin Changshuo passed through the illusion at the entrance of the academy, he saw Shang Kuang standing there with a cold smile. Of course, I am bringing her here to cultivate. What? Is the academy unable to accommodate a little girl? Upon seeing Shang Kuang, Lin Changshuo felt a sense of relief wash over him. He was certain that had he not come today, this man would have appeared at the Wang Fu to drag him away. Nonsense. The academy welcomes all who truly seek knowledge. Only those with a righteous heart and kind intentions are permitted. How could it possibly refuse a little girl? Shang Kuang's brows furrowed, his anger evident as he retorted. Then it is settled. Linger possesses a pure heart, and her family perished while attempting to save others. Does this not perfectly align with the academy's criteria? Lin Changshuo held the somewhat frightened Zhao Linger by the hand, and after speaking, he intended to lead her further inside. You little brat, stop right there. Just as they passed by Shang Kuang, a thunderous shout echoed, and a large hand seized Lin Changshuo's shoulder, forcefully pinning him in place. What is the meaning of this, senior? Lin Changshuo felt as if his entire body was being pressed down by a mountain, making even the slightest turn of his head a laborious task. After calming Linger with a glance, he managed to speak. What do you mean? Do you think I'm a fool? If this girl wishes to study at the academy, she must undergo an examination. Otherwise, not even the King of Heaven can intervene. Seeing Lin Changshuo's defiance, Shang Kuang's grip tightened further, as if an inexplicable force suppressed Lin Changshuo's entire cultivation level. He found himself unable to muster even the slightest movement, and his body slowly bent downwards, cold sweat streaming down his forehead. Grandpa, please don't hurt my brother, the young master. Linger won't enter the academy anymore. Please. Just as Lin Changshuo gritted his teeth to endure, blood began to seep from his wounds, and Linger's ethereal voice appeared. She grasped Lin Changshuo's hand with one hand while the other interposed between him and Shang Kuang. Her eyes filled with mist as she spoke. Oh dear, little one, no, Grandpa, didn't he say you couldn't enter? Hurry up, you little rascal. Can't you see this child is frightened to tears? Gazing into Zhao Linger's misty eyes, Shang Kuang's demeanor softened. Losing the earlier ferocity he had displayed towards Lin Changshuo, he anxiously began to pace, wanting to soothe Zhao Linger but hesitating as he glanced at his own massive hands and then at the fear reflected in her eyes, which deterred him from approaching. Seeing Lin Changshuo struggling under his grip, anger surged within him, and he struck down with a powerful hand, exclaiming, "Damn it, Shang Kuang!" The blow nearly caused Lin Changshuo to cough up blood. He was about to retort angrily when he caught sight of the dangerous glint in Shang Kuang's eyes, prompting him to swallow his words. You little rascal, what did you just say? Shang Kuang's face darkened as he glared coldly at the now timid Lin Changshuo, the air around him beginning to tremble ominously. Grandpa, what's wrong? The air is moving. Just as Lin Changshuo was at a loss for what to do, Zhao Linger's clear, soft voice broke through, instantly calming Shang Kuang's violent aura. Grandpa is playing a game. Would you like to join? Grandpa will take you to play. All right. Upon hearing Zhao Linger's voice, Shang Kuang's rugged face transformed into a gentle expression, hastily crouching down in front of her, completely forgetting about Lin Changshuo, whom he had intended to chastise. His massive figure, squatting before the petite girl, resembled a towering mountain, yet he remained blissfully unaware of the absurdity, while Lin Changshuo, who was still trying to regain his composure, rolled his eyes in disbelief. Will the young master also join us? Zhao Linger asked with a naive expression, looking up at Shang Kuang. He needs to cultivate. That place is off limits for you. Listen to Grandpa, and I'll take you to find a master if you wish to see this little brat. Grandpa will take you there, all right? Shang Kuang replied, his demeanor now gentle, albeit awkwardly so, as he forced a smile that seemed out of place on his stern face. "Young master," Zhao Linger said, her big eyes blinking as she looked at Lin Changshu. Cough, you little brat. Your small courtyard is filled with gravity enhancement. This child can't withstand it. Rest assured, I'll have the old scholar's female disciple take care of her." Before Lin Changshu could respond, Shang Kuang coughed and threatened, "He, Linger, you should train well with that sister. If you miss me, just come and visit." Lin Changshu had intended for Linger to study at the academy, and if he guessed correctly, the old scholar Shang Kuang referred to must be the esteemed Din Chen. Learning under such a respected figure would be a tremendous opportunity for Zhao Linger, and Lin Changshu would never obstruct that. "All right then, young master must wait for Linger to visit you." Zhao Linger gazed at Lin Changshu with reluctance, her large eyes nearly compelling him to reconsider. "Oh dear, Linger, please follow Grandpa to find your master. You little rascal, return to your small courtyard. Those two useless fellows who were with the soldiers left a few days ago, and Lu Qingran is in seclusion, while De He is recuperating on the back mountain. Stay put in the courtyard. I'll come find you shortly." Fearing that Lin Changshu and Zhao Linger might change their minds, Shang Kuang swiftly lifted Zhao Linger and vanished from sight, leaving behind an impatient voice echoing in Lin Changshu's ears. "Young master, you should hurry back to the courtyard. Otherwise, once Shang discovers it, you'll find yourself in trouble." As Lin Changshu contemplated the academy, he was approached by several men in long robes, swords at their waists, who smiled and said, "Indeed, young master, you should hurry. Otherwise, you'll find yourself in trouble and will be implicated too." Noticing Lin Changshu still dazed, the others exchanged wry smiles, indicating the formidable stature of Shang Kuang within the academy. All right. You all continue your training. Once I'm out, I'll take you to visit the pleasure houses." Lin Changshu waved his hand helplessly and added. But little did Lin Changshu realize that as soon as he finished speaking, everyone's expressions turned pale, their faces filled with resentment. "Visit the pleasure houses. You little brat, stay put in the courtyard, and you are not to remove that outfit. Wear it at all times. Likewise, none of you are allowed to leave the academy today." In the next moment, a garment flew from the sky, crashing heavily at Lin Changshu's feet, and with a resounding thud, the reinforced stone floor of the academy cracked under the impact. Chapter 44. An unexpected turn amidst the resentful gazes of numerous academy students. Lin Changshu struggled to don the seemingly light yet exceedingly heavy garment, taking each step towards the small courtyard with great effort. The spiritual stones are running low. Meanwhile, after handing Linger over to the third disciple of Din Chen, Shang Kuang appeared in Din Chen's small courtyard and spoke solemnly, "We must wait a bit longer. The situation in Tianbian City is dire. The barrier is showing fluctuations, and Tianyu has reported that a king among the barbaric beasts has emerged." Upon hearing this, Din Chen sighed lightly. The spiritual stones were a specialty of Tianbian City and the most crucial resource for cultivators. The spiritual energy within them could provide ample strength for practitioners. Yet they were scarce in this land. Only in Tianbian City could they be obtained, and the price paid was the blood and lives of countless experts. Even Tianyu is saying that, perhaps I should go myself. I can punch through them. Shang Kuang frowned at this, for Tianyu was a true genius and Din Chen's first disciple. Although he had remained relatively unknown during his years in the Great Shang, anyone who understood his capabilities knew he took nothing lightly, for he was the youngest half-step grandmaster. In terms of age, he was even younger than that ragged Taoist by 7 or 8 years. With comparable prowess, what do you intend to accomplish? Now is not the time. First, pass on the post-heaven overlord body technique to Changshu. I originally intended to wait a bit longer to temper his character, but it seems time is still too short. We must be cautious of that creature that escaped from Lu Qingran. Din Chen cast a displeased glance at Shang Kuang, for that entity was certainly a formidable grandmaster, and even he was unsure of its current strength. However, with someone from Tianbian City involved, the situation would merely become more challenging, and their final trump card required a decisive strike if they acted now. Din Chen feared that the barbaric beasts lurking behind would also strike, and at that point, not only the Great Shang but the entire continent might face devastation. Damn it. I truly don't understand you all. I am leaving. I'll go check on that little brat. Seeing this, Shang Kuang appeared unperturbed, waving his hand irritably, ready to vanish from the small courtyard. By the way, Scholar Swan, do you truly hold that little brat in such high regard? But soon, Shang Nin paused, his expression grave as he regarded Din Qin. He is a variable. 9 years ago, his fate should have ended, yet now he thrives. However, we must not intervene too much. Every growth comes at a price. Din Qin, holding a teacup, suddenly halted, a flicker of confusion crossing his eyes before he spoke softly. That year, none knew he had ventured to the northern border. Alas, it was too late. In his eyes, that exceptionally gifted child had perished. He had no means to intervene and could only depart in silence. Yet, the news later indicated he was alive and well, though his character had undergone a drastic transformation. All right, one more question. Are you a manifestation or your true self? Shang Nin nodded. Although he was not fond of Lin Changshou, he was still quite satisfied with him. Otherwise, he wouldn't have expended spiritual stones on him. Cannot speak of it, cannot speak of it. In response, Din Qin chuckled and shook his head, adopting a mysterious demeanor. Not speaking is fine, but what you are doing is too significant and perilous. Exercise caution. Shang Kuang was eager to express his thoughts, yet upon observing the calm demeanor of Din Qin, he could only sigh and slowly articulate his words. Din Qin merely smiled faintly and nodded, choosing not to elaborate further. His heart was devoted to the welfare of the populace across the continent, and he bore no regrets, even unto death in the courtyard of Lin Changshou, as he painstakingly stepped inside. Bracing himself for the overwhelming gravity that would inevitably bring him to his knees, he was surprised to find that the gravitational force here was not as extreme as he had anticipated. So that's it, he mused. I wondered why that old fellow had me don such heavy garments. It turns out the formation has weakened. As Lin Changshou adjusted to the gravity and the weight of his attire, he felt the muscles throughout his body begin to stir. You little rascal, didn't your father tell you that speaking ill of your elders can lead to a beating? Just as Lin Changshou was becoming attuned to the changes within his body, a gruff voice echoed behind him. He turned to find Shang Kuang's robust form looming like a small mountain. Monster! Upon locking eyes with Shang Kuang, Lin Changshou felt an unfamiliar surge of strength course through him, prompting him to leap several meters away in an instant. The next moment, he was enveloped in a mist of sweat, which emerged from his pores and evaporated before it could escape. The third level? This little brat truly possesses remarkable talent. Shang Kuang had initially intended to reprimand Lin Changshou for his indiscretion, but upon witnessing the scene before him, he was momentarily taken aback, murmuring to himself, What is happening to me? Lin Changshou felt an intense heat radiating from within, as a force surged through his muscles, yet he was simultaneously overwhelmed by an inexplicable weakness that rendered him unable to move, leaving him in a standing posture. Noticing Shang Kuang's dazed expression, he inquired, Are you willing to abandon your internal cultivation in favor of body refinement? Shang Kuang, however, did not respond immediately. Instead, his gaze fixed intently on Lin Changshou as he declared, Of course I am willing. It's merely body refinement, is it not? Old man, tell me what I need to do, and I will absolutely practice it. My father was foolish for his refusal. I am determined to pursue body refinement. At that moment, Lin Changshou was indifferent to the distinction between qi cultivation and body refinement. Within him, a tumultuous tide of toxins threatened to overwhelm even the bronze cauldron tasked with their suppression. He urgently exclaimed, In my view, if I agree now, I can dictate the course of my cultivation later. Besides, I aspire to live for 100 years. Qi cultivation can indeed extend one's lifespan. As an adult, I naturally desire it all. However, I must first stabilize the situation with Shang Kuang. The reason your father refused initially was due to the extreme nature of this technique. Engaging in intimate relations could easily lead to fatal consequences for the partner. Young man, as far as I know, you are the only scion of the Lin family. Your sister, while equally gifted, cannot carry on the lineage, so perhaps you should consult your father before proceeding. After Lin Changshou had spoken, Shang Kuang altered his demeanor, casting a measured gaze upon Lin Changshou. It was as if he could see through the young man's thoughts. After a brief moment, he gestured lightly, and his figure vanished from the courtyard. Hey, old man! Upon Shang Kuang's departure, Lin Changshou felt an exhilarating force surge into his body, coursing through his muscles and bones. The sensation of confinement dissipated, and the turbulent internal energy and toxins within him settled, achieving a newfound equilibrium. Chapter 45. Are you that little junior disciple? No way. If you dare practice that technique, I will personally lead an army to the capital to bring you back. Amidst a fierce internal struggle and his yearning for strength, Lin Changshu sent a message to his father in the northern borders, receiving a curt reply. Aren't you worried about being accused of a mutiny? Gazing at the transmission stone, which had lost much of its luster, Lin Changshu muttered to himself that in his estimation, practicing Shang Kuang's body refinement technique would at most make him considerably stronger. Point 1 enhancement is insufficient. I can always seek more. As the heir of the Northern Defense King, could he not take multiple wives? What nonsense! Yet, he was perplexed by his father's intense reaction. In his boredom, Lin Changshu resorted to punching the air in the small courtyard, training diligently. While Lin Changshu busied himself, the outside world had shifted dramatically. Release him, and you may yet live. At the foot of a small mountain in the capital, Li Sanxiao stood alongside several masked figures clad in black, facing a group of similarly attired individuals brandishing swords and daggers. What if we refuse? Li Sanxiao exchanged glances with his companions before addressing the black-clad group. Today, someone approached me claiming they would take Gubadeo, presenting Lin Changshu's identification. We came here peacefully, only to be obstructed by you lot. Then you will die. The leader of the black-clad men barked, and in the next instant, blades flashed as they surged forward, their figures vanishing in an instant, their weapons aimed directly at Li Sanxiao and his companions. Do they truly believe I, Li Sanxiao, am so easy to provoke? Realizing the gravity of the situation, Li Sanxiao no longer held back, unleashing his aura as a minor master, charging toward the leader, in mere moments. The shockwave from their clash sent nearby dead trees and falling snow scattering across the area. Take the others and leave. I will hold them off. After exchanging blows, Li Sanxiao assessed the situation and determined that the leader's cultivation was on par with his own. Though he had never encountered such a fighting style, the other black-clad individuals, while not as formidable as their leader, were still a threat. Gritting his teeth, Li Sanxiao resolved to stay and confront them. As long as Lin Changshu's men could escape with Gubadeo, he could find a way to flee as well. Yet, just as he was about to issue his command, he turned to find that the masked figures were not retreating. Instead, they stood resolutely before Gubadeo, their cold eyes fixed upon the adversaries without uttering a word. Hey, hurry up and leave. This person is of great importance to the young master, Li Sanxiao urged, panic rising within him. His desperate struggle seemed in vain as the masked figures remained unyielding, their silence infuriating him as he narrowly avoided being struck by an opponent. Kill them, leave none alive. To his astonishment, the black-clad figures ignored Li Sanxiao entirely, remaining steadfast in their position. A chilling voice emerged from beneath the masks, commanding, kill. At the moment the order was given, the masked figures sprang into action. With Li Sanxiao preoccupied, the leader found it difficult to defend himself in a matter of seconds. Several long blades pierced his neck and heart, rendering his limbs completely immobile. You fiends! Li Sanxiao gazed at the bloodied snow. A deep sigh escaping his lips, he had emerged from numerous battlefields, each more brutal than this. Yet, never had he witnessed a slaughter so silent, devoid of any sound save for the act of killing. We shall take our leave now. Please inform the 3rd Prince and the 15th Wise King about Zhao Linger. The masked figure offered a slight bow to Li Sanxiao before issuing a command, causing all present, including the incapacitated Gubadeo, to vanish in a gust of wind. With the Northern Defense Army involved, and such a cadre of demons at play, what exactly did the young master intend to accomplish? Li Sanxiao pondered as he surveyed the scene of dismembered bodies, reflecting on Lin Changshu's carefree demeanor. Meanwhile, far away in the academy, Lin Changshu was oblivious to the unfolding chaos. The inception of the ghost shadows had been motivated by echoes of his past and a profound sense of insecurity. Presently, however, all he yearned for was a hearty meal, for without Dehei, the wild game had vanished, leaving the little courtyard's mice in peril of being devoured entirely. Young master, come quickly. As Lin Changshu scoured for mice, a cheerful child's voice rang out, accompanied by a pleasant aroma wafting into his nostrils. Linger, be careful. Don't come in. Lin Changshu turned around and saw Zhao Linger, joyfully bouncing on her little legs, eager to run inside. Instantly, a cold sweat broke out on him. As a half-step little master, he had been forced to the ground upon entering the courtyard. Although the current gravity was not as oppressive, it was still not a realm where an untrained child could wander freely. As he spoke, Lin Changshu prepared to use the technique he had employed earlier, his muscles and bones mobilizing in an instant, ready to dash forward. Linger, take it easy, be careful not to fall at that moment. A gentle voice floated through the air, and a figure dressed in red, barefoot, appeared beside Zhao Linger. She held Zhao Linger's small hand and stepped into the courtyard. Observing Zhao Linger's sparkling eyes, Lin Changshu almost believed that the oppressive gravity had vanished entirely, were it not for the palpable weight he felt. "Are you the little junior brother that Master mentioned?" While Lin Changshu marveled at the woman's gentle demeanor, he certainly did not possess the elegance of a jade foot. It was merely a coincidence of perspective. Just then, he heard a soothing voice and looked up to find the woman regarding him with narrowed eyes. "Ahem. I'm not that merchant's crazy old apprentice." Lin Changshu's face flushed slightly, an unusual occurrence for him, as he dared not meet her gaze directly. "He, who mentioned senior merchant? I was referring to the dean." The woman smiled sweetly, akin to a blossoming flower, and said with a laugh, Chapter 46, Mo Ran, the senior sister the dean? That Chin Dean? Lin Changshu was taken aback, utterly bewildered. When did this happen? How come I was unaware? At the woman's mention, Lin Changshu was instantly dumbfounded. If it were about the merchant, that was plausible given the gravity of the small courtyard and the presence of the large black dog. There had been numerous signs indicating that the other party sought to teach him. However, regarding that Dean Shun, he had neither met her nor even heard her voice. "It seems you are still unaware. This little one insisted on seeing her young master brother, so I brought her to see you first. By the way, my name is Mo Ran. You should address me as senior sister Mo Ran." Mo Ran smiled gently, her master renowned across the land, yet many matters remained shrouded in mystery. "Hello, senior sister Mo Ran." Lin Changshu hastily cupped his hands in greeting, relieved that he had acclimated to the gravity of the small courtyard. Otherwise, his gesture would have certainly caused amusement. "Young master brother, these are dishes prepared by Linger and our fairy master. Do take a look and see if they are delicious." Zhao Linger, seizing the opportunity, hurriedly brought over a food box with great effort, eagerly glancing at Lin Changshu as she opened it. "Linger is the best." "Thank you, senior sister Mo Ran. Linger is but a pitiful child, and with your care, I can rest assured." As the food box opened, a delightful aroma wafted to Lin Changshu's nostrils, causing him to swallow involuntarily after days of lacking good food. He quickly expressed his gratitude to Mo Ran. It's nothing, I was quite bored alone on the back mountain. Having such an adorable Linger brings me joy. Taste it. She made it herself?" Mo Ran smiled warmly. Her gaze towards Zhao Linger filled with affection, and after a gentle laugh, she pointed to the food box with a teasing tone. "Tea wasn't just Linger. It was our fairy master who helped her make it." Zhao Linger blushed, her cherubic cheeks glowing, and she hid behind Mo Ran, sneaking glances at Lin Changshu. "Ha, well then, I'll taste Linger's culinary skills. I must admit, staying in this small courtyard makes one forget what good food even is." Lin Changshu laughed heartily, as there were no stone benches or tables in the courtyard. He sat directly on the ground and began to eat from the food box. This is truly delicious. Are these meats from the back mountain?" After taking the first bite, Lin Changshu felt a warm current spreading within him, involuntarily groaning in pleasure as he looked at Mo Ran in surprise. Indeed, the academy is a place rich in spiritual energy, and the back mountain is even closer to where the master and we practice. Moreover, the formation in this small courtyard enhances the quality of the wild beasts over the years, making their meat greatly beneficial for practitioners. Mo Ran nodded slightly, her expression remaining calm and gentle. From Lin Changshu's perspective, her bare feet appeared crystalline and translucent, and more importantly, she seemed to float above the ground. Senior sister Mo Ran's cultivation is truly awe-inspiring. Lin Changshu was momentarily stunned, inwardly acknowledging that the academy was indeed a gathering place for prodigies. Yet, even such low-altitude flight would be exceedingly difficult for a master-level practitioner in the outside world. Little Taoist, if you can diligently cultivate, your future achievements will undoubtedly rival ours. Mo Ran affectionately ruffled Linger's hair, her eyes seemingly piercing through Lin Changshu's subtle movements, a smile on her lips that hinted at an unspoken understanding. This made Lin Changshu hurriedly lower his head to eat, no longer daring to glance around, feeling inexplicably flustered. For years as the young master, he had frequented brothels, listened to songs, and encountered women of all kinds. Even with someone as aloof as Lu Qingran, he had never felt timid. He had grown up alongside Mei Yang, whose alluring figure and gaze could enchant anyone. Yet, in the presence of the serene and composed senior sister Imo Ran, he instinctively bowed his head, fearful that she might discern his innermost thoughts, not daring to entertain any inappropriate notions. If one were to find someone whose aura could rival hers, it would be his mother, whom he had only known for a little over a year. However, the feelings he harbored for her were more about guilt and the tender affection of a mother. Initially, Lin Changshu believed she might say something, considering she was a master-level expert and a direct disciple of Dean Chun. How could she have come to visit him without reason? Yet, as time passed, senior sister Imo Ran maintained an air of ethereal detachment, her gaze either doting on Zhao Linger or observing the back mountain. Senior sister, are you leaving just like this? Just as Imo Ran took Zhao Linger's hand to exit the courtyard, Lin Changshu could no longer restrain himself and asked, "Focus on your cultivation. Though this small courtyard may not compare to the Blessed Lands, it is still an exceptional place. The opportunity to cultivate here is something many spend their lives yearning for." Although senior merchant's postnatal body technique is exceedingly domineering, maintaining a balance between qi cultivation and physical training could very well address that shortcoming. Upon hearing this, Imo Ran paused, her voice gentle yet composed as she replied, "Thank you, senior sister Imo Ran." Lin Changshu could only return a respectful gesture, secretly reflecting that perhaps he had overthought the situation. By the way, your sister is very strong. She can at least match our senior brother in a duel. Albeit he was not at his peak then. Do not disappoint us. Imo Ran seemed to possess an uncanny awareness of Lin Changshu's actions, pausing momentarily before adding this remark, then led Zhao Linger out of his sight. The postnatal body technique? Huh, and my sister truly is a fierce tigress. Lin Changshu remained in the small courtyard, a peculiar light flickering in his eyes. This was the first time he learned the name of the body refinement technique from Merchant Mad. He never expected it to sound so formidable. Moreover, his sister did not disappoint him. After all, she was the Academy's senior brother. Although there were no tales circulating in the outside world, merely observing Imo Ran revealed how formidable she truly was. Most importantly, Lin Changshu had received a crucial piece of information. The postnatal body technique could indeed allow for moderation. He could already sense a promising future beckoning him, and a wicked grin crept onto his lips. "You little rascal! What on earth has that foolish old man of yours said?" Just as Lin Changshu indulged in fantasies of growing strong and formidable, an impatient voice broke through his reverie. He looked up to find Merchant Mad staring at him with a furrowed brow, his eyes filled with irritation. "Why, old man disagrees." Lin Changshu waved his hand dismissively, feigning exasperation at the other's lack of decorum. "What? He actually disagrees? I'm going to confront him right now." Merchant Mad's anger flared. How many had sought to learn his techniques, only to be dismissed? Back when the King of the North had refused him. Now he was not allowing his own son to learn. Did he think this master-level body refinement fanatic would be so easily disregarded? Chapter 47. Jade Slip and the Back Mountain Old Man. "What are you doing? At your age, can't you be a bit more composed?" Upon witnessing this, Lin Changshu hurriedly blocked Merchant Mad's path. Given his temperament, it was entirely possible he would rush straight to the north to confront Lin Changshu's father. If that were to happen, Lin Changshu might not only forfeit the chance to learn the body refinement technique, but might also find himself expelled from the capital. "What? Little rascal, what do you mean?" Seeing Lin Changshu gripping his hand, Merchant Mad frowned, his tone turning unfriendly. "Although my old man forbids me from learning, I, as the young master, see that you are of considerable age yet lack a worthy successor. I could begrudgingly learn a bit." Lin Changshu tossed his head back, exuding an air of arrogance. According to Merchant Nan, it wasn't that the royals didn't want to learn. It was simply that they could not grasp it. Over the years, Merchant Mad had exerted great effort in seeking a successor. "Are you not afraid of your Lin family being cut off?" Merchant Mad's tone softened as he regarded Lin Changshu with curiosity. "Earlier, my senior sister Imo Ran came by and mentioned a method. As long as I maintain a balance between qi cultivation and body refinement, these issues should be resolved. At that moment, I would no longer need to solely rely on your body refinement techniques, nor would I have to fear being slain by my father. Most importantly, your legacy has found a worthy successor. Is that not a cause for collective joy?" Upon witnessing this, Lin Changshu spoke lightly of his plans. That girl Imo Ran seems to have a few screws loose, but you are not much better off either. Are you? You dare to pursue the dual cultivation of both internal and external strength, yet do you not fear the possibility of self-destruction? Just as Lin Changshu believed that Shang Kuang would be ecstatic. A tremendous force suddenly struck him, sending him hurtling to the ground, while the furious voice of Shang Kuang echoed in his ears. Although he sought a disciple to inherit his teachings, he was not particularly fond of Lin Changshu's temperament. And he ought to consider who Shang Kuang truly was. Even royal descendants would find it a matter of chance to meet him, yet Lin Changshu was perpetually in his sights. Self-destruction? Imo Ran's mind is in question? Lin Changshu, sprawled on the ground, was not hurt but rather taken aback by Shang Kuang's words. How could the gentle and ethereal Imo Ran possibly be of unsound mind? Such accusations are absolutely slanderous. Why would one doubt it? Indeed, while she often appeared aloof, once engaged in battle, she transformed entirely. Surely, you would not assume her dreamy demeanor is merely a reflection of her ethereal character. Allow me to enlighten you. She is likely contemplating just how many layers of force are necessary to annihilate her opponent. That pretentious scholar may boast a grand reputation, yet the disciples he has trained are all rather unhinged. And you, too, are not exempt from that judgment. Realizing Lin Changshu's thoughts, Shang Kuang directly remarked, "And you still entrusted Linger to her?" Upon hearing this, Lin Changshu exploded in fury. That adorable little girl Linger would be in grave danger if she were to follow such a person. I assure you, her treatment of enemies is not akin to that of her allies. She is quite amiable towards those she considers her own, provided she is not provoked. Shang Kuang cast Lin Changshu a disdainful glance. As if he were looking at a fool. How could he possibly harm someone as delightful as Linger? So, will you permit me to learn, or not? If not, then so be it. At this moment, Lin Changshu finally breathed a sigh of relief. As long as Sister Imo Ran posed no threat to Linger, the pursuit of both internal and external refinement. Are you truly unafraid of self-destruction? I must inform you, this method is indeed feasible. But it is akin to dancing upon the edge of a blade point. One misstep could result in the complete destruction of your meridians, or worse, your utter annihilation. In such a dire moment, no one would be able to save you. Seeing Lin Changshu's serious demeanor, Shang Kuang's expression grew grave as he gazed into Lin Changshu's eyes and inquired, "If I was able to survive 9 years ago and cultivate to the threshold of a minor master, then I assure you, this young master shall encounter no unforeseen calamities." At this juncture, Lin Changshu brimmed with confidence, for the presence of the bronze cauldron within him bolstered his spirit. Though the toxins had yet to be fully purged, it was merely a matter of time. Combined with the pursuit of both internal and external cultivation, what harm could it bring? Most importantly, he could sense that advancing to the next level of cultivation was exceedingly challenging. Had he adhered to his previous pace of training, he would have already reached the minor master realm. Yet now, it felt as if a massive wall loomed above him, a wall riddled with lethal toxins. The moment he attempted to progress further, he would be assailed once more by the toxins, forcing him to proceed cautiously. Shang Kuang's postnatal body dominance technique presented an excellent opportunity for advancement. Once both reached the threshold of a minor master, it would herald the shattering of the barriers obstructing his cultivation, as well as the day Lin Changshu would unleash his accumulated potential. He firmly believed that on that day, his cultivation would leap forward in rapid succession. This is your own choice. Very well, I shall observe just how far you can go. Hearing this, Shang Kuang's eyes flickered with uncertainty. Before he gritted his teeth and tossed a jade slip at Lin Changshu. What is this? Cradling the jade slip, Lin Changshu felt a refreshing power swirling within. He had encountered such objects before in the northern king's residence. They were used by sects to record core techniques, encapsulating not only the methods of cultivation but also layers of insights, thus saving future generations much time and effort. The drawback, however, was their limited usage. Long ago, the creator of the technique would intermittently transmit knowledge. Yet such things had long since vanished for over 10,000 years, with each sect treating them as treasured relics. Most importantly, was it not said that Shang Nan had created his own techniques? How could there possibly be a jade slip? Do you truly believe I am a genius? I found this in a certain secret realm, but alas, it is only the first half, so I can only consider myself a half-creator. The technique encompasses all phenomena. Each individual's understanding will differ. I hope you can carve your own path and not bring disgrace to it. Shang Kuang's face flushed with embarrassment, for he had indeed claimed to others that this technique was of his own invention. Yet he had never mentioned that he had only created half of it. Having been exposed by Lin Changshu, he felt a mix of shame and irritation as he replied, "Rest assured, I will not tarnish your esteemed reputation." "Master?" Lin Changshu waved his hands dismissively, even dropping the title of old man and directly addressing him as master. Go. I am not your master. That pretentious scholar is your master. Now, focus on your cultivation. You may leave this small courtyard. I suggest that if you wish to truly enter the inner circle, you should head to the back mountain and contend with the beasts there, purely with your physical prowess. On hearing the term master, Shang Kuang waved his hand in disdain, turning to leave, yet the smile tugging at the corner of his mouth was impossible to hide. That grin was perfectly captured by Lin Changshu, who chose not to expose him. Holding the jade slip, he gazed toward the back mountain and smiled. Chapter 48. The perilous back mountain. The back mountain of the small courtyard serves as the dividing line of the entire academy. In front of the back mountain lies the place where ordinary students cultivate and study. However, beyond the back mountain resides the training grounds of the academy's director, Director Chen, along with his 5 disciples. And of course, Shang Kuang as well. This arrangement is akin to the distinction between direct disciples and core disciples in a sect, albeit without the notions of core and outer disciples within the academy. As the back mountain is the dividing line of the entire academy, coupled with the spiritual energy that has accumulated over the years in the small courtyard, it has rendered the beasts within exceptionally fierce. Legends claim that some of them have even reached the pinnacle of master-level prowess, though the truth of such claims remains unknown. This area also serves as a trial that all direct disciples must overcome. The moment one traverses the back mountain, they may meet the academy's director and become the 6th direct disciple. Alas, in the past century, only 5 individuals have achieved this. How about this? You let me through, and I shall bring you something delicious. At this time, Lin Changshu had already spent 2 days on the back mountain, and he was in a woeful state. His once splendid white cloak lay in tatters, his body and face marred with various wounds, and his breath had become labored. Leaning against an ancient tree, he addressed a wolf the size of a calf before him. A woo. Yet, to his surprise, while the wolf had been pacing back and forth prior. The moment his words fell, it let out a howl and transformed into a blur, its gaping maw aimed directly at Lin Changshu. "Hey, this young master is negotiating with you. Do not take my kindness for weakness." Lin Changshu performed a roll to evade the attack, his annoyance boiling over. However, all he received in response was the acrid wind and the wolf's gleaming teeth. Gritting his teeth, Lin Changshu desperately dodged while seeking an opportunity to strike back. Bang! Rip! Eventually, Lin Changshu found his chance and landed a punch against the wolf's ribcage. Yet the cost was a new wound on his arm, with blood flowing freely. Let me tell you, this young master has a backing here in the back mountain. Over the course of these 2 days, Lin Changshu had been embroiled in combat almost every moment. He was utterly exhausted, though his internal energy remained ample. However, having promised Shang Kuang to rely on his physical strength while on the back mountain meant he possessed no offensive capabilities aside from his fists. To make matters worse, the technique within the Jade Slip contained characters from over 10,000 years ago, which few could comprehend today. Yet this posed no challenge for Lin Changshu, as he had encountered such scripts in the Northern Realms. However, as he recognized one character, then another, when they were combined, he found himself utterly perplexed as to their meanings. Damn it, is it never-ending? Once more evading the wolf's assault, Lin Changshu's frustration boiled over. For the past 2 days, he had either been fighting or traversing the battlefield. Sometimes, just as he dealt with one foe, another would spring forth to ambush him. This left him not only contending with the wolf before him, but also wary of hidden threats lurking in the shadows. Just last night, due to a moment of carelessness, he had nearly lost his life to a massive black bear. A woo. Hiss. Just as Lin Changshu's words fell, and he prepared to fight with all his might, the wolf roared and lunged toward him. In the midst of this fierce wind, Lin Changshu heard another sound, causing his hair to stand on end. Without even attempting to resist, his muscles tensed instantaneously. In the next moment, he pushed off with all his strength, creating a massive crater in the ground, while he vanished from sight. Almost instantaneously, the wolf's figure appeared above the small pit, following its attack. And a massive silhouette shot forth like an arrow. Bang! hissed Sawu. In an instant, blood splattered, and the stones and trees were obliterated by an overwhelming force, scattering in all directions. Once the debris and snowflakes settled, the scene within was revealed. The once formidable wild wolf now lay weak and ensnared by a colossal python, the creaking sound of its bones being compressed echoing in the silence of the rear mountains, sending chills down one's spine. Fortunately, this young master is astute. Otherwise, that blow could have cost me dearly. Lin Changshu, who should have been under siege, now stood 100 meters away in a great tree, feeling a wave of dread wash over him as he observed the unfolding scene. The explosive power he just experienced enveloped him in a mist, far stronger than that which had previously engulfed him in the small courtyard. At least it did not send his internal energy into a chaotic frenzy, but it left him utterly drained of strength. Lin Changshu's gaze remained fixated on the python constricting the wolf. Absorbing spiritual energy into his body, he was being watched intently in the small courtyard beyond the rear mountains. Dinshan, Shang Kuang, and Mo Ran were all present. Before them appeared a ripple of water, revealing Lin Changshu's current predicament. Sir, if our junior brother relies solely on his physical prowess, it would be exceedingly difficult for him to traverse the rear mountains. After a lengthy observation, Mo Ran furrowed his fair brow and expressed his concerns. He is currently practicing your techniques. What do you think should be done? Dinshan remained silent, casting a glance at the reticent Shang Kuang, who calmly replied, let us wait a while longer. When I first acquired the techniques, I emerged from the great wilderness step by step, battling continuously, and became the foremost in physical cultivation. His talent is exceptional. I do not wish for the later heavenly body technique to be squandered. Shang Kuang frowned, glancing at the mist enveloping Lin Changshu, and after a moment of contemplation, he said, you did not inform him how to cultivate. Upon hearing Shang Kuang's words, even Dinshan, who had maintained his composure, looked astonished and questioned him. No, I was able to explore it step by step back then. He can certainly do the same. You are well aware that every individual's comprehension differs, resulting in unique cultivation outcomes. There cannot be another Shang Kuang in this world, but there must be a first Lin Changshu in physical cultivation. Shang Kuang hesitated, his eyes filled with conflict, before almost grinding his teeth and stating, throughout his life, countless individuals sought to learn his physical cultivation, yet only 3 have truly caught his eye. One was Lin Changshu's father, but alas, that fool rejected the opportunity upon realizing he could not produce a successor. The second was Lin Changshu's sister, whose talent was the finest I have ever seen, but regrettably, she could not practice physical cultivation due to her gender. The third is Lin Changshu himself, who, despite being poisoned at the root, still thrives vibrantly, even cultivating on par with some of the outer geniuses. It can be said that Lin Changshu is my most promising protege, the one with the greatest potential to complete the later heavenly body technique. I must witness what his version of the technique entails and whether it can resolve the issue of lifespan. Chapter 49. A transaction from years past. I object. Our junior brother's cultivation is insufficient. Not only is he unable to suppress the cultivation of those demonic beasts, but he also lacks the strength to fend off even the master-level ones. He is to become the youngest disciple of our academy, and I refuse to place his life in jeopardy due to your selfish desires, Shang Kuang. Upon hearing Shang Kuang's declaration, Mo Ran emanated an icy aura, his eyes coldly fixed on him. Have you not realized how arduous it is for Lin Changshu to advance his internal energy? Shang Kuang appeared unperturbed, seemingly devoid of doubt that he had misspoken, aware that this ethereal Mo Ran would not hesitate to take action against him. What do you mean? Mo Ran frowned, glancing at the silent Dinshan before turning to Shang Kuang. Puzzled, that lad has undoubtedly endured considerable hardship over the years. Although he has survived and even cultivated to the threshold of a minor master, the toxins within him have not been entirely eradicated. Just a few days ago at the Gravity Courtyard, he nearly perished when he could not suppress his cultivation, leading to a toxic eruption. Shang Kuang scoffed, fully aware that Lin Changshu was his most promising candidate, having thoroughly investigated Lin Changshu's physical condition. Over the years, each breakthrough he achieved likely came with the peril of bone-scraping pain, as the minor master level represents a crucial juncture in cultivation. Now, if he were to attempt breaking through to minor master, the erupting toxins could very well be fatal, and the later heavenly body technique was currently his best recourse. It would not only strengthen his muscles and meridians but also, should he comprehend that half of the jade slip, future breakthroughs would undoubtedly become considerably easier. Seeing Imo Ran still exuding an icy demeanor, Shang Kuang rolled his eyes and gestured to Din Chen. The latter, upon noticing, smiled silently before slowly stating, "But we cannot allow him to risk his life." The great demon still lurked within. Even if he refrained from attacking, the other master-level demonic beasts were beyond his capacity to contend with. Even with our intervention, we cannot guarantee his safety. Imo Ran was unusually concerned about Lin Changxiu's situation. After Din Chen finished speaking, he continued frowning, "I am well aware of the conditions in the rear mountains." When they passed through the gravity courtyard and entered the rear mountains, they were nearly met with death. Those who initially lacked cultivation would, upon reaching the master level, venture to the rear mountains for trials. Yet now, Lin Changxiu has not even reached the minor master level. In the face of life and death, there exist both great terrors and great fortunes. I have already made arrangements with that great demon. Anyone above the master level will be spared his life. Noticing Imo Ran's concern, Din Chen stroked his white beard and remarked, "Rather than worrying about your junior brother in the rear mountains, you might want to focus on those few perverse monks approaching. They will not hold back in their actions. As for me and Swan Xiaocai, we are preparing for the Tianbian city and cannot act recklessly. Those two remnants have already taken people to intercept them, but they are no match." Upon hearing this, Shang Kuang looked at Din Chen in surprise. He distinctly remembered that no prior arrangements had been made. Yet their years of tacit understanding allowed for seamless cooperation. Those ascetic monks? How dare they come out? Imo Ran was taken aback, his beautiful eyes darting toward Din Chen, who nodded in affirmation. Only then did she murmur, "Lin Changxiu is an unpredictable variable. When the princess of the northern town was besieged, he was poisoned and barely survived. Even that madman, the northern king, was able to maintain his composure for his sake. However, if something were to happen to him in the capital now, do you think that man would spare anyone? Moreover, with my foolish junior brother deeply poisoned, the great Shang will surely descend into chaos. And they are precisely what they covet." Shang Kuang, appearing rugged, possessed a remarkably meticulous mind. Noticing Imo Ran's confusion, he elaborated on the current situation. The throne and the religious sects? Imo Ran grasped the situation immediately, understanding the motives of those behind it. When we were stalled by the affairs of Tianbian City, it became too late to intervene. The first instance was Lin Changxiu's poisoning, and the second was the assassination of the northern princess. What we can do is ensure that the great Shang remains stable. Rather than engaging in transactions, when we identify the culprits, we must prevent any experts from outside the great Shang from causing chaos. The Northern King's return gift was that lady's enrollment in the academy years ago, which was essentially a trade for information. Initially, we believed she would be the key player, but who knew she would leave? Likely now in Tianbian City, while Lin Changxiu has emerged. Upon recognizing the hidden dangers surrounding Lin Changxiu, we understood what the Northern King was requesting. He wants us to save him, specifically, to eliminate the toxins within Lin Changxiu, and to shatter the soul of Lu Qingran. This also explains why the ragged Taoist interfered with Lu Qingran's sword technique while we turned a blind eye. Once Lin Changxiu achieves a breakthrough, it will be time to take action. After that, the Northern King will lead his men to guard Tianbian City, while we will exit Tianbian City, allowing Lin Changxiu to assume the role of the Northern King. Din Chen slowly sipped his tea before revealing the transaction made with the Northern King many years ago. "I'll go find those monks right away. They cannot enter the capital." Upon hearing this, Imo Ran's eyes sparkled. As a unique entity, she possessed knowledge that even Din Chen did not. After grasping the situation, her eyes turned pitch black, and she vanished from the courtyard. She has truly become obsessed. Imo Ran is quite invested in Lin Changxiu's affairs, but Swan Xiaocai, you clearly did not instruct that demonic beast to hold back. If something goes awry, are you not concerned about your disciple turning against you? As Imo Ran disappeared, Shang Kuang regarded the composed Din Chen and remarked, "If I had not said that, Imo Ran would undoubtedly have taken action against you. By the time she returns, Lin Changxiu should be arriving at the courtyard. Moreover, before Imo Ran comes back, you must ensure Lin Changxiu's safety. Otherwise, not only will Imo Ran go to war with you, but neither will those others let you off the hook." Din Chen cast a sharp glance at Shang Kuang, then warned him sternly as he finished speaking, His figure gradually began to fade, seemingly on the verge of vanishing completely. "Hey, you're not planning to flee, are you?" Upon seeing this, Shang Kuang was instantly alarmed. Although he feared no one, the mere thought of Din Qin's disciples gave him a headache. He hastily inquired, "Old man, there is something happening over there. I'll leave the matter here to you." To his surprise, the pace of Din Qin's disappearance not only did not slow, but visibly accelerated, leaving behind only a lingering voice. Chapter 50. The Great Transformation of the Jade Slip on the Back Mountain of the Academy. Lin Changshu remained blissfully unaware that, due to his actions, the newly acquainted Silent Senior Sister had almost taken action against Shang Kuang. He was completely oblivious to the fact that all his movements on the back mountain were being broadcast live. All he knew was that he felt extremely hungry and exhausted. Ever since he had hidden in this tree, he had maintained a single posture, thinking to descend only after the two small master-level beasts below had finished their battle. Little did he know, the enormous serpent had nearly killed the wild wolf from the outset, the sound of their bones grinding together echoing through the air. Yet even so, the wild wolf continued to retaliate, sinking its teeth into the serpent's vulnerable spot, blood gushing forth. The wolf's fierce fangs had no difficulty piercing through the serpent's scales, tearing away half of its flesh in one bite. Thus began a fierce contest of vitality and endurance, with the sounds of bone grinding growing louder and the blood from the serpent's wound increasing in volume. Meanwhile, Lin Changshu remained paralyzed with fear, scarcely daring to move, lest he attract the attention of either combatant. Confronting one was a challenge, but against two, even in a wounded state, he would likely meet his demise instantly. As time progressed, the stench of blood intensified, and Lin Changshu could sense numerous beasts lurking nearby. The reason they refrained from attacking was undoubtedly the overwhelming strength of the two beasts, which were capable of dominating this area. This kept the other beasts at a distance, too intimidated to approach. Fearful of being slain by the formidable duo, time flew by swiftly, and as night enveloped the back mountain, it grew increasingly profound, with only the faintest moonlight filtering through the trees. The already blood-soaked mountain became even more terrifying, punctuated by the occasional roar of beasts and the mournful cries of dying creatures. Just as Lin Changshu was on the verge of dozing off in the latter half of the night, the two beasts below finally unleashed their final surge of power. A resounding crack echoed, followed by a tearing sound, as the wild wolf was entwined within the serpent's coils, its body resembling a limp noodle. Meanwhile, the serpent's massive head had fallen to the ground, blood flowing profusely from its wound. Witnessing this, Lin Changshu felt as if time had frozen. His muscles began to involuntarily convulse. His hands moved like the cavernous jaws of a beast, opening and closing rhythmically, each motion sending tremors through the air. The muscles in his body began to undulate in a manner reminiscent of the serpent, seemingly slow yet harboring an explosive potential that shattered the withered leaves and snowflakes that fell upon him. As Lin Changshu's body transformed, the jade slip he possessed began to flicker in tandem with his muscle movements, mysterious forces coursing into his physique. What is this? The jade slip. When Lin Changshu finally grasped the situation, he momentarily froze in surprise before hastily pressing the slip to his forehead. Almost instantaneously, his consciousness was drawn into a realm of illusion. He beheld a desolate world, littered with remnants of devastation, broken mountains, dried rivers, and shattered trees. In the center of this ravaged land stood a muscular, blood-soaked giant, who let out a thunderous roar to the heavens. Above, several disheveled figures hovered in the air, their faces twisted in terror. Today, with a single punch, I shall eradicate the false immortal and secure peace for generations to come. The giant's muscles tensed and released rapidly, steam billowing from his pores, as if he were encircled by colossal dragons. With a furious roar, the dragons coiled around him, and his fist struck toward the false immortal suspended in the sky. In that instant, the world dimmed, the sun and moon lost their radiance, and it seemed as though only that singular punch existed. Devoid of sound yet echoing with destruction. As he looked up, Lin Changshu saw the void left in the sky, a gaping hole where the punch had passed. Just as he turned to gaze at the magnificent figure, the giant's fierce eyes met his. Lin Changshu was startled yet resolutely suppressed his fear, yearning to witness more. Young one, I am the body saint today. I bestow upon you the celestial body technique. Remember to uphold my name, for what follows is not for your eyes. Depart." Before Lin Changshu could react, an authoritative voice resonated in his mind, and in the blink of an eye, he was ejected from the realm of consciousness. "This jade slip is extraordinary." Staring at the jade slip, now dimmed considerably, Lin Changshu murmured. Upon acquiring the slip, he began to examine it, but aside from the cryptic text, there was nothing else. Despite channeling the body refinement technique he had previously grasped in the gravity courtyard, it yielded no response. Who would have thought that witnessing the final blow of two dying beasts would unlock the true potential of the jade slip, allowing Lin Changshu to witness such a grand and tragic scene? Once he processed the experience, he felt an overwhelming surge of power coursing through him, a latent strength far exceeding anything he had previously encountered. Even the earlier sensations of fatigue were now but a distant memory, replaced by an invigorating vitality that he could wield at will. However, the energy expended could only sustain him for 3 more uses at most. "I'm starving." This noble son is famished. Having fully digested his newfound strength, Lin Changshu was immediately beset by an insatiable hunger, a void in his body that felt as though he could consume several elephants. The previous stench of blood now transformed into an enticing aroma. He pondered whether the flesh of the serpent and the wolf would be palatable, considering their mastery. Surely, they would be quite delectable. The scent of blood drew Lin Changshu's gaze to the 2 beast carcasses. In an instant, he appeared beside the bodies, swallowing hard as he murmured, and suddenly, a dagger appeared in his hand. In the blink of an eye, the gleam of the blade manifested, and when it vanished, the remains of the 2 beasts had been expertly prepared, leaving only the most succulent portions. Time to feast. As the flames danced, Lin Changshu roasted the meat, eagerly placing a piece of tender serpent flesh into his mouth. The flavor melted away instantly, sweetness cascading through his body, a portion entering his dantian while most infused into his muscles. Roar. Just as Lin Changshu savored his meal, a fierce aura accompanied by a deafening roar surged toward him. Before he could react, a putrid whirlwind swept in. "Damn it, that's my dinner." Startled by the roar and the rancid gust, Lin Changshu vanished in an instant, but his precious meat fell victim to the chaos. Glancing up, he saw a massive beast looming where he had just been standing, devouring his meal in a single bite, causing Lin Changshu to fume with anger. "How dare you?" Seeing that Lin Changshu still dared to shout, the beast opened its blood-red maw, releasing a howl infused with a foul wind. "How dare you, a mere oversized golden tabby, attempt to steal from me? You must have a death wish." The stench whipped Lin Changshu's hair about. Yet he remained undaunted. Now, not only had his celestial body technique reached new heights, but his previously hollow body had also gained some sustenance. It was the perfect moment to engage in combat. And the vibrant tiger before him was just the opponent he sought. Roar. The giant tiger beast, seeing Lin Changshu refuse to flee and audaciously call out, abandoned the food and lunged forward. The force of its body sent a whirlwind that scattered the snowflakes, and trees were uprooted in its wake. With its gaping maw filled with menacing teeth and claws glistening with lethal sharpness, it aimed directly for Lin Changshu's head. "How dare you treat me like a plaything? You stole my food, and now you dare to attack? You're as good as dead." Lin Changshu had already assessed the tiger's aura, realizing it was at the mid-level of the small master realm. Slightly stronger than both the serpent and the wolf, it likely hailed from another territory, drawn here by the scent of blood. Yet he felt no fear. With the enhancements he had received today, he could either fight or take flight. Though his physique had been bolstered by the power from the jade slip, his internal cultivation remained on par with that of his foes, at most. He could match a half-step small master in power, but he had become far more resilient. After the moment of labor, as the words hung in the air, the figure transformed into a fleeting shadow, hurtling directly towards the demon tiger. Upon closer inspection, one could discern the muscles beneath his heavy garments writhing incessantly, and in an instant, streams of gas erupted from his pores, morphing into ethereal little dragons that swirled around him. His fist was already clenched tightly. At the moment of confrontation with the demon tiger, he suddenly shrank in stature, narrowly evading the beast's massive jaws and sharp claws. Like a spring, he leapt upward, the little dragons accompanying his punch, striking fiercely against the giant tiger's abdomen with a resounding thud. The demon tiger was sent sprawling aside, while Lin Changshu grimaced, clutching his aching fist with the other hand. You are truly tough. Lin Changshu realized that, although it seemed he had gained the upper hand with that punch, only he understood that it had not breached the tiger's defenses at all. In fact, the recoil had left his hand throbbing painfully. Had it not been for the progress he made with the postnatal dominance technique, that blow could have fractured his bones. Roaring with fury, the demon tiger stood up, shaking off the snow from its fur, and lunged once more, its gait and breath undeterred. You great cat, wait for me. Lin Changshu, seeing this, swiftly evaded, for he had no desire to engage in a life-or-death struggle with such a creature. Knowing he could not truly contend with it, however, the demon tiger was relentless, leaping toward Lin Changshu's head with fervor. Are you not done yet? I've offered you meat, and yet you pursue me. Lin Changshu, incensed, turned and threw a punch, bending low as he struck the demon tiger's ribs. After delivering the blow, he dared not linger, hoping to escape using the recoil once more. But before he could suppress the agony in his wrist or summon strength from his legs, a howling wind rushed towards him. With no time to react, he could only muster all his strength to protect his vital points, only to hear a crack as the demon tiger's tail sent him flying. Crashing heavily against a tree, his defensive arm now fractured. You wretched beast, do you think this noble son has no temper? Lin Changshu gritted his teeth as he rose, emanating an icy aura, streams of energy bursting from his pores. Roar! The demon tiger, observing, slowly advanced, its blood-red eyes fixed intently on Lin Changshu's neck. Prepare yourself. Lin Changshu's aura surged to its zenith, and with a thunderous roar, the surrounding trees and snowflakes were sent swirling. The demon tiger, sensing this, displayed a flicker of caution in its eyes and took a step back. Although Lin Changshu's fists had not penetrated its defenses, the pain was undeniably real. Yet, after a prolonged wait, with no attack forthcoming, the demon tiger sensed something amiss. Its nostrils flared as the snow and shattered wood settled, revealing no trace of Lin Changshu. Even the demon beast meat on the ground had vanished. The demon tiger's fur bristled, and it let out a furious roar towards the sky in its growth thus far, apart from a few it could not contend with in the depths of the back mountain. And a large black dog that had provoked it, no one in the surrounding area dared to mock it so brazenly in that moment. Its hunger faded, replaced solely by rage. The massive tiger body prowled the back mountain, honing in on the scent of that detestable human. Meanwhile, Lin Changshu fled in disarray, while in the courtyard of the back mountain, Director Chen and Shang Kuang watched with keen interest. Aren't you going to take a look? That little tiger is capable of awakening the white tiger bloodline. That kid Changshu is no match for it, Director Chen remarked, a fleeting expression of worry crossing his face as he noticed Shang Kuang casually munching on sunflower seeds. No need, no need. Did you not see earlier? Even those two lesser demon beasts managed to provoke a response from his jade slip. Now this little tiger is no different. I truly wish to see just how much potential that little brat possesses. Shang Kuang shook his head, withholding further thoughts. The jade slip had remained unresponsive to him for years. The fact that he could cultivate the postnatal dominance technique was merely a stroke of luck. Based on the energy he perceived from the inscriptions, in truth, he had only grasped a minuscule portion of the true inheritance. Lin Changshu, however, seemed to have obtained the genuine legacy, making it impossible for him to interrupt. Indeed, I am merely an incarnation now. When Morin returns, there will be much to discuss. Director Chen nodded slightly, his figure dimming, and without granting Shang Kuang a chance to respond, he vanished from sight. Damn it. You pretentious scholar, Morin shouldn't be done so soon, especially with those formidable monks around. Watching Director Chen disappear, Shang Kuang was momentarily stunned, then murmured to himself in consolation. Chapter 52. This path is blocked 100 miles outside the capital. A relentless snowfall nearly obscured the entire road. Even though a few carriages passed occasionally, their tracks were swiftly buried beneath the snow. In such weather, not even horses wished to venture out, yet at the end of the road, several figures trudged forward. Clad in tattered robes, they appeared gaunt and emaciated, their garments looking quite ludicrous. Their heads were entirely bald save for the conspicuous monk's mark atop their crowns. As the snow fell, the path became increasingly treacherous, yet they continued to advance, their feet clad in straw sandals. This way is blocked. Masters, it would be wise to turn back. just as they reached the middle of the road. Over a dozen figures suddenly emerged from both sides, mounted on horses and clad in armor, exuding an aura of ferocity. At the forefront stood two figures, a middle-aged man missing an arm and an elderly man with a limp. Resembling a worn farmer, the latter spoke, "Amitba, it appears we have encountered the remnants of the Northern Army. This humble monk greets you." The leading monk, upon noticing, paused his steps, seemingly oblivious to the murderous intent emanating from the flanking Northern Army soldiers. His expression one of sorrow and tranquility as he clasped his hands together. "Master Begu, the prince did not hold you accountable back then because you refrained from participating in the sordid affairs of the Buddhist sect. Within the entire Jianghu of the Great Shang, you are among the few who have survived to this day. It is not too late to retreat now." Uncle Leg observed the somber expression on Master Begu and spoke gravely. In the vast Jianghu of the Great Shang, two individuals were deemed invincible beneath the Grand Master level. One was the ragged Taoist, and the other was the monk before them, Master Begu. Uncle Leg and Uncle Dao felt uncertain in facing this monk. "Generals, I was born into the Buddhist faith and adhere to its tenets. In the past, I refrained from intervention due to their excessive actions. Today, I shall act because they have recognized their errors and have faced punishment. Even if the path ahead leads to boundless hell, I shall bravely proceed." Upon hearing this, Master Begu's expression remained unchanged. He merely cast a fleeting glance at Uncle Leg and Uncle Dao, then clasped his hands once more, radiating waves of golden light. "You foul monk, do you truly believe I cannot bring you down? If I were uninjured, dealing with you would be a matter of but one hand. Yet, you seem to think you are a paragon among the bald asses. It appears you are just as much of a hypocrite. Our noble son, while he may have some minor flaws, has never wronged the common folk. If you dare to walk away today, I swear that within the realm of the Great Shang, every monk I encounter shall be slain." Uncle Dao, unable to tolerate the delay, brandished his blood-red spear, a formidable aura emanating from him as he glared at Master Begu with murderous intent. "Amitba, young Master Lin has a connection with the Buddha. Once his endeavors are complete, I shall personally erect a monument for him and chant the rebirth mantra for 3 years." Master Begu replied, his eyes cast downward. Deep down, he understood that his actions were misguided. Yet he had no regrets. "Amitba, the Buddha is compassionate." As Master Begu's words fell, the remaining monks displayed expressions of pity and compassion, their hands clasped in prayer as they murmured, "Kill, leave none alive." Upon witnessing this, Uncle Leg and Uncle Dao exchanged glances, and with a wave of his hand, all the Northern Army soldiers unleashed their crossbow bolts, while the two of them charged directly at Master Begu. "Amitba, if you two generals were uninjured, I would not consider myself your match. However, you are both wounded and carrying scars. You cannot stop me, so why waste your lives?" Seeing this, Master Begu's expression darkened with sorrow. After a sigh, his golden light surged, and he gazed at the two charging figures with reluctance. "Damn it, you bald asses, stop wasting time. Today, even if I must sacrifice my life, I won't let you pass." Uncle Dao roared as he thrust his spear forward, transforming it into a dragon that surged toward Master Begu's throat. "Kill!" Uncle Leg's expression turned icy as he brandished a northern blade, his figure vanishing from sight. When he reappeared, he was already behind Master Begu, striking down towards his neck with a fierce blow. "Amitba, the Buddha too has his wrathful guardians." Upon witnessing that neither Leg Shu nor the other party heeded his words, a profound sorrow clouded his eyes, revealing a sense of helplessness and regret. In the next instant, his tattered monk's robe shattered, and his once emaciated form instantly swelled with vitality, emanating a faint golden radiance. In response to the attacks from Knife Shu and his companion, he did not even attempt to evade them. With a surge of energy, the strikes of the blade and spear halted before him as if they had encountered an invisible barrier. Mere inches away, the expressions of Knife Shu and his companion turned grave, their internal energies roiling as they channeled everything into their weapons. Not enough. Seeing this, the monk shook his head solemnly. In the next moment, the golden light intensified, and he swiftly sidestepped, his hands seemingly moving slowly yet actually appearing instantaneously above the blade and spear, seizing them with a firm grip. "Have you also attained enlightenment, like the tattered robe?" Leg Shu exclaimed, his face now etched with deeper concern. The reason grandmasters stand at the pinnacle of cultivators lies in their enlightenment. Once attained, it manifests as a force of rules akin to a domain. Though not as formidable, the reason the tattered-robed Taoist was able to defeat them effortlessly was that they could not approach him. Indeed, I have attained enlightenment. The monk slowly raised his head. His eyes no longer filled with compassion, but rather exuding an indescribable aura of dominance and confidence. Do you think enlightenment is something to boast about? I can achieve it too at this. Knife Shu felt a surge of blood and energy coursing through him, transforming his spear into a deep crimson hue, an overwhelming aura of killing intent erupting forth as if it were a tangible force. Accompanying this release of murderous intent, phantoms of spears materialized around Knife Shu, causing the monk's grip on the spear to tremble. Even the golden barrier surrounding him began to waver, as the spear thrust directly towards his throat. Soon, Knife Shu's skin began to crack, blood seeping from the fissures. You are courting death. Having already fallen in rank, forcing your way into enlightenment will only lead to your internal energy rebounding, shattering you entirely. The monk found it increasingly difficult to maintain his grip on the spear, his hand trembling. With a perplexed gaze, he uttered, "Bald donkey, we were able to lead the northern army to make you cry for mercy. Not only due to our cultivation but also because we fear not death." Knife Shu remained silent, but Leg Shu, standing behind the monk, suddenly let out a cold laugh. As his words fell, he seemed to vanish entirely. The northern blade that the monk grasped also disappearing, only to reappear at the monk's neck, leaving a deep gash. Chapter 53. Self-created golden body. Esteemed patrons, I must retaliate. As Leg Shu and Knife Shu's attacks grew increasingly fierce, the monk realized that his protective barrier could not withstand much longer. With eyes wide open, he let out a fierce cry in an instant. His aura surged dramatically, transforming from a suffocating pressure to one of overwhelming dominance. Knife Shu's spear bent almost instantaneously as the cracks spread across his exposed skin, rendering him nearly a figure of blood. Yet, he remained silent, as if the pain from his cracked skin and flowing blood did not belong to him. His eyes glowed red, concentrating all his cultivation into a single strike aimed at killing his opponent. Leg Shu, hidden nearby, spat out a mouthful of blood, forced to reveal himself by this pressure. The northern blade had also moved away from the monk's throat, the wound visibly beginning to heal. You are no longer a half-step grandmaster. You have truly become one. Leg Shu's eyes widened in disbelief, a hint of bitterness gracing his lips. He understood that they could not stop him, nor could they save their lives or those of the dozen northern soldiers. Umitba, I have finally reached the Grandmaster realm after wasting most of my life. A sense of pride flickered in the monk's eyes. Having lived for over a century, nearly two, attaining Grandmaster status at such an age was indeed rare, a testament to his talent. Go. I shall hold them off here. What is a Grandmaster? I have slain many. Knife Shu's eyes began to bleed, and with a fierce shout, he surged with energy, managing to straighten the bent spear. He too understood that their chances of survival were slim. However, for the sake of the young lord, he could not shatter their last hope of survival by revealing the enemy they were about to face. He was already gravely injured, and Lin Changshu had not been mistaken. Leg Shu was indeed quite adept at fleeing. Before his legs became crippled, there were few in the world faster than him. Take care, retreat. Leg Shu understood this principle as well, casting a deep glance at Knife Shu before vanishing from sight. The northern army would only die fighting. They would not retreat. Yet, who could have anticipated that the disciplined northern army would openly defy orders at that moment? Merely a dozen soldiers gathered together, raising their long blades and completely abandoning their defenses. Brothers, take care. Leg Shu's aged eyes turned blood red as he transformed into a fleeting shadow, disappearing before the others. Northern Army. Knife Shu fully relinquished his restraint. Knowing he could not kill his opponent, not only could he not defeat the monk, but neither could he eliminate those monks behind him. Yet, he did not seek to kill. He merely aimed to buy time for Leg Shu. The northern soldiers understood this principle as well, rallying behind Knife Shu after his booming shout. He cannot escape, and you cannot stop this monk. Observing Leg Shu's flight, the monk maintained a demeanor of calmness. He once could not catch up to his opponent, and had Leg Shu not suffered injury, he might have faced defeat at the hands of Knife Shu and Leg Shu. But now, it was different. He was a grandmaster, the strongest of the Buddhist order's ascetic monks. He was confident that not only could he eliminate Knife Shu and the Northern Army, but after slaying them, he could pursue the fleeing Leg Shu and easily end his life. This descent from the mountain was not solely for the Buddhist order, but also to proclaim to the world that he, Baiku, had achieved grandmaster status, existing at the pinnacle of the global hierarchy. He could traverse the treacherous capital with ease. As for Lin Changshuo's life, it was merely a matter of reaching into his pocket. He even felt confident in confronting the legendary headmaster of the academy. "Stop your drivel, kill!" Knife Shu's spear inexplicably transformed into a green dragon crescent blade, raised high with a fierce shout. "Kill!" With Knife Shu's command, the northern soldiers raised their long blades in unison, their morale peaking. In the air, a massive green dragon crescent blade radiated a fierce, killing intent aimed directly at the monk and his companions. Ah, how nostalgic! 20 years ago, the Northern Army was so imposing. Wherever the green dragon blade went, all of the world bowed in submission. Though the green dragon general was absent today, slaying you, the vice general, would suffice. Gazing at the fearsome green dragon blade, the monk remained unperturbed, even withdrawing the protective energy surrounding him, allowing the blade's intent to rend his body, bathing him in blood. Yet, he felt no pain. Instead, a hint of nostalgia glimmered in his eyes as he remarked, "You dead bald donkey, you truly talk too much." "Kill!" Upon hearing this, Knife Shu's expression remained unchanged, though more blood spilled from his body. With a cold shout, as he and the northern soldiers' long blades descended, the green dragon blade in the sky, infused with the malevolence of heaven and earth, descended upon the monk like a celestial force. At this sight, for the first time, a look of seriousness appeared in the monk's eyes. Although he was a grandmaster, decades ago, that green dragon blade had shattered sects of grandmaster level. Meanwhile, the monks behind him were not as composed. They were merely figures of some masters and lesser masters. Many had already begun to falter even as the blade descended. And now, several monks were directly turned to mush by the malevolence accompanying the strike. Amitabha, the Buddha speaks. The Vajra gazes with fury, subduing dragons and tigers. The monk paid no heed to his disciples behind him. Letting out a fierce shout, in the next moment, golden light flickered around him, and a colossal golden Buddha materialized behind him, bearing a striking resemblance to the monk himself. "You dare to self-create a golden body." Knife Shu, exerting all his strength, turned pale upon seeing the golden figure, incredulous as he bellowed, "I am a Buddha. Why must I worship others?" Subduing demon fist. As Knife Shu's astonished cry echoed, all eyes turned to the giant Buddha. The monks behind the monk displayed astonishment and fury. Self-creating a golden body was considered a grave transgression in the Buddhist order. They could hardly fathom that the monk, once regarded as the most benevolent ascetic, would dare to undertake such an act. Yet, the monk showed no concern. He believed this secret no longer needed concealing. Though he feared the ancient figures of the Buddhist order, as long as he eliminated these individuals before entering the capital, all would be well. As the monk's voice fell, he slowly extended his fist towards the green dragon blade in midair, and the enormous Buddha behind him mirrored his action, unleashing a fist imbued with the might of heaven and earth. Chapter 54. You saw nothing. The golden fist darkened the heavens and the earth, obliterating all that lay in its path. Soon, the blade met the golden fist in midair. There was no thunderous roar, no grand spectacle, only an eerie silence as the two forces clashed. They remained locked in a stalemate. The expression on the face of the one known as Baiku was devoid of joy or sorrow. He merely maintained his striking posture, while on the opposite side, Uncle Dao and the northern garrison twisted their faces in agony. After a few breaths, a faint sound echoed, reminiscent of shattered steel. Looking up, one could see the entire body of the Qinglong blade was now riddled with cracks. In the next moment, the enormous Qinglong blade shattered into countless fragments, scattering through the air, while Uncle Dao and his companions were sent flying by the overwhelming force. In midair, the sound of cracking bones reverberated, and blood gushed from their bodies as if it were a mere commodity. Yet the fist, having dimmed only slightly, continued its relentless advance towards the defenseless Uncle Dao and his companions. Defiler of the Buddha, Dai, Baiku, with a calm countenance, uttered a low growl, and the force of the fist intensified further. "Are you truly intent on killing my junior apprentice?" As Uncle Dao and the others were about to be reduced to mere pulp, a figure appeared directly before the colossal fist. Clad in a flowing green robe and barefoot, she hovered in the air, dwarfed by the fist that seemed like a plaything. Yet her expression remained unfazed. Instead, she cast a cold glare at Baiku and retorted, "Lay off, benefactor. Matters of the Buddhist sect are best left untouched, lest you lose your life, which would weigh heavily on my conscience." Seeing his fist halted, Baiku's expression grew grave as he regarded the woman. "I ask you, are you the one who seeks to kill my junior apprentice?" The woman was none other than the arriving Moran, who, upon hearing his words, revealed an even colder demeanor. Her beautifully arched brows knitted together, and her tone grew impatient. "I know not who your junior apprentice is, but I sense a misunderstanding here." Baiku, secretly amplifying his power, found his fist still immovable, and he cautiously inquired with a friendly facade, "Their young master, my junior apprentice Lin Changsho, is it not you who seeks to take his life?" Moran pointed toward Uncle Dao and the others, who were drenched in blood and barely clinging to life, then gestured back at herself. "This Lin Changsho you speak of, is he your junior apprentice? That individual is ill-fated. The Lin family has insulted the Buddha and deserves to descend to the 18th layer of hell." Baiku raised his long eyebrows, and after a moment's contemplation, he realized he might be slightly inferior to this woman, but certainly not by much. After all, he had not heard of such a young grandmaster. And more importantly, how formidable could Lin Changsho truly be? No matter how skilled his senior sister was, could she really surpass him? If he had claimed to be Lin Changsho's master, Baiku would have turned and fled without hesitation. But it was clear that was not the case. Insulting the Buddha. "So you are the one who seeks to kill my junior apprentice?" Moran nodded slightly, and in the next instant, the golden fist vanished without a trace, and she herself became entirely void of any presence. "Mistress, you misunderstand." Upon realizing that his formidable attack had been so effortlessly thwarted and sensing the absence of her aura, Baiku regretted his actions and hastily said, "I too have insulted the Buddha. Let me see if you can cast me down to the 18th layer of hell." However, Baiku's pleas fell on deaf ears as a chilling voice echoed in his ears. Before he could react, the colossal golden form was instantly engulfed in a dark inner force, and in the blink of an eye, it began to visibly wither away. Baiku, too, felt his body succumbing to this dark transformation, starting with his arms as darkness began to seep into his very being. Nirvana! Realizing the gravity of the situation, Baiku dared not linger any longer. With a fierce shout, he transformed into a mist of blood. Vanishing from the spot, as the blood mist swept past the monks, their faces turned ashen, and once the mist had passed, they were blown away like dust in the wind. Nirvana blood shield? How could he? Watching the direction in which the blood mist fled, a fleeting glimmer of surprise crossed Moran's beautiful eyes, yet the aura of killing intent around her only intensified. With a light step, she prepared to pursue. But just as she took a step forward, dark gleams began to flicker around her, revealing countless iron chains. "Ah, to hell with you all!" With her path obstructed, Moran's murderous aura surged like a tangible force as she looked up and shouted, causing the chains to crack as though they would soon shatter. "Damn it! Wasn't it said that this demon perished after slaughtering the martial world of Ijo and challenging Director Chun? Who would have thought that after 80 years, he had become the third master of the academy?" As Moran's fury reached a boiling point, an uncanny figure appeared beside Uncle Dao and his companions. After feeding them pills infused with inner strength, he gazed at the frenzied Moran above with a mix of astonishment and curiosity, more so than pain. Oh, my apologies. Let us depart quickly. It is said that this one truly kills without a second thought." Uncle Leg, upon hearing this, hastily withdrew his hand from Uncle Dao and began to assist him upright. "Where do you intend to go?" Before they could make any further moves, a chill enveloped them, and the northern garrison members, still lying on the ground, shook their heads vigorously. Just as they were about to flee, they heard the chilling voice again, that thing, Senior, we merely wished to return and see our young master." Uncle Leg and Uncle Dao exchanged glances, cold sweat beading on their foreheads. After stumbling over their words for a while, they hastily used Lin Changsho as a shield. You did not witness me transforming into a demon today. Moran's murderous gaze suddenly halted, and she scrutinized Uncle Dao and his companions before finally saying with a hint of gravity, Indeed, indeed, Third Master, rest assured. We only witnessed Third Master repelling the old bald donkey. Absolutely nothing else, did we? Upon hearing this, Uncle Dao nodded vigorously, winking at his comrades. Indeed, we saw nothing else at all. How could Uncle Leg and the others not comprehend? They quickly nodded in agreement, just like the young master. Cunning and filled with mischief, just like Lin Zhan. Moran regarded them for a moment before muttering under her breath. In the next instant, her figure vanished from their sight. Your Highness, do your best. We shall not follow you. After a long wait, confirming that Moran had departed, Uncle Leg and the others exchanged glances and sighed. Achoo. Who spoke of this young master behind my back? No matter. Big Cat, dare you not to pursue? Meanwhile, Lin Changshu, who was fleeing in disarray, was unaware of why he suddenly sneezed several times. Not far behind, a tiger's roar echoed, prompting him to hasten deeper into the mountains. Chapter 55. The Peculiar Chase and Escape Roar. The tiger's roar reverberated through the mountains, causing a tremor across the entire rear mountain. It was now the third night, and the rear mountain should have been teeming with active beasts. However, it was eerily quiet. As if the past 3 days had been unnaturally calm, all due to a tiger demon nearing the level of a grandmaster, furiously pursuing its prey. The murderous aura surrounding it made numerous beasts retreat in fear. Even those few who thought themselves formidable met a gruesome endpoint. One particularly tall monkey, over 2 meters of grandmaster caliber, was easily beaten by the tiger demon, left in tatters. Initially, the tiger demon struggled against the agile monkey, which employed impressive footwork and incredible strength, forcing it into a series of retreats. Yet, the tiger demon did not yield. Whenever it appeared on the verge of defeat, it would tap into its latent potential, unleashing a fresh surge of power to continue the fight. Ultimately, whenever the tiger demon truly faltered, a human with a mischievous grin would appear. Though low in cultivation, his nimble movements and vicious strikes came at opportune moments. Whether it be a 1,000-year kill or hurling heavy stones infused with inner strength, driving those beasts away. Ironically, even while pursuing that human, whenever the latter was assaulted by beasts, the tiger demon would always be the first to intervene, either slaying the assailants or scaring them off, before resuming combat with the human. Thus, the rear mountain echoed with the sounds of human cries and the chilling roars of the tiger, Big Cat. It's already the 3rd day. How long do you intend to chase? I've helped you countless times. Do you even have a conscience? Lin Changshu, panting heavily, sat atop a large tree, having long discarded his white bear coat, now clad only in a thin, long robe. Despite this, the robe hung in tatters, exposing his skin, marred by numerous gruesome wounds, some still oozing blood. Roar. Beneath the grand tree lay the formidable white tiger, whose condition was equally disheveled. Its once pristine fur was marred by numerous grotesque wounds, some still oozing blood, reflecting the fierce battles it had endured against the monstrous beasts in its weary gaze. A flicker of exhaustion was evident. Upon hearing Lin Changshu's words, it let out a roar before collapsing onto the ground to rest, displaying no fear of Lin Changshu's potential departure. Hey, I'm speaking to you. How about this? I'm hungry, and you haven't eaten either. I'll come down, but you mustn't attack me. Let's find something to eat together? Lin Changshu felt an overwhelming chill coursing through him. Relying on his body refinement techniques, he had tirelessly practiced the postnatal body dominance technique for the past 3 days, drawing from the surrounding spiritual energy to replenish his physical form. Had he been outside, he would not have needed to evade the white tiger's pursuit for 3 days. It was likely he would have succumbed to exhaustion on the very first day. Roar. The white tiger seemed to comprehend Lin Changshu's words, its eyes glimmering with a hint of anticipation. After another roar, it vanished in an instant, presumably on a quest to procure food. Indeed, I am quite dashing. Even this fierce white tiger is willing to run errands for me, Lin Changshu mused to himself, absorbing the ambient spiritual energy to fortify his body while indulging in his own self-satisfaction. He could feel that the relentless battles and escapes over the past 3 days had significantly enhanced his postnatal body dominance technique, even during his previous skirmish with the demonic beasts. wherein he faced a creature at the threshold of a minor master. He had managed to shatter several of its bones with a single punch, forcing it to retreat in defeat. Now, if he were to confront that same demonic wolf again, he was confident he could slay it without fear. Roar. Just as Lin Changshu reveled in his newfound prowess, a thunderous roar echoed nearby, swiftly followed by the anguished cries of a beast. Before long, a peculiar and towering deer was dragged over by the demon tiger, its robust muscles and massive frame evident. Lin Changshu, upon comparison, decided against provoking the creature. Roar. The demon tiger deposited the deer's carcass onto the snow. Casting a glance at Lin Changshu, seemingly satisfied that he had not fled, with a great paw, it nudged the deer and let out another roar. Hold on. I'm not out of strength yet. Just wait. I'll prepare a feast for you that will expand your horizons. Lin Changshu sensed a mix of urgency and anticipation in the tiger's gaze, and with an exaggerated sigh, he gracefully leaped down. After assessing the massive deer, a flash of cold light revealed a gleaming dagger in his hand. Roar. At the sight of the dagger, the demon tiger instinctively leaped back, its fur bristling in alarm as it let out a menacing growl. Why the fuss? I'm not attacking you. I simply need to prepare this. Stay put, Lin Changshu retorted, a smug smile gracing his lips, for he had intentionally provoked the white tiger, which had caused him such disarray over the past few days. Roar. The demon tiger seemed to understand, as its demeanor shifted from aggression to a more subdued state. However, upon witnessing Lin Changshu's grin, it let out another furious roar, and a flurry of snow cascaded down upon Lin Changshu. Do you still want to eat? Just as Lin Changshu was about to determine where to cut, the sudden onslaught left him feeling ice cold. Fortunately, his training had fortified his body. Otherwise, he might have succumbed to a cold. Roar! The demon tiger, seemingly unfazed, bore a smirk that resembled human sarcasm as it lay down to rest. Damn it, I owe you nothing. You chased me, and now I have to prepare your meal. Lin Changshu hastily cleaned the deer meat, glancing at the relaxed demon tiger, muttering to himself. The tiger, however, appeared oblivious, its gaze fixated intently on the prepared venison. Meanwhile, in a small courtyard on the back mountain, Shang Kuang witnessed the unlikely camaraderie between man and beast as they feasted on roasted meat. His frustration reaching a boiling point. I haven't eaten yet. You little brat, I bestowed upon you a jade slip of cultivation methods, yet you haven't even bothered to procure food for me. Just wait until you cross the back mountain. You will see how I deal with you. As he observed the two indulging in their meal, Shang Kuang's anger surged to new heights. With a flick of his sleeve, he stormed off, having spent the past few days closely monitoring Lin Changshu, fearful he might suffer a fatal injury. Having achieved mastery in body refinement, he was already ravenously hungry, and witnessing the scene on the rippling surface only exacerbated his hunger. Yet, he remained oblivious to the fact that Lin Changshu and the demon tiger had already traversed past the midsection of the back mountain and were now on the cusp of its deeper realms. In the heart of the back mountain, a terrifying figure, previously resting, suddenly stirred at the scent of the meal, its amber eyes snapping open as it focused on Lin Changshu and the tiger. Chapter 56. From now on, you shall remain to cook hay, while you may have slain that deer. I am the one preparing it. You've taken so much. What am I to eat? Don't be too greedy. You tiger! By the fire, Lin Changshu glared as the white tiger devoured yet another piece of freshly roasted meat, his frustration mounting. This was not the first time. He had barely consumed a fifth of the massive deer, while the remainder had been devoured by the demon tiger, leaving him ravenous. Roar! The demon tiger licked its paw while eyeing Lin Changshu's leg of deer, letting out another roar as it approached to snatch more. If you dare take another bite, I swear I will ignore you, Lin Changshu exclaimed, leaping onto a tree to escape the tiger's advance. If you wish to eat, go find your own food. I am still hungry. Seeing the demon tiger's determined stance, Lin Changshu shouted in defiance. Though his body still ached with hunger, he was unwilling to relinquish his meal to the beast. Roar! The demon tiger, upon hearing, glanced at the deer leg in Lin Changshu's grasp and, after pacing back and forth, begrudgingly retreated into the woods. Unbeknownst to them, perched upon a nearby tree was a strikingly handsome demon beast with a single horn and a coat as white as snow. After the demon tiger once again returned with the slain beast, Lin Changsho eagerly began to prepare it, and soon the savory aroma wafted through the air, enticing both the man and the demon beast. "Don Ti touch, I will share. If you refuse, you shall prepare the rest yourself." As the demon tiger grew impatient, Lin Changsho protectively shielded the food, his gaze firmly fixed on the tiger. Seeing the tiger's compliance, Lin Changsho nodded in satisfaction. With a swift motion of his dagger, he divided the roasted meat into 2 portions. Only then did both man and beast prepare to indulge, but just as they were about to take a bite, the food vanished without a trace, their teeth snapping together in disbelief. "What in the world?" Stunned, both Lin Changsho and the tiger exchanged bewildered glances, their hands now empty, their expressions graved. "I in this back mountain. Whoever could stealthily snatch their food was undoubtedly a formidable foe." Slowly, they rose together, instinctively huddling close as they fixed their gaze on the darkened woods. "Smack! What's wrong with you two? Don't just stand there. Keep roasting. I love to eat." Just as Lin Changsho broke into a cold sweat, unable to locate the thief, a voice echoed, followed by the appearance of a white-horned figure gliding down from the moonlit sky. Gulp! As the figure drew near, Lin Changsho beheld its form. Pure as snow, adorned with 2 horns, one of which was broken, with a beard resembling that of a goat and a lion's body. White wings were visible at its sides. Upon fully perceiving the creature, Lin Changsho noted the demon tiger beside him gulping in fear. "Little tiger, are you afraid of this divine beast?" Not receiving a response from Lin Changsho, the creature turned its gaze upon the demon tiger, softly inquiring. The demon tiger, upon hearing, refrained from roaring, shaking its massive head while retreating on all 4s. Even the little tiger has begun to tell lies. "What is your name?" The demon beast regarded the fearful tiger with disappointment before shifting its attention to Lin Changsho, casually asking. Gulping, Lin Changsho replied, "Greetings, esteemed elder, I am Lin Changsho, and I come at the behest of the academy head and Elder Shang. I sincerely apologize for intruding upon your tranquil meditation. We shall take our leave immediately." Lin Changsho, observing the creature's mouth moving, was struck by a flurry of expletives. Previously, he had thought that the great black dog and the demon tiger were exceptional. But upon witnessing this being, whose demeanor and speech surpassed that of humans, he finally believed that true monsters existed in this world. "Oh? You dare to use that foolish scholar and brute to threaten this divine beast?" The monstrous beast, upon hearing this, cast a calm glance at Lin Changsho and subsequently uttered in a nonchalant tone, "I dare not presume, for I am merely fearful." Lin Changsho hastily began to clarify. But before he could finish his words, he felt the weight of those profound eyes upon him. "You bear the surname Lin, and the bloodline within you is indistinguishable from that of Lin Zhan and that young girl. What is your relation to them?" The beast scrutinized Lin Changsho from head to toe, and suddenly, its eyes emitted a piercing light, abruptly interrupting Lin Changsho's speech as it inquired, "Do you know the elder?" Confronted by this inscrutable and cunning creature, Lin Changsho dared not respond rashly and cautiously posed a question in return. "I am an acquaintance of theirs. Lin Zhan and that girl have visited me on the back mountain." The beast regarded Lin Changsho with a detached gaze, as if it could see right through him, and calmly stated, "In response to your words, Lin Zhan is indeed my father, and the other is my elder sister." Noting the absence of any emotional upheaval from the beast, Lin Changsho dared to confirm, "Indeed, indeed. If that is the case, you shall remain and cook for this deity." However, as soon as Lin Changsho's words fell, the previously indifferent beast suddenly emanated an icy aura, fixing a cold stare upon him as it retorted, "What do you mean by that, elder?" In that instant, as the beast spoke, Lin Changsho felt the urge to flee. But before he could make a move, he discovered that his entire body was immobilized. His meridians, both internal energy and physical form, were rendered utterly incapable of movement. With a sullen countenance, he declared, "This deity's broken horn was shattered by your father, and your elder sister also broke off a piece years ago. Pray tell, what does this deity intend to do?" The beast shot Lin Changsho a frigid look, and with the conclusion of its words, the broken horn glimmered with a radiant white light. "If you possess such prowess, why not seek them out instead? What business do you have with me, a mere junior? Do you have no shame?" At this moment, Lin Changsho realized that the trouble stemmed from his father and elder sister, and he bellowed in indignation, "I cannot contend with Lin Zhan. nor can I escape this mountain as for that young girl. I lack the confidence, but you, I am fully assured that I can toy with you at my whim." The beast, unperturbed, regarded Lin Changshu with an air of entitlement and remarked, "You truly have no shame." Faced with such an unapologetic creature, Lin Changshu, unable to retaliate, could only retort in anger, "Weakness is the original sin. You would do well to remain compliant. Otherwise, you will have only yourself to blame for the suffering that ensues." The beast turned on its heel and departed, while Lin Changshu found himself uncontrollably trailing behind, the chilling voice of the beast echoing in his ears. Chapter 57. "I am, Bai Zai. Help me." Lin Changshu's anguished cries reverberated throughout the night sky, overshadowing even the lamentations of the beast before its demise. Upon witnessing Lin Changshu's abduction, the tiger demon vanished into the night with a few powerful leaps. "Ah, how could I hear that little brat's cries for help?" At that moment, Shang Kuang, indulging himself, had just devoured a piece of beef leg when he sluggishly opened his eyes, murmuring towards the direction of the back mountain. Yet, he was soon captivated once more by the exquisite wine before him, dismissing the voice from his mind. Meanwhile, Lin Changshu was in dire straits, feeling an unsettling levitation, as the scenery around him shifted in an instant, leaving him disoriented. "Hey, elder, I still do not know your name." Noting that the beast had no intention of harming him, Lin Changshu remained unperturbed and casually inquired while floating idly in the air. "What, do you wish to take revenge in the future?" The beast continued its stride, yet its indifferent voice reached Lin Changshu's ears. "How could I dare? It is merely that, esteemed elder, you are so illustrious and formidable. I imagined you must hold a notable reputation across the land." Lin Changshu, feeling flattered yet unperturbed, donned a facade of admiration and proclaimed, "My name is Bai Zai, the divine beast Bai Zai." After a prolonged silence, just as Lin Changshu thought the beast would ignore him, the indifferent voice responded, "Divine beast Bai Zai." Upon hearing this, Lin Changshu's heart trembled. Bai Zai was a legendary creature from his past life. It was said that in the primordial days of creation, the strategist-level beings in the demonic court were none other than Bai Zai, a creature renowned for its ability to avert calamity and discern the hearts of all beings. Regarded as the foremost among auspicious beasts. Yet, he pondered whether this would hold true in this world as well, promptly dismissing his musings. "How did you come to hear of me?" Bai Zai, noticing Lin Changshu's astonishment, gradually halted and regarded him with a gaze full of curiosity. "Of course, I have heard of you. Esteemed elder, you are the auspicious beast of heaven and earth, possessing the power of foresight. I hold you in great reverence." Lin Changshu, perceiving the beast's scrutiny, hastily added, intending to bow, only to realize he was entirely immobile. "Humph, smooth talking. From the moment of my birth, I have resided in the city of the edge of heaven, and before reaching maturity, I was confined in the back mountain of this academy. Where could you have possibly heard my name?" Bai Zai's eyes gleamed with intensity as he scrutinized Lin Changshu, and an intangible force nearly penetrated Lin Changshu's mind. "Esteemed elder," Lin Changshu could only manage to utter these two words, inwardly lamenting his fate, yet to his surprise, the anticipated pain did not manifest. Instead, the long-dormant bronze cauldron within him suddenly trembled, and an invisible power dissipated Bai Zai's influence from his consciousness. "Strange, why can I not see through this young lad?" Before Lin Changshu could react, Bai Zai appeared directly before him, his gaze fixed intently upon Lin Changshu. "Is it because the junior's thoughts are pure?" Startled by the beast's sudden proximity, Lin Changshu, in a moment of quick thinking, grinned and replied, "Humph, return now. Remember, you are my chef. Should you fail in your duties, though I may not be able to kill you, you shall certainly not have an easy time." After several attempts to probe Lin Changshu's inner thoughts, Bai Zai remained unable to see through him, which instilled a sense of curiosity and gravity within him. With a cold snort, he turned to depart. "Esteemed elder, you have yet to inform me of the whereabouts of the city of the edge of heaven, a place I have never heard of." As Bai Zai began to drift away, Lin Changshu called out urgently, having spent many years in the northern region and read countless tomes, yet this so-called city of the edge of heaven was entirely unknown to him. He felt that this city might unveil the mysteries of this world. "You are still young. Do not harbor such intense curiosity, lest you meet an untimely demise." Bai Zai offered no reply, his chilling voice echoing softly. Time seemed to stretch indefinitely, and as Lin Changshu pondered the disparity between the back mountain he had once known and the current surroundings, it struck him that while the back mountain appeared merely as a large hill from the outside, he felt as though he had traversed hundreds of miles since being captured by Bai Zhe. Just as Lin Changshu was engulfed in doubt, Bai Zhe finally halted, lightly stepping in the air. Instantly, a ripple emanated from his center, and in the next moment, Lin Changshu found himself blinded by a sudden brightness. The surrounding trees vanished, revealing a tranquil garden devoid of the exterior's snow. Exotic flowers and grasses adorned the space, their fragrant aromas invigorating. Yet Lin Changshu soon realized that there was no sign of life here. Save for himself and Bai Zhe, not even an ant could be found. From now on, you shall cook for me here. As for the meat, the white tiger will deliver it daily. As Lin Changshu marveled at the surrounding environment, he suddenly felt the constraints upon him lift, and he plummeted into a sea of flowers. The chilling voice of Bai Zhe resonating in his ears. Esteemed elder. When Lin Changshu raised his head in search of Bai Zhe's form, he found that the space had seemingly absorbed the being. Leaving no trace, in desperation, unable to flee, Lin Changshu commenced his cultivation and meditation. After all, he had spent his time fleeing or battling, with little opportunity to recuperate. Now, in this moment of tranquility, devoid of the threat posed by the beast, he could consolidate his recent gains and familiarize himself with his newfound powers. Fortunately, Lin Changshu discovered that the spiritual energy here was far more potent than that in the back mountain. The enhancement of his internal energy and musculature progressed significantly faster than before. Before long, Lin Changshu entered a state of meditation, closing his eyes as his internal energy circulated, muscles rippling as they absorbed the celestial spiritual force. Damn it! How could that little brat vanish in the span of a meal? Damn it! Not even the 1,000-mile mirror can locate him. Meanwhile, Shang Kuang, having returned to his small courtyard, was truly incensed, realizing that Lin Changshu's figure had long since disappeared from the water mirror. The remnants of their earlier feast and the carcass of the beast lay undisturbed, and he felt his head throb as if it might explode. Bai Zhe, you bastard, daring to steal my person. Soon after regaining his composure, Shang Kuang deduced who was responsible for Lin Changshu's disappearance. The only being capable of such a feat in the back mountain was the great demon Bai Zhe. In an instant, Shang Kuang's figure flickered, his body brimming with murderous intent, as he rushed towards the direction of the back mountain. Bai Zhe, you better show yourself. Shang Kuang regarded the back mountain as his own private garden and, in no time, his robust figure appeared before a barrier, whereupon he wasted no words and delivered a powerful punch. Chapter 58. So what? Senior, is someone calling you? In the midst of his meditation, Lin Changshu was startled awake by a sudden, oppressive banging sound. Upon careful listening, he realized it was none other than that eccentric old man, Shang Kuang. Although he had previously found the incessant repairs to be bothersome, now he recognized that only he could extricate him from this situation. Hastily, he called out, "Are you anxious to leave? I have been here for nearly a century without haste. Why are you in such a rush?" As soon as Lin Changshu finished speaking, the figure of Bai Zhe appeared in midair at the entrance. In an instant, as Shang Kuang's first voice echoed, countless fists began to rain down, causing ripples to form in the barrier. Observing this, Bai Zhe remained unfazed, coldly stating, "No, Junior is not in a hurry. It is my privilege to be by Senior's side. However, given that Elder Shang's temper is rather volatile, perhaps I should step out to speak with him. Otherwise, a conflict may arise, and that would be unfortunate." Upon hearing this, Lin Changshu quickly clasped his hands and smiled, though his words were laced with a subtle firmness, clearly intending to use Shang Kuang to suppress Bai Zhe. Humph, that old scoundrel. I have fought him many times. And after a century, I know his temperament well. However, he cannot break this barrier. If he could, it would only bring me joy, Bai Zhe remarked, glancing at the ever-changing barrier. With a cold snort, he vanished from Lin Changshu's sight. "Your grandfather, Bai Zhe. If you do not release me soon, I will roast you when I catch you." Shang Kuang's voice rang out angrily from outside. "Bai Zhe, you beast, open the barrier immediately, damn it. Are you dead? Let me tell you, Bai Zhe, I am right here waiting for you. If you have the ability, don't come out, and I'm not afraid to tell you that this lad is that mute junior brother. If you have the guts, then keep him trapped. We may care about your status, But she certainly does not. Time passed, and the thunderous noise began to cause Lin Changsho's ears to ring. Finally, Shang Nin outside ceased his relentless assault. "Elder Shang, are you not tired?" he thundered. After Shang Kuang's roar, there was a long silence, prompting Lin Changsho to cautiously approach the barrier and tentatively call out, "Damn it, you little brat, why are you silent inside?" As soon as Lin Changsho's words fell, an abrupt silence enveloped the outside, followed by Shang Kuang's furious outburst. "Elder, I didn't realize that my words could be heard outside." Lin Changsho, feeling wronged, protested, "Just now, when Bai Zhe was speaking, the outside didn't hear anything. Why was my voice caught? I have opened the barrier slightly, so you two wouldn't be bored. Now you can hear each other speak." At that moment, Bai Zhe's chilling voice floated out, "Bai Zhe, hurry up and release him. If that girl, Mo Ran, returns, even the scholar will not be able to save you." As soon as Bai Zhe's words fell, Shang Kuang, who had finally quieted down, was instantly enraged, his roar resonating throughout the space. "So what?" Bai Zhe replied indifferently, "Damn it." After Shang Kuang's exclamation, there was no further sound, leaving Lin Changsho uncertain if the man was still outside. Meanwhile, Mo Ran's eyes were pitch black, emanating a palpable aura of killing intent, almost tangible in its ferocity. "Do you wish to die?" she asked coldly, her voice as frigid as ancient ice. "Mr. San, Master Shizhan. As a messenger, you cannot kill." A eunuch bowed humbly before Mo Ran, yet did not budge from his position before Shizhan. "Then you shall die together." Mo Ran glared at the old eunuch and then shifted her gaze to the monk hiding behind him. Her voice sharp with authority. In an instant, the sky seemed to darken, with a heavy killing intent manifesting as if emerging from an abyss of hell. "Since Mr. San is interested, this old servant shall foolishly oblige." The old eunuch, unperturbed, slowly rose, his hunched form resembling a colossal giant awakening from slumber. Suddenly, a domineering figure materialized behind him, clad in grand attire, wielding a floating dust, with eyes that seemed to see through the passage of time. Yet, amidst the overwhelming presence, there lingered an undercurrent of softness that oddly complemented the sheer force. "Humph, Han Sua, do you truly believe that with your dragon technique, you can contend with me?" came Mo Ran's icy, disdainful voice from the depths of the darkness. "This old servant does not dare claim to rival Mr. San. If I can merely delay you for a moment, naturally, someone will notify Director Chun." Though Han Sua exerted all his strength to maintain his stance, the gap in cultivation was too vast. He trembled but did not retreat, his gaze fixed on the encroaching darkness. "Then you shall meet your end." A sharp command from Mo Ran sliced through the air. And in the next moment, the dark energy surged to life, instantly enveloping Han Sua in horrifying shadows. "My life is not so easily extinguished," came Han Sua's strained voice as the shadows closed in. Just then, a dragon's roar reverberated, granting Han Sua a brief respite. The ethereal golden light flashed, ripping through the dark energy and revealing Han Sua's emaciated form. Where he had once appeared healthy, he now resembled a frail old man on the brink of death. His body was but skin and bones, and even the massive figure behind him shared this fate. Were it not for the spectral golden dragon coiled above his head, he would have already become nothing more than a skeleton. Theo harnessed the power of the dragon. No wonder the great Shang has become so formidable. Even a eunuch can tap into its energy. It seems Emperor Shangzhen has reached his limits. As the dragon energy was revealed, Mo Ran's figure slowly emerged, her gaze fixed toward the capital, where she glimpsed tendrils of golden fortune swirling like dragon energy above Han Sua. "Cough, cough, cough. It is the grace of His Majesty and Her Highness. Otherwise, this old servant would not dare stand before Mr. San." Han Sua coughed up blood, his complexion gradually regaining some color as the dragon energy flowed into him, healing much of his injury. "Humph, today I shall spare your lives, but do not think that with the support of dragon energy, I shall not dare to kill you. Slaying you would merely be a matter of expending some effort. Keeping you alive will serve as a whetstone for my junior brother. Remember, I am watching you in the capital." Mo Ran raised her hand, and the dark energy coalesced into flowing light, which she directed towards Han Sua and Shizhan with a swift motion. "Ah!" The sound of impact echoed as a powerful force struck Han Sua, sending him flying along with Shizhan and the others. who were also propelled backward, spitting blood. "Thank you, Mr. San, for your mercy." After being knocked back, Han Suo scrambled to his feet, disregarding the searing pain within, bowing deeply in gratitude toward the direction where Imo Ran had vanished. Chapter 59. Using one S hand as a blade, this marked the fourth day Lin Changsho spent within Bai Zai's realm. Throughout this time, aside from the occasional furious banging and cursing from Shang Kuang outside the barrier, everything remained remarkably tranquil. Of course, there was one exception. Every day, Lin Changsho had to deal with a mountain of beast meat, the origin of which he could only speculate Bai Zai had procured. Regardless, he had never seen the other party leave, and his culinary expectations were quite high. Either the meat was overcooked or excessively salted. Yet, there were benefits to this arrangement. The spiritual energy within Bai Zai's space was unparalleled. Lin Changsho could feel every breath invigorating his body and inner strength, a state he had never experienced outside. The beast meat was also of premium quality, with the lowest grade being that of minor masters. The spiritual energy within the meat left Lin Changsho with a sensation of impending explosion. So he ate sparingly, yet the satisfaction and energy it provided were immensely gratifying at times. Bai Zai would even offer Lin Changsho pointers on body refinement techniques, which left him puzzled. Was Bai Zai not intending to harm him? "Why are you using a knife? You must peel the flesh with your hands. From today onward, no knives are allowed." As Lin Changsho prepared to process the beast carcasses once more, habitually reaching for his dagger, Bai Zai's dissatisfied voice rang out, "Senior, this is a master-level beast. How can I possibly work without a knife?" Lin Changsho gazed at the lustrous scales of the beast on the ground, then at his own delicate hands. Lamenting, "What is the purpose of your body refinement technique? I can sense the presence of blade intent within you. Why can't the two coexist? From now on, use your hands if I catch you using a knife. Do not blame me for taking action. Remember, I do not favor meat imbued with the aura of weapons. Get to work. If I go hungry, you shall bear the consequences." Bai Zai cast a cold glance at Lin Changsho, then lightly swiped at the beast carcass with his foot, effortlessly slicing through its hardened scales as if cutting through tofu. "Senior, your strength is unparalleled, yet I am merely a fledgling. Is this not asking too much of me?" As Lin Changsho gazed at the gaping maw of the monstrous beast, he could not help but swallow hard, casting a helpless glance at Baize. "You little rascal. This time you did well. You'd better behave yourself inside. Just use your hands. Why can't your northern blade intent merge with my post-heaven dominance technique?" Before Baize could reply, the voice of Shang Kuang resonated from outside, revealing that he had not departed but had indeed taken residence outside as he claimed. "Humph, cook well. If you're late or if there's a hint of weaponry, did you see that? Inside is a peak minor master level beast, its physique comparable to a human master. One mistake, and you'll end up stuck there for a day." Upon hearing this, Baize let out a cold snort, pointing to a corner of the space. In an instant, a massive cage materialized, revealing a fierce-looking giant wolf, its mouth brimming with fangs, fixated on them. Lin Changsho instinctively swallowed again, realizing that despite his newfound strength, the ferocity emanating from the giant wolf filled him with dread. He understood he stood no chance. A day in there would either lead to his demise or leave him severely injured. After all, as a pinnacle of the returning one realm, he had yet to reach the level of a minor master. Even with his dual cultivation, he was no match for a beast. He would only consider facing a human adversary. But against a beast, he felt utterly intimidated. When Lin Changsho glanced upwards, he discovered that Baize had already vanished, leaving only the low growl of the giant wolf resonating in the space. "I my hand. Flesh and blood," he muttered, glancing at his fair hand and then at the beast's armored scales. This time, he not only summoned his internal power to its zenith, but also channeled the strength of his muscles. In a heartbeat, Lin Changsho's aura surged, swiftly absorbing the surrounding spiritual energy, only to return to a state of tranquility moments later. His right hand gleamed like white jade, radiating a crystalline glow, and a fierce, iron-blooded blade intent surged forth. "Kill!" With a resounding shout, Lin Changsho wielded his hand like a blade, striking fiercely at the beast's scales. Bang! Crack! The initial sound of impact was followed by two distinct cracks of breaking bones. "Damn it!" In that moment, Lin Changsho felt excruciating pain in his hand. The beast's scales had not only remained unbroken but had also reflected his power back onto his hand. Yet, it was not without effect. The area where the beast had been struck visibly caved in, revealing the flesh and bones within, as the beast was deceased. Lacking a source of strength, the energy it possessed could not withstand Lin Changshuo's strike. Resulting in a fracture, if the flesh rots, you'll still end up inside with that wolf. Before Lin Changshuo could thoroughly assess the situation, Baze's icy voice echoed. Senior, may I inquire as to what level this beast was before its demise? Lin Changshuo, clenching his hand, asked in frustration, half-step Grandmaster. The chilling response sent a shiver down Lin Changshuo's spine. Brother Wolf, don't be anxious. I'll join you shortly. He glanced at his hand and then at the beast's sturdy scales, feeling a surge of trepidation as he directed his gaze towards the giant wolf in the cage. Roar! The wolf's furious roar and its cold, bloodthirsty eyes met Lin Changshuo's gaze. You little brat. Is your hand in pain? Just as Lin Changshuo pondered how to cleave through the beast's armor, Shang Kuang's voice emerged from outside, filled with malicious glee. Old man, don't laugh. Watch your teeth. Lin Changshuo grunted coldly while mending his hand with internal energy. Given his current state, alongside the rich spiritual energy in the area, he could distinctly feel his hand's injury healing rapidly. TSK, I initially thought you'd be caught and your mouth would be less irritating, allowing me to share some techniques with you. But now, TSK, you'll soon be off to play with that beast. Upon hearing Lin Changshuo's words, Shang Kuang spat out his drink, followed by a series of teasing remarks. Senior, oh Senior Shang, I admit my oversight and my unguarded tongue. Please let me off the hook. As Shang Kuang finished speaking, Lin Changshuo earnestly approached the barrier, disregarding whether Shang Kuang could see him, and began to perform an exaggerated display of flattery. Chapter 60. Blade Edge, such an unabashed fellow, can he truly change his fate? In the shadows, Baze murmured softly upon hearing Lin Changshuo's unabashed words. Rather than residing in the academy's back mountain, it would be more accurate to say he had been confined there since childhood. Although he could roam the back mountain and the entire academy, it was essentially house arrest. He could not step outside the academy's bounds. Just days prior, he had whimsically stated he was lured by the aroma of meat, but it was more accurate to say he was driven by his innate talent. From the moment he laid eyes on Lin Changshuo, a voice within him proclaimed that this young man was the key to his liberation from confinement and the transformation of the world's dynamics. After all, how could the illustrious spirit beast Baze possibly appear so freely beside Lin Changshuo, offering unreserved assistance? The spiritual energy within this space was akin to spiritual stones. The resources brought from Tianbian City were something he himself had to conserve. And even Director Chun and the others received nothing from him. Regarding his initial encounter with Lin Zhan and the Lin family's young mistress, it was never his intention. He had sought to keep his distance. Since the moment those two entered the academy, his instincts urged him to flee, but who could have known they would find him? Ultimately, it took spiritual stones to avoid physical torment. Lin Zhan's presence was especially disconcerting. His youthful age and lack of cultivation were overshadowed by the overwhelming aura he exuded. As for the Lin family's young mistress, he had held back, but that was merely due to her formidable strength. He had no desire to engage in a life-or-death struggle. However, with Lin Changshuo, he was entirely willing to offer assistance. That's right. From now on, you must learn to be more sensible if you wish for me to teach you. Upon hearing Lin Changshuo concede, Shang Kuang nodded in satisfaction, grinning broadly. Indeed, Senior Shang. May I request that you impart methods to your junior? Lin Changshuo's lips twitched as he silently vowed that should the day come when he could take advantage of that fellow outside, he would show no mercy, yet outwardly he remained excessively humble. Didn't I just teach you? As soon as Lin Changshuo's words fell, Shang Kuang voiced his confusion. What did you teach me? Lin Changshuo reflected on their conversation, struggling to recall anything imparted to him. I taught you to be more obedient. Shang Kuang took a contented sip of his drink, casting a sly grin towards the barrier. Old man, Lin Changshuo's expression darkened. Were it not for the disparity in strength, he would have surely broken the barrier and delivered a sound thrashing to Shang Kuang. You little brat, what did you say? I just taught you to be obedient. And now you've forgotten? Shang Kuang, a renowned figure, fifth in the world and a master of close combat, heard Lin Changshuo's mumbling clearly, even from a distance, so be it. If anyone else asks me, I shall declare that Shang Kuang was blocked by Senior Bays outside the barrier, and his post-heaven dominance technique couldn't even breach the beast's scales. Lin Changshu paid little mind to these matters. Acutely aware that time was slipping away, if he did not start cooking soon, he would inevitably find himself sharing a cell with the giant wolf. Damn it, you little brat, are you threatening me? Shang Kuang, who never owed anyone anything, was incensed by Lin Changshu's words, his temper flaring. It's not a threat. It's a fact. If I'm correct, Senior must be tasked by Director Chun to keep an eye on me. With a mere few breaths, someone of Senior's caliber could appear here, yet it took so long for him to show up while Lin Changshu had been there all this time. If anyone else were to inquire, he truly wouldn't know how to respond. Lin Changshu plopped down on the ground, contemplating how to tackle the scales while casually remarking, "You little brat, are you so clever only when it comes to me? Why don't you take a look at your own blade, at the edge of that knife when you swing it? If you can't figure it out, do as you wish." Upon hearing Lin Changshu's words, Shang Kuang fell into a long silence. Just when Lin Changshu thought this tactic had failed, Shang Kuang's voice erupted with gratitude. "Thank you, Senior." With time running short, Lin Changshu dared not linger. He expressed his thanks and swiftly drew his knife. Repeatedly swinging it, with each strike infused with internal energy, he realized that the blade was not merely sharp. It was the amalgamation of blade intent and energy that gave it life. It dawned on him that it was not the sharpness of the blade itself, but rather the union of blade intent and blade energy. Looking at the dagger in his hand, Lin Changshu finally grasped the truth. "I'll either go in myself or send you in." Yet before he could revel in his realization, Baze's cold voice interrupted. He looked up to find the sky had turned an inky black without him noticing. "Gulp, Senior, I can cook quickly. Would you mind waiting a bit longer?" The giant wolf in the cage watched Lin Changshu drooling incessantly, causing it to instinctively take a step back, not out of fear for its life, but rather because it found the situation unnecessary. It was not a life-or-death struggle. "Go inside." Only that chilling voice and an overwhelming force could respond to Lin Changshu. A roar erupted. By the time Lin Changshu regained his senses, he found himself ensnared within a colossal cage. As he looked up, a gigantic wolf was charging towards him with a ferocious howl. Did it truly believe that this air was afraid of it? Upon witnessing this, Lin Changshu steeled his resolve. After all, was it not merely a fight for survival? He had never feared such encounters. With a low growl, he prepared to draw his dagger, but his expression soon shifted as he realized the dagger was inexplicably absent. At that moment, the giant wolf was upon him, and he could even see the gaping maw of its abyssal mouth. A single bite would undoubtedly result in the obliteration of both flesh and bone. Cursing under his breath, Lin Changshu swiftly rolled aside, narrowly evading the attack. He glanced outside the cage and saw his dagger lying quietly beside the corpse of the beast. It was evident that White Zay had taken it when ushering him into the cage. He understood that to survive within this cage, he must regard himself as a beast. Every aspect of his being, flesh, attacks, and breath, required meticulous attention. Having cultivated the postnatal body of tyranny through Shang Kong's techniques and fortified his inner strength with Lin Zhan's Battle God Sutra, survival was assured. As Lin Changshu was adorned with injuries, White Zay's voice echoed in his ears, emphasizing the two techniques with renewed intensity. "You little brat, beasts are tough and resilient. Their attacks stem purely from instinct. Honed through relentless slaughter, to refine the body, one must continuously engage in combat, forging oneself to surpass the beasts in strength and sharpness of weaponry. This is the essence of body refinement." As White Zay's words faded, Shang Kong could no longer contain himself and interjected, "To transform oneself into a weapon, cultivating both internally and externally, I see now." While dodging the giant wolf's onslaught, Lin Changshu pondered the significance of Shang Kong's and White Zay's words. In the next instant, his internal energy surged and his sinews began to pulse. Upon closer inspection, one could feel a razor sharpness akin to that of a weapon. Chapter 61. What is your choice? The following day, when Lin Changshu was released, he was drenched in blood, his own and that of the giant wolf. Within the cage, the wolf's fur was matted with bloodstains, some areas appearing as though cleaved open by a sharp blade, revealing the stark whiteness of bone. Upon witnessing the release of this harbinger of death, the massive wolf collapsed to the ground, its fierce eyes directed towards Lin Changshu filled with trepidation and fear. Wash the blood off. I detest the taste of iron while I eat. White Zay shot Lin Changsho a glance before coldly remarking and, with a casual wave, tossed another powerful beast's corpse onto the ground. Understood, senior. Lin Changsho, despite being utterly exhausted and in excruciating pain, dared not utter more in White Zay's presence and made his way towards the sound of flowing water. Hey, White Zay, what do you mean by this? Are you planning to vie for disciples with me in Xuanxiuzai? After Lin Changsho departed, Shangkong expressed his displeasure from outside the barrier. He was well aware of White Zay's training methods for Lin Changsho and had even begun implementing similar strategies. Albeit not as thoroughly as White Zay in this world, beasts were inherently scarce, and those formidable ones were either captured by others or slain. The entire realm appeared to be dominated by three great dynasties and the southern barbarians. Yet this was merely due to the existence of Tianbian City. That city acted as a barrier, preventing those powerful beasts from encroaching, allowing the inhabitants within to lead a stable existence. This scarcity made it exceedingly difficult to find beasts. And he would dare say that those capable of reaching the level of a minor master were virtually non-existent outside. The beasts in the back mountains of the academy were already a rarity. But compared to White Zay, they seemed akin to children. Moreover, despite being imprisoned in the back mountains, White Zay had transformed that space into a coveted sanctuary for cultivation over the past century. Even the academy lacked such capabilities, and the sole reason for this was White Zay's immense wealth. The rare spirit stones found here were as commonplace to him as dirt, if you cannot teach properly. Does that mean others cannot either? White Zay appeared at the edge of the barrier, which became transparent, floating mid-air as he coldly stated, "Pa, I'm merely poor. Otherwise, I would have implemented your methods long ago. Don't even speak of beasts. Even the spirit energy needed for recovery after injury is astronomical. Only someone like you is capable of such feats." Glaring at White Zay's arrogant demeanor, Shangkong nearly lost his temper. Yet he understood that the barrier merely allowed visibility, not removal. There is poison within me. It is exceedingly difficult to cultivate the inner strength you speak of and break through. White Zay seemed to disregard Shangkong's words, maintaining his frosty demeanor as he replied, I know. Isn't this merely seeking solutions? As long as he cultivates both internally and externally, the chances of breaking through will significantly increase. Otherwise, why would I agree to teach him? Shangkong took a sip of wine, helplessly waving his hand. The issue of the poison within Lin Changsho is evident to any great master. He'll need 3 years here. White Zay's gaze flickered, his deep eyes seemingly peering into the future as he casually remarked, 3 years, and you can eliminate the toxins from his body? Upon hearing this, Shangkong stood up, excitement radiating from him. No. I meant that in my presence for 3 years, I can eliminate the remaining toxins down to 2 layers. White Zay shook his head. While he was indeed a divine beast, possessing countless legacies and bloodline memories before his capture, he was no immortal. That kind of toxin was something he could not guarantee survival against. His assurance of reducing the remaining toxins to 2 layers within 3 years was based on Lin Changshio's mysterious constitution, which allowed him to survive despite the odds. Forget it. This brat is the son of that scoundrel Lin Zhan. Currently, the Great Shang is in turmoil, and Tianbian City is no different. Although these years seem peaceful, chaos is on the horizon, and this little brat is the key. The recent movements of the Great Shang make him a variable. He cannot remain here for 3 years. Upon hearing this, Shangkong shot White Zay a disdainful glance. Though he yearned for Lin Changsho to stay, he understood that it was nothing but a pipe dream. He had felt the aftermath of that great master battle from 100 miles away, and he was all too aware of the power of the Buddhist sect. Lin Changsho had to venture out. In a few days, on the day of the Grand Assembly of Nations, he would represent the Northern Guardian Army. With the Northern Guardian Army present, certain court officials would refrain from recklessness, but if Lin Changsho failed to appear or were to perish, his poisoned descendant would be utterly incapable of holding the fort. Stop being so wishy-washy. I know he is important to me. I care not for the Great Shang. From this day forth, he must remain with me for a full 3 years. No exceptions. White Zay, possessing knowledge of the heavens, may not have been as miraculous as the legends suggested, but knowing the recent happenings was quite simple for him. He understood the intentions of those around him all too well. With a cold snort, he abruptly sealed the barrier once more. You white-haired beast, one day I will roast you and feast upon you. As the barrier obscured his view, Shang Kong erupted in furious curses, but he found himself utterly powerless. Meanwhile, Lin Changshu, submerged in the milky white pool, remained calm. He was aware that the two were not speaking behind his back. He knew that with his own bronze cauldron, combined with White Zay's foundation, there was a substantial likelihood of completely purging the toxins. However, 3 years was far too long. He held little sentiment towards the Great Shang, save for a few close individuals. What truly mattered to him were those who had perished for his sake 9 years ago, those who had traversed the world for 2 years seeking aid, only to meet a tragic end. Including his mother, he cared for Sister Mei Nyang, who had her cultivation crippled yet still aided him, even resorting to the brothel for his sake. If he remained hidden here, how could those people dare to act? If they did not act, how could Lin Changshu exact his revenge? How could he annihilate their entire lineage and provide solace to the souls of the deceased, as well as alleviate the suffering he had endured throughout these years? When Lin Changshu emerged from the milky white pool, all his wounds had healed, and even his weary body was invigorated with newfound strength. He silently praised White Zay's profound foundation and hastened to deal with the beasts. He had no desire to engage in further brutal combat like a wild animal. What is your choice? Just as Lin Changshu's hand became a blade, striking sparks upon the sturdy scales, White Zay's voice resonated once more. Chapter 62. The Taoist Temple. I must venture out. I seek revenge. Lin Changshu hesitated momentarily, contemplating deceiving White Zay. Yet, upon meeting those profound eyes, he quickly realized the other's identity. With a grin, he posed the question, is vengeance truly so significant? White Zay scrutinized Lin Changshu for a long while. Observing the unwavering hatred reflected in his gaze, he unexpectedly inquired, is it important? Yes, for some. It is the very reason for their existence. Those who remain do so solely for revenge. Do not speak to me of letting go of hatred. I only know that blood debts must be repaid in blood. Unless their kin are entirely wiped out, no matter the expanse of the heavens or the chaos of the universe, I, Lin Changshu, will ensure the annihilation of their bloodline. Lin Changshu, upon hearing those words, found himself at a loss. The hatred that had been concealed in his heart for nearly a decade erupted all at once. His voice was cold and steady, devoid of frenzied rage. Yet his eyes were filled with an inexhaustible killing intent. So it is like this? Is there no need to distinguish right from wrong? Bai Zay's eyes were shrouded in a mist, at times frenzied, at others calm. After a prolonged silence, he finally uttered, does it truly matter whether something is right or wrong? If one were to distinguish between the two, then one must trace it back to its source, which is the greatest enemy. Lin Changshu cast a speechless glance at Bai Zay. Despite the latter's divine beast abilities and profound mastery, why did he seem so simple-minded? Resembling a mischievous child in terms of common sense? The source. Is that truly the reason behind the blood feud spanning countless years? Upon hearing Lin Changshu's words, Bai Zay's demeanor fluctuated between dark and light. Even his white fur began to shift in shades of black and white. Just as Lin Changshu thought he had driven Bai Zay to madness, the latter vanished from his sight. Little brat. You almost caused a disaster. Just as Lin Changshu pondered why the legendary divine beast was acting so, the outside merchant, Shang Kuang, suddenly sighed and muttered something nonsensical. What do you mean? Sensing some gossip, Lin Changshu hurriedly approached the barrier and whispered his inquiry. Why should I tell you? Shang Kuang retorted irritably, and regardless of Lin Changshu's further questions, he remained unresponsive. If dinner isn't ready before dark, we'll stay in the cage, and this time it will be 2 of you. As Lin Changshu anxiously yearned to uncover the gossip, he heard a few roars from beasts, and before he could react, he heard Bai Zay's chilling voice point to, gulp. Lin Changshu glanced into the cage, only to see 2 gigantic wolves, larger than before, glaring at him with predatory intent. Little brat, if I were you, I would turn my entire body into a weapon. Otherwise, not only would you suffer here, but even if you sought revenge, you would perish tragically while luring the snake out of its hole, for your cultivation is far too low. At that moment, Shang Kuang's voice reached him, imbued with rare seriousness and gravity. Thank you, Senior Shang. But aren't you afraid that my enemy is that emperor? Lin Changshu expressed his gratitude, his eyes glinting with an inexplicable light. He intended to annihilate his enemies completely. If his foe were indeed the emperor, Shang Kuang might not kill him, and neither would Shang Nan, but others would not show mercy if it were truly my foolish junior. Do you think your father would have only killed a few? That reckless man would have wiped out the entire Deshang long ago. Shang Kuang scoffed at the mention, dismissing Lin Zhan, whom he regarded with disdain, yet he had to admit that the man was indeed a single-minded lunatic. When the princess of the northern town perished, had it not been for Lin Changshuo's survival, and had that sour scholar not intervened, along with my junior proving himself, Deshang would have perished long ago, and we would not have reached this point. Upon hearing this, Lin Changshuo fell into a long silence, his heart momentarily stunned. Initially, his imagined adversary was the one seated upon the dragon throne. He had even harbored resentment towards that rough and brutish man. But if not for that individual, who else could it be? Was the emperor also poisoned, akin to himself? Suddenly, Lin Changshuo's eyes brightened as he seemed to grasp something. No more talk, you handle your own vendetta. This old man will not intervene. After a considerable pause, Shang Kuang finally muttered a reply, then seemingly vanished without a trace, leaving no further sound. It appeared that the one above was faring no better. Lin Changshuo finally understood why his father had not rebelled. It must be that when the time came to act, the other party had also revealed the news of being poisoned. All these years, it had merely been these individuals laying their plans. Yet who would emerge victorious in the end remained uncertain until the final moment. While Lin Changshuo unearthed a faint clue from years past, atop a towering mountain in the capital stood a small Taoist temple, secluded, aloof, and imbued with a sense of nonchalance. Mother, open the door. If you don't open it soon, you won't see your daughter anymore. At that moment, a melodious voice shattered the tranquility of the temple, revealing a girl dressed in luxurious attire. Her face playful and charming, as she incessantly knocked on the grand door, calling out cheerily, "Seventh princess, the empress has summoned you." After an indeterminate duration, just as the girl's voice was on the verge of giving out, the heavy door finally creaked open. An elderly matron, with a kind gaze, looked at her and said, "Why didn't you open the door sooner, Aunt Rong?" Yenner is about to freeze to death. Upon seeing the matron, the seventh princess instantly transformed her expression into a smile, affectionately linking her arm with the matron's. "You? How old are you? Still acting like a child?" Aunt Rong, seeing this, gazed at the seventh princess indulgently, shaking her head. "She is still a child, unlike my mother, who, instead of staying in the grand palace, has spent so many years here. By the way, Aunt Rong, hurry up. We need to leave quickly. I must find my mother. If we don't, this princess will be sold off." Shang Yenner initially pouted in dissatisfaction, her eyes sparkling with mischief. As she spoke, she seemed to recall something and hurriedly tugged at Aunt Rong's hand, leading her inside. Aunt Rong could only smile wryly and shake her head. After all, this princess was one she had raised since childhood, and she had long considered her a descendant. "Mother, you must save Yenner." Shang Yenner nimbly dashed to the innermost chamber, pushing open the door. Upon seeing the figure within, she cried out in despair, "Have you learned no decorum after all those years in the palace?" The figure, clad in a grayish-blue Taoist robe, turned at the sound, reprimanding gently as she did so. She appeared to be only around 30, her face unadorned yet exuding an air of refined nobility. As she turned, her voluminous robe could not conceal her ample figure. "Mother, how could Yenner endure such treatment? Besides, don't you see that my lively spirit brings you joy? Isn't that better than those wooden figures that are simply vexing to behold?" Shang Yenner exclaimed, a mischievous glimmer flashing in her eyes as she linked her arm with the other. "You, with such a childlike disposition, I truly wonder how you will fare when you marry." The female Taoist was indeed the most unique figure within the Deshang dynasty's royal court. Although she held the title of consort, she was not intimidated by the current empress. She lightly tapped Shang Yenner's smooth forehead, exclaiming, "Don't be silly. Yenner doesn't want to marry. You have no idea how wicked those inside are. If we don't find mother soon, this princess will be sold off." Shang Yenner, upon hearing this, flared up like a cat with its fur ruffled, her lively countenance now devoid of laughter. "It's impossible. Your father cherishes you so. If he truly intends for you to marry, then the suitor must be a young talent." The empress, upon hearing this, smiled gently, her charm and grace evident, yet regrettably, only an elderly matron and a perpetually childish girl were present. Not at all. It's not your father. It's the Empress. She insists on marrying off her daughter as a prize during this grand diplomatic visit. That Xiongnu and southern barbarians even offered 3 cities in exchange for marriage. Mother, I don't want to be wed so far away, Shang Yin'er exclaimed, her voice tinged with grievance as she clung to the Empress's arm. Her large, grape-like eyes misty with tears, eyes at her. The Empress was momentarily taken aback. She had avoided the world for many years, not only because she preferred solitude, but also due to the assassination of the princess of the northern town and the poisoning of the air. Her husband, the elder brother of their sworn brotherhood, had shown no reaction whatsoever, prompting her to withdraw from society, burdened by guilt towards Lin Zhan of the northern town and disappointment in Shangzhen. Yes, it's her. Mother, you have no idea. Now the right minister Luo is practically in league with her. I've also heard that your father's south control over the court is nowhere near what it used to be. The right minister's faction occupies almost half. Shang Yin'er hurriedly divulged everything she knew, aware that her only hope lay with her mother. Even so, they shouldn't be in such a rush. What had transpired in the capital? Although the Empress was disappointed in Shangzhen, she did not underestimate his capabilities. In her eyes, something must have occurred, prompting those individuals to become anxious. The heir of the northern town entered the capital recently. Mother, let me tell you, both sons of the right minister were beaten by him, yet they were found in a brothel, Shang Yin'er chirped excitedly, recounting all that had happened in recent days. Aside from feeling a bit disgraced by Lin Changshou's visit to a brothel, she held him in high regard. What do you think of Lin Changshou? When Shang Yin'er finished her animated recounting and took a sip of water, the Empress suddenly posed a seemingly random question. Gulp. He's quite admirable. Although there were rumors about him before, since his arrival in the capital, he hasn't committed any wrongdoing. Rather, he has done many good deeds. It's just that he enjoys visiting brothels too much. And that 15-year-old royal uncle. He even opened a brothel using his royal identity. Humph. Upon hearing this, Shang Yin'er swallowed her water and, without a moment's hesitation, remarked with a cute scrunch of her nose to express her dissatisfaction. All right, Mother understands. You return first. Mother will not let you marry an outsider. Be good. A glimmer of intelligence flashed in Hua Fei's eyes as she affectionately ruffled Shang Yin'er's hair and continued. Mother, I do not wish to leave. I have not seen you for nearly 2 years, and if this continues, you will truly become a recluse. Shang Yin'er pouted, playfully clinging to Hua Fei's ample figure. This mountain range is rather cold. And Mother is secluding herself here. If you stay too long, your foundations will be affected. You must depart. Hua Fei, seeing her distress, helplessly pried her away, weariness etched on her face. But Mother, it will be a long time before I see you again. And Yin'er does not want that. Shang Yin'er expressed her reluctance, her naturally lively spirit compelling her to speak her mind. Do not worry. In a few days, Mother will emerge from seclusion and will reside in the capital. Whenever you wish to see Mother, you may do so. I only fear that you may grow weary of me. Hua Fei chuckled as she embraced Shang Yin'er. Since they were so eager to marry off their daughter, how could she not comply with their wishes? She was curious to see who would dare to bully her daughter in her presence. Additionally, she had not seen her husband in nearly a decade. Now that he seemed to be under the influence of poison, it was time for her to pay him a visit. I shall not. I will come to find you every day. Mother, I shall take my leave now and return to the capital to await your arrival. Shang Yin'er cheerfully bounded away. Knowing her mother would not retreat into seclusion again brought her great joy, as she now had a reliable support and could see her mother whenever she wished. Shortly after, once Granny Rong had seen Shang Yin'er off and returned to the small cottage, she found Hua Fei already changed into a different outfit. The spacious Taoist robe was neatly laid aside. And at that moment, she appeared fresh and regal, her mature visage in her 30s, complemented by her voluptuous figure, casting her like a radiant beam of light. What is this? Granny Rong inquired, her gaze sharpening with surprise. This outfit had not been worn since Hua Fei married the emperor, and witnessing it on her now left Granny Rong momentarily dazed. This attire is from our adventurous days when we first met. I never thought I would wear it again. Hua Fei seemed genuinely delighted, twirling around and caressing the intricate designs with a sense of nostalgia. You have not changed at all, Granny Rong remarked. Her eyes reflecting reminiscence. I have changed indeed. I have aged. Yin'er has grown so much. Granny Rong, please relay a message to my father. telling him that I need him. Hua Fei's voice bore a hint of sadness as she shook her head. And please call that scoundrel Lin Changshou. He has been in the capital for so long and has yet to visit his aunt. Hua Fei's tone was tinged with melancholy. Even if she could wear the same garments, she could never return to her former self. Very well, I shall attend to it at once. Shall I summon the young lord to the Taoist temple or? Granny Rong paused midway, glancing back at Hua Fei with uncertainty. The Taoist temple, at the very least, is free from those sordid affairs, Hua Fei replied, momentarily taken aback. Then her lovely eyes scanned the surroundings before she smiled lightly. Meanwhile, Lin Changshou, having been delayed in his cooking, found himself once more confined in a cage. This marked the 8th day since he arrived in the Baizhe space. The beast within the cage had transformed from a minor master into a formidable creature, evolving from a wolf into a more ferocious beast of varied appearances. His talent is remarkable. Outside the barrier, Baizhe and Shang Kuang feasted on roasted meat and drank wine when they glanced towards the cage. Astonished by Lin Changshou's fierce combat. Chapter 64. The rules are rules. If he lacked talent, he wouldn't have been poisoned at such a young age, Shang Kuang remarked, sipping his drink, never doubting Lin Changshou's potential. He had witnessed too many shocking displays of talent from the Lin family. Are you intending to cultivate him as the next guardian of Tianbian City, or will you allow him to develop freely? Baizhe's eyes glimmered with profound insight as he addressed Shang Kuang, having already summoned his bloodline power. Do not employ mind reading on me. The future growth of this lad is unpredictable. He may not survive the upcoming trials. Of course, if he does survive, there will be countless tribulations awaiting him. Until things are clearly defined, none can foretell if death lurks around the corner. Shang Kuang scoffed, unperturbed by the notion of mind reading. For he had never been one to lie. What a pity. I foresee fluctuations in the fortune of the great Shang, accompanied by rivers of blood. Will you, as an ancestor, not intervene? Baizhe shook his head, expressing regret before inquiring with curiosity. Recently, in Tianbian City, those entities behind the Demon Clan have made their appearance. We are unaware of their numbers, and until they act, we can only wait if they rely on conventional methods. I will not intervene even if the great Shang perishes before my eyes. Should they dare attempt to consume the fortune of the great Shang, I fear not spilling blood. Shang Kuang's voice resonated with a fierce determination. If you require me to return, I can do so, but only when the timing is ripe. Baizhe slowly approached the barrier, hesitating for a moment before stating, very well. Once everything is in place, I will inform you. After all, you demons and we have been at odds for so long. Someone ought to step forward. Upon hearing this, Shang Kuang's eyes sparkled, his smile broadening as he mused that the century had not been wasted. However, Baizhe did not turn back to acknowledge him. Instead, he entered the barrier. Senior, they are not capable either. Dare they not exchange for something stronger next time? The following day, Lin Changshou sat in his cage, effortlessly slicing through the beast's hardened scales as if they were mere tofu. Upon seeing Baizhe, he boasted, I have finally slain my first beast after last night's bloodbath. All done. You may leave today. But before you go, I have a word to impart. Baizhe's mysterious power enveloped the cage, causing it to vanish in an instant. I asked that it? If you have any instructions, please do tell. I shall comply wholeheartedly. Lin Changshou exclaimed, disregarding his injuries as he hurriedly bowed. He was no fool. The resources he had utilized for his training and battles these days were provided by Baizhe, while the academy had remained passive, with only Shang Kuang watching from outside, indicating that the support offered was unparalleled. Live well, and await your arrival at Tianbian City. Just as Lin Changshou expected Baizhe to issue some grand demand, Baizhe merely cast a casual glance at him and said, once your injuries heal, go after that tiger and black dog. Their bloodlines are powerful. If you can bring them under your command, it will greatly benefit you in the future. As Lin Changshou stood bewildered, Baizhe's voice echoed in his ears. Thank you, senior. May I take some of the water from this pool? Without needing to be told, Lin Changshou was already eager to seek out those two. The black dog was a commendable comrade, while the white tiger had a debt to settle for the food it stole and had hunted him for so long. He was determined to confront it upon his exit, even if it meant facing defeat. However, Baizhe's words interrupted his thoughts. Thank you, senior. Lin Changshou's face lit up with joy. He had long coveted the healing waters of Baizhe's space. Though he could not take other items, he intended to fill his pockets with as much healing water as he could. After Lin Changshu fully recovered, he eagerly retrieved a gourd from his storage bag. Not long after Lin Changshu's departure, Bai Zhe reappeared, his eyes widening in disbelief at the sight of the drained pool. Lin Changshu, have you lost your mind? After confirming that the water had indeed been the healing elixir he had brought back from the demon realm, Bai Zhe ground his teeth in frustration. Unfortunately, he could not demand it back, having already made promises to Lin Changshu, a junior, leaving him to stew in his indignation. Meanwhile, Lin Changshu, having seized the opportunity, raced through the back mountain like a monkey. As for Shang Kuang, he had vanished the moment Lin Changshu emerged, leaving one to wonder if they had coordinated their departure. Now, Lin Changshu feared that Bai Zhe might discover his escape. If that occurred, he would surely be distraught. Kid, why are you so anxious? Just as Lin Changshu finally emerged from the back mountain, a puzzled voice startled him, causing him to nearly lash out. Senior Shang, could you tread a bit more quietly? Do you not realize that you might scare someone to death? Lin Changshu quickly turned around to find Shang Kuang, whose imposing figure loomed like a mountain, leaving him momentarily speechless. Wait, you did not steal something from Bai Zhe, did you? Shang Kuang, undeterred by Lin Changshu's grievances, scrutinized him with suspicion before responding. Steal? What would I steal? Look at my cultivation level, and then consider that of esteemed Elder Bays and yourself, just like Elder Shang here. Do you truly believe I could pilfer anything right under your nose? Furthermore, with my sincere, wide eyes and my ironclad integrity, do you honestly think I would stoop to stealing? You insult my character. Lin Changshu was instantly incensed, exuding an aura of indignation as if he were wronged. Oh, please, if you weren't guilty, why the elaborate explanations? My eyes are my measure. Hand it over, and we shall split it in half. Shang Kuang fixed his gaze on Lin Changshu, and before the latter could react, he seized him as effortlessly as one would lift a chick. Elder, you cannot act like a bandit. This is the academy, where rules must be upheld. Despite having faced perilous battles in recent days, Lin Changshu was no match for Shang Kuang and found himself unable to struggle, resorting instead to shouting for attention. Nonsense. My rules are absolute. Upon meeting, we shall split it in half. Should I take action, you will receive nothing. Shang Kuang was unfazed, gripping Lin Changshu fiercely and declaring with ferocity, I have coveted the treasures within Bays for nearly a century. Chapter 65. A summons from the imperial concubine thief. Disrespectful brute. Scoundrel. Lin Changshu clutched his clothing as if he had been ravaged by a multitude of strong men, tears brimming in his eyes as he murmured. Who could have imagined that the fifth greatest in the world, renowned for his invincibility in close combat, would resort to forcibly taking from a junior? In the face of futility, not only was the milky substance he had acquired in Bays taken, but also half of the treasures he had painstakingly gathered over the years. Gazing at the significantly depleted storage space, Lin Changshu felt a pang of sorrow. Junior brother, if you have nothing pressing, do visit the small courtyard at the back mountain. Just as Lin Changshu lamented his lost treasures, a familiar voice reached his ears. Yes, third senior sister. Recognizing the gentle tone of his amiable third senior sister, Lin Changshu slightly bowed in response. Wait, you old man, should I discover the location of your hidden treasures, I shall uproot the very ground you stand upon. After glancing at his depleted storage space, Lin Changshu silently vowed to avenge this grievance. He could not rest until justice was served. Young master, as Lin Changshu traversed the back mountain, he first beheld the serene scene at the foot of the hill, where several acres of cultivated land lay and a few haphazardly arranged but oddly charming houses stood, along with Zhao Linger, who was running towards him. Oh, you've gained weight, he exclaimed, lifting Zhao Linger into his arms and playfully pinching her chubby cheeks. I haven't. Linger hardly eats, Zhao Linger protested, her bright eyes dimming with insecurity as she recalled the delightful meal she had enjoyed. You truly think I've put on weight, young master? Am I unattractive now? After her rebuttal, she nervously patted her little belly, glancing up at Lin Changshu with trepidation. After all, a desire for beauty is paramount for every woman, even a child. Ha, how could that be? Linger, you are even cuter now. Just look at those cherubic cheeks. They are delightful to pinch. Seeing Linger's anxious expression, Lin Changshu burst into hearty laughter, playfully pinching her cheeks once more. Humph, but being chubby isn't attractive. Starting today, Linger shall embark on a weight loss journey. From now on, I shall only have 2 snacks, but my fairy master's cooking is simply too delectable to resist. Feeling wronged, Linger turned her head away, refusing to let Lin Changshu continue pinching her. As she anxiously stroked her face and patted her little belly, grappling with a difficult decision. Children are fickle. Don't listen to him, Linger, as Lin Changshu observed Linger's internal struggle with amusement. Imo Ran approached barefoot and cast a sidelong glance at him. Is this your little disciple, Linger? Lin Changshu set Zhao Linger down and solemnly bowed with a smile. He appreciated Imo Ran's kindness and her care for Zhao Linger, recognizing the effort it took to look after a young girl amidst the relentless pursuit of cultivation. Linger is incredibly charming, and her talent is exceptional. In Lin Changshu's presence, Imo Ran exuded tranquility and grace. Devoid of the fierceness she had shown when dealing with the monk and the eunuch. Thank you, third senior sister. By the way, what did you summon me for? Lin Changshu inquired, his heart lightened by thoughts of Zhao Linger. The master is currently tied up with pressing matters, so he asked me to show you around. In the future, you may construct your own dwelling here, and here, take this. With a gentle smile, Imo Ran waved her hand, producing a jade slip that appeared in Lin Changshu's grasp. What is this? Lin Changshu had anticipated being taken in as a disciple by Dean Chun, so he was not surprised. However, the cool jade slip puzzled him. Given your physical condition, each breakthrough brings you unbearable pain. This was specially selected by the master for you. It is a foundational technique from a millennium ago called the Qingxin Ju. Long-term practice can fortify your foundation, instill clarity and tranquility, and prevent you from veering into madness. It will also help with the toxins within you, Imo Ran explained with a subtle smile. Thank you, third senior sister, and thank you to the master. By the way, do you know where Lu Qingran is in seclusion? Lin Changshu queried, having not seen Lu Qingran from the beginning until now, which felt quite unusual. Her swordsmanship was destroyed, and she requires an extended period of seclusion. Worry not, the master has already checked on her, and she is safe. The prolonged absence is due to the master providing her with a technique to reconstruct her sword path, though it is quite arduous. Seeing Lin Changshu's expression, Imo Ran mischievously remarked, You little rascal, hurry up and go outside. Someone is looking for you. Just as Lin Changshu was about to inquire further, Shang Kuang's domineering voice resonated. Who are you? After being roughly tossed out by Shang Kuang, Lin Changshu found himself face to face with the stately Granny Rong standing outside the academy. Servant Rong, I have come unbidden as the imperial concubine requests your presence. Granny Rong assessed Lin Changshu from head to toe before smiling warmly. Is it urgent? Lin Changshu glanced at the dimming sky, feeling an aversion to meeting the imperial concubine. Very urgent. If the young master does not attend today, the next opportunity will be at the palace. Granny Rong smiled slightly, seeing through Lin Changshu's reluctance. Very well, lead the way. Lin Changshu, feeling resigned, knew who the imperial concubine was, yet he truly did not wish to meet her. Facing the emperor or the empress did not frighten him, as the emperor was merely a figure of mutual benefit, while the empress was clearly aligned with the right minister, Luo Gua. Considering the investigations of the past years and recent encounters, she was undoubtedly an enemy, not a friend. However, the imperial concubine was different. She had stood up for the Zhangbei Wangfu when he was poisoned and nearly perished, and the following year, his mother was assassinated while the emperor remained silent. With all ministers pretending not to see, only she had genuinely sought justice for the Zhangbei Wangfu. To be frank, her position was delicate, and Lin Changshu's potential actions against the royal family could complicate matters, which was why he had avoided her for so long. Yet now, he had no choice but to go. Upon reaching the mountaintop with Granny Rong, Lin Changshu was struck by the sight of the solitary Taoist temple. His heart stirred. This is the place. She gave up her noble status and abandoned wealth to isolate herself here for 9 years in support of the Zhangbei Wangfu. Chapter 66. The most treasured gift. Why does the legendary young master of the Zhangbei Wang not dare to enter? Lin Changshu lingered at the door, hesitating to push it open, fully aware that doing so would grant him a formidable ally in the capital city. In the Great Shang, the Zhangbei army would similarly gain a powerful ally. As the imperial concubine was the only daughter of the Lord of the West. However, with gain came increased complexity. The same held true for her. Just then, an elegant voice floated through the air. Nephew Lin Changshu pays his respects to Aunt Hua. Sighing inwardly, Lin Changshu resolved to accept his fate and boldly pushed the door open, entering and bowing deeply. Aunt, so the Zhongbei Wangfu is aware of my existence. As soon as Lin Changshu's words fell, the imperial concubine's distinctive languid voice echoed back, her tone laced with unmasked anger. No, no, no. How could we not know? When I departed from the northern borders, my father informed me of your presence here. However, since the day I entered the capital, I have been plagued with troubles, fearing I would disturb your tranquil meditation, hence my failure to pay my respects. I hope you will forgive me. What can Lin Changshu do? Even in his past life, he realized that reasoning with women, especially those who surpass him in prowess, was futile. He decisively chose to concede and admit his faults. At the very least, Lin Changshu maintained a dignified posture, which momentarily stunned Hua Fei, who sought to take advantage of him. Wasn't Lin Changshu known for his rebellious nature? The very man who dared to speak out against the emperor now seemed cowed. He truly resembled his father, a mere scoundrel. Sit down. If outsiders learned of this, they might accuse me of bullying a junior, and I cannot bear such a charge. After casting a few glances at Lin Changshu, Hua Fei let out a chuckle. In her youth, she had always been lively. Although her noble status later required her to uphold royal decorum, seeing Lin Changshu in such a state reminded her of Lin Zhan. Back then, Lin Zhan feared no one in his reckless youth, but when he was cowed, he became utterly vulnerable. Witnessing Lin Changshu now felt like a glimpse into their youthful days from decades ago. Thank you, Aunt Hua. Upon hearing her words, Lin Changshu dared to rise, his eyes clear yet naive, embodying the innocence of youth. However, upon lifting his gaze, he found the regal woman before him watching him with a knowing smile, as if she could see right through him. Why do you look at me like that, Aunt? Lin Changshu, unable to admire her charm and beauty, felt a shiver run down his spine under her gaze. Paralyzed by uncertainty, your father and my second brother, whenever they sought to deceive others, were the same innocent and naive expression. Each instance brought us considerable advantage. Now, in this guise, what do you wish to gain from me? Hua Fei's cunning eyes regarded Lin Changshu with a significant smile. Hee. How could that be? I am the most obedient. I would never deceive you, Aunt. Moreover, it is my father who is the trickster. Realizing his predicament, Lin Changshu showed no hint of embarrassment, chuckling as he settled beside her. Humph. However, after so many years without seeing you, it would be remiss not to bring some gifts. Now, tell me, what do you wish for? Hua Fei huffed with playful arrogance before taking her seat and gazing at Lin Changshu with a deliberate slowness. She genuinely wished to offer something, whether out of guilt or simply because of their long separation. How could I accept gifts from my aunt? However, it is commonly said that one should not delay accepting gifts from elders. If you truly intend to give, I must shamelessly accept. Lin Changshu rolled his eyes internally. For some reason, he could see the shadow of his own mother reflected in her. Both women possessed the same beauty and were equally enigmatic, capable of effortlessly exposing his vulnerabilities. Yet, one was the holy maiden of the snowy mountains, while the other was the sole daughter of the general of the West. Then, Aunt must ponder this carefully. If you truly intend to give, it cannot be delayed, correct? Upon hearing Lin Changshu's words, Hua Fei smiled subtly. For that was precisely what she desired to hear, of course. Aunt would never casually mislead her nephew, would she? Gazing into Hua Fei's eyes, Lin Changshu felt a chill within. The sensation of being ensnared was overwhelmingly potent. Casually, I intend to offer you my most treasured possession. Just ensure you can handle it. Hua Fei's beautiful eyes rolled, her lips curling into a playful smile as she regarded Lin Changshu. Your most treasured possession? Aunt, please do give it to me. Let us see if I can handle it. I assure you, I can manage any treasure, even if it means bearing it on my back. Lin Changshu, upon hearing the mention of something most treasured, felt a surge of excitement, envisioning the opportunity to replenish his storage space, his chest pounding with anticipation. Very well, Aunt shall bestow upon you my most cherished daughter in marriage. Remember what you said today. You must be able to handle it. Hua Fei smiled gently, her lips curving as she looked at Lin Changshu. Of course I can handle it. Wait, Aunt, are you referring to your daughter, the seventh princess? Lin Changshu, about to agree, suddenly realized, shock evident on his face as he gazed at Hua Fei. Indeed, in all the world, My most treasured possession is my daughter. I offer you Yinner in marriage. What do you think? Aunt? Hua Fei regarded Lin Changshu with a gleam of pride, inexplicably delighted to see him floundering after so many years apart. Aunt, this requires careful consideration. Currently, I have yet to avenge my mother. The poison within me remains, and my very life hangs in the balance. How could I possibly be worthy of a princess? Lin Changshu's heart raced with alarm. He was no sage. His enemies were of royal blood, and marrying the seventh princess would complicate matters immensely. Most importantly, Lu Qingran had suffered due to his injuries and had now made significant progress in her swordsmanship. If he dared to marry, she would undoubtedly retaliate the very next day. I do not care. Why should you be afraid? This matter is settled. However, as Yinner's fiancé, you must do something, as she is being forced into marriage. Hua Fei asserted, waving her hand dismissively. This matter was essential for Lin Changshu, both as compensation for him and a mutual benefit. Otherwise, how could the Duke of the West wholeheartedly assist? The royal family was on the brink of upheaval, with Lin Changshu and the northern and western armies backing them. Their safety would be assured. Aunt, I had a betrothal arranged during my mother's lifetime. This matter requires careful deliberation. However, rest assured, during the Grand Assembly of Nations, I will ensure that no one bullies the seventh princess. Lin Changshu took a deep breath. He had no desire to meddle in royal affairs, for how could he maintain his carefree existence amid such turmoil? Chapter 67. A storm approaches if marrying my Yinner is too burdensome for you. Then let it be, alas, my poor Yinner, so young, left alone in the palace. As her mother, I can only remain here in this desolate temple. Now that the child has grown, she faces bullying. Alas, alas. Hua Fei's eyes suddenly filled with sorrow, her mature and composed voice trembling as it turned choked with emotion. Do not worry, Aunt Hua. With me here, no one will dare bully the seventh princess. The barbarian tribes in Xiongnu will never be able to claim her. Lin Changshu, observing her distress, felt the weight of his duty. How could the once regal consort now appear so desperate? Alas, never mind. Aunt does not demand that you marry Yinner, only that you safeguard her from those ruffians. I am weary. Let us conclude our discussion for today. Hua Fei's eyes sparkled with resolve, yet she feigned exhaustion as she waved her hand dismissively. Then I shall take my leave. Lin Changshu exhaled a sigh of relief. He wished to escape the room and the intimidating presence of Hua Fei without delay. Upon finally reaching the foot of the mountain, the moon shone brightly overhead. Aside from a few flickering lights in the direction of the capital, the world seemed to fall into a profound silence. Come forth. After casting a deep glance towards the temple, Lin Changshu suddenly called out, Greetings, young master. As his voice echoed, several figures clad in dark clothing and adorned with ghostly masks emerged from the shadows. Have all the brothers assembled? Even before departing the academy, Gu Ying and the others had signaled Lin Changshu, trailing behind him until they arrived here. Reporting to the young master, they all emerged the day after you entered the academy. However, the brothers are unsure of the identities of those people. The leader clasped his hands, his brow furrowed in confusion. Initially, when Lin Changshu was ambushed on the street, the northern army sent to assist him was intercepted, and Gu Ying was captured. No need to investigate. It was that esteemed monarch. Lin Changshu shook his head, gazing towards the palace. The events of that day had been recounted by Gu Ying and the others. Strangely, it was evident that two distinct groups had launched attacks on Gu Ying. The first group was vanquished by Gu Ying, while the second, superior in both skill and numbers, led to Gu Ying's capture. Their coordination suggesting involvement from the authorities. Young master, we have also looked into Zhao Linger, but encountered obstacles. Gu Ying would not concern himself with the identity of that esteemed monarch. He would follow Lin Changshu's commands without hesitation, even if it meant confronting the emperor directly. Seeing that Lin Changshu had given no orders, another man quickly added, Speak as we walk. Tell me everything that has transpired in the capital these past few days. Lin Changshu was unfazed. Zhao Linger's parents were no ordinary commoners, but renowned wealthy individuals from Taohua County. Her father was a formidable expert, at the peak of the small master stage. Known for his generosity and kindness, his reputation was solid among both common folk and the martial world. A figure who commanded respect in both spheres. Yet, they were driven out of Taohua County, and after arriving in the capital to seek assistance, they vanished without a trace. Had Zhao Linger's brother not been astute and had she not remained behind, it would have been impossible for her to survive. An underground city? Upon Lin Changshuo's return to the royal mansion, his mind replayed the messages conveyed by the specter, among which the most significant was the existence of the underground city, a realm steeped in dark desires and bloodshed. The obstacles mentioned by the specter were indeed linked to this underground city. More crucially, 3 lives had been claimed by the specter. As for the other information, it indicated that representatives from nearly all nations had arrived, including the 2 great powers, the Daqian and the Dehuang, along with several monarchs from over a dozen smaller nations. Ironically, the adversaries from the northern borders, the Huang and the Xiongnu, had both sent their princes, forging unexpected proximity. Your Highness, it is time for rest. As Lin Changshuo pondered these myriad transformations, Uncle Tsang approached him slowly. Do you believe the Xiongnu and De Huang might ally? Lin Changshuo inquired, gazing at the aging Uncle Tsang. The Xiongnu were not particularly formidable. Lin Changshuo was confident that even if he were to lead troops himself, he could inflict significant damage, let alone the formidable northern general. The prolonged warfare had been exacerbated by the looming threat of De Huang, creating a chaotic battleground at the northern frontier. The Xiongnu not only raided the borders of the Deshang, but occasionally sought to pillage from De Huang as well, akin to wolves preying on the unwary. To eradicate this menace would require an army of tens of thousands, but any military action would surely prompt intervention from another great power, which explained the peculiar dynamics of the northern borders and the northern general's domain. Impossible! Unless the Emperor of De Huang is utterly foolish, such an alliance would never come to pass. Their long-standing enmity is not lesser than ours, forged through the sacrifices of countless soldiers. Uncle Tsang shook his head emphatically, his conviction unwavering. Please return to rest, Uncle Tsang. I have matters to contemplate. And if there are any updates from Uncle Leg, instruct them to remain hidden, Lin Changshuo replied, feeling a growing unease within. He then retrieved a map, marking the positions of De Huang, De Qian, De Shang, the Xiongnu, and the barbarian tribes. His mind raced with possibilities. What if the Emperor of De Huang were to perish? What roles would De Qian and the barbarian tribes play? And what about the Emperor's consort in this unfolding drama? Suddenly, a spark of insight illuminated Lin Changshuo's gaze as he considered the Emperor and the prince's various rivalries, murmuring to himself, though old grudges should not be forgotten. What if that Emperor were to die? With such a substantial prize as Deshang at stake, perhaps old animosities could be set aside for the sake of glory. Moreover, he recalled the monk Shurjan from the right prime minister's residence, who was a confidant of the empress. With these thoughts swirling, Lin Changshuo could no longer remain stagnant. He changed his attire and vanished from the royal mansion. After about half an hour, Lin Changshuo materialized in a corner of the capital city, where members of the Spectre's faction soon emerged. After navigating a few turns, they disappeared into the night. You have been absent for so many years, yet suddenly appeared at Qinghua Pavilion. I am most curious. Lin Changshuo remarked, observing the bloodied figure of the burly man suspended before him. Chapter 68. The news of Gubadao Ha. Do you really think I would disclose anything to you? The suspended man. Gubadao was drenched in blood. His eyes clouded as he coldly retorted. Do we have enmity? Lin Changshuo asked, his expression indifferent. He had expected Gubadao to have surrendered long ago, yet he was astonished that this man, after enduring such torment, remained obstinately silent. No enmity exists, but your northern general does. Your father, Lin Zhan, has prospered on the backs of our blood and flesh. Gubadao's eyes brimmed with hatred, his expression one of deep-seated resentment. The martial world is chaotic, poisoning the surrounding populace, disregarding the law, and showing blatant disrespect for the authorities. With such formidable skills, why not combat the enemies at the borders instead of preying upon the innocent? Lin Changshuo retorted coldly, fully aware that the martial and political realms were eternally distinct. Yet the common people lived under the weight of both. When he first traversed into this realm, Lin Changshuo struggled to understand. But after witnessing the records, he wished he had arrived years earlier to personally eradicate those who exploited the innocent. Such noble words. It is merely the victor's narrative. Do you not prey upon the populace? Are you truly the benevolent ones? Do you know how I escaped initially? Let me tell you, it was your so-called authorities who facilitated it with a mere 100 taels of gold. The world is rife with corruption. How dare you claim to be virtuous? Spitting blood, Gubadayo's eyes glimmered with endless derision. Is that so? Collusion among officials is as ancient as time itself, but can you assert that the common folk live poorly? Perhaps they do not enjoy the comforts of the noble ladies, yet their lives are undoubtedly better than when both officials and rogues govern them. Enough. I did not come here to engage in idle discourse. In Zhangzhou, Linping Town, there is a young boy named Gu Qing, a charming 13-year-old. Lin Changshu shook his head. He was no saint. The affairs of the officials were for others to manage. Dare to touch her and her child, and I shall haunt you even in death. Initially dismissive, Gubadayo's countenance shifted to one of fury when Lin Changshu mentioned Gu Qing, his eyes ablaze with rage and fear, betraying the tremors of his very soul. Speak. Where do you hail from, and from where do those who sought my life come? Lin Changshu demanded, his gaze as frigid as ice. Will you spare them if I tell you? Gubadayo's face was a mixture of sweat and blood, his gaze pleading. Did you consider that when you violated his wife and slaughtered an entire family of 18, including infants? Lin Changshu smirked, incredulous that Gubadayo dared to ask for clemency for his family. I have revealed everything I know. I only ask that you spare them. I, Gubadayo, will atone for my sins with my life. Please. Gubadayo trembled, uncertain whether from pain or fear, his eyes beseeching Lin Changshu. Yet Lin Changshu cast a detached glance at Gubadayo, ultimately responding with indifference. I trust your northern army. I hope you do not deceive me. No, if I speak, the child will also perish. I need your oath to ensure their safety. Trust me, I possess much knowledge that pertains to the entirety of Dashang. Gubadayo initially sighed in relief, only to suddenly exclaim in terror, I can guarantee their lives will be spared. But why should I assist you in preserving their safety? Just because of your information? Lin Changshu scoffed. He was no savior, nor was he a virtuous man. Even if he were to help, why should he assist a villain? Those two are mere commoners. They are unaware of my true nature. I can provide information and evidence, all of which lies there. Ensure their safety, and I shall deliver the proof. Gubadayo hastily implored. Speak. Lin Changshu's gaze was icy as he regarded Gubadayo, a scoundrel steeped in the blood of the innocent, now frantic for his family. He was curious whether Gubadayo's past victims had ever pleaded for mercy. The underground city, the underground city. We all come from there. Nearly all the outcasts of the martial world survive in its depths. We typically take on tasks to assist the powerful in their killings. And now the overseer of the underground city is none other than the son of the right prime minister. Gubadayo fixed his gaze on Lin Changshu, and upon seeing his unchanging expression, he sighed and divulged all he knew. Is that all? The son of the right prime minister. Does he not have just 2 sons? Lin Changshu understood clearly that although the capital was vast, the management of entry was stringent. Most importantly, those experts had all appeared suddenly. Previously, he had been puzzled. Now he finally comprehended that it was simply because the underground city was located in or around the capital. What astonished him even more was the son of the right minister's residence. If his memory served him correctly, those 2 useless sons of the right minister had already been severely injured by him. Crucially, those 2 lacked the capability to manage the underground city. Even with the right minister's backing, they would still be incapable. The right minister had more than just the elder and younger sons. It was the second son who managed the underground city, albeit born of a maid and thus not acknowledged. Upon hearing Lin Changshu's doubts, Gubadayo promptly remarked, What about the arrangements inside, and what evidence do you speak of? Lin Changshu nodded in response. Such matters were not uncommon. Prominent families placed great importance on their legitimate sons, as the legitimate bloodline was the core of the family. The second son had 2 half-step grandmasters by his side. And although he was unaware of the complete roster, not everyone inside was known to him. However, there were many experts. It was rumored that there were no fewer than 100 minor grandmasters within, over 30 grandmasters, and an innumerable number of those at the unification and concentration stages. The evidence I speak of is the account books detailing the transactions between the right minister's residence and the underground city. Although it is only a third of the total, the contents and amounts within could certainly cripple the right minister's residence. Gubadayo hastily divulged all he knew, desperately hoping that Lin Changshu would spare the lives of him and his mother. Chapter 69. You intend to marry her? Send someone to Zhangzhou. Gubadayo was dead. Gazing at Gubadayo's wide-eyed expression, Lin Changshu fell silent. He could not definitively categorize Gubadayo as good or evil. To the women and families he had harmed, he was undoubtedly a villain. Yet, as a father and husband, he might have reached the pinnacle of his capabilities. Not everyone could withstand the tortures of the ghost shadow and still wait for their return. Even Lin Changshu found himself somewhat admiring the other's willpower, enduring for so many days in silence just to wait for him. Young master, we lack personnel. Upon hearing this, the ghost shadow fell silent for a moment. A flicker of conflict evident in his gaze before he spoke. Lacking personnel? That may be true. Your actual combat strength is mostly beside me, so you can go, leaving 5 people in the capital. After casting a glance at the conflicted ghost shadow, Lin Changshu suddenly realized that although the ghost shadow had many members, only about a dozen were genuinely combat capable, and many had already perished. The remaining members were primarily gathering intelligence and evading detection, but in terms of combat strength, even those at the unification stage could easily wipe them out. No, the safety of the young master is paramount. We cannot leave. For the first time, the ghost shadow defied Lin Changshu's orders, his gaze resolute as he asserted, in the capital, no one will harm me for the time being, even if there were. My cultivation surpasses yours. After glancing at the leading ghost shadow and then at the others, seeing their unwavering determination, Lin Changshu sighed slightly. You may go. I will follow him. Just as the ghost shadow and the others were in a quandary, a cold voice pierced the air. Upon hearing it, the ghost shadow tensed up, hastily drawing their weapons. Put them down, Qingran. You've exited your seclusion? Seeing this, Lin Changshu helplessly waved his hand, directing his gaze towards Lu Qingran, who was clad in white and veiled. The ambassadors of all nations are arriving. Lu Qingran did not respond directly but rather seriously instructed Lin Changshu, you must depart immediately. Rest assured, with your matron still here, who would dare to harm me? And do take care of the bodies. At her words, Lin Changshu's eyes glimmered with gratitude. Then he turned to the ghost shadow and the others, decisively stating, you heard her. Lu Qingran, upon hearing this, cast a bright-eyed glance at Lin Changshu, exuding an alluring charm, merely snorting coldly without contesting the title of matron. We bid farewell to the young master and young mistress. Once Lin Changshu and Lu Qingran slowly emerged from the underground chamber, the ghost shadow and his men respectfully bowed. However, they failed to notice the distorted expression on Lin Changshu's face and the delicate hand of Lu Qingran playfully twisting at his waist. Hiss! Hey, men and women should maintain a respectful distance. If this continues, you'll have to marry me, the wayward young master. Observing that they had already walked a fair distance, Lin Changshu feigned a lecherous demeanor as he glanced back. Pa! Who would want to marry you? A dog cannot spit out ivory. Lu Qingran's cheeks flushed a rosy hue at his retort, even her snow-white neck tinged with a hint of pink. What of your swordsmanship? Gazing at Lu Qingran's bashful demeanor, Lin Changshu found himself entranced. Once discovered, he cleared his throat and inquired curiously, much improved. Previously, there was an entity within me. This time, I broke through to a new realm. Although my swordsmanship is not as swift as before, it is now more solid. If anyone else dared to gaze at her in such a manner, Lu Qingran would have long since dispatched them with the sword. But for some reason, Lin Changshu's demeanor filled her with a sense of pride. After twirling a strand of hair behind her ear, she softly said, That's wonderful. Then let us return to the Wang residence. If Uncle Tsang knows you've arrived, he will surely be delighted. Lin Changshu felt a sense of relief. Although Shang Kuang had previously informed him that Director Chun was assisting Lu Qingran, seeing it with his own eyes was a different matter altogether. Lu Qingran, upon hearing this, remained silent, yet the corners of her mouth curved upward beneath her veil, though no one noticed. The moonlight was hazy, stretching the shadows of the two into long silhouettes as they appeared to stroll hand in hand through the heavy snow. The next day, before Lin Changshu had even risen, he was awoken by a cacophony. Lin Changshu, come out. The sun is rising. Hurry up. The jarring clamor incessantly pierced his ears, igniting his ire as he sprang from his bed. Shangnan, what the hell is wrong with you? Lin Changshu, clad only in his nightclothes and barefoot, stormed out of his room, glaring at the overexcited Shangnan. Damn. It's only been a short while since we last met. How can you speak to your good brother like this? Seeing Lin Changshu's furious gaze, Shangnan instinctively shrank back, retreating behind Uncle Tsang with a sorrowful expression. If you don't spill the beans today, I, the young master, won't care whether you are a prince or not. I'll make you blossom with a good beating. Lin Changshu rolled up his sleeves, gritting his teeth as he glared at Shang Nan, his entire being radiating fury, causing even the bodyguard, Ada, to discreetly step back. Hey, I am a prince. At least show me some respect. After a while, the two sat in a pavilion. Lin Changshu remained in his nightclothes and barefoot. While Shang Nan's eyes had turned into panda-like circles, he looked at Lin Changshu, dissatisfied, and said, "Disturbing one's peaceful dreams is akin to killing one's parents. I should have broken your legs for being so light on you. Now tell me, what brings you here so early?" Shang Nan's mention of the early visit reignited Lin Changshu's anger, and he glared at him with an unfriendly gaze. Don't, in a few days? Won't the ambassadors of all nations be arriving? I came to ask if you're ready. Upon realizing this, Shang Nan quickly backed down, waving his hands. He knew Lin Changshu too well, back in their childhood. Lin Changshu had dared to exchange blows with him. At that time, they could still trade barbs back and forth, gradually becoming the best of friends. But now, he couldn't even muster a response, let alone face him in a fight. What does it matter? The ambassadors of all nations are your royal family's affair. What does it have to do with me, the young master of the Northern Territory? At most, I'll just watch the show attentively. Lin Changshu shrugged nonchalantly, casually cleaning his ears. Are you certain? Because I hear you plan to assist the seventh princess. Could it be that you have taken a liking to her? Shang Nan paused, a look of confusion crossing his face as he stared at Lin Changshu. Indeed, I plan to support her, but beyond that, I have no involvement. Lin Changshu scoffed disdainfully, just supporting her, at most. I want to let those rascals marry her. Beyond that, it's none of my concern. Are you unaware that this is a marriage proposal? Currently, the Duchian, De Huang, and the barbarians, along with the Xiongnu, are all converging to marry the seventh princess. If you do not fancy her, why would you support her? At this, Shang Nan was even more perplexed, studying Lin Changshu closely and frowning. Are you saying you wish to marry her? Just as Lin Changshu was about to speak regarding Hua Fei, a cold voice, accompanied by a chilling aura, interrupted. Chapter 70. A clean break. Shang Nan, you better wait for it. Feeling the overwhelming murderous intent, Lin Changshu's expression turned to one of shock, and he glared at the bewildered Shang Nan. I ask you, do you intend to marry the seventh princess? Just as Lin Changshu's words fell, a figure clad in white appeared in the pavilion. Her bright eyes glistened with a hint of mist and murderous intent as she fixed her gaze on Lin Changshu and demanded, You listen to my rebuttal. No, Qingran, let me explain. Upon seeing her eyes glimmering with mist, Lin Changshu felt a surge of panic and hurriedly exclaimed, Then you should go marry her. To his surprise, Lu Qingran paid him no heed. After casting a cold glance at him, she tightened her grip on her sword and turned to fly away, leaving a solitary tear to fall slowly from the air. What the hell is going on? Shang Nan, looking alarmed, pointed towards the direction in which Lu Qingran had vanished, glancing back at the anxious Lin Changshu. After this is over, I will settle the score with you. Lin Changshu cast a fierce glare at Shang Nan before vanishing from sight. After hastily donning his attire, he set off at breakneck speed towards the lingering aura left by Lu Qingran. Have I stirred up trouble? Watching Lin Changshu rush away, Shang Nan struggled to turn his head and addressed Ada, saying, I suggest His Highness depart swiftly. Otherwise, if the heir takes action, I shall be unable to intervene. Ada, filled with trepidation, glanced at his lord and spoke earnestly, Damn it! What is this mess? Upon hearing this, Shang Nan, vexed, slapped the stone table, and could only leave in a dejected manner alongside Ada. Such troublesome times. After Shang Nan and Ada departed, a glimmer of light flickered in Uncle Tsong's weathered eyes as he slowly remarked. Meanwhile, Lin Changshu finally caught sight of Lu Qingran amidst the trees and hurried forward. One more step forward, and I shall slay you with a single sword. However, before Lin Changshu could approach, a blade of sword energy surged forth, carving deep ravines into the hardened earth and snow beneath his feet. You must allow me to explain. That seventh princess is the daughter of Hua Fei, who is a sworn sister to my parents. Hua Fei sought me out, and I could not refuse her assistance. I could not simply stand by and watch as she was taken away by those barbaric hordes. Lin Changshu, eyeing the scar left by the sword, shrank his neck and lamented. So, you intend to marry her? What do you consider me to be? At this, Lu Qingran's fury remained unabated. as the sharp sword occasionally glimmered with lethal intent. "As a wife, we are betrothed. You are the first I shall marry." Lin Changshu shrugged his shoulders, internally cursing Shang Nan countless times. But he realized he must first placate Lu Qingran before settling accounts with Shang Nan. "From this day forth, you shall continue your life as the dandy heir, and I shall embrace my role as the saintess of the great snow mountain. From this day forward, let us part ways." Lu Qingran fixed her earnest gaze upon Lin Changshu, only to suddenly speak coldly. Before Lin Changshu could respond, Lu Qingran transformed into a fleeting white shadow, vanishing from his sight. "Qingran?" Lin Changshu yearned to pursue her, yet his feet remained immovable, leaving him frozen in place. In the capital city, within the confines of a basement of a residence, several figures lurked in concealment around a long table, where silence reigned. The ghostly apparition has departed. The two remnants and the northern guard are no longer in the capital. And now even Lu Qingran has left. Can we act? After a prolonged silence, a slip of paper slid down from the upper passage, which one of the individuals grasped and hoarsely declared, "The Academy." As the words fell, another middle-aged voice resonated, solemnly stating, "The true body of Din Qian is absent. Among the remaining instructors at the Academy, only the third master remains silent, and there is also the fifth strongest. Shang Kuang, if you can delay them for half an hour, Lin Changshu is doomed." Following this proclamation, a youthful voice emerged slowly, brimming with frenzied killing intent. "It sounds simple, but did we not declare the last plan foolproof? What was the outcome?" Another individual, filled with rage, slammed the table, recalling the severe losses from the previous encounter, which he had yet to recover from. "Enough with the bickering. The one surnamed Han from the Academy will intervene. And with the others, they should be able to delay for half an hour." The composed middle-aged man remarked coldly upon observing the commotion. "That coward can truly hold them back?" A voice of doubt arose. Indeed, the eunuch was formidable, but it depended on whom he faced. "The people from the Academy are not so easily obstructed. We can activate the array of the first level of the capital." The middle-aged man slowly stated, his voice trembling slightly. Perhaps even he could not fathom how the eunuch might summon the array. "I care not for the rest. As long as you can impede them, I will be able to kill Lin Changshu. I shall take my leave now." The young, frenzied figure abruptly stood, the dim light of the oil lamp illuminating his eerie and deranged eyes. "Humph, merely a pawn." Yet so audacious. As the youthful figure vanished, someone could not help but let out a cold snort. "Only he can command the Undercity. I hope none of you lag behind in this operation. Or else, humph." The middle-aged man remained unfazed, simply uttering a heavy statement, then cast his indifferent gaze upon the others, snorting coldly to it once. The basement fell into a profound silence, save for the sound of heavy breathing. Meanwhile, Lin Changshu strolled along the bustling streets of the capital, the calls of vendors ringing in his ears, and the fragrant aromas wafting towards him, compelling him to approach a nearby stall. "Old man, a bowl of wontons, please." Lin Changshu patted his belly and casually called out as he sat at a table. "Coming right up, dear guest. Please hold on. This pot is nearly ready," a white-haired elder cheerfully replied, gesturing towards the steaming pot. "All right." Lin Changshu observed the throngs of people passing by, responding amiably. Just as he awaited his wontons, a commotion erupted not far away. "Hey, those good-for-nothing rascals are here again." The elder cooking the wontons suddenly spat in disgust upon seeing the scene. "Old man, what is happening?" Lin Changshu inquired, furrowing his brow. "It's just those people from other nations. Ever since they arrived, there has been no peace. They harass our young ladies at every turn." The elder, upon hearing this, opened up, his face filled with indignation. "Does the government and those patrolling soldiers do nothing?" Lin Changshu was taken aback. As far as he knew, the capital was under tight security precisely to prevent such incidents. What nonsense! At first, they intervened and caught a few, but before the next day, those rascals were back, tormenting people even more. Hearing about the government and patrolling soldiers, the elder's expression grew even grimmer, filled with rage. How dare the lowly commoners speak ill of this general behind his back? Are they seeking death? Just as the elder finished speaking, an eerie sound pierced the air, followed by a long knife hurtling towards the elder's neck. Chapter 71. What are you, noisy? As the curved blade was about to sever the elder's head, He stood frozen in fear, forgetting to evade. Lin Changshu snorted coldly, and in the next moment, the curved blade shattered. Clattering to the ground, "You brat, do you dare to meddle in our affairs? Do you wish to die?" Observing the fragments of his blade scattered about, 3 robust men clad in sheepskin coats approached. Speaking in a strange tone, "Bring your people along. Either flee or die." Lin Changshu cast a cold gaze at them, already aware of their identities. Back in the Northern Territories, he had slain numerous arrogant Huns. "Is it true that the people of the great merchant are this arrogant? You're seeking death, aren't you?" The leading Hun's eyes blazed with fury as he glared at Lin Changshu, while the 2 men beside him drew their blades, flanking Lin Changshu with mocking smiles, as if they were eyeing prey. Die. At that moment, Lin Changshu was in a foul mood due to Lu Qingran's departure. In the past, he might have discreetly sought someone to handle the situation, but now he simply desired to vent his frustration. As the word die left his lips, he vanished from his original seat, and the dull sound of blades cutting flesh was followed by 2 piercing cries. When the crowd turned to look, the 2 Huns that had obstructed Lin Changshu now lay lifeless in a pool of blood. You dare to strike. Do you know who I am?" The leading Hun, astonished and enraged at the sight of his fallen comrades, recalled having seen the long knife shatter, realizing Lin Changshu was no ordinary individual. Yet, he had dared to step forward, banking on the strength of his 2 companions who were experts at the unification realm, and wagering that Lin Changshu would not act, for just days before. Others had stood up for justice, only to be captured. "Huns are merely that. I have slain many in the Northern Territories, and you are no different." Lin Changshu approached the Hun coldly, his eyes brimming with an intensified malice. The overwhelming killing intent causing the Hun to retreat repeatedly. "I am the envoy of the Hun state, a key minister under our prince. Do you dare to harm me?" Upon hearing Lin Changshu's origins from the Northern Territories, the Hun trembled, retreating while feigning strength. He shouted in desperation, hoping to summon the government officials and patrolling soldiers. At that moment, he longed for the great merchant government and soldiers he had previously scorned. But after waiting in vain, only the cheers of the onlookers echoed, while the patrolling soldiers and officials failed to appear. "Have you finished speaking? Then you may die." At this point, Lin Changshu stood before the Hun, his gaze utterly indifferent, as if he were not gazing at a human, but rather at livestock. As Lin Changshu's words fell, the Hun's rage ignited. He drew a dagger from his waist, lunging towards Lin Changshu's heart. His cultivation reached the pinnacle of the unification realm, just a step away from becoming a minor master, and he no longer bore any fear, instead exuding a twisted sense of triumph. Did no one inform you that this young lord can fight above his level? He had already envisioned the thrill of the dagger piercing Lin Changshu's chest, could almost perceive the expression in Lin's eyes as he hovered on the brink of death. However, he soon realized that the dagger, as sharp as it was, had been halted by an overwhelming force, and no matter how hard he exerted himself, he could not advance even an inch, nor could he withdraw it. He could even hear Lin Changshu's cold and indifferent voice whispering, "You, the Xiongnu, seek mercy." Yet he found himself utterly unable to utter a word. In the next moment, he felt a dizzying sensation, witnessing his own body spouting blood, and seeing his companion drenched in crimson. "Spare me!" As the Xiongnu fell, a flurry of hurried footsteps approached, accompanied by the labored shouts of guards. "Finally willing to show yourselves?" Observing the rushing constables and patrolling soldiers, a glimmer of brilliance flashed in Lin Changshu's eyes, and a chilling smile crept upon his lips. He had sensed that something was amiss the moment the assailant struck. Such coincidences were hardly credible. It was too coincidental that after he had finally emerged to savor a bowl of wontons, Xiongnu chaos would erupt nearby, culminating in a direct provocation aimed at him. If no one was orchestrating this behind the scenes, it would indeed be strange. I have seen the young lord. Once the soldiers and constables arrived, they first glanced at the fallen Xiongnu in a pool of blood, then hastily bowed to Lin Changshu, inquiring, "Are you the capital's governor? Are you here to defend the city or as part of the Imperial Guard?" Lin Changshu regarded them with a cold smile, gesturing towards the constables, then indicating the soldiers, he replied, to the young lord, "I am but a constable of the capital. They are part of the Imperial Guard." The leading constable, witnessing this, quickly lowered himself, his demeanor humbly appropriate. then it is entrusted to you. This young lord is fatigued." Upon hearing this, Lin Changshu cast them a knowing glance before turning to leave. "Young lord, this is a diplomatic envoy. If you depart like this, I cannot provide an account." Just as Lin Changshu was about to exit, he found himself blocked by the constable, who bowed again and implored. "Then what shall we do?" Finding it amusing, Lin Changshu glanced at the man and replied teasingly, "I kindly ask the young lord to accompany me to the yamen." The constable dared not meet Lin Changshu's gaze. Steeling himself, he spoke in a deep voice. "What do you think you are? Even if this young lord were at fault today, would your governor or the commander of the Imperial Guard dare to bar my entry to the yamen?" In response, Lin Changshu, filled with rage, laughed instead, striking the constable across the face, sending him sprawling to the ground. "I may not dare, but this matter concerns the diplomatic relations between our two nations. I implore the young lord to return to the yamen with me, so we may provide an explanation." The fallen constable, awkwardly wiping the blood from his mouth, still managed to bow and reply solemnly, "How intriguing! Our northern town army slays countless Xiongnu daily. Why have I never heard of the Great Shang maintaining diplomatic relations with them? While we fight valiantly, where were you worthless scum to call for diplomacy?" Lin Changshu, filled with indignation, seized the constable by the throat, his cold killing intent unmasked, exuding an aura that suggested he might end the man's life for a single misstep. "Such great authority you possess, young lord. How surprisingly impressive it is that you can behave so in the capital." As the constable struggled for breath, applause erupted, and several guards escorted the fifth prince forward. "I was just wondering who could instill such confidence in these fools. Upon seeing you, I finally understand." With the third prince's smirk, Lin Changshu comprehended why a mere constable dared to confront him, as well as the foolishness of the Xiongnu. Chapter 72. Mind your behavior. Do not provoke my ire. "Ah, young lord, you misunderstand. This prince merely passed by and, upon witnessing you confronting an official, felt it was my duty as a prince of the Great Shang to intervene." The third prince maintained a smiling facade, yet his eyes flickered with a hint of anger. He held a noble status. Not only was he the most esteemed among the princes, but he was also the future emperor of the Great Shang, rivaling even the lofty positions of his parents. How dare anyone speak to him in such a manner? Even contending for the throne was within his reach, and a Lin Changshu was hardly worthy of his regard. "Well then, I am weary and shall take my leave." Lin Changshu cast a glance at the third prince, and after speaking, he turned to depart, viewing the titles of prince and heir as indistinguishable. Halt! Just as Lin Changshu was about to turn away, he heard the third prince's low shout. Accompanied by this command, several guards appeared before Lin Changshu, blocking his path, hoping for a fight. Upon witnessing this, Lin Changshu's prowess surged forth, and the cold killing intent bore down on the third prince without reservation. "You?" The third prince was taken aback. Never had he faced such an aura of menace, and he involuntarily took 2 steps back, disbelief etched across his face as he gazed at Lin Changshu. "I ask you, are you seeking a fight?" Lin Changshu's eyes glimmered with disdain. What was a prince to him? In this condition, he was no better than the lowest soldier of the northern town army, merely fortunate in his birth. "This prince requires you to wait. After all, you have slain Xiongnu, and we must await the main party's arrival. Otherwise, would the Great Shang not be seen as barbaric?" The third prince, incensed and humiliated, yearned to rend Lin Changshu to pieces, yet he could only suppress his fury, disregarding any semblance of dignity, and coldly declared, "If he refuses to comply, let him seek me at the northern town prince's residence. This prince has no time to wait for him. Additionally, as a prince of the Great Shang, where were you when your subjects were oppressed? Now that the Xiongnu have fallen, you are suddenly agitated. What were you doing when your people suffered and perished?" Lin Changshu's mood soured considerably. Had it not been for the third prince's status and the veiled danger lurking nearby, he would have relished the opportunity to teach him a lesson. Yet even without taking action, his pointed inquiries and frigid gaze caused the third prince to break into a cold sweat. Attempting to articulate a response, but the disappointed expressions of the onlooking citizens rendered him speechless. "We bid farewell to the young lord as he returns to his residence." Suddenly, a voice rang out from the crowd, breaking the silence of the street with a jarring clarity. "We bid farewell to the young lord as he returns to his residence." We bid farewell to the young lord as he returns to his residence." Before the third prince and his entourage could locate the speaker, the citizens erupted in a chorus of shouts, their synchronized voices and fervent gazes instilling a sense of trepidation in the third prince and his companions. Compelling them to stand still, the crowd, orderly retreating, cleared a path wide enough for Lin Changshu to depart. You see, a dynasty is a ship, and the people are the water. Water can both support and overwhelm a vessel. Hemph. Observing this, Lin Changshu clasped his hands in gratitude towards the surrounding citizens. Casting one final glance at the third prince and his group, he scoffed. The people are the most fundamental of crowds. It cannot be denied that many are ignorant and easily swayed. Yet, due to their ignorance, they possess an acute awareness of who treats them well, and their gratitude is often more fervent than anyone else's. Such is the nature of the people, Lin Changshu. As Lin Changshu prepared to leave, the third prince's expression darkened. He wished to intervene but hesitated upon seeing the surrounding citizens. Were it elsewhere, he might not care. But this was the capital, the emperor's domain. Should he act rashly, he would not escape his father's reprimand by the next day, and the distance to the throne would only grow further. Just as the third prince grappled with his indecision, a furious cry accompanied by a powerful aura surged forth. Before anyone could react, a group of Xiongnu clad in traditional garb charged forward, led by a fierce-looking youth dressed in finery, the shout having originated from him. "Step back." Upon seeing the newcomer, the third prince's face finally broke into a grin. All that had transpired today was for this moment. His plot was complete, and now it was merely a matter of watching the show. "Barugu?" Upon recognizing the visitor, Lin Changshu's eyes glinted with murderous intent as he coldly inquired, "Is my presence unexpected? Today, you have killed my people, and you must provide an explanation to this prince, Barugu, the second prince of the Xiongnu. Possessed innate strength and had reached the threshold of a minor master 3 years prior. This prince has slain many of your kind. How could you forget who made you flee in terror?" Lin Changshu stood resolute, his entire being radiating with unrestrained power and a palpable bloodlust that filled the air, the scent of blood thick with the weight of countless lives taken. Just how many had to be slain to forge such a killing intent? How laughable that previously he was labeled a wastrel. The third prince watched in pallid horror. Even though the killing intent was not directed at him, it still instilled profound fear, prompting him to murmur, "Your Highness, such killing intent suggests at least 10,000 slain, and it must have been personal." Hearing this, a guard at his side cast a wary glance at Lin Changshu, then whispered, "He conceals himself well." The third prince's gaze shifted slightly, a cold smirk forming as he responded, "Lin Changshu, you seek death. Do you dare to face me in battle, with life and death at stake?" Upon hearing the words, Barugu felt an explosive surge in his power, his gaze filled with murderous intent as he glared at Lin Changshu and exclaimed in fury, "Es a prince of the grasslands, hailed as the next Khagan of the Xiongnu." He had been acquainted with the borders since childhood, often accompanying guards to harvest barley in northern villages. His journey had been smooth until 3 years ago, when this very individual blocked his retreat. Not only that, but he had pursued Barugu into the grasslands, ravaging and pillaging, leaving no tribe unscathed. This encounter had made it impossible for Barugu to find refuge during his escape, marking the closest he had ever come to death. "Humph, this is the capital city. Barugu, remember to keep your people in check, or I shall slay anyone I encounter." "You ought to know that I never jest," Lin Changshu remarked coldly, casting a disdainful glance at Barugu before shifting his gaze to the third prince, who sat nearby fanning himself and watching the spectacle. "Are you not afraid?" Barugu shot back, his eyes icy as he addressed Lin Changshu. "Fear not. I have ample time to see you perish. However, I am weary today. Obey me, and do not provoke my wrath, lest none of you return to the grasslands." Lin Changshu dismissed Barugu's threats with a nonchalant glance, as if he were merely swatting away a child's hand, and patted him on the shoulder, saying, "Indeed, I shall await your arrival, but remember, should you refrain from attacking me for a day, be wary of the barley being collected, and the capital may very well appear." Barugu was seething, his blood boiling with fury, yet he restrained himself, a sinister smile creeping onto his face as he responded, "Worry not. Should you dare to make a move, I assure you, it will be repaid in kind. Moreover, I vow with my life that you shall not return to the grasslands. At this, Lin Changsho halted, his indifferent eyes locking onto Barugu's as he observed the latter trembling with rage. Without a hint of emotion, he turned to leave, his white-clothed figure resembling jade as he bid the young lord farewell. Lin Changsho departed. The common folk bowed in unison, their voices rising like thunder into the heavens. You ought to act. Moments later, the third prince sat at his desk with a sullen expression. Across from him sat Barugu, equally grim. I am not a fool, Barugu retorted coldly, casting a disdainful look at the third prince. He has come to marry the seventh princess, seeking to provide a glimmer of respite for the Xiongnu through this alliance, while also negotiating collaboration with those behind the right minister. If we were to engage in combat in the streets of the capital now, regardless of the outcome, we would undoubtedly be expelled, which is not what I desire. Are you truly willing to endure this, Prince Barugu? That is your most capable general. The third prince's expression darkened, yet he held back. Recognizing the significance of Barugu's role, after pouring a cup of tea for Barugu, he sighed, Heh, I know what you seek, and I am not averse to being your bait, though it depends on whether you can bear to part with it. Barugu smirked at the third prince, his eyes glinting with brutal intent and mockery. He held the other in contempt, yet he could not overlook the fact that the third prince possessed precisely what he needed. Should the third prince agree, Barugu might even anticipate his success in seizing the throne, thereby facilitating the Xiongnu's genuine entry into the prosperous lands of Dashi. What do you intend to do? The third prince inquired, a foreboding sense creeping into his heart as he scrutinized the wolf-like Barugu. Do you not wish to eliminate Lin Changsho? If you see me as a weapon, I shall assist you. He continued, I could even arrange for Lin Changsho to leave the capital, provided you are willing to pay a small price, and of course, I shall also dispatch some individuals as bait. It is merely a matter of your courage. Barugu sneered at the third prince, replying, This is a mutually beneficial arrangement. Should Lin Changsho dare to venture out, his demise is assured. Let us not have too many casualties. The third prince, observing the bloodthirst in Barugu's gaze, inhaled deeply before responding coldly, Fear not, it is merely a few hundred stalks of barley. However, your cooperation is essential, for within Dashi's borders, my men cannot contend with their military. Noticing that the third prince had ceased feigning ignorance, Barugu smirked inwardly, his expression laced with intrigue as he said, There is a village 100 miles to the south, home to 300 souls. The army's reach is limited, as long as you depart within 2 hours. The third prince leaned back in his chair, nearly grinding his teeth as he spoke. As a prince of Dashi, destined to be emperor, he should have protected his people. Yet, to eliminate Lin Changsho, a mere 300 lives were a small price to pay for the greater scheme. He resolved, once he ascended the throne, he would compensate adequately. A pleasant cooperation. I must say, you Han people espouse righteousness and morality in words, yet your hearts are far darker than ours, the Xiongnu. Barugu laughed heartily, then stood to leave. Remember, should Lin Changsho survive, you will undoubtedly perish in Dashi. As he prepared to depart, the third prince's eyes gleamed coldly, fixating on Barugu. Fear not, as long as you adhere to my instructions. Lin Changsho will surely exit the capital. Whether he lives or dies will depend on your people's capabilities. Barugu, hearing this, cast a derisive glance at the third prince and remarked, Your men must take action. If I recall correctly, you have 5 monks hidden away. They must participate. Leaving 1 monk, Shurjin, by your side will suffice. The third prince's expression remained stoic as he regarded Barugu, his voice icy. Very well. I hope our collaboration proves fruitful. Barugu furrowed his brow at the response, reluctant to agree. Those 5 monks were at the pinnacle of their mastery, and their combined strength could even contend with a half-step grandmaster. Truth be told, he was loath to send them forth, for if Lin Changsho perished, he feared he would not escape Dashi without them. Yet, upon witnessing the third prince's grim eyes, he resolved that to eliminate Lin Changsho and disrupt Dashi's tranquility, dispatching the 5 monks was a necessary risk. Lin Changsho, this time, I shall see how you evade death. The Xiongnu, are but a dog to me. You shall accompany me to the grave. As Barugu vanished from the estate, the third prince was engulfed in darkness, his voice a chilling whisper. Meanwhile, Lin Changsho remained oblivious to the lengths to which the third prince would go to orchestrate his demise. He sat cross-legged in his chamber, channeling his internal energy, his muscles moving in a precise rhythm throughout his body. Cold sweat beaded on his handsome face, contorting in agony. After an indeterminate time, Lin Changsho suddenly turned pale, black blood spewing from his mouth and staining the ground, leaving a charred hole in the once solid floor. Just a bit more, just a bit. Having grown accustomed to the pain, Lin Changsho glanced at the corroded floor before leaning against the bed, whispering weakly, "Young lord, are you well?" At that moment, Uncle Tsong's voice drifted in from outside, filled with concern. "I am fine, Uncle Tsong. Please, rest easy." Lin Changsho inhaled deeply, steadying his breath before responding in a calm tone. "Very well. Young lord, ensure you rest early. The day after tomorrow is the Grand Assembly of Nations, and you are to represent the Northern Protectorate." Upon hearing this, Uncle Tsong felt reassured and nodded, offering one last reminder. After Lin Changsho assured him he would not forget, Uncle Tsong hobbled deeper into the estate. Once he sensed Uncle Tsong's presence fade, Lin Changsho clutched his chest, beads of cold sweat streaming down his face. Though over 9 years had passed, each instance of the shattered mirror tortured him mercilessly. Even with the help of the academy and the suppression of the bronze cauldron, the excruciating pain remained, leaving him trembling. Just as Lin Changsho finally subdued the torment and regained his usual composure, the dawn's light began to seep in. Suddenly, as he contemplated a brief respite, a sound of something slicing through the air reached his ears. A pebble crashing through the window. "Barley, southward, behold the 300 souls of the capital." As Lin Changsho grasped the object, a note materialized in his hand, and the words infuriated him, prompting him to crush the paper into a fine powder. Chapter 74. My young lord, seeking death. Inside Lin Changsho's chamber, he was enveloped in a murderous aura, nearly grinding his teeth as he growled. He had anticipated that these people would wish for his demise, devising various schemes to encircle him, yet he had never fathomed their utter lack of humanity, sacrificing the common folk of Dashi merely to eliminate him. In that moment, Lin Changsho's face darkened. He understood he should not leave the capital. As long as he remained within its bounds, they would not dare act openly against him. With the academy as his backing, his safety was considerably fortified. Yet, to spare you, I cannot let go of this thought. Recalling the dreadful scenes witnessed in the north, Lin Changsho abruptly rose to his feet, an aura of rage surging around him. Gazing southward toward the capital, he murmured, the air in white, with 2 northern suppression blades at his side. Mounted on a majestic black steed, galloping forth under the early morning sun, racing beyond the capital. Within the dim confines of the underground chamber, several figures lurked in the shadows. Aside from the sound of their breathing, the only noise was the crackling of the oil lamp and the near-silent breaths they took. Suddenly, a noise akin to a foreign object scraping against a pipe pierced the air, causing them to open their eyes wide and fixate on a note that had fallen onto the table. Lin Changsho has ridden out of the capital. After glancing at the words inscribed on the note, a hoarse voice emerged. Almost immediately after this utterance, a long exhalation could be heard. How pitiful for the over 300 commoners. One voice lamented. Exchanging over 300 lives for Lin Changsho's singular existence indirectly heralds the arrival of chaos. A profitable transaction indeed. Another replied, his tone devoid of any emotion. This world is already a graveyard of bones. It is a privilege for these lowly folk to pave the way for us. Don't tell me you don't wish to partake in the spoils of chaos. A third voice sneered from the shadows, disdain evident in his tone. The Xiongnu must perish, the hoarse voice suddenly declared. They will die. However, we must alter our plans. Who shall we send the 7th princess to, De Qian, De Huang, or the barbarian tribes? The middle-aged man spoke with an unperturbed tone, as if discussing mere commoners. Let them contend amongst themselves. We have already done enough. The rest will unfold as it will, should that individual within the palace succeed. Our family shall flourish manifold. Henceforth, let us assist one another. A voice tinged with darkness echoed in response, and for a moment, no one cared about the fate of the 300 souls. They were all reveling in the prospects of the future. Rojian, I sincerely hope the person you select does not disappoint us. After their revelry, they turned to the enigmatic figure in the corner. As long as no one assists him, he is doomed. 2 in the late master realm, 2 false grandmasters, and 5 minor masters. Upon hearing this, Rojin's cold voice cut through the air, his eyes gleaming with excitement. Meanwhile, at the Northern Suppression King's residence. Uncle Tsong, with a stooped figure, gazed in the direction Lin Changshu had departed, deep worry etched in his weathered features. "Why, little heir, do not rush. Wait for Uncle Tsong," he murmured, before tremblingly making his way deeper into the royal residence. Upon opening a long sealed door, his posture straightened, the weariness that had enveloped him dissipating, replaced by a fierce, cold aura. The Northern Suppression Army, clad in armor, wielding long blades, slaying the Xiongnu, exterminating their kind, and butchering tribes. All for the sake of the women and children behind. Mounted on his steed, blade in hand, he charged into the fray, the Xiongnu fleeing in terror, blood staining his attire, his blade poised to vanquish all foes before returning to the city. The ancient voice rose from a low murmur to a resonant, heroic crescendo, as Uncle Tsong donned battle-worn armor, wielding the bloodied Northern Suppression blade. "Your Highness, the little heir, Uncle Tsong has arrived." With an aura of vitality, Uncle Tsong, no longer the frail figure of before, let out a resounding roar as he galloped forth. Who is this? When did such a master appear in the capital? The aura felt akin to that of the Northern Suppression King's residence. Could it be that the king had concealed a hidden strength? As Uncle Tsong's presence became apparent, astonished gazes turned toward the Northern Suppression King's residence, shock unmistakable in their eyes. This is bad. That aura belongs to a Grand Master. Meanwhile, in the underground chamber, those who were preparing to depart halted, their expressions growing increasingly grim. "Oh, Jean, this is the final opportunity. We must eliminate Lin Changshu at any cost." The middle-aged man's previously indifferent tone now revealed urgency. "Where shall we find him? Grand Masters are not cabbages. The resources of the underground city have already been exhausted. The rest is for you to handle." Ro Jin's ethereal visage darkened, and with a cold scoff, he turned to leave. He still had one Grand Master, but that was the sole trump card left to him by his mother. He could not afford to reveal it. Should he act, his life would be forfeit. The reason he had survived all these years, even managing to control the underground city, was solely due to that card. Otherwise, he would have been long since slain. "You!" The middle-aged man was taken aback by Ro Jin's audacity, his teeth clenched in anger. "Oh, Jean, do you not fear the wrath of the Right Chancellor?" The hoarse voice returned, laced with threats. "Ha! Do not underestimate my awareness, old man. Last time, due to your negligence, I lost half my experts. Now that the underground city's resources have been deployed, if you wish to kill Lin Changshu, do not think you can hide behind the scenes." Ro Jin's expression was as cold as ice as he regarded the others. Though he had been the so-called administrator of the underground city, the reality was that he had been using his resources to serve these powerful elites. Enough with the bickering. Ro Jin is right. For the greater cause, Lin Changshu must die. Now, go back and send people. I don't care what methods you employ, but excluding Ro Jin, each of us must contribute at least one individual of late master realm or higher. We all possess this level of resources, so let us not hoard them. I will summon a Grand Master. Remember, if anyone tries to play tricks this time, I will personally eliminate them." As the crowd erupted into chaos, a steady, commanding voice rang out. He cast a deep glance at Ro Jin before addressing the others coldly. "Very well, let us proceed at once." The remaining few exchanged glances, understanding that this was not the time for concealment, and nodded in agreement. 100 miles south of the capital, in Kaoshan village, wisps of smoke began to rise. Occasional barks from dogs were heard, provoking their owners to scold them into silence, alongside the playful cries of early rising children who, when disobedient, were met with stern reprimands, resulting in tears. As the clamor grew, the village commenced another day of toil. How I delight in the lively atmosphere of the Han people. Every time I slay these lowly folk who yearn for a better life, my mood improves immensely. Not far from the village, over 20 Xiongnu, wielding curved sabers and mounted upon horses, grinned wickedly as they gazed upon the bustling Kaoshan village. Chapter 75. The formation begins. "Mother, what are we having for dinner? I don't want to eat sweet potatoes anymore." A young boy of 7 or 8, frowning, inquired from the earthen house at the end of Kaoshan village. "What else is there besides sweet potatoes?" The woman, busy at the stove, paused at his question, then pinched his cheek and replied, "We need meat. Our family hasn't had any for 2 months." After casting a glance at his mother, the boy swallowed hard. his face alight with expectation as he said, "All right. In a couple of days, Mother can go up the mountain to check if the traps have caught anything. If so, we can have meat." A fleeting sadness crossed the woman's eyes, quickly suppressed as she stroked her son's head. "Yes, yes, I will go check shortly. Mother will stay home. With Father gone, you must protect yourself." At her words, a glimmer of light shone in the boy's eyes. Iron Pillar, despite his tender age, was in a growth spurt in Kaoshan village, where every household was composed of hunters. His father had been the village head, but tragically, he had vanished 3 months ago after entering the mountains, leaving them as a widow and orphan to fend for themselves in a harsh world. Though unspoken, the boy understood that his father might never return. "Iron Pillar is great, but you are still young. Wait until you grow up, then you can help Mother. For now, Mother will protect Iron Pillar." Tears glistened in the woman's eyes as she squatted down, striving to smile, yet the tears flowed uncontrollably, a mixture of gratitude and sorrow filling her heart. Gratitude for her son's filial piety and sorrow for the harsh reality they faced as a widow and orphan struggling to survive. "Mother, don't cry. Iron Pillar will grow up to be even stronger than Father. I heard there's a school in the capital. I will go there to learn, earn lots of money, and make life better for you." Iron Pillar, though a bit at a loss, reassured his mother, wiping her tears away with his small hands. In that moment, within the warm earthen house, mother and son embraced and wept, oblivious to the heavy snow falling outside. As every household finished their breakfast, the sky brightened. Iron Pillar fabricated an excuse to tell his mother, who was busy with needlework, that he was going out to play in the snow. "Mother, let Iron Pillar catch a wild rabbit for you." Once outside, Iron Pillar touched the dagger hidden within his clothing, his gaze resolute as he murmured, "He isn't ungrateful. How could he possibly ask his mother for something? Just a few days ago, he saw her suddenly faint. And she has been looking unwell ever since. To him, it was clear it was due to the lack of meat and the dwindling food supplies at home. As the sole man in the family, he felt it was his duty to venture out and hunt, just like his father had. Fearing his mother might discover his intentions, he deliberately took a detour along a small path toward the back mountain, where the peaks stretched endlessly, nearly encircling the capital for 300 miles. Kaoshan village's economy relied heavily on the herbs, wild game, and furs from that mountain. "Surely no one will discover me this time." After finally emerging from the narrow path, Taiju's slender frame was already adorned with snowflakes. His eyes sparkled with excitement and anticipation as he gazed towards the towering mountains, then stole a glance in the direction of the village nestled against the hills, fearful that someone might discover his presence and inform his mother. Fortunately, the ruggedness of this path deterred adults from venturing here, making it easier for a child like him. Thus, a 6 or 7-year-old boy, clad in thick garments and clutching a dagger in his arms, ventured eagerly towards the back mountain, driven solely by the desire to provide his mother with meat. The snowflakes fell gently, swiftly concealing Taiju's footprints. And from a distance, he appeared as but a white dot, laboriously forging ahead. The capital's academy, Han Suwa, dressed in the garb of a chief eunuch and wielding a feather duster, stood at the entrance. "You are courting death." Shang Kuang assessed his opponent with a disdainful gaze, his eyes radiating authority and contempt. He could not fathom why this group had sent Han Suwa, when surely they had others. Although the opponent was nearing Grandmaster status and even had records of contending against Grandmasters, he was ultimately just a peak master. "Greetings, Ancestor. I, your humble servant, have dared to come today, not for any other reason, but to impede the academy for a brief moment." Han Sua's pallid face displayed trepidation as he bowed deeply, yet his feet remained steadfastly planted. "Do you comprehend the gravity of your actions?" Shang Kuang's cold gaze bore into him, his aura swirling like a dragon, causing the air around to tremble as though he were an enraged candle dragon. In accordance with the ancestors' wishes, I understand that I shall accept any punishment afterward." Han Sua appeared frightened yet remained undeterred, his eyes devoid of fear, merely reflecting a subtle indifference. "Good. What a cunning serpent, Han Sua. Is it truly worth it for a woman?" Shang Kuang, witnessing this, erupted in furious laughter, his voice booming like a thunderclap. As his words fell, he took a step forward. "I would die 10,000 times without regret." Han Sua's previously tranquil eyes finally revealed a hint of turmoil. Yet he concealed it adeptly, maintaining a tone of humility. "Since you are so unrepentant, then meet your demise," Shang Kuang retorted, taking a heavy step that brought him to Han Suo's side, his fist imbued with the power to annihilate. Hurtling towards him, he was the fifth strongest in the world, invincible in close combat. Not even the top 5 grandmasters would dare engage him in close quarters. Yet, Han Suo appeared oblivious to the might of the punch. He merely glanced at Shang Kuang, his eyes reflecting a fleeting pain. An enigmatic force abruptly enveloped him, transforming his pallid visage into one of stark whiteness, his body trembling uncontrollably. With a soft pop, as Han Suo's strange power surged forth, Shang Kuang's fist, capable of shattering grandmasters, was halted. There was no explosive scene. It was as if ripples of water merely met with a gentle pop. Han Suo's expression remained pained, yet Shang Kuang's fist could advance no further. Instead, he found himself retreating, his face contorting with rage. "Shang Zhan, have you lost your mind?" Shang Kuang, forced back to the academy's entrance, roared in fury, his voice echoing across the heavens. Meanwhile, Han Suo seemed transformed. Strands of energy swiftly enveloped the entire academy. "You cannot possibly manipulate the star formation." Shang Kuang glared at the strands infused with rule power, his eyes ablaze with fury. The star formation was the greatest trump card of the Great Shang, capable of harnessing the celestial powers from the heavens. Its intricate arrays spanned the entire capital, serving as the last line of defense. Since the founding of the Great Shang, years had been spent researching its incomplete matrices. Now, not even a grandmaster, or those more powerful, could escape once ensnared within this formation. "Ancestors, as long as the academy remains undisturbed for 2 hours, I shall willingly accept your judgment afterward." Shang Kuang's furious shout received no response. While Han Suo, his complexion ashen and body trembling, spoke again. "You are but a eunuch. Even if you can wield a fraction of the formation's power, what good will it do? Do you understand what it means to be of royal blood?" Shang Kuang's expression darkened, his roar reverberating through the capital. The palace's occupant could not possibly be unaware, yet not a sound was returned. 2 possibilities loomed. Either the opposing side had tacitly accepted the situation, choosing not to intervene, even granting Han Suo a modicum of authority over the formation, or Shang Zhan was incapacitated, either under house arrest or in a stupor. Regardless of which scenario unfolded, neither was desirable for Shang Kuang. As the emperor of the Great Shang, he could not afford any issues before the emergence of a successor. Furthermore, Lin Changshu, as the heir of the Northern Guardian, must not encounter any mishaps in the capital. Not even as an unforeseen accident. With these thoughts in mind, Shang Kuang ceased to hold back, his aura swelling with the distinct essence of the dragon, a manifestation of the Great Shang's fate and lineage. In an instant, upon revealing the power of his bloodline, the strands surrounding the academy began to retreat, albeit slowly due to Han Suo's steadfast resistance. "I have already stated that the academy cannot be exited for 2 hours. Han Suo's lips stained with blood, his eyes for the first time radiating dominance as he straightened his previously bent posture. Behind him loomed the imposing figure of his chief eunuch garb, the feather duster in hand, turning slowly to reveal a gaze that combined indifference with authority, fixed upon Shang Kuang. "Dragon aura, Shang Jia bloodline? Han Suo, I am curious, what exactly have you done, and what has that figure behind you accomplished?" Shang Kuang's eyes widened in astonishment. He had previously heard of Han Suo's faint dragon aura, but now the unique royal bloodline of the Great Shang had manifested as well, though merely a hint. The combination of both powers forced the retreating strands back into place. Each distance was marked by drops of starlight, like chess pieces, and a thick fog enveloped the academy, shielding it from the outside. "Thanks to your majesty and the empress for not abandoning me, I too can experience a taste of dragon aura. Ancestor, I concede that I am not your match. Even this star formation cannot withstand you for 2 hours. But as long as I do not have to confront you directly." Han Suo spoke with gratitude, bowing towards the palace and then humbly towards Shang Kuang. "What do you mean?" Shang Kuang's expression shifted, preparing to strike once more, only to be repelled by the formation's power. "This eunuch implies that we must rely on the academy's strength to hold for 2 hours. Just then, a calm voice broke through, revealing Imo Ran, who approached barefoot, walking upon the air. "Indeed, it is no surprise that the third master sees through my thoughts. Han Sua replied, maintaining his composure, still bowing humbly before Imo Ran. I have warned you. Should you appear again, you shall meet your end. Imo Ran's countenance was icy, his eyes deepening into an abyssal black. Why life holds little value. Should the third master desire it, after this matter concludes, I shall bear my burdens and submit myself to the ancestor and the third master. Han Sua bowed slightly, his demeanor unwavering even in the presence of the world's top grandmasters. 1 hour. If you can withstand the formation's power for 1 hour, I can temporarily seal it. Yet, Imo Ran did not even glance at Han Sua, his obsidian gaze focused solely on Shang Kuang. But Shang Kuang's face contorted with indecision. The reason he had not escalated his assault was due to the complexity of the situation. The star formation could only be activated by the royal family of the Great Shang. Specifically by the Emperor. As a member of the royal lineage, a progenitor, and the fifth strongest grandmaster, he possessed the capability to counter Han Sua's fragment of formation power. However, should he engage, it would mean leveraging the royal family's fortune and bloodline against Han Sua's trace of royal blood. This would not only jeopardize the formation but also risk backlash against the bloodline's owner, potentially leading to death. Others mattered little to him, but he feared that this fragment of royal blood belonged to Shang Zhan. If that were the case, everything would be lost. Ancestor, His Majesty wishes me to inform you that he is unharmed and you may act boldly. Just as Shang Kuang contemplated how to avoid damaging the bloodline behind him, a clear voice rang out, turning to see Hua Fei, adorned in resplendent attire, gracefully descending from the sky, the air around her shimmering. Hua Fei. Han Sua had remained unperturbed in the face of Shang Kuang and Imo Ran. Yet upon seeing Hua Fei, panic flickered in his eyes for the first time. Dog slave. His Majesty commands you to refrain from seeking your own demise. Hua Fei's expression turned cold, her eyes filled with murderous intent as she glared at Han Sua. Impossible! Han Sua's composure shattered. According to his previous plans, Shang Zhan in the palace should have been oblivious, perhaps even unconscious, yet everything had changed. Then all is well. Quickly go save Lin Changshou. In that moment, two voices echoed simultaneously. One was Shang Kuang, grinning with murderous intent, while the other was Imo Ran, his face etched with urgency. Why apologies? But I am currently unable to leave the capital. Hua Fei's expression grew troubled. Her emergence had come at a great cost. Thank you for your efforts. Leave the rest to us. Upon hearing these words, Shang Kuang and Imo Ran exchanged a solemn glance, both sensing the gravity of the situation. They understood that a crisis had befallen the imperial palace, affecting not only the palace but the entire capital. This humble servant takes her leave. I must attend to matters within the palace. With that, Hua Fei nodded slightly and, in a flurry, transformed into a streak of light, hurrying towards the palace. Han Sua, today marks your demise, Shang Kuang declared, his voice a fierce growl, as his vitality surged like a dragon. The energies emanating from him coalesced into ethereal dragon forms, and with a powerful punch, he struck the array before him. Han Sua, refusing to be negligent, poured all his cultivation into maintaining the formation. Leaving him no opportunity to counterattack, he was akin to a sandbag, passively enduring each punch from Shang Kuang. With every blow, blood oozed from the corner of his mouth. Yet, his gaze remained steadfast. Suddenly, his expression shifted. For Mo Ran, who had just been at the entrance of the academy, had vanished without a trace. With a resounding whoosh, a brilliant firework erupted in the southern sky. Ancestor, it is too late. They have already begun to strike. Han Sua, who had been worried moments ago, suddenly broke into a smile, though the blood staining his lips and his pale complexion evoked a sense of dread. Chapter 77. The monks blocked the road. Meanwhile, Lin Changshou, enveloped in an aura of murderous intent, rode his steed towards Kaoshan village. Yet, midway, the sound of fireworks startled him, causing his countenance to change dramatically. No longer conserving his strength, he swiftly leaped into the air, transforming into a white blur racing across the snow. Umitba, where is Lin young master headed? As he approached the vicinity of Kaoshan village, 5 monks appeared ahead, blocking his path. Ah, it is you bald donkeys again. Lin Changshou's face turned icy upon seeing the 5 men, whose presence exuded an aura far beyond his own. Umitba, young master Lin is entangled in karma. It would be better to accept your fate and exchange this life for one of riches in the next. The leader, with a benevolent expression, spoke, yet his words dripped with icy malice. To hell with you, Lin Changshu retorted furiously, drawing his blade and charging toward the 5 monks. It was merely a fight to the death. And he feared nothing, his full strength manifesting at that moment. The gleaming white blade of the Jinbei knife radiated a chilling murderous intent as Lin Changshu swung down, sending a cutting wave of energy toward one of the monks. It is said that the son of the Jinbei king has been poisoned, his foundation damaged, and his character altered, becoming a notorious wastrel. Yet, it seems the rumors may not hold true. The leader, sensing the deadly energy from the blade, gave a faint smile. With a hand glowing faintly golden, he waved it dismissively, shattering the cold blade energy with a single motion. You are not in a position to judge me, at that moment. Lin Changshu had already closed the distance to one of the monks, his Jinbei knife, imbued with a fierce killing intent, aimed directly at the monk's head. Young Master Lin truly surprises this humble monk. But that is insufficient. The monk remained unyielding, gazing indifferently at Lin Changshu as golden light enveloped him. The sharp Jinbei knife struck him as if hitting solid iron, producing a resounding clang. Is that so? Lin Changshu's eyes remained detached. The recoil from the strike pained his wrist, yet he paid it no mind, instead pivoting the Jinbei knife to stab another monk. In that instant, a blade of energy manifested from his hand, striking with ease as if slicing through tofu, penetrating the monk's chest. You? The monk was taken aback, for he was clad in the Buddha's golden body. He believed that even someone of equal cultivation could not breach his defenses. And yet, he spat out a trickle of golden blood, utterly bewildered. Your skin is not tougher than that of a demon beast? Lin Changshu scoffed without sparing the monk a glance, yanking his hand back. Previously, he had faced demon beasts with the might of 2 grandmasters. What did the Buddha's golden body truly signify? Since young Master Lin has arrived, you need not leave. This humble monk lacks the courage to devour demons. Just as Lin Changshu attempted to withdraw his hand, an overwhelming force surged toward him, rendering his efforts futile. The monk's expression remained one of serene pity as he coldly stated, even the Buddha has his wrath. Today, the debts owed by the Jinbei Wangfu shall be repaid in full. The other monks, seemingly oblivious to their comrade's injury, shifted their stances. A binding force emanated from them, leaving Lin Changshu unable to move even a muscle. So it seems those who attacked my mother were also among you. But Lin Changshu remained unperturbed, his crimson eyes fixing on the monks as he spoke in a chilling tone. Umitba, it is the duty of all to eradicate demons. The monks exchanged glances, then simultaneously launched their assault. They struck with fists and palms, laden with overwhelming murderous intent, targeting Lin Changshu's vital points. In the blink of an eye, they were upon him, their relentless attacks landing with ferocity. Bang! The sound resonated like a heavy thud against leather. All 5 monks struck him at once, yet the impact felt strangely different. As they pondered the inconsistency of the sound, Lin Changshu, with blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, regarded them with a cold gaze, stating, from this day forth, every member of the Buddhist sect shall face my wrath. None shall remain. As the monks found themselves bewildered by the dissonance of the sounds, Lin Changshu's gaze was unwavering, devoid of any human emotion, not even glancing at the monks. Do you not wish to devour demons? Today, I shall fulfill your desires. The monk who had been struck by Lin Changshu's hand remained focused on his cultivation, attempting to immobilize Lin Changshu. Just as he believed the situation was under control, a voice, dark as a demon from the underworld, echoed in his ears. In the next instant, he felt Lin Changshu's hand no longer retreating but instead thrusting forth a sharp and ferocious blade of energy, targeting his vital organs. Bang, bang, bang. Meanwhile, the remaining monks unleashed their full power, attacking Lin Changshu's vital points with all their might. The sound of their strikes reverberated through the empty streets, while Lin Changshu's muscles and bones shifted beneath his garments, resisting the onslaught. Junior brother, senior brother. Yet, no matter how they attacked, Lin Changshu remained indifferent, fully channeling the innate power of his body while directing the blade of energy towards the monk's insides. The sound of the weapon-piercing flesh echoed, as Lin Changshu's hand sliced through the monk's body, his grip seizing the still-beating heart. Amid the monk's horrified gasps, he exerted force, and with a splatter, The pulsating heart turned to crimson mist, scattering upon the snow. Now, it is your turn. With the heart crushed in Lin Changshuo's grasp, the binding force dissipated as if it were mere illusion. His eyes glowed a deep crimson, blood spilling freely from his mouth, yet his form remained straight. With a gaze as fierce as a demon, he directed his ire at the remaining monks, declaring, "Prepare yourselves.